In this ancient and challenging primitive society, I was originally just a single college student on the blue planet. By accident, I got lost in Shenangjia, traveled to a primitive tribe, and became a boy named Fan. However, the beginning was despairing. The chieftain actually confiscated my newly assigned wife, and I, facing the dilemma of being expelled from the tribe, fell into despair. However, fate did not completely close the door to me. Just when I was most desperate, my portable space system was finally activated. If you sign in successfully, you will be rewarded with a shovel and a bag of corn seeds. Then, my future began to see the dawn. From this moment on, I not only have the opportunity to change my destiny, but I can also use the space system to change everything in this wild land. I quickly cultivated the land, planted corn seeds, and had the first real farming experience in my life. At the same time, new supplies appeared in my space: a compass, matches, a sharp long knife, and basic knife skills. All of this made me gradually realize that the challenges of primitive society were no longer insurmountable difficulties. I have an unprecedented advantage and can use my wisdom and technology to change the fate of the tribe. Despite this, life is not easy. My tribe, the Chi tribe, faces severe difficulties, lacking water, food, and safe habitat. In an era without modern technology, finding water, making weapons, domesticating animals, and even conquering other tribes were all keys to survival. But just as I was working hard for the future of the tribe, fate brought me a turning point. By chance, I met a girl who had the same modern appearance as me. Although she was covered in dirt, her long legs and clear facial features made her stand out in this primitive society. Her appearance rekindled my hope, not just about survival, but also the possibility of love. However, with it came more challenges. In order to protect the tribe and become a true warrior, I began to work together with the members of the tribe to face wild beasts, solve water problems, and fight against hostile tribes. Not only do I have to lead the tribe out of its predicament, but I also have to enhance the tribe's strength by taming wild beasts and developing new technologies. As time went by, I gradually mastered the skills of taming wild beasts, learned how to cleverly utilize natural resources, and even began to expand the territory for the tribe and create our own kingdom. In this world full of wild survival and infinite possibilities, my goal is not only to become a powerful tribal leader, but also to create a prosperous kingdom and give new life to this wild world. From having my wife confiscated while I was taking a bath, to becoming the backbone of the tribe, and then to conquering this land, how will I achieve my goals step by step and become the true king of this primitive society? Are you ready to follow me and create our own future in this wilderness? Chapter 003, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. I'm not ugly. In my previous life, my looks were comparable to those of the school hunk, and I was also among the best in school. But the strange thing is that I have never had a relationship. What's the reason? Brother Fan, what are you doing? Watching TV. I really want to watch it together. Don't you have a TV at home? Why don't you have any mood? I'm really drunk. Drink less. Senior, my project has been passed. Thank you. Okay, you be happy first. I'm going to the plateau. Senior, can we have dinner together tonight? I want to thank you. To thank me, you should have dinner with me? As graduation approached, I still hadn't found the girl I liked. I was in my 20s and still a virgin. Life was really hard. After traveling through time, I suffered even more. Living in a group in a cave, with almost no privacy and especially no possibility of dating, made me feel more and more lonely every day. However, the sudden appearance of the little beauty in front of me made me very excited. She was so young and beautiful, but I was still a straight man. Facing her dissatisfaction, I couldn't help but blurt out, "Although I don't have any good points, I am very clean." I stretched out my arm and said, "Look." Then I stretched out my leg and said, "Look carefully. Is it clean?" She glanced at me and obviously couldn't help sighing. What a fool. But she didn't seem angry. Instead, she seemed a little sympathetic. She sighed and changed the subject. "It's getting dark. Where are you going so fast?" I smiled smugly and thought to myself, she must be feeling guilty. However, I did not continue to tease her. Instead, I answered directly, "I'm going to find water. What about you?" She lowered her head, her expression a little sad. The tribe members are unwilling to mate with me, so the chief asked me to collect twice as much food every day. Her eyes were a little lonely. Autumn was coming to an end, and the food nearby had almost been gathered. She hadn't harvested anything for 2 consecutive days. If she couldn't find enough food tomorrow, she might be expelled from the tribe. Oh, good luck to you then. I patted her shoulder, turned around, and prepared to leave without saying anything else. There is no time to waste. The warriors have gone far away. I have to catch up with them. I have very good physical strength and was born with a strong physique. I caught up effortlessly after running a few steps. Finally, I climbed to a high place and had a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery. The oasis in the valley was still lush, but the Gobi Desert in the distance was desolate. I realized that primitive people didn't know how to dig wells and could only rely on surface water to survive. So I decided to continue looking for water, but those warriors obviously hadn't found water yet. I climbed higher and higher, and the smell of rotten eggs became stronger as I went up. Finally, at sunset, I found a huge rock at the edge of the jungle. The rock was hanging in the air, and there happened to be a large natural pit, which seemed very suitable for storing water. "There's water here. Come quickly," I shouted. Soon, the warriors came over and saw the water in the big pit. Everyone was very excited, especially the leader, Warrior Bear, who almost jumped into the water. "God bless the key." Xiong excitedly looked up to the sky and shouted, and the other warriors followed suit and shouted, "God bless the chi." "Fan, you have done a great job. I will report it to the chief," said the bear, patting my shoulder. However, at this moment, a warrior stared at me with dissatisfaction. "We were the ones who found this water. Why do you monopolize it?" "Yes, we could have found this water. There was no need for you to shout." The other warriors also looked at me with dissatisfaction. I frowned when I heard this, feeling helpless. Primitive people are so simple and crude that they don't even show any gratitude. So I responded bluntly, "Why did you come here? If I hadn't called you, you wouldn't have found the water, would you?" The leading bear was obviously irritated. "Fan, they are right. We were planning to find water. You don't do this again in the future." I rolled my eyes and thought to myself, I wanted to get along with you guys as a normal person, but forget it now, let's get it over with. Chapter 004. Lulu, Witchcraft. I can see that these primitive people value the tribe more than their own lives. And someone like me who is ugly, stupid, and eats a lot is obviously a parasite of the tribe. In this situation, it was absolutely impossible to reason with them. I immediately decided not to pretend anymore. According to the memory of this body, a powerful figure called Totem Warrior may be born in the tribe. Such a person possesses strength and speed beyond ordinary people. However, the Chi tribe does not have such warriors. Therefore, almost every young man in the Chi tribe dreams of awakening his totem during the coming-of-age ceremony. In this case, it wouldn't be too much to show off some supernatural powers. Okay, this is where you found me. I'm going back first. I decided to put the water back into the stream. Then, the warriors were horrified to find that the water in the puddle was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "The stone is leaking. Quick, collect the water." The bear roared, took out a big ladle, and started to scoop water. The big ladle was half a gourd, but it was bigger. The water was almost gone. The warriors were in a panic, busying themselves with all sorts of things. Fortunately, they were quick, and in the end, everyone had a full bucket of water. The bear heaved a sigh of relief. This was a blessing in disguise. Although a dozen buckets of water was not much, mixed with the animal's blood, it could sustain him for a few days. Then he looked at me, his eyes no longer filled with guilt, but disappointment. This idiot. He didn't even bring a bucket to find water. The situation was so urgent just now, but he didn't help. Suddenly, a warrior opened his eyes wide and started shouting, "Water! The water is still decreasing." As soon as he finished speaking, all the water in the gourds had disappeared. Not even a drop was left. This was great, and the warriors looked at each other in bewilderment. They can't tell whether the big rock is leaking, but they know whether the ladle is leaking. There is no water dripping from under the ladle. Ancestors, what crime did the Chilan tribe commit? Xiong looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes. The sky was dark, and the clouds in the distance slowly disappeared. I smiled slightly. The sin of lying. As soon as I said this, the warriors glared at me, and even the bear glared at me with red eyes. "Really? You can't lie to your people. Do you understand?" I pointed at the pit without fear. Clear water reappeared and soon filled the pit. The bear rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The warriors were all stunned, and their angry eyes slowly turned into surprise and excitement. "If you lie, you will be punished." I put the water away again. The warriors watched the water disappear little by little, then looked up at me, their eyes gradually filled with fear and admiration. "So, tell me now, who found this water?" I just wanted to shock them and make them surrender in the most direct way. Only in this way can what I say be effective and help them change their lives. If you answer correctly, there will be water. I patiently persuaded and convinced people with reason. The warriors exchanged glances. Even though all this was outrageous, they had all seen it with their own eyes. You found it, the bear tried to say. Very good, I exclaimed. This is a good start. I put the water out again, and the warriors suddenly knelt on the ground when they saw it. Witch! My Daki tribe actually has a witch. The tribe is saved. Their eyes were crazy. They even threw away the gourd and crawled to my side, touching my feet one by one. They knelt on the ground, touched the backs of my feet, and then touched their foreheads with pious expressions. The Chi tribe has its own witch. She is a shaman. She is old, and her witchcraft has not been effective for a long time. For the tribe, shamans and witches are the most sacred. The tribe survives when the witch is alive and dies when the witch dies. This is because the witch determines the totem warrior. The so-called totem warriors are warriors who can awaken totems. There are two types of totems. One is the bloodline totem, also called the ancestor totem, which can only be awakened with the blessing of the witch. The other is a heaven-given totem, which requires a shaman to sacrifice the heart blood of a fierce beast before it can be given to the tribe. A warrior who possesses both totems is even more powerful and is called a fighter. The Chi tribe has not had a totem warrior for more than 10 years. Small tribes often have only one shaman, and only those large and powerful tribes can occasionally give birth to a shaman. Wuju, I know this word. In the history of archaeology, this word has caused a lot of controversy. Among them, there are two most reliable theories. Legend has it that in ancient times, primitive people believed in heaven, earth, and ancestors. The witch was the medium for humans to communicate with heaven, earth, and ancestors. So the witch had the highest status in the tribe, and even the chief had to listen to the witch. The witch who communicates with heaven and earth is called a shaman. The witch who communicates with ancestors is called a shaman. This is the first view. The second theory is that Wuju is a term that was not created until the Shang dynasty, and evolved from Wu. The specific situation is unknown, but what Shun Fan can be sure of is that this is definitely not the Shang dynasty. So the warriors thought I was a shaman who could communicate with their ancestors. That's not bad. I was originally worried that I would need to explain all kinds of bizarre things in the future, but now it seems that there is no need at all. The simple primitive people have already explained it for me. Get up. I felt uncomfortable seeing these gorilla-like men kneeling at my feet. After all, I am a modern person and I cannot stand this. Upon hearing this, the warriors dared not disobey and stood up one after another, but they lowered their heads like children who had made mistakes. Seeing them like this, I waved my hands and said, "Okay, you are all warriors of the tribe. You're thinking about the tribe. I understand. These warriors are the tribe's wealth." I consoled them and saw that they were a little more relaxed. I continued, "It's getting dark. Let's go back first." "Yes," the warriors said in unison. "We finally have a witch doctor, but he is so young and has powerful witch doctor powers. We cannot take risks outside. We must send the witch back quickly. We must tell everyone in the tribe this news quickly." Xiong was leading the way, holding a stone knife, and his tower-like body gave people a sense of security. I followed slowly, still thinking about the smell of rotten eggs in my mind. I was sure I'd smelled it in my previous life, but I couldn't remember where it was. Safe journey. Soon, the warriors surrounded me and returned to the valley. The bear ran ahead and quickly went into the cave to report the news. When we approached the cave entrance, the hall inside was already full of tribesmen kneeling. "Ah, ludududu witchcraft. Ah, ludududu witchcraft." The tribesmen screamed and cried. At this time, I still didn't know what the witch doctor meant to the tribe. I hurried in, nodded to the chief and the old witch, and then said urgently, "Everyone, get up quickly. Fan, Xiong has told us that from today on, you are the shaman of the Chi tribe." The chief knelt on one knee and extended his right hand to me. Chapter 005. If you don't take a bath, you will be expelled from the tribe. The chief knelt on one knee and stretched out his right hand to me. "Wuju, Wuju." The tribesmen began to shout again. "Chief, please get up quickly." I had no choice but to lift my foot and gently place it on the chief's hand to show that I accepted his submission. At this moment, all the tribesmen rushed over, scrambling to touch my feet and then putting their hands on their foreheads, unwilling to take them off for a long time. After a long time, there were only two people in the cave who did not move. One was an old witch. She is a shaman and does not need the blessing of witchcraft. The other one is the girl I bumped into in the valley. She knelt at the back, looking at me eagerly, with desire, expectation, and shock in her eyes. I also looked at her in confusion. Ado will be expelled from the tribe soon. She is not qualified to get the blessing of the witch. The chief understood my gaze and explained. "Kick out the tribe?" I suddenly remembered what the girl said in the valley just now. "No one wants to mate with me." Sure enough, the chief continued to explain. "She is so ugly. No one can bear that kind of ugliness with her." "Ido." I interrupted him with a look of self-sacrifice on my face, as if to say, if I don't go to hell, who will? In fact, I was already very happy in my heart. Now that I have become a witch, of course I have to keep the beautiful woman away. Other men look like you and Mo Man. I find it hard to accept if they ruin the beauties of modern faces. The words, I do, completely quieted the tribesman. The witch was also very ugly. No one wanted to mate with him. The chieftain also confiscated his eye. He had to settle for the ugly doe. He was so pitiful. The tribesmen felt sorry for him. Looking at the selfless expression on his ugly face, they also felt the beauty of his spirit. The witch may have wanted to save doe. He would rather sacrifice himself than expel his people from a tribe. He is so great. Everyone looked at me with pity, admiration, and shame in their eyes. So the chief said something guiltily that almost made me go berserk. Master Wuju, you don't have to put yourself in a difficult position. I will reallocate an eye to you. No need. I waved my hands vigorously. An eye is the most beautiful woman in the tribe. We should give her as a reward to the first warrior of the tribe. After hearing this, the warriors were all excited. If one killed a beast alone, he would be a warrior, and if he killed 10 beasts in total, he would become a soldier. Being a warrior is a supreme honor. Not only can you get more food, but you can also paint yourself with red paint. It is a symbol of status and something that warriors dream of. And now I can get an eye? The strongest bear's eyes sparkled, his breathing became rapid, and he looked at me more respectfully. Okay, when the chief heard me say this, he knew that I had made up my mind. So he stopped forcing me and immediately announced that Doe would be the witch's woman from now on and would no longer need to go out to collect. Doe knelt on the ground and cried with joy. At this time, the old witch came to me. She usually stayed in her cave and would not come out easily. I hadn't seen her since I came here, and now I could see her clearly by the bonfire. Her body was covered with all kinds of patterns, some of which looked like animals, and some like flowing water and mountains. Her old face was covered with wrinkles, but her eyes were bright and lively. Young witch, I can feel your difference. She raised a bony arm and tried to touch my forehead. Shaman, the chief suddenly exclaimed and knelt on his knees. Master Shaman. The tribesmen also lowered their heads. The young ones were fine, but the older ones were already in tears. What's going on? I don't understand. I'm exactly 300 years old this year. I am old. With the blessing of my ancestors, I can rest assured and go. The old witch spoke in a weak voice. 300 years old. I was shocked. Is this still a human? In fact, I didn't know that not only witches, but also powerful chiefs and totem warriors could live to be 300 years old. Alulu. The chief clapped his lips and shouted, and the tribesmen followed. For a moment, the shouting in the cave was deafening and echoing. The old shaman's hand finally touched my forehead. Boom! It was as if thunder was ringing in my mind, and a huge amount of information was received by me, and I vaguely felt that I had learned some skills. This is the shaman's inheritance. In the past 300 years, no new shaman has been born in the tribe, so I can only pass it on to you. The old shaman's voice became weaker. I finally understood what was going on. It turned out that after a witch chooses to inherit, he will die soon. I quickly supported the old shaman and asked sincerely, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Please, protect the people of Chi tribe. The old shaman died after he said this. His cries echoed in the cave, and my nose felt a little sore. After receiving the inheritance, I also gained some more memories. I knew that the old shaman had never left this cave in his life. The tribe survived when the shaman was alive, and the tribe perished when the shaman died. For the safety of the tribe, she imprisoned herself in the cave for 300 years. When she was young, she used to secretly look at the outside world through the cave entrance, and she also fantasized that when a new witch appeared, she would be free. This wait lasted for 300 years. When her witch power began to wane, and she could no longer create totem warriors for the tribe, she hoped even more urgently for a new witch to be born. But no, day after day, year after year, waiting and suffering were the themes of her remaining life. Fortunately, today, she finally waited for it. Although I'm not a shaman, as long as I'm a witch, what can I do? So she passed away peacefully, with a smile of relief left on her wrinkled face. Okay, I was deeply touched. I promise you, I will protect the people of Chi tribe. I lifted the old shaman above my head. The tribesmen cried again, and no one said much. After a long time, the chief and I arranged the old shaman's body and waited for the burial tomorrow. Then they returned to the bonfire hall. At this time, Doe had been pushed to the side of the bonfire by the tribesmen. As the woman of the witch, she had such rights. Now, please, Master Shaman, guide us in the right direction. The chief knelt on one knee again. I nodded. The death of the old shaman had plunged the tribe into a sad atmosphere. This was unacceptable. Follow me. I thought about it and pulled Doe towards the water pool. The chief also hurriedly led people to follow. From today on, Chili tribe no longer has to worry about running out of water. I took out water and filled the pool. As the tribe members stared in amazement, he continued, "From now on, everyone must take a bath. Anyone who doesn't will be expelled from the tribe." Chapter 006, The Role of the Chief. This water. It actually has such a powerful magical power. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd, followed by boiling cheers, and finally the sound of crying. The Chi tribe was really short of water. The Chi tribe was really in need of powerful witches. People cheered with tears on their faces, and the haze brought by the old shaman's death was dispelled a lot. After everyone calmed down, I solemnly announced my first order. From now on, everyone must take a bath. Those who don't will be expelled from the tribe. Wuju, wuju. No one objected, and everyone shouted loudly to celebrate the rebirth of the Chi tribe. It was late at night. The chief discussed with me that the remaining work would be done tomorrow, and then he dismissed the excited tribesmen. Finally, only Do was left standing obediently beside the pool. She lowered her head, her expression unclear in the darkness, and her occasional breathing revealed her inner tension. "Your name is Do?" "Yes." "Take a shower here. I'll wait for you when I get back." After I said that, I turned and left. It was dark here, so there was no need to worry about other tribesmen seeing her. As for me watching it myself, actually, I want to, but Do hasn't had a bath in a long time, and I really don't want to watch her rubbing mud. Although it is a unique experience for a cute little beauty to rub mud. Maybe next time. I fell asleep right after returning to the cave. The next morning, I opened my eyes and my expression became strange. I felt something on my stomach. I reached out and touched it. Delicate, smooth, and tender. "Master Wuju, you're awake." Doyo, whose thighs were a little itchy, woke up slowly, then stood up in fear. "I'll go prepare food now." She was upset. She actually put her legs on Master Wuju. She woke up later than Master Wuju. What if Master Wuju got angry and didn't want her anymore? She shuddered and hurried out. "Come back." I called her back, unhappily. Do's body froze, thinking I was going to punish her, and she knelt on the ground. "Master Wuju, I was wrong." "You're great. I just touched it twice and you took it away. You were so polite, but you don't have to be like this. Get up quickly and don't kneel down casually in the future." I stood up, grabbed her arm, and helped her up. Smooth, soft, so comfortable. Unfortunately, the light is too dim and I can't see anything. Seeing that my tone was not harsh, poor Do secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But what is Master Wuju looking for on my arm? Suddenly, there was a light in the darkness. I held the match and looked at it. Wow, big watery eyes, a small nose, and a cherry mouth. Below is a slender neck, with a small piece of animal skin in front of her body, supporting an exaggerated arc. White. She has lived in caves for many years, and her skin is often covered with thick mud, making her skin white and delicate. Even in my previous life, this was still a goddess-level beauty. When I was about to look down, the match went out. I was still not satisfied and wanted to light another one, but Do knelt down again. Fire. Master Wuju can make fire. Her heart was in turmoil. The shock of yesterday was nothing compared to the brilliance of this moment. Fire was a gift from heaven. How could Master Wuju use it out of thin air? Even the old shaman couldn't make a fire. Could it be that the shaman has become so powerful? She was shocked and was pulled up by me, who had lost all thoughts. She walked out of the cave in a daze. The chief had already brought people to the bonfire hall because they were going to bury the old shaman. Everyone's faces were not very happy. "Master Wuju, can we set off now?" Seeing me coming, the chief hurriedly asked. "Let's go." I nodded. A warrior carried the old shaman on his back and led the team out. According to what I have learned, most primitive people's funerals are very perverted. For example, the deceased's bones would be crushed and scattered into ashes, which would be shared by the tribe members to represent that the deceased was still alive in everyone's heart. Or the head would be chopped off and hung on the edge of the tribal territory so that the deceased could continue to protect the homeland and make use of his remaining energy. Fortunately, the Chi tribe was relatively normal, so all we had to do was find a natural pit, throw the body in, and bury it. It should be noted that you cannot dig a pit yourself, because if you cannot find a natural pit, it means that the heaven and earth do not recognize the deceased. In this case, it means that the deceased is guilty and can only be thrown into the wilderness to be eaten by wild beasts. Therefore, a funeral sometimes takes a long time, and the warriors will keep looking for pits and will not give up easily. Because of this, only strong adult men can attend funerals. "Master Wuju, just send it here. You can go back. The food has been prepared for you." At the entrance of the cave, the chief stopped me. "I want to see the old shaman off for the last time." I walked without stopping. The inheritance that the old shaman gave me is extremely precious, and he is my mentor. Moreover, the old shaman devoted his entire life to the tribe, and such a person deserves respect. The chief looked a little embarrassed. The words of the witch doctor could not be refuted. But this trip might be dangerous. The tribe finally had a witch doctor, so how could they easily take risks? Don't worry, Chief. My magical powers can ensure my safety. I knew what he was thinking and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Okay, so the 5 warriors, plus the chief and me, a total of 7 people, walked out of the valley. As for other warriors and tribesmen, they had to go hunting and gathering and make daily necessities. In primitive society, the work of survival could not be stopped. The early morning and late autumn was freezing cold. Even the thick-skinned primitives could not stand it, so the group quickened their pace to resist the cold. It seems that we need to solve the problem of the tribesmen's clothing. Soon, several people walked into a dense jungle, and the chief signaled everyone to stop. As I stared in astonishment, the chief shouted and slammed the wooden staff in his hand into the ground. Then a faint white light emanated from his body, spreading out like ripples and covering several people. I felt my whole body warm up, and the energy I had just consumed was replenished in an instant. What was going on? I was a little confused, so I quickly searched the memories of the original owner and the old shaman. It turned out that the chief was not a simple character, but a powerful existence who could add various states to the tribesmen. Spread out a little, expand the search range, and be careful not to leave my and the Master Witch's sight. Once you find a suitable pit, speak up immediately. After the chief added status, he began to direct the action. I nodded secretly. These primitive people were not stupid. There were still some smart people among them. No, there is movement. At this time, the bear suddenly looked at the dense forest in front of it with fierce eyes. He raised his bone knife, lowered his body, and slowly walked forward. The 2 warriors immediately took out their stone spears and followed him. The warrior carrying the old shaman and another warrior stayed beside the chief and me. Roar! The forest shook violently, dead branches and leaves fluttered, and a roar of beasts resounded through the sky. Chapter 007. Getting angry for no reason, a beast roared from the front. Several small trees were broken, and a huge monster rushed out from behind the lush branches and leaves. It looked like a wild boar, but larger, with brown hair and a raised bone ridge on its back. It was nearly 3 meters tall. Needless to say, its length was like a small house, and it was extremely oppressive. And I noticed that the hooves on its 2 front legs were covered with sharp bone claws, which looked sharper and more dangerous than its fangs. Ah, Loyalol! The bear slapped its mouth and yelled, showing no fear at all, and confronted it with a bone knife in hand. 2 warriors stood behind the tree, defending themselves with spears. It's a beast. The bear is no match for them, the chief exclaimed. Ferocious beast? I was shocked. Ferocious beasts are species between wild beasts and fierce beasts. They are still wild beasts in essence, but their desire and ability to attack are stronger. The beast's physical strength is almost comparable to that of a ferocious beast, but it does not have the blessing of bloodline power, so it cannot be considered a ferocious beast. This place is not far from the tribe's territory. How could there be a wild beast? I felt something was fishy. But now was not the time to think about this. The wild boar had already launched an attack. It lowered its head and charged at the bear with its 2 fangs. Its huge body gave it terrible strength, and a simple charge was enough to kill the bear. But the bear was not a pushover. He rolled on the ground and stabbed the boar's neck with his bone knife. The bone knife deflected and hit the wild boar's shoulder, breaking immediately. The 2 warriors immediately thrust out stone spears, aiming at the wild boar's eyes, but the wild boar shook its head and broke the stone spears. Aloyalu! The situation was urgent. The chief clapped his lips and shouted, and another circle of white ripples spread out. My body was hot, and suddenly I felt full of strength. It was a power bonus. Sure enough, the warriors who received the bonus looked stronger. The chief hadn't stopped yet, and the 3rd wave spread. I felt that my body was a little heavier, which should be a defense bonus. Master Wuju, let's go. The chief seemed very weak. He leaned against a tree and panted heavily. He said hurriedly, let's go. The bears won't be able to hold out for long. The Chi tribe is in your hands. I remained unmoved and looked forward. At this time, the wild boar turned its head and aimed at the bear again. It seemed to know that the bear was its strongest enemy, so it dug its hooves into the ground a few times and launched a second sprint. Can this beast only charge? I asked. This is a high-backed porcupine. In addition to charging, it can also trample. Its hooves are very dangerous. If it finds an opportunity, we have no chance of survival. The chief was anxious. We can't hurt it, Lord Shaman. Let's go. The old shaman hasn't been buried yet, and I won't abandon you. I rushed forward. Even with the chief's status bonus, the unarmed warriors couldn't hold on. It was not easy to avoid the huge and fast wild boar. The bear did not dodge. Instead, he opened his arms, his muscles bulged explosively, and he grabbed the wild boar's 2 tusks and wrestled with it. In the primitive jungle, huge beasts wrestle with human warriors. This scene is extremely visually impactful. Two warriors nearby also came to help. One grabbed the wild boar's tail to try to help the bear share some of the pressure. The other held a broken spear and stabbed the wild boar's abdomen. But their strength was too small. The strength of an adult primitive man was between 300 and 500 kilograms. Even with the power added by the chief, they were still far from being a match for the wild boar. The wild boar was seen jumping around on the spot, shaking its head and but wildly, and the bear and the warrior who caught its tail flew out. The warrior holding the broken spear was unable to dodge and was stepped on the arm by the wild boar, and screams rang out immediately. "Master Wuju, don't come over here." The warrior whose bones were crushed screamed when he saw me rushing to him. Blood splattered, and the hot, smelly blood sprayed all over the warrior's face. The wild boar's front leg that was stepping on him was chopped off and rolled to the ground. Roar! The wild boar felt pain and suddenly stood up, stepping towards me with its remaining front leg. Its huge body was intimidating, and its sharp bone claws gleamed. Puff! A cold light flashed, and a pig's hind leg rolled to the ground again. Plop! The wild boar's body, which was as big as a small house, fell heavily to the ground, and dust and leaves flew everywhere, and the forest shook. I was holding a knife with red eyes, and I ran very hard, but some warriors were still injured. Little did I know that this scene shocked everyone. The warrior whose arm was crushed seemed not to feel any pain. He stared at me blankly with his mouth wide open. The bear and another warrior who had climbed up in the distance also stood there in a daze. They looked at the roaring wild boar on the ground, then looked at me and the knife in my hand, and then knelt down again. Killing 10 beasts makes you a warrior, and killing one beast also makes you a warrior. At this moment, they looked at me with admiration in their eyes, astonished by my beauty. I didn't think anything of it. I just discovered that both the wild boars and the warriors only knew how to fight with brute force. The warriors can only use some experience and teamwork, but they don't know any moves. That's why the battle is so difficult. "How are you?" I squatted down to check the warrior's injuries. His entire arm was shattered and blood was constantly flowing out. I was furious, but I couldn't help but admire this warrior. He was so seriously injured, but he just screamed. I pressed the warrior's shoulder, my palms felt warm, and I naturally used the skill that the old shaman taught me. It was healing, the shaman's exclusive skill. "Master Shaman, I'm Ufine." The warrior quickly got up and knelt on the ground. He was so shocked that his voice was almost tearful. The shaman was not only a warrior, but also a shaman. The bleeding in his arm has stopped. Oh my god, how long has it been since the Chi tribe saw a healing technique? Even if I died today, it's worth it. What are you doing? Get up. If you still want to recognize me as a shaman, you will not be allowed to kneel down casually in the future. When I saw him behave like this, and saw the chief and others all kneeling on the ground, I was furious. I thrust the knife hard into the wild boar's throat. Puff! Suddenly, the wild boar, which had been roaring continuously, became silent. I shouted, "Why don't you get up?" I was like a god or a demon at this moment. The chiefs and warriors quickly stood up, looking confused. The witch was strong, but he had a strange temper. He got angry for no reason. Chapter 008. Let me summarize. In the jungle, I picked up a knife and dismembered the wild boar. It was too big for the warriors to take back, so they had to take it separately. The bloody smell is too strong. I'm afraid it will attract more beasts. Master Wuju, let's go. The chief recovered a little and looked worried. I asked the question in my mind. This is not deep in the jungle, so close to the territory. Is it normal for wild beasts to appear here? The chief sighed and said, "It's normal at this time. Every year when winter is approaching, wild beasts will attack our territory. They also need a place to live during the winter. There is such a thing." I was shocked and immediately found a relevant memory in my mind. It seems that there are too many things to do. I have to find a way to strengthen the defense capabilities of the territory when I go back. I'll skin the animal, and then we'll go. In the tribe, skinning was one of the jobs that young people were responsible for, and the original owner was experienced. So I moved quickly and got a huge piece of skin. "Master Wuju, this knife." Xiong's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help asking. "Bear, shut up." The chief interrupted him directly. How could the tribe members understand the witch's things, let alone ask about them? "It's just a small reward. It's nothing special. I'll give it to you as a reward when you make great contributions." I said lightly. I don't know what the knife is made of, but it's not ordinary metal. But the shape is too ugly, I don't like it. The bear's eyes widened, and the other warriors were eager to try. "Master Shaman, can we also be rewarded for our meritorious service?" "Of course." I smiled slightly. It is a good thing that the warriors are eager for weapons, which means they are eager for strength and eager to protect the tribe. After a while, All 7 of us were carrying a lot of stuff. The chief and I each carried half a piece of fur, but there was no other way. The whole piece was too heavy for both of us to carry. The warriors each carried 1 leg. The old shaman was very light, so 4 warriors took turns carrying him. The bear dragged the huge pig's head. Fortunately, they didn't have to walk far before they found a suitable pit. After bidding farewell to the old shaman, they hurried to the territory. Because the smell of blood was too strong, they were like living targets and were in great danger. Along the way, I saw many vines. Even in late autumn, some of them were still green and lush. Good stuff. I secretly made a note of it and quickened my pace. After returning to the valley, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Relatively speaking, the valley was relatively safe, with cliffs several dozen meters high on both sides, so even medium-sized and large wild beasts could not get down. As for the valley entrance, the terrain was dangerous, so as long as there were no ferocious beasts, the warriors would be fine if they could defend it. From a distance, I saw several tribesmen waiting at the cave entrance, and the leader was Doe. This was the first time I saw Doe clearly. She is young and beautiful, with a wild air, fair skin, flowing eyes, and indescribably attractive. The most eye-catching thing is her pair of long, snow-white legs, straight and tight, which makes people imagine. Seeing me, she ran over to me, her plump body swaying up and down, which made me excited again. The warriors were also fascinated. If her mouth was longer, Doe would also be a beauty. However, when the warriors thought that this was the woman of the witch, they immediately lowered their heads and secretly condemned themselves. After collecting the spoils, the chief sent warriors and adult men to try to recover the wild boar carcass. The tribesmen gathered together again to pray for the old shaman. After a busy period, it was time for dinner. The warrior with the broken arm was chewing the meat while telling his tribesmen about my exploits in hunting the high-backed porcupine, which greatly satisfied my vanity. At that time, primitive people ate raw meat and drank blood, and ate wild fruits directly with raw meat. Doe and I were given a raw lamb leg for small fruits as big as jujubes and a bucket of blood. This was an extremely luxurious meal, enough for 5 warriors. But I put on a chuckle. I've been eating fruit for a month, and now I just can't stand it anymore. I want a roast leg of lamb. Doe, go get some dry wood. Okay. The tribe needed everything, wood. Soon, Doe came back with a large pile of wood. I put the wood in place, and then pulled out a half-burned stick directly from the campfire to use as a fire starter. This, Master Wuju, no. Stop it now, or you'll be punished by God. Primitive people worshipped fire. To them, fire was a gift from heaven and earth, foreshadowing the rise and fall of the tribe. Like witches, fire was the most direct connection between heaven and earth and man. So when they saw me destroying the bonfire, the tribesmen panicked. The witch was indeed stupid. Master Wuju, what are you doing? The chief came closer, tremblingly. If anyone else did this, he would have slapped him, but since Master Wuju did this, he could only ask. Quiet. I stood up holding the burning stick and said earnestly, Family, we were wrong. I looked at everyone, and finally stopped at the chief. Heaven and earth are kind. They gave us fire for us to use, not for us to worship. I understand that talking about science to my tribesmen is like talking to a cow, so I just do things in my identity as a witch. Now, I order you in the name of the witch. From now on, you must light a torch at the entrance of each cave. I want the cave to be as bright as day. I order you in the name of the witch. From now on, you can choose to eat raw food or roast it over fire. I want you all to eat more delicious and healthier food. I order you in the name of the witch. From now on, when you face wild beasts, you can use fire to attack them. I want our home to be strong and safe. As soon as I finished speaking, I threw the stick onto the firewood that Doe had brought, then took out a match and struck it. Wow! The fire on the ground and the fire in my hand burned at the same time, illuminating my resolute face. Wow! The tribesmen who had been anxious just now immediately shut up. The witch can control fire. So, except for the chief and the warrior with a broken arm, the other old, weak, women and children knelt down again. Everyone was filled with passion. In less than a day, the tribe had enough water, witches, warriors, shamans, and they had hunted wild animals and could even use fire. Is the Chi tribe finally going to rise? All this is because of this man in front of him, this ugly but powerful man. Everyone, stand up. Did you hear what Master Wuju said? The chief was a chief after all, and he quickly controlled his shock and excitement. He knocked the ground with his wooden stick and said loudly, Let me summarize the 3 requests of a witch. First, everyone must take a shower. Second, do not kneel casually. Third, you can use fire freely. The tribesmen cheered. Only and I looked at Doe with disdain, then rolled her eyes and revealed a confident smile. Chapter 009, Harvest and Crisis. In a spacious cave, several simple torches have been lit. Because there is no fuel on them, they burn very quickly and make crackling sounds. Master Wuju, this cave was where the witch lived before. Now you can move in and live here. The chief said, while looking at the items in the cave curiously. This cave is the largest and quietest cave in the tribe. Although he has been here several times, it was always dark and he could not see anything. I was also full and satisfied. I looked around and found that the ceiling of the cave was covered with white stalactites, reflecting the light of the torches, like a sky full of stars, magnificent and spectacular. In front of me was a natural stone table, filled with various animal bones, tusks, and unknown feathers. Some stone jars contained some pigments. The walls were covered with animal skins of various sizes. In the corners were some plants, the earliest herbal medicines that could stop bleeding. There was also a small hole next to it, through which one could vaguely see a stone bed covered with hay and animal skins. Doe, what do you think? Facing the chief's question, I thought about it and asked Doe. Doe didn't expect me to ask her this. The Chi tribe is a patriarchal tribe dominated by men, and women have no status. So she was very surprised and mustered up the courage to say, where the witch lives, I live there. Okay, let's live here. I nodded. I was actually a little reluctant. After all, the old shaman had lived here for 300 years and just died yesterday. Today I'm moving in, but in this situation, there's no need to be so particular. This cave has a bedroom, which at least provides better privacy, and I don't have to listen to the sounds of the tribesmen fighting at night. Good. The chief breathed a sigh of relief. After everything was arranged, we began to celebrate the birth of the tribe's first warrior. The chief took out the paint, which was actually a kind of powder ground from stone, and dotted it on my forehead. This was something I strongly requested. Originally, I was supposed to apply it from the center of my forehead to my chin, but I didn't like to paint myself like that. I also didn't like this weird ritual, so I kept it simple. After finally completing the ritual, I was thinking about the corn and prepared to go back to the cave. Master Wuju, Master Chief, and I squeezed out of the crowd. And what can I do for you? Facing the most beautiful young woman in the tribe, the chief's tone was much gentler. Yesterday, the witch said that he would reward me as the first warrior in the tribe. Ni's voice was loud and her face was full of pride. Because she will soon be the witch's woman. She knows that no man in the tribe can resist her charm. Before, the witch doctor just complained that he didn't take a bath, but now he has taken a bath. The witch doctor must have known that he would become the first warrior of the tribe, so he made such a rule. He wanted to use his real strength to get me. No wonder he was not in a hurry to mate. It turned out that I could not escape from his grasp. In order to prevent other male members from being jealous, he even asked for Doe, the ugly one, to cover up his tracks. He went to great lengths for me, and I screamed in her heart. I don't know whether primitive people have love, but I know that an eye has fallen. When the others heard this, they also had an expression of sudden enlightenment, and it was obvious that they had the same idea as an eye. Even Doe was about to cry. It turned out that the one that Wuju really wanted was an eye. I was the only one who was dumbfounded. I didn't expect that I would shoot myself in the foot, and it would hurt so much. I looked at Ni's face. It was the face of a Yuanmo man. If you didn't look at the body, you couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. Ahem. I coughed twice and tried to organize my words in my mind. But my cough scared the chief. The witch gave him the most beautiful woman in the tribe as an award. He must be too embarrassed to say it himself. He coughed to remind me to make the announcement. So he gave me a reassuring look, looked at an eye with a smile, and said softly, "Yes, yesterday." Yes. I quickly interrupted the chief with a loud shout. A cold expression appeared on his face, and his voice suddenly became low. The warriors I'm talking about are real warriors. I took Doe's hand and squeezed it, then continued, "And I'm a witch of the tribe, not a real warrior." After saying that, I took Doe and left, leaving behind the tribesmen who looked stunned. And I stood there in a daze, her long mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a word. I pulled Doe back to the new cave, which had been cleaned by someone, and there were brand new animal skins on the stone bed. You stay outside the hole and watch. Don't let anyone in. I was in a hurry to harvest the corn. Okay. Doe responded obediently. I flashed into the space. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward. A bag of potatoes and a bag of fertilizer. Is there a sign-in reward every day? I grinned. This taste is so delicious. At first glance, my heart felt even happier. I saw the fields were green and mixed with golden corns. Each corn was crystal clear, plump and round. The numbers above the corn have changed to midnight. Harvest. Without any hesitation, I approached the farmland and said, the next moment the farmland was suddenly cleared and 10 bags of corn appeared in front of me. So many. I was surprised. The bag in front of me was very big, each bag weighing at least 70 or 80 kilograms. 10 bags equals 700 to 800 kilograms. There are less than 200 people in the Chi tribe now. If each person eats 4 kilograms a day, it is just enough for a day. The maturation period of corn is 1 day, and after harvesting it is just enough to eat for 1 day. In other words, as long as there is a steady supply of seeds, the tribe will never be short of food. I have potatoes now, and the yield should be higher than corn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully harvesting corn and a bag of corn seeds as a reward. Huh, seeds again, but I only have 1 piece of land. Should I plant corn or potatoes? The sun was setting. The mottled sunlight danced in the forest. The bear led the warriors and the adults and slowly retreated. Bears, there are too many of them. We can't lead them back to the tribe's territory. That's right, fight them. The warriors carrying wild boar meat looked solemn. Xiong nodded, holding a bone knife and picking up small snakes that flew towards him. Not far in front of them, there were densely packed snakes. Let's go up the mountain and stay out of the valley. Ah, good. Yeah, you run fast. Go back and tell the witch and the chief to make preparations early. Good. An adult tribesman didn't hesitate and turned around and ran. The rest of the people went to higher places, but before they climbed very high, they gasped. There was a yellow python, perfectly hidden in the jungle. On its 1-meter-long head, 2 scarlet inverted triangle eyes were staring at everyone. Chapter 010 Sulfur. After much deliberation, Chun Fan finally decided to grow potatoes. In space, corn and potatoes take a day to mature. Outside, the growing cycle of potatoes and corn is similar, about 4 months. But corn has a large target and weak survival ability. Even in the past, in that technologically advanced era, corn was often destroyed by wild boars, let alone now. Potatoes are different. Not only do they have stronger survival capabilities, but they also don't require much skill to grow. Obviously more suitable for the environment of primitive society. After the sowing was completed, he picked up the animal skin he had been rewarded with yesterday, grabbed 2 more corns, and returned to the real world. Doe was guarding the hole outside meticulously. Bean, come here. Chun Fan raised the corners of his mouth. In such a primitive world, it was a very good thing to have a woman who would obey him in everything. This is for you. It's a reward for standing guard. What's this? Doe took the corn, which was something she had never seen before. The large green leaves are tender and soft and emit a sweet fragrance. She thought this thing should be edible, and, after taking a bite, come, I'll teach you how to eat it. Chun Fan burst out laughing. He reached out and pulled the corn silk out her mouth. Very sweet, Master Wuju, Doe said happily, her eyes curved into crescent shapes, and she hugged Chun Fan's arm. Then eat it. Chun Fan stuffed the corn silk back into her mouth. This thing was indeed edible, but in the prosperous times of his previous life, no one ate it. He tore off the green skin, found a thin wooden stick, and strung the corn together by twisting it vigorously. A fire was built and the corn was roasted. In fact, he had never roasted anything before, so his movements were inevitably clumsy, but Doe saw it and felt that there was a different kind of charm. In addition to fear and admiration, the look he gave Chun Fan also contained a hint of tenderness. Soon, the plump corn kernels were roasted to an even more golden color. He turned them casually, and the aroma filled the air. It smells so good. Doe swallowed her saliva. Her eyes were full of little stars. She looked cute and lovely. Okay, you can eat now. Chun Fan handed it to her. At this time, they were both squatting on the ground, and from his perspective, he could just see the fullness of the beans. The small animal skin was not fixed very well, and it fell off slightly with a round and white exaggerated arc and a pink. Chun Fan's breathing became rapid. Feeling his gaze, Doe moved a little shyly, trying to let him see more clearly. The Wuju is the only one in the tribe who doesn't despise me, so I must behave well. Chun Fan didn't hesitate to pull the small piece of animal skin down again and started playing with it. Master Wuju, Doe ate the corn and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, footsteps were suddenly heard outside, and Chun Fan hurriedly tidied up the beans. Master Wuju, it's bad. There are snakes. The person hasn't arrived yet, but the voice has already been heard. Snakes. Chun Fan was most afraid of snakes. He was scared to death of just one, let alone a group of snakes. But he is a witch now, so he has to endure it no matter how scared he is. After you finish eating, wash the hide. I will make you a set of clothes tomorrow. My woman, you can't wear so little. After giving Doe his instructions, he walked straight out and ran into the tribesman and the chief who came to report the news. Master Wuju, the tribesman panted and said, the bears have led the snakes to the mountain. What should we do? Go prepare torches, 1 for each person. Chun Fan said without hesitation that the cave was now almost full of old, weak, and sick people, and using fire was the most effective method. Good. The tribesmen immediately started to prepare. Chief, fire is a gift from God, and wild animals are afraid of fire. You lead everyone to hold torches and guard the cave entrance. I will go up the mountain to meet Xiong and the others. The chief nodded. This was the only way. Master Wuzhu, be careful. Rest assured. In this way, Chun Fan walked out of the cave holding a torch. The sunset here is always beautiful, but he had no time to appreciate it and hurried up the mountain. As soon as we got out of the valley, we saw some small snakes roaming in the grass, and there were also some small snakes in the trees. So much. Chun Fan felt a little nervous. He looked around, took out a knife, and started chopping at a huge tree. He wanted to light a big tree on fire to block the entrance to the valley and prevent the snakes from entering. As he was chopping, he discovered that the tree had a strong fragrance coming out of it, and there was not even a single snake on the tree. Looking closely, the tree is nearly 20 meters tall, with a straight trunk, small and thin branches, and oval and round leaves. Golden Namu. Chun Fan was shocked. This was top quality wood that could repel mosquitoes and refresh the mind. It also had a dense texture and would not rot even if preserved for thousands of years. More importantly, golden Namu can keep food fresh, so it can be used as a simple refrigerator. He looked around and saw golden Namu trees everywhere outside the valley. Scent. The fear in his heart was completely dispelled by joy, and he swung the sword vigorously. Snap! The big tree fell down with a loud noise, blocking the entrance to the valley. The trees were very dry in late autumn, and the surface of the branches and leaves of the golden Namu was covered with a layer of fine hairs, which made them particularly flammable. He put the torch over there, and a raging fire immediately started. This tree can burn for 4 or 5 hours without any problem. He talked to himself, cleared the weeds around the big tree to avoid causing a forest fire, and continued to climb the mountain. Not far on the mountain, I saw a giant snake lying in front of me, with its tail as thick as a bucket swinging back and forth. Its body was covered with scales the same color as dead leaves. Chun Fan was a little panicked again. There was no way. He really couldn't muster the courage to chop the big snake, but he had to save his people. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to go around and reunite with his tribesmen first. He had to fight his way through the thorns and bushes, guarding against poisonous plants and the small snakes that would occasionally shoot at him, so he moved forward very slowly. It was not until the sun had completely set that we saw Xiong and the others. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. The place they were in was very safe. The densely packed little snakes seemed to be afraid of something and did not dare to come forward. Master Wuzhu. When Xiong and others saw Chun Fan, they quickly ran down to greet him. Just this time, those irritable little snakes found an outlet to vent and came like a tide. Go back! Chun Fan shouted loudly and couldn't help but quicken his pace. But the small snakes had surrounded him, so he waved the torch to open a path and approached the bear and others. Master Wuzhu, are you okay? The bear looked anxious and annoyed. I'm fine. These snakes don't dare to come near here. Don't dare. Once they get here, they will stop and the big snake won't come over. Chun Fan nodded, and then he smelled the smell of rotten eggs again, which made him very uncomfortable. He suddenly realized that it was possible that the snakes were afraid to approach because of the smell. What is it? He racked his brains to think, and then his eyes lit up. It was the smell of sulfur. Chapter 011, Making Bows and Arrows. Sulfur. The most common yellow crystals found near volcanoes. It is actually a liquid in nature, which forms solid crystals or powder when cooled by air. It is highly volatile and has a pungent odor. Snakes are afraid of anything with a pungent smell. The experts he followed in his previous life carried a large amount of alcohol with them when they went to Shenanjia. Not only could it be used for disinfection, but more importantly, the smell of the alcohol could drive away some animals. God help me. Chun Fan felt relieved. With sulfur, he didn't have to be afraid of these snakes. Everyone, go up and find a kind of yellow, slightly transparent, smelly stone. These snakes are afraid of that kind of stone. He gave the order and took the lead to climb up. Although Xiong and others didn't understand why, they followed closely behind. Master Wuzhu, is this it? After a while, one of the tribesmen found sulfur. Yes, this stone is called sulfur. Let's light the torches and find as much sulfur as possible. Between life and death, the tribesmen did not worry about the fire. They had just seen Chun Fan use a torch to disperse the snakes, and they were envious. When they heard that they could also use fire, they were all delighted. Master Wuzhu, will this blaspheme heaven and earth? The bear was still a little worried. No, I have received the will of God. From now on, fire can be used freely. Fires have been lit everywhere in the tribe. Lulu. The witch's words were unquestionable. People cheered and started looking for branches to make torches. After a long time, each one held a torch, and each held a large lump of sulfur. Good. So much sulfur is a very precious treasure. Chun Fan waved his hand and said, "Let's go home." "Galila, go home." The tribesmen were excited, shouting and jumping, rushing towards the snake group like bandits descending the mountain. Wherever he went, the little snakes retreated. Lulu. Now people were even more excited and had even more respect for Master Wuju. But Chun Fan noticed that the big snake didn't move at all. "Bear, what kind of snake is that?" "Leaf snake," the bear shouted. "It's a vicious beast." "A vicious beast." Chun Fan was startled and quickly shouted, "Go around the snake. Don't provoke it." Upon hearing this, several tribesmen who were overconfident and rushed towards the big snake quickly changed direction. Only then did Chun Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Snakes are afraid of sulfur, but that is just a fear. Sulfur cannot kill snakes. Ferocious beasts have bloodline power and a certain level of intelligence, so it's hard to say whether sulfur will be useful. Fortunately, the big snake never launched an attack, but slowly retreated. A large number of small snakes also left. Now the tribesmen cheered even more, and a group of 40 or 50 people returned to the valley entrance, singing and dancing. The golden Namu was still burning, and the fire was raging. Chun Fan quickly stopped everyone. The melting point of sulfur is not high, generally around 114 degrees Celsius, while the burning temperature of wood is between 300 degrees Celsius and 600 degrees Celsius. If you rush over there, it may cause an explosion. You guys wait first. So he went forward and brought water from the stream to put out the fire. When the flames were completely extinguished, he ordered, "Throw half of the sulfur here and throw the remaining half evenly on both sides of the valley." In the eyes of the tribesmen at this time, he was like a god, and they naturally did things carefully according to his instructions. After everything was arranged, the chief also brought people to meet them. Everyone gathered together to discuss and agreed that the leaf snake would attack again. Now that the tribe has fire and sulfur, the little snakes are naturally nothing to worry about. But the leaf snakes have thick scales, and the bone and stone weapons in the tribe are completely useless. Only fire attack. Chun Fan thought about it, and realized that there were no conditions for refining metals at the moment, and using fire was the most practical method. But asking the warriors to go up and fight the leaf snakes with torches would be simply seeking death. So a bow and arrow must be made. Now the tribe can't even use fire properly. They should be in the earliest Paleolithic age and have not yet invented bows and arrows. At least the Chi tribe doesn't have bows and arrows. Chun Fan thought hard. According to Cao Gongji, the most important thing in ancient bow making was material selection. The best materials are wood, horns, tendons, glue, silk, and paint. The stem refers to the wood and bamboo used to make the main part of the bow arm, which is stacked in multiple layers to prevent breakage. Horn refers to animal horns, which are made into thin slices, soaked in water and dried, and attached to the inside of the bow arm, which can greatly increase the elasticity. Sinew refers to the animal's tendons, which are attached to the outside of the bow arm and have the same function as the horns. Glue refers to animal glue, which is used to bond dry wood and tendons. Silk refers to the silk thread, which is tightly wrapped around the two ends of the bow arm to form a string, which can also make it stronger. The lacquer is to protect the bow arms from moisture and sunlight. The tribe cannot gather all these materials, but there is no need to make a very sophisticated bow and arrow now. After all, even a sophisticated bow and arrow may not be able to penetrate the scales of a leaf snake. So as long as they can shoot arrows, the warriors will have the ability to set fires remotely. After figuring this out, he acted decisively. "Chief, take your men out immediately to harvest bamboos. There must be at least 200 bamboos." "Good." The chief didn't ask any more questions and took several warriors and a dozen adult tribesmen out of the cave. "Bear, take some people to collect green vines. The more the better." "Good." The bear took the remaining warriors and adult tribesmen away. Although it was dark, the snakes had just retreated, so the area should be relatively safe. Then Chun Fan called Do and asked her to lead the women to make ropes. The earliest rope was not even invented by humans, but by monkeys, so the Chi tribe had been using ropes for a long time. When women go out to collect, they often use ropes to go up and down the mountains. He called Lai Fu, a boy of the same age as him, and asked him to lead the other boys to collect branches in the valley to use as material for arrows. Finally, he gathered the few old people together and taught them how to refine animal oil. Even if an ordinary wooden arrow is lit on fire, it has no killing power because the flame will go out during flight. Only with oil can the fire still be strong after the arrow flies out. The tribe stored some food for the winter, mostly animal meat, so it was not difficult to extract some animal oil. After arranging all this, he walked to the entrance of the cave and looked at the long strip of sky above the valley. The stars shined like a galaxy. With the crisis hanging in his mind, he was reminded of the past and felt extremely melancholy. He couldn't help but miss the comfort of his previous life. Without a long breath, he looked ahead and saw the young men hanging on the trees working hard. Behind him, the bonfire hall, the women and the elderly were also busy working nervously. They are real people. They just want to survive. Please protect the people of the Chi tribe. The old shaman's dying request suddenly echoed in his ears, and Chun Fan's eyes flashed. Now that we are here, let's make the best of it. I will definitely protect the Chi tribe. The reputation of the Chi tribe will surely resound throughout this savage continent. Chapter 012 Corn and Pork Ribs Soup. Bonfire Hall. Chun Fan asked two middle-aged women to dig a pit not far from the campfire. He knelt on the ground, digging a huge stone with a knife. He wanted to make a big pot. Just now he took a walk in the valley and actually found several saltwood trees. The saltwood is the saltiest plant in the world. It is usually knee-high, purple-red in color, and has narrow, thin leaves with serrated edges. The fruit it produces is as big as a fingernail, white in color, and has a laxative effect. A circle of white crystals will form on the surface of the fruit, which is salt. Because this fruit has little flesh, it cannot satisfy hunger, tastes too salty, and can cause diarrhea. Therefore, the clumsy tribesmen never discovered the existence of salt and regarded it as poisonous food. Once they saw the fruits, they would clean them up. This also resulted in Chun Fan not getting any salt. But it doesn't matter. The branches and leaves of the saltwort tree are also salty and can be used as seasoning. So he picked a lot and prepared to make a pot of corn and pork ribs soup for his tribesmen. Soon the big pit was dug. Chun Fan asked them to move a pile of firewood and put it in, and a simple stove was ready. Slowly, the boys came back one after another, having collected a lot of branches. Master Wuju, do you think this is enough? My husband, who was a small leader for the first time, was a little excited and seemed to be reluctant to leave. That's enough. You did a great job. Go to sleep. We're not tired. We can help weave the ropes. Lulu braiding ropes. Young people are full of energy, and protecting their homeland is their inherent responsibility and honor. That's enough rope. Let's all go to bed. At this time, Doe stood up and said, seeing that there were indeed a pile of ropes nearby, the boys had no choice but to return to their cave in disappointment. The women also left one by one, leaving only Chun Fan and Doe. Master Wuju, what are you doing? Doe came over, reached out to help Chun Fan wipe the sweat off his forehead, and asked curiously, cooking. Everyone has worked hard today. There's still a lot of work to do tomorrow, so make something delicious to reward everyone. Wow, Master Wuju is so thoughtful. Doe's eyes suddenly widened. She looked at Chun Fan's face and felt that he was becoming more and more handsome. Her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. Is the corn I grill for you delicious? Delicious. That's the best food Doe has ever eaten. The two chatted intermittently. Chun Fan concentrated on digging stones, and Doe kept wiping his sweat. Two fires were burning next to them, illuminating the faces of two modern people. After an unknown amount of time, the big stone pot was finally dug. He stood up and took a look, feeling very satisfied. Just at this time, the chief came back with everyone, each of them carrying a dozen bamboos and placing them neatly at the entrance of the cave. Master Wuju, what are you doing? The chief and his party had a very smooth journey. He didn't know what the shaman wanted the bamboos for, but completing the task assigned by the shaman gave him a sense of accomplishment. Now seeing Chun Fan fiddling with such a big stone, he couldn't help but ask, you'll know tomorrow. Now, let's go to bed. Chun Fan smiled. Good. So there are only two people left in the bonfire hall. Chun Fan placed a large stone pot on top of the pit. It was just the right size, and the flames underneath were fierce. Soon the stone pot became hot. Chun Fan quickly added water, threw in the branches and leaves of the saltwort tree, and then took out half a bag of corn. He let Doe peel the corn leaves while he moved the meat. A busy time. After a long time, the stone pot was filled with meat and corn, and a rich aroma emanated from it. The two were also tired, so they snuggled up to each other and fell asleep before they knew it. Chun Fan had a dream. In the dream, he and Doe were desk mates, and all his fellow villagers were his schoolmates. They were clean and tidy clothes, study in spacious and bright classrooms, and play football on a green playground. The chief became the principal and always liked to say a few words during the physical exercises. Several familiar older tribesmen served as logistics staff and prepared delicious food. The old shaman turned into a kind old professor, wearing a pair of reading glasses and telling unknown magical stories. He and Doe were in love. The two of them kissed and caressed each other in the grove on campus with the innocence of youth. Just as they were about to take the next step, a lot of people suddenly appeared in the grove, surrounding the two of them, pointing and talking. Chun Fan was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. When he opened his eyes, he found that it was the bear who had returned with his men. They were dragging several large clumps of vines with ropes. He was shouting and dragging himself in the valley. He wanted to get up to help, but Cadeau leaned on his shoulder. Her delicate facial features were like an oil painting, giving Chun Fan an unreal feeling. After all, I couldn't bear to disturb Do, so I could only let Xiong and the others work hard. In the big stone pot in front of me, the water had already been boiling, gurgling, and the aroma of meat and the fragrance of corn combined together. Chun Fan couldn't help feeling a little hungry. He swallowed, added some more water to the pot, and continued to simmer. Then he fell asleep again in a daze. When he opened his eyes again, his tribesmen were already standing in front of him. The place was filled with tribesmen who kept swallowing their saliva. But no one looked at the big stone pot, but looked at Chun Fan with tears in their eyes. In order to cook food for us, the witch worked hard and slept in the hall. Primitive people's thoughts are very simple, and their emotions are very direct. A small thing can move them deeply. Master Wuju, you are awake. Seeing Chun Fan open his eyes, the chief came over. Chun Fan nodded, only to find that he was lying on Do's thigh. When I turned my head, I saw Do Mion's happy little face right above me. When did this girl wake up? Chun Fan stood up, picked up the stone bowl that had been prepared long ago, and put a piece of meat and a piece of corn in it. Then top up with broth and pass the beans. Eat it. He patted Do's head lovingly, and then said to the chief, give it to everyone, and then work after eating. Yes. So for the first time in his life, the chief worked as a waiter. You know what? Shaking hands is a skill that doesn't require any teaching. The chief only learned it after making half a pot. So under the strange looks of his fellow tribesmen, the chief gradually became thicker-skinned. But even so, this big pot is still not enough. The older man only drank a little soup, and the chief himself didn't eat any either. He brought the last small bowl to Chun Fan. Master Wuju, this is yours. The chief sniffed hard and swallowed heavily, but his eyes were sincere. You eat it. Chun Fan waved his hands, and suddenly he felt a little sour in his nose. At this moment, he really felt at home. Seeing that the chief was still wasting time, he directly took out a bag of corn and beans and began to teach the tribesmen how to roast the corn. The chief burst into tears. After eating and drinking, all the people of the Chi tribe gathered in the valley. Everyone had a rosy face and was full of energy, waiting for Chun Fan to assign tasks. Chapter 013 being, it's time to go to bed. Chun Fan picked up a bamboo, cut it into 1 meter long, and handed it to the chief. Chief, take a few people with you and make all the bamboos this long. Good. He picked up another branch, cut it into 7 or 8 centimeters long, and handed it to his husband. Take the boys with you and make all the branches into this shape. Yes. Do, you take the women with you to collect hay, then tie the hay to the end of the branches with ropes, and finally apply animal oil. Do you understand? Understood. Bear, take all the warriors with you, connect the vines together, climb up to the top of the valley, and hang them down. Make sure they are sturdy and that we can climb up along the vines in the valley. Yes. Yeah. Take some of the adult tribesmen with you and go to the top of the valley to look for rocks. The more and bigger the better. Pile them all up on top and make sure they can be pushed down at any time. But be careful not to get blown down by the wind. Yes. Finally, leave a few people with me to dig the pit. Gather the remaining bamboos used by the chief, sharpen the ends, and I will teach you how to make a trap. Yes. The older tribesmen stayed in the cave and cooked food. Yes. After the tasks were assigned, the tribesmen shouted and each did their own thing. There was a bustling scene inside and outside the valley. Chun Fan brought several tribesmen with him and personally taught them how to dig pits and how to place wooden and bamboo thorns. After making the first trap, he fetched paint, marked the locations of the other traps, and ran to instruct the chiefs in splitting bamboo, and then taught the women how to make arrows. Only then did he realize that he did not have enough feathers, so he ran out of the valley to catch birds alone. Time flies. At noon, everyone sat together to eat and discuss the work progress of their own groups, and gradually they began to compare themselves with each other. So everyone worked harder in the afternoon, and everything went on in an orderly manner. Only Chun Fan. He couldn't catch the bird. Without feathers, the arrow cannot remain stable, and its power and accuracy will be greatly reduced. Fortunately, he found an unknown kind of leaf. In late autumn, the leaf was still green, thin but tough, and wide enough, so it only needed simple trimming to be made into arrow feathers. He enjoyed collecting leaves and made a simple basket to carry them back home. Almost there, Chun Fan filled the basket and estimated that it should be enough. Just as he was about to go back to send it off, he found that the sun had disappeared, so he quickly entered the space first. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward, a bag of wheat seeds and a bag of fertilizer. Host, sign in for 3 consecutive days, and you will be rewarded with an arrow tower. What? Chun Fan thought he had heard wrong, but when he went to the thatched hut, he saw an arrow tower. This is a wooden arrow tower, the size of thumb. If he hadn't been sharp-eyed, it would have been stepped on and destroyed. System, come out and give me a perfect explanation. But he soon discovered the problem. Does the space need an arrow tower? No. Moreover, this arrow tower did not seem to be solid. As soon as he thought about it, the arrow tower really floated up. Only then did he see clearly that it was simply a light and shadow effect. Could it be that? Chen Fan's heart began to beat rapidly. He was almost certain that this arrow tower was brought out and built outside. He was overjoyed. The Qi tribe lived in caves, and it was difficult for them to detect the danger outside the valley in the first place. So he originally had the idea of building a watchtower, and now, with the arrow tower, it saves a lot of trouble. Eager to verify his idea, he quickly harvested potatoes, planted wheat, and returned to the real world. Really, he selected the arrow tower and took it out. Suddenly, a 6-meter-high stone arrow tower appeared before his eyes, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. Thick wooden spikes are embedded in the thick stones at the bottom, giving the arrow tower excellent defensive capabilities. Above is a small enclosed house with shooting holes on all 4 sides, like a small fortress. Wow, this thing probably had to be made during the Qin dynasty, but I already had it in primitive society. However, it is impossible to rely on this to defeat the leaf snake head-on. It will probably fall apart as soon as the snake's tail swings. Moreover, in front of the leaf snake, this arrow tower is still too short and cannot play a big role. However, if there is a conflict with other tribes in the future, this will be a powerful weapon. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's excitement slowly subsided. He walked back carrying the basket, and the sky became completely dark. At this time, the tribesmen also stopped their work for the day. They were discussing the progress enthusiastically in the campfire hall, and everyone's face was filled with pride. Master Wuzhu. Seeing Chen Fan coming back with the basket, the chief felt ashamed. Master Wuzhu. The tribesmen felt a little embarrassed because the witch was still working and we came back first. Thinking about how Chen Fan cooked for them personally last night, and he couldn't bear to eat it after it was ready. Today, I personally took care of every detail until the very last minute. The tribesmen felt even more ashamed. Maybe they themselves don't realize that their emotions have become richer. Thank you for your hard work today. Chen Fan smiled, put the basket aside, and took out 2 bags of potatoes. Bean, cook these and share them with everyone. Although this method of suddenly taking out something was not the first time he used it, the tribesmen were still shocked, and admiration immediately replaced shame. Only the chief murmured in his heart, "Is this really something that witch power can do?" But he was just thinking about it. It didn't matter to him at all. Because Chen Fan is from his tribe. It's the witch of Qi tribe. The stronger the better. After dinner, Chen Fan went to the reservoir to fill it with water, and then took dough back to the cave. He originally wanted to inquire about the progress of each group, but after thinking it over, he decided to give up. Everyone was very tired today, so he could just go and check it out himself tomorrow. When I returned to the cave, I saw the washed animal skins at a glance. Chen Fan slapped his forehead, wondering how could he have forgotten about this matter. He quickly took out a knife and cut the animal skin in half. Bean, come here. After comparing the animal skin with Dou's body, he had a rough idea in mind and started to transform it with his knife. After a long time, an ugly animal skin short sleeve and a pair of patchwork animal skin shorts are ready. Wow! Dou, who was watching silently on the side, couldn't help but exclaim. In fact, the clothes made by Chen Fan are very ugly. Just think about it. How could he make such a thing? But the people in the tribe only wrapped themselves in animal skins and had no concept of clothes at all. So this stylish dress still amazed Dou. Everyone loves beauty, let alone a girl like Dou, who is just beginning to fall in love. Master Wuzhu, you are so amazing. Dou admired sincerely. Then something happened that made Chen Fan's blood boil. Happy Dou couldn't wait to try on her new clothes, so she directly tore off 2 small pieces of animal skin from her body. The flawless ketone body is fully exposed to the air. Bean, it's time to go to bed. Let's try again tomorrow. Chapter 014 Gunpowder. The primitive people in this world are very tall. Perhaps in order to adapt to the environment, the height of adult men is generally around 2 meters. For example, Chen Fan, although he is not yet an adult, is already 2 meters and 1 meter tall. The height of women is generally over 1.75 meters, and some are nearly 1.8 meters tall. In her previous life, she was indeed a bit too tall, but for Chen Fan, who was over 2 meters tall, she was still petite and cute. Right now, Chen Fan looked at her curvy figure, and his breathing became rapid. Her pure and beautiful face hides a wild temperament. Below the slender neck is a pair of delicate collarbones. The full parts are firm and tall. The waist is slender and has no extra fat, and you can even vaguely see the traces of abs. It's really amazing, especially that pair of long legs. Chen Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He stretched out his hand and pulled her onto the bed. A hard night. When I opened my eyes the next day, Do had already woken up and was staring at me blankly. Master Wuju, you are awake. She was shy and timid, and her eyes were a little evasive. I don't know if I performed well last night, and I feel nervous. From now on, don't call me Master Wuju. Call me husband. Chen Fan had a satisfied look on his face, hugged her roughly, and was tender again. If he hadn't felt sorry for a first time, when the two men finished cleaning up and came out, the tribesmen were already working. There were 2 bowls of meat soup and a few potatoes next to the fire pit. Chen Fan felt warm in his heart. In fact, the Chi tribe does not eat breakfast, and most people only eat once a day. This is because the tribe has no totem warriors, and the warriors dare not go far and can only hunt nearby. Therefore, there's never enough food. Especially in this season, the tribesmen have to stockpile food for the winter, so they have even less to eat. Only warriors who go out hunting can eat it twice. So this broth and potatoes are what they make specifically for themselves and the beans. Eat it. Chen Fan pulled Do to sit down. The two of them were inseparable and would snuggle together even when eating. Husband, please eat more. Do placed his potatoes in front of Chen Fan, his eyes full of tenderness. Silly boy, just eat it. No one of us will be hungry in the future. There will only be more and more food. Chen Fan touched her head with a gentle tone. After dinner, Do went to do her own thing. She was dressed in animal skins and caused a sensation as soon as she came out of the cave. The women were envious. Even though the bean is so ugly, it looks good in them. If I were to wear it, would the witch master like me? Even the men's eyes lit up, and they secretly decided to make a set for their own women in the future. Chen Fan saw this and couldn't help but sigh that their happiness was really simple. When we walked out of the cave, we saw many vines hanging on the cliffs on both sides of the valley. I reached out and pulled it, and it was very strong. So he simply climbed up and gave them some instructions on how to stack the stones so that they wouldn't fall and hit anyone. There were many footholds on the cliff, and climbing was not too difficult. He climbed up in no time. Xiong and others were still working hard. They first tied several vines together to get a vine that was long enough. Then twist the 3 long vines into one thick one to make it stronger. Finally, tie one end of the vine to the tree trunk and throw the other end down into the valley. Chen Fan nodded approvingly. Although this method was very simple, it was sufficient. The edge of the cliff was piled with stones, the smallest of which was as big as a human head, and the edges of the stones were extremely sharp. Falling down the valley from here would definitely cause great damage. But Chen Fan shook his head. There are too many safety risks. Not to mention whether the rocks would fall accidentally. The plants on the edge of the cliff are too lush. Not only do they block the view, but it is also easy to step on empty space due to carelessness. He couldn't accept it if his tribesmen fell down due to carelessness. So he called Xiong and asked him to take a few people to clear the plants. They also asked someone to find some slate and wooden boards and inserted them on the edge of the cliff as a simple handrail. This not only prevents stones from falling, but also serves as a very good warning. Everything was ready, and the arrangement above the valley was almost complete. Satisfied, Chen Fan took a few people back to the valley. There were more than 20 traps dug in the valley, each of which was filled with sharp wooden spikes. This kind of trap is not actually very lethal to snakes, but Chen Fan is still very satisfied. After all, no one knows whether there will be other ferocious beasts attacking besides leaf snakes, so it is better to be prepared. Finally, the bow, an arrow. The chief and others have divided the bamboo very carefully, and each piece is 1 meter long. Just bend it, and it can be used as a simple bow arm. Master Wuju, what should we do next? The chief was very excited, and the tribesmen nearby looked at Chen Fan with anticipation. Next, I'll teach you how to make a bow. Chen Fan used a knife to carve notches at both ends of the long bamboo strip, then bent the bamboo strip into a half moon and asked someone to bring a rope to tie it up. A simple bow is ready. These ropes are not very elastic, but it is difficult to find animal tendons at the moment, so just use what you have. A bow. What is this? What is it for? The tribesmen gathered around curiously, scrambling to see it. You'll know when it's done. Now follow my method and make the remaining bamboo pieces into this shape. Yes. After arranging all this, Chen Fan walked towards the young men and women, who were surrounded by piles of finished branches. One end of the branch was tied with dry grass and soaked in animal oil, which could be used to start fire. Husband, Do was very happy to see him coming. She was distracted while doing things today. The first taste of forbidden fruit always makes people excited and has endless aftertastes. Okay, well done. Chen Fan touched her head and smiled lovingly. The next step is to insert the arrow feathers, which is a technical job. You cannot just tie the leaves on directly because this will damage the leaves and affect the effect. You need to split the end of the branch and then insert the leaves into it, making sure both sides are symmetrical. Finally, use a rope to tie up the split part of the branch. After teaching them, Chun Fan led everyone back to the cave, because the sulfur in the valley gave him new ideas. 1 sulfur, 2 nitrates, and 3 charcoal. This is how gunpowder is made, and he happens to have all 3 of these things. Not to mention sulfur and charcoal. As for saltpeter, it is everywhere in the cave. This thing is produced in dark and humid places. He held the torch and moved closer to the wall, and soon found the white crystals on the wall. Go call more people and collect all these white things. Yes, time passed, and a day went by quickly. The tribesmen all returned to the campfire hall. Chun Fan counted the results and found that there were more than 400 bamboo bows and more than 700 arrows. However, there was not enough animal oil, and only more than 200 arrows were coated with animal oil. That's enough. Chun Fan was delighted because there was a pile of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur in the corner. Chapter 015 Tribal Archer. Today, the territory of the Chi tribe has a certain degree of defensive capability. Once attacked, the tribesmen can grab the vines and quickly climb to the top of the valley and attack with bows and stones. Traps in the valley can also greatly limit the movement speed of beasts, making it easier for stones and arrows to hit them. At that time, we just need to cut down 2 big trees and set them on fire to block the entrance of the cave, and then block the entrance of the valley with fire as well. The beasts that came in would be caught in a dilemma, and with Chun Fan's explosives, this valley will become a nightmare for any wild beast. Death Valley. Chun Fan returned to his cave and entered the space immediately. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward, a bag of rice and a bag of fertilizer. Chun Fan was no longer too surprised by this information, and now he had figured out some patterns. Except for the first time you signed in and were given a shovel, you were only given food seeds and fertilizers for signing in every day afterwards. And harvesting food will also give corresponding seeds. Now, we have a lot of seeds, but without a shovel, we can't open up new fields, which is very annoying. So he harvested the potatoes he had planted yesterday, planted new potatoes, and returned to his cave. Doe was watching outside like he was yesterday. Bean, come in. Chun Fan called her in and put his hand directly into her sleeves. My husband. Doe raised her chin and let out a long breath. Her cherry lips looked so charming and tempting that Chun Fan was excited. What's wrong? Are you tired today? Not tired? Then I'll teach you something new. Come on, squat down. The cave is warm in winter and cool in summer, and is very safe, but there is one bad thing about it. It is too dark. Chun Fan really hopes to see the sunshine every day when he wakes up. My husband, you are awake. Doe knelt beside the bed, holding a bowl of steaming broth. The slender and beautiful legs whetted Chun Fan's appetite. However, he scolded with a stern face. Don't sit on the ground. Get up and don't sit on the ground anymore. Doe was startled and her hand shook, causing some broth to spill on her white, scallion-like fingers. Yes, Doe knows. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Chun Fan. She looked so pitiful. Chun Fan's heart softened, and he took the broth and blew on her fingers while saying, The ground is cold. It's not good for your health. It turns out that my husband cares about me. Doe breathed a sigh of relief and lay in Chun Fan's arms with a happy face. In the campfire hall, the tribesmen sat on the ground, while Chun Fan, Doe, the chief, and Xiong stood opposite. Chun Fan had a bow in his hand. He tried to pull it twice and found that it was quite elastic and could shoot 20 or 30 meters away without any problem. Everyone did a great job in the past 2 days. He took an arrow, put on the bowstring, and said loudly, Today, you have only one task, which is to practice archery. After he said that, he put the arrow towards the campfire, and the arrow head started a fire. Then he aimed it outside the cave, and as soon as he loosened his hand, the arrow was shot out with a whoosh, and the weeds outside the cave were immediately ignited. Wow! The tribesmen were immediately excited. They had never seen such a magical thing before. Even the chief and the bear were trembling slightly, showing how shocked they were. Ah, Lulu witchcraft! Ah, Lulu witchcraft! Chun Fan motioned for them to be quiet, and continued, All men can practice archery. If they can accurately hit the target from 20 meters away, they can be awarded the title of archer, and their treatment is the same as that of a soldier. What? Warrior? The tribesmen started to make noise again, and many men looked at Ni with fighting spirit in their eyes. Then Chun Fan explained some techniques and precautions, focusing on showing them how far 20 meters was, and then let them practice on their own. Because he didn't know much, he could only hope that they could learn on their own. Then he arranged for middle-aged women to cut down trees while he began to study gunpowder. It's called research, but in fact it's just tinkering. He could only try to adjust the ratio of the three, so he played with fire all day long. The men didn't even come back for meals. They were all concentrating on practicing archery. The same goes for teenagers. Afternoon. Chun Fan had tried hundreds of ratios, but was not very satisfied with any of them. This time he chose about 70% saltpeter, 20% sulfur, and 10% charcoal. Use a torch. Bang! A small muffled sound echoed in the bonfire hall. A small hole the size of a fist was blown into the ground in front of him, and mud splashed on his legs, causing severe pain. Done. He jumped up and danced excitedly. Because it was an experiment, he only used a little bit of material, so the sound was so small. If you increase the amount of material used, it will naturally have more powerful power. However, even so, the old, weak, and sick in the cave were still frightened by him. Ah! They screamed and prostrated themselves on the ground, worshipping Chun Fan as a god. Everyone get up. Have you forgotten the rules of the tribe? Chun Fan didn't have time to waste time with them, so he simply ordered, everyone go out and find some palm-sized gravel and grind the edges to be sharp. Yes. After sending them away, Chun Fan began to increase the dosage. By dusk, he had prepared 11 piles of crude gunpowder. Carefully placed them in the corner. This dose, as long as it is surrounded by gravel, can produce a powerful killing force. Chun Fan was satisfied. Master Wuzhu! Master Wuzhu! At this time, the husband's loud shouting came from outside the cave. Master Wuzhu, I am a master archer. He ran into the cave quickly, holding a bamboo bout tightly in his arms, with excitement on his face. There were several young men following behind him, looking at his husband with envy. This is the tribe's first archer. What an honor. Chun Fan was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the warriors and adults had not yet trained well, but this young man had already trained well. But this is normal. Young people have faster reactions and more flexible fingers. Thinking of his nimble fingers, he couldn't help but look at Dome meaningfully. Have to try it in a few days. Okay, follow me. He walked out of the cave and pointed to a small tree 20 meters away. Shoot it. The man did not hesitate and pulled the bow directly. The arrow hit the edge of the tree trunk with a thud. Good. Chun Fan was overjoyed that he could achieve such a high level of shooting with such a low-quality bow and arrow in just one day. My husband can definitely be called an archer. Master Wuzhu. At this time, Xiong also ran over, his face full of excitement. Master Wuzhu, I am a master archer. Me too. Oh, me too. More and more tribesmen came, and Chun Fan checked their skills one by one until the sun completely set. There are 17 archers in total. 4 teenagers, 8 warriors, and 5 adults. These people plus the rockets are definitely a terrifying force. Master Wuzhu. The chief arrived late, and everyone thought he had also become a great archer, and they all looked at him with smiles on their faces. Master Wuzhu, it's bad. The leaf snake is coming. Chapter 016 Night Battle. The leaf snake is coming. Unlike the ordinary tribesmen who were eager to try, the chief, Xiong, and Chun Fan became serious. In order to avoid causing panic, most of the tribe members were not told about the ferocious beast. Ferocious beasts have the power of blood. For a tribe without totem warriors, the attack of ferocious beasts would be a disaster. This is no exception for large tribes with thousands of people. How far is it? Chun Fan asked the chief. Not far. Almost to the valley entrance. The chief tried to remain calm. With the witch here, everything should be fine. Bear! Chun Fan shouted. Iki Zishi. You lead the warriors to lure the leaf snakes into the valley. Yes, follow me. Xiong raised the torch, took the bow and arrow and bone knife, and rushed out with his men. Chief, take the men to the high ground, and attack with stones and rockets whenever the leaf snakes enter the valley. Good. The chief and his men left with the arrows. Everyone else stay in the cave. We can fight too. The husband took a step forward, his dirty face revealing ferocity. The dozen or so young men next to him did the same, raising their bows and arrows and looking at Chun Fan. No one was afraid. You stay at the entrance of the cave to protect the women and the elderly. Chun Fan's tone left no room for doubt. These young men are the future of the tribe and must not be lost. After the fire starts, smoke will enter the cave. Everyone should use hay soaked in water to cover their mouths and noses. Husband, you led the boys to fan out the smoke with animal skins. This is also a battle. The husband's face flushed red, and he shouted with red eyes, Yes. My husband. Do felt a little nervous. If it was an ordinary wild beast, there would be no need for so many people to go out. Wait for me at home. Chun Fan touched her head, picked up 2 pieces of gunpowder, and walked out of the cave. All the way to the valley entrance, we could hear the cries of Xiong and others, but we couldn't see anyone in the darkness. He squatted down, dug a small hole, laid a circle of stones around the hole, and then poured gunpowder into it. After arranging these two, he made a second trip and a third trip. In this way, 10 portions of gunpowder were arranged. He arranged them very carefully, and the distance covered with gunpowder was almost the length of the leaf snake. This is also why he doesn't ask others for help. He feels more at ease doing it himself. During this time, he entered the space and stayed there for a second. When he heard that the sign-in was successful, he immediately exited and confiscated all the potatoes. He gave the last of the gunpowder to his husband. If we all die in battle, we'll use rockets to ignite it from a distance and blow up the hole. As soon as these words were spoken, the tribesmen immediately realized that things were not simple. Master Wuju. The husband knelt on the ground, his eyes blurred with tears. Other tribesmen also knelt down. They wanted to go out to fight, but the witch's words could not be refuted. My husband, live forever. Do held the torch, 2 lines of tears running down her cheeks, and she shouted loudly. The Chi lives forever. The Chi lives forever. The elderly, the weak, women, and children also shouted. Chun Fan walked out of the cave and pushed down 2 large trees that had been prepared to block the entrance. When the big snake comes in, it will set the tree on fire. He gave his last instructions and walked towards the valley entrance with his knife in hand. The moon is bright in the sky, and murderous intent is everywhere. The vast mountains and rivers are full of passion, and China is filled with brave men. I, Chun Fan, am a descendant of the dragon. Now that I have traveled through time and space as a witch, I must fight bravely to kill the enemy, protect my people, and spread my power. Kill. The bear had already led his men back into the valley. The sulfur originally piled at the entrance of the valley had been used up by Chun Fan, but there was still a strong pungent smell in the valley. So the little snake still didn't dare to come in, but the leaf snake was slowly following. It was at least 8 or 9 meters long. The snake moves forward gracefully, but spits out vicious snake-like tongue. The scarlet eyes were particularly conspicuous in the moonlight, seeming to reveal teasing and disdain. Xiong and the others retreated cautiously, with torches held across their bodies to provide them with warmth and a sense of security. Wait a little longer. Finally, the leaf snake's tail also entered the valley. The big tree at the entrance of the valley was cut down by the tribesmen, and a rocket streaked across the night sky. Wow! A raging fire blocked the valley entrance, and a war was about to break out. Smash it for me! The chief gave orders on the cliff, and suddenly countless huge rocks were thrown down. Small stones cannot cause any harm to leaf snakes, but many huge stones still have a good effect, due to inertia. The palm-sized scales of the leaf snake were smashed, and the smell of blood immediately filled the valley. Roar! The leaf snake roared in pain, swung its tail to clear the stone on its back, and then stretched its head out again, and its tongue pierced a warrior next to the bear. The warrior screamed and was lifted into the air by the snake's tongue, and was swallowed into its mouth the next moment. And the bear roared the warrior's name miserably, lit the bow, drew the arrow, and shot it in one go. Almost at the same time, there was a huge fire above the valley and hundreds of rockets shot down. The valley was suddenly illuminated as bright as day. Get down! Chun Fan shouted to the warriors and ran forward to help, and then there was a loud bang. Boom! The rocket ignited the gunpowder that Chun Fan had arranged. Boom! Boom! 10 charges of gunpowder exploded in succession. Gravel flew everywhere, and 2 warriors were immediately injured, their legs pierced by stones. The leaf snake was struggling on the spot. Many of its scales were broken, a lot of flesh on its abdomen was blown off, and many arrows were still burning on its body. Roar! It became even more angry, coiled up its body, with a huge snake head hanging in the air, reaching down and swallowing another warrior. Get up high! Chun Fan shouted while dragging 2 injured warriors and quickly retreating. Xiong and his men immediately grabbed the vines and climbed up, while the chief and his men continued to attack with rockets and stones. The leaf snake kept roaring and swinging its tail wildly towards the cliff. The 2 warriors who were climbing were unable to avoid it and were beaten into meat paste. Brute! Chun Fan's eyes were bloodshot. He cast a healing spell on each of the 2 warriors and then stuffed them into the cave through the gap between the trees. Ignition! He roared into the cave, then climbed up along the vines. The gunpowder he had placed high hopes on failed to kill the leaf snake, so now he could only fight a protracted battle. There were fires in front and behind the valley. As long as the time was long enough, he didn't believe that he couldn't kill the beast. Halfway up, he discovered that there were no more rockets being fired down from above the valley. No more arrows. The leaf snake is very flexible. It coils up and twists around to avoid the falling boulders. It even flicked its tail and pulled some smaller stones back into the valley. From time to time, Screams of tribesmen could be heard. However, the leaf snake's tail also became bloody. By the time Chun Fan climbed to the top of the mountain, more than a dozen tribesmen had been killed by stones. There were more than 30 people injured. Master Wuzhu, there are not many stones left. The chief was very weak, obviously having been in several states of weakness. Cut down the tree, light it up, and push it down to burn it to death. Chun Fan acted decisively and rushed to treat the wounded. He used healing spells one after another, and his face began to turn pale. It turns out that it has the same side effects as the chief's status increase. Without bothering to think about these things, he looked at the tragic deaths of his tribesmen and the devastated valley, and his eyes slowly turned red. We can't wait any longer. We have to kill it now. Just now on the ground, he couldn't get close to the leaf snake to attack it, but now it's different. He jumped down with a knife in hand. Chapter 017, The Cruelty of Primitive Society. Master Wuzhu. The chief was shocked. He never thought that the witch would jump like this. The tribesmen also stopped what they were doing, as it would be disastrous if the stones hit the witch. Jump! The bear's eyes turned red. He yelled loudly, then jumped down holding the bone knife. He couldn't just watch Master Wuzhu fight the ferocious beast alone. The warriors roared and jumped down one after another, fearless of death. The adult men were not to be outdone. Although they had never killed a wild beast alone, they were not cowards. At one moment, everyone who could move jumped down. They roared and cheered as if they had won a battle, but also as if they had gone crazy. Coincidentally, the leaf snake fell into a trap at that moment. Its abdomen was injured by the gunpowder explosion, and the bamboo thorns in the trap easily pierced its body. So it also roared and rolled on the spot to try to get rid of those bamboo thorns, and the valley was in chaos. Chun Fan just happened to land on the back of the leaf snake. He grabbed a place without scales and was not thrown off by the rolling giant snake. Dying, he raised the knife and chopped wildly. The long knife turned in his hand, and he could chop off a scale in 3 or 5 strokes. The hot blood splashed on his face, but he seemed not to feel it and just chopped wildly. But other tribesmen were not so lucky. Many were thrown away, and some could not get up. Those who could get up continued to rush forward shouting, "The war has entered a white-hot stage." Phew! Chun Fan steadied himself and inserted the long knife deeply into the leaf snake's body. But the leaf snake's tail also swept over. Master Wuzhu, Xiong, and several warriors were quick-witted and rushed towards Chun Fan, blocking the fatal blow for him. But they were no match for it and were swept to the ground. Fortunately, the leaf snake was already at the end of its strength, and the force of this attack was not too strong, so none of them were seriously hurt. It's no longer viable. Kill it. Chun Fan was covered in blood and rushed forward again with a knife in hand. But he was on the ground and had no way to attack. Arrow Tower. He took it out directly, climbed up the arrow tower, and then jumped onto the leaf snake. At this time, no one cared where the arrow tower came from. Others also followed Chun Fan's example, climbing up and jumping down one after another. Once, twice. I don't know how many times the tribesmen sacrificed themselves. The chief used the last of his strength to give everyone a power state. Then he collapsed completely. The bear's ribs were broken by the snake's tail, and his bone knife was also broken. He held stones in both hands and smashed them on the snake's back, creating pools of blood. One of Chun Fan's arms was broken, but he was so crazy that he had lost consciousness. Both of the leaf snake's eyes were blinded by him. A dozen tribesmen grabbed the leaf snake's tongue and smashed it with stones. A dozen tribesmen tried their best to grab the snake's tail and hit its bloody body with everything they could. Blood and fire. The roar of beasts and the roar of humans. The tribesmen in the cave watched all this through the flames and could no longer hold back. Their tears had long since dried up, leaving only raging anger and cold, murderous intent. The burning tree at the entrance of the cave was pushed away by them. Fu was the first to rush out, Do was the second, and then everyone rushed out. When the sky in the east began to turn pale, the leaf snake finally stopped moving. It's dead. The flames in the valley also went out, leaving only thick smoke rising and chasing the sunlight. It's dead. It's dead. The tribesmen who were still killing frantically finally discovered this. It's dead. More and more tribesmen shouted, and then they howled loudly, their hearts breaking. Because the valley was full of corpses, the corpses of our tribesmen, the corpses of heroes. Chun Fan stood on the leaf snake's head, looking at the tragic scene, his body trembling slightly. Tears finally burst out. Husband, Will. Do suppressed his fear and climbed onto the snake's head, then threw himself into Chun Fan's arms and burst into tears. Chun Fan touched her head and slowly calmed down. Stop crying. He thrust the knife into the snake's head and shouted. Children of the Chi tribe shed blood, but not tears. Wipe all your tears. Suddenly the tribesmen fell silent, leaving only the occasional sound of birds chirping around them. "Chief, how are you?" Chin Fan looked at the chief. Now is not the time to be sad. The smell of blood was too strong, and he had to deal with it quickly. "I can't die." The chief staggered a few steps and picked up his staff. "Okay, let's count the number of people who died." He said not to cry, but he kept crying. You can't understand this feeling unless you have experienced it. Sometimes you can't stop crying just because you want to. "Good." The chief also responded with sobs. Chin Fan looked at Xiong again. This iron tower-like man did not cry. He lay on the leaf snake's back with blood still oozing from the corners of his mouth. After giving him a healing spell, Chun Fan asked, "Is it okay?" "Huh, the tribe is going to have a totem warrior." The bear suddenly jumped up. Like Chun Fan, he was covered in blood, but he was grinning. "Master Wuju, the tribe will have totem warriors, haha." "Chief, the tribe is going to have a totem warrior." He jumped off the leaf snake and kept repeating this sentence. The other tribesmen also reacted and were immediately surprised. The sad atmosphere was almost swept away, and everyone looked at Chun Fan with anticipation. Seeing this, Chun Fan tried hard to search his memory. I soon understood what was going on. Now that I had the blood of the ferocious beast and the shaman, I could just offer sacrifices to the totem, and a totem warrior would be born. Just as he was thinking about it, the bear started crying. 11 of the 16 warriors of the Chi tribe died. These tribesmen who had been through life and death with him would never wake up again, and he cried like a child. "Bear!" Chun Fan jumped down and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Husband, send the heroes home." Chun Fan raised his head and roared, and he shouted the word "go home" very loudly. "Go home! Go home!" All the tribesmen shouted. My husband understood that Master Wuju meant to move the bodies of the heroes back. Then everyone started to move, and Do took a few people back to cook. Xiong brought a few people with Chun Fan to divide the snake carcass and take its blood. The chief had his men carry the seriously injured tribesmen back, and asked the women to count the casualties, while he himself walked towards the valley entrance, taking 3 steps at a time. He wants to start a fire. They were busy until noon, when everyone returned to the cave. The casualties were also counted, with 11 warriors, 31 adults, and 2 teenagers killed. All 42 older men were killed. They rushed out to serve as human shields for the young men. A total of 86 people were killed. There were only more than 170 people in the Chi tribe, and now there are not even enough 100 people. 27 more people were seriously injured. The atmosphere in the cave was extremely depressing, and most people had lost their loved ones. The chief knew that what was most needed at this time was to encourage people, so he stretched out his voice and shouted loudly. "Totem, please." Chapter 18. God-given totem and ancestral totem. Totems are carriers of the souls of the gods of heaven and earth, and are the emblem and symbol of the tribe. Primitive people believe that tribes originated from a specific species, and they believe that they were related to a certain animal. Therefore, the belief in the gods of heaven and earth is related to the belief in ancestors. In many totem myths, it is believed that one's ancestors originated from a certain animal or plant. The records of the grand historian once recorded, the blackbird was sent by heaven to give birth to the Shang dynasty. The Suanio became the ancestor of the Shang dynasty, and was also carved into a totem to represent the will of the gods of heaven and earth. Chun Fan was recalling what he had learned when some tribesmen came out carrying a totem pole. Chun Fan took just one look, and his head began to hurt violently. In his mind, there was a qilin running in the void. Wherever it passed, the sky was blazing with fire, and everything he saw was reduced to ashes. The scene flashed by in an instant, and Chun Fan was shocked. "Kirin, qilin is a male and is good at fire. The unicorn is female and controls water. The ancestor of the qilin tribe is the qilin. No wonder they think they are witches just because they fetch water themselves." The tribesmen placed the totem pole next to the campfire. The chief covered his forehead with his hands and muttered something incomprehensible, and then everyone knelt down. They are worshipping gods and ancestors. Chun Fan ignored all this and looked at the totem pole carefully. The column is divided into 3 layers: base, column body, and cloud platform. The base is carved with mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. It is very simple, but the traces are clear and the image is majestic. The column is painted in various colors, looking bright and mysterious. The 2 sides are filled with animal horns and teeth, and hung with long and thin strips of animal skin dyed in various colors. On top of the cloud platform, a unicorn appears lifelike. Its head is like a dragon, its shape is like a horse, its size is like a deer, its tail is like an ox, its back has colorful hair patterns, and its belly has short yellow hair. The whole body is green, and the expression is kind and majestic. The entire totem pole is carved from stone and exudes an ancient atmosphere. Chen Fan was touched and bowed slightly. The moment he lowered his head, the bonfire suddenly burned more vigorously, and the flames swayed and burned towards him. This scene made the tribesmen extremely excited. The chief raised his hands above his head with trembling hands and shouted with his head banging on the ground. "May our ancestors bless us! May the witches bless us!" Then everyone shouted. Chun Fan felt that the flames of the campfire were friendly and warm and had great appeal to him. He couldn't wait for the flames to come over him, so he tried to reach out and touch them. Boom! My head exploded and turned into chaos. He stood there in a daze, with green ripples constantly overflowing from his body, covering all the tribesmen. Everyone was trembling with excitement, and the wounds on their bodies were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bear suddenly yelled in pain and fell to the ground. The next moment, his skin and flesh tore apart, and blood flowed across his body, not a drop falling to the ground. It's like someone is painting with his blood. The red light was particularly dazzling in the cave. His exposed bones instantly grew thicker, and then flesh and blood regenerated, leaving a complex red pattern on his chest before slowly disappearing. Ancestral totem. The chief's eyes widened. The ancestral totem is more precious than the God-given totem. He was extremely surprised, but suddenly felt extremely annoyed. If the totem had been brought out earlier, if the bear had become a totem warrior earlier, those tribesmen would not have died. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blurred with tears. In fact, it is not his fault. The totem is the most sacred thing of the tribe, and cannot be used easily. The totem can only be used when obtaining the heart blood of a ferocious beast or for major events, such as the coming-of-age ceremony. If he had not obtained the leaf snake's heart blood today, he would not have asked for the totem. As for the ancestral totem, he had never seen it before and didn't know that he needed to summon a totem in order to awaken it. So it wasn't his fault that he hadn't thought of this before. At this time, another member of the tribe began to awaken. He was an adult, and unlike the red color of the bear just now, he was glowing white. When he was halfway awakening, a warrior also began to awaken. It's also white light. 3 totem warriors. The chief cried and laughed at the same time. He covered his chest and felt that his emotions were fluctuating too much. After a long time, Chun Fan finally woke up. He was very clear about what had just happened around him. He felt like he had really become a medium. I was shocked. Is this really the primitive society of Blue Planet? Ah, Lulu, God bless Daki. God bless Dachi. The chief led his men to shout again. Xiong and the other 3 also recovered. They had grown in size, and Xiong was now 2 meters 67 tall. The other 2 are about 2.5 meters tall. They are like little giants. Fortunately, the cave hall is high enough to accommodate them. Master Wuzhu. Xiong's eyes sparkled as he knelt on one knee in front of Chun Fan. Although he knew that the Master Wuzhu did not like to kneel, he had to do it. Master Wuzhu. The other 2 totem warriors also knelt down. Please give me a name, Master Wuzhu. The 3 of them said in unison. Chun Fan nodded, did not blame them, and let them kneel. In the tribe, an ordinary person's name can only have one character, and only by becoming a totem warrior can one add another character. On the one hand, it represents their identity, and on the other hand, it also heralds a new life. The witch gave them a new life, which is why the witch is more important than the chief in the tribe. You are fearless and brave, and are the best warriors. I will give you the word war. War bear. Janin, Janya. You 3 must stick to your original aspirations, protect the tribe, and fight for the tribe for your entire lives. Chun Fan's voice is like a loud bell. Fight for the tribe. Fight, fight, fight. The 3 of them shouted in unison, their eyes looking pious. Good, very good, very good. The chief looked at the bear and asked impatiently, War bear, you have awakened the red mark. Report to the witch master what your awakened ability is. This is also the issue that everyone is most concerned about now. The patterns on the totem warriors' bodies have different strengths depending on their colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple. Red is the weakest and purple is the strongest. There's also a weaker one, which is white. The difference between the ancestral totem and the God-given totem is that the ancestral totem cannot be upgraded. You can think of it as a summoner skill, such as Flash, which cannot be upgraded. Once you awaken to white, you will be white for the rest of your life. The God-given totem is like a hero's skill, which can be upgraded continuously, but it can only awaken the white one. Therefore, the God-given totem will never be as good as the ancestral totem. There is another reason. The ancestral totem awakens the abilities of the ancestors, while the heaven-given totem awakens the abilities of the heart blood of the ferocious beast used. My power is fire. Zhang Xiong was also very excited. The red lines on his chest lit up, and then his upper body began to burn. The fire had no effect on him, and it wasn't very big, but the scorching heat made everyone's heart palpitate. My goodness, is this still a human being? Chen Fan exclaimed. A giant nearly 3 meters tall, wrapped in flames. Chapter 19. The prototype of the ancestral tomb. Next, Zhan and Zhanya also demonstrated their abilities. Zhanya awakened the ability of speed. Although he has white stripes, when he runs, even the red-striped war bear can't do anything to him. Zhan has awakened his healing ability and can heal very quickly, but unfortunately, he can only heal himself. Master Wuzhu, I have brought the leaf snake's heart blood. The chief held 2 stone bowls and handed them to Chen Fan. You can only awaken 2 God-given totems. Chen Fan looked at his tribesmen. The men and the teenagers were very eager, and so were the 3 Zhan Xiongs. It is actually very simple to decide who to assign it to. Of course, it should be given to Zhan Xiong and the other 2. Now that they are strong, why would they be afraid of lacking their heart and blood? The problem is that there are 3 people in Zhan Xiong's group, and 1 person needs to be vacant. He thought for a moment, took out his knife, and said to Zhanya, Zhanya, you are very fast and can choose more ways to attack. I will give you this knife as a reward. As for this heart blood, give it to Zhan Xiong and Zhan at first. Master Wuzhu, I have no objection to your arrangement. Please take back the knife. You are the hope of Daki. Keep it for self-defense. Zhanya was so moved that he knelt on the ground. Master Wuzhu's words are not to be questioned, but Master Wuzhu also asked for my opinion. One honor. With you guys here, do you still want me to pick up a knife and kill the enemy? Chen Fan pretended to be angry and handed him the knife. Zhanya, put it away. Master Wuzhu is right. We can't let Master Wuzhu fall into danger again. The chief saw that Zhanya was in trouble and tried to persuade him. Zhanya took the knife. So Chen Fan began to recall the old shaman's inheritance. The steps of his sacrifice are very simple. Smear the blood from the beast's heart on the man's back, then apply a little on the totem pole, and pray devoutly at the same time to complete the sacrifice. As for whether one can awaken, that depends on fate, which is not something the shaman can decide. After figuring this out, Chen Fan began to offer sacrifices to the warbear. But he can't pray. Everyone held their breath and waited quietly. The arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He racked his brains and finally came up with a sentence related to heaven and earth. So he silently said in his heart, a true man is born between heaven and earth. He should establish his mind for heaven and earth, establish his destiny for the people, inherit the lost knowledge of the ancient sages, and bring peace to the world for all eternity. Boom! Thunder suddenly roared between heaven and earth, and then rain began to fall outside the cave, getting heavier and heavier. The blood from the ferocious beast's heart on the war bear's back suddenly disappeared, replaced by a white pattern. It's the leaf snake. Success! The tribesmen cheered. The war bear also looked excited. His strength increased dramatically, and he couldn't wait to go out and fight a ferocious beast. Zhanan, who was standing by, became nervous, but fortunately everything went smoothly. Not long after, the pattern of a leaf snake also appeared on his back. Scales actually grew on the surface of his skin. In this way, the Chi tribe had 2 fighters and 1 ancestor totem warrior. The tribesmen cheered even louder. Primitive people were like this. They had emotions, but not as rich as modern people. It can even be said that, except for Chen Fan and Do, the rest of the people are not complete Homo sapiens. Historians have discovered that the hunchbacked, long-faced Homo erectus gradually transformed into the normal-looking Homo sapiens after they learned to use fire skillfully. Therefore, the emotions of the tribesmen are not stable. The pain of losing their loved ones has been replaced by the joy of having totem warriors. They celebrated by the bonfire with singing and dancing. Chen Fan hugged Do and looked at them quietly. Master Wuzhu. At this time, the husband came over with a bow and arrow. He had a strange expression on his face, as if he was a little shy. Husband, what's wrong? Chen Fan had a good impression of him. He was a brave young man. My dear, have you forgotten what you said? Do smiled and leaned close to his ear to remind him. Didn't they say that the first archer is equal to the warrior and can get an eye? Chen Fan suddenly realized what was going on. He patted his husband's arm, then raised his hand to signal the tribesmen to be quiet. Now I have an announcement. My husband is young and promising. He is the first archer in the tribe and is treated the same as a warrior. I'll assign an eye to him today. The tribesmen started to make a fuss and pushed an eye out. An eye looked at Chen Fan, then at her husband, and felt that her husband was much more handsome than Chen Fan, so she lowered her head and chose to accept it. The chief then painted the archers red and gave feathers to the 3 warbears. This matter has come to an end. Chun Fan counted the current population of the tribe again. There were only 23 adult men, including the chief, 2 fighters, a totem warrior, 3 archers, and 3 warriors. There were 12 young men, including a wizard and 4 archers. There are 9 girls, including Do, 18 children under 10 years old, 27 adult women. There are 89 people in total. The population is too small. This winter, we must rest and recuperate. Let our tribe members work hard to reproduce and strive to make every woman pregnant. So he asked the chief to pick out the women who had lost their husbands and redistribute them. Then start making plans for the next step. Zhanya is extremely fast. He is responsible for exploring the distance. The Chi tribe has been active near the valley for many years and has no idea what is happening in the distance. Zhan Xiong and Zhan are responsible for hunting. Xiong is powerful and is a terrible meat shield. Having the 2 of them to go hunting is enough. All the other men had to make bows and arrows and practice archery. He planned to create an army of archers that would be both safe and powerful. If they were well trained, they might be as strong as a totem warrior. As for the women, they only need to do some odd jobs and no longer need to go out to collect. Their main task is to give birth to children. So he took out all the food in the space. This food, combined with meat and fruit, was enough to last for a month. And he would produce food every day. After doing all this, it was already late. Everyone had a bloody battle with a leaf snake last night and didn't sleep all night. Their emotions fluctuated greatly, and they were already exhausted. He asked everyone to go back and rest, and he also took Do back to his cave. As usual, I signed at the space, harvested and planted, and fell asleep hugging the beans as soon as I came out. The next morning, the rain stopped and the sky cleared up. Zhan Xiong and his 2 companions had long disappeared, and the others were waiting at the cave entrance. Today we're going to say farewell to the heroes. The chief had a complicated expression. There were too many dead people, and he would have to carry them back several times. And it is not easy to find so many natural pits at once. Master Wuzhu, Chun Fan stopped him from talking and announced decisively, from now on, all heroes who died in the battle will be buried above the valley. I want them to see that the Chi tribe they fought so hard to protect will not be in vain. I want them to watch as the Chi tribe gradually becomes a behemoth in the wilderness. Chapter 020 Strange, Ugly Woman. Funeral rituals have very complicated procedures. Based on what he knew, Chun Fan reformulated the funeral model of the Chi tribe. It includes 4 parts: keeping the body, announcing the death, coffining, and burial. Keeping the body for a while is an old custom of the Chi tribe. The deceased will not be buried immediately, but have to wait until the next day. This is mainly to allow the souls of the deceased to be imbued with the breath of the tribe, so that they can continue to be born in the tribe after reincarnation. Reporting the death of a deceased person was a new addition by Chun Fan based on ancient funeral practices. Its purpose was to foster a sense of gratitude among the tribesmen and to further promote unity. Embalming means preparing a coffin for the deceased. Throwing the bodies of the dead directly into the pit is too simple and crude. Of course, it is not easy for the Chi tribe to make coffins now, so Chun Fan decided to use hay instead temporarily. Burial means filling the grave with soil and erecting a tombstone. Matters of life and death are Chun Fan's first opportunity to establish etiquette for the tribe. The tribesmen had no objection. Whatever the master witch says is the truth. So the funeral was held all day long. At dusk, nearly 100 new graves appeared above the valley, each with a wooden tombstone. When the last wooden tablet was inserted, people knelt or bowed according to Chun Fan's instructions. At this moment, suddenly countless small green points of light rose from the grave and flew towards Chun Fan. Chun Fan frowned slightly. The tribesman had no reaction to the green light, as if he was the only one who could see it. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Those small spots of light fell on him, and his mind suddenly became clear, and some kind of mysterious power was strengthened. Is it mental power? He felt his own condition, and his 5 senses became more acute, but he didn't feel anything special, and his strength didn't increase. That's it. He shook his head helplessly. In such a dangerous world, he certainly longed for power. Now it seems that I can only hope that I can awaken the power of the totem during my coming-of-age ceremony. After a brief sigh, he walked towards the chief. The sun is setting, it's time to go back. The girls couldn't climb down and had to take a long detour. However, when he got closer to the chief, he could actually see a green light spot hidden between the chief's eyebrows. The chief's light spot is larger than all the previous ones. What is this light spot? In Chinese legends, witches can communicate with heaven and guess the will of God. The gods here are the most primitive gods, referring to the sky gods, fertility gods, and functional gods. The gods of the sky include wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and the sun. Reproductive gods include the earth, rivers, and trees. Functional gods include the god of war and the god of craftsmanship. Pleasing these gods is the most basic job of a witch. But since Chun Fan traveled through time, he discovered that the witch of the Chi tribe was not like that. The witch here really knows magic, such as the healing magic passed down to him by the shaman. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a piece of information. The growth of witchcraft power depends on the faith of the tribesmen. Could it be that these small dots of light represent the tribe's beliefs? Can absorbing these small spots of light increase my mental strength? Now it seems that only when the tribe members die can the faith fly out. It turns out that the witch grows in this way. No wonder the old shaman's witchcraft power is so weak. Master Wuju? Chun Fan was still thinking, and the chief saw that he was motionless and called him in a low voice. Well, chief, can your abilities be enhanced? Chun Fan came back to his senses and asked. Totem warriors can be strengthened. Witchcraft power can be strengthened. There is no reason why chiefs cannot be strengthened. Sure. The chief looked expectant and said quietly, the power of the chief mainly comes from the population of the tribe. If the population of the tribe is less than 500, you are the chief. If the population of the tribe is 500 to 1,000, you can become a great chief, and your power will be greatly enhanced. What about more than 1,000? I don't know either. It is said that our Chi tribe only had more than 500 people at its peak. Chun Fan nodded. It seems that developing population is the most important task at present. But there are too few women. There are only 27 women in the tribe now. If each woman is pregnant, the population can only increase by 27 per year. Even if you're pregnant with twins, it is far from enough. Let's go back first. The sun has set and there is no time to lose. When they returned to the cave, the tribesmen were too lazy to cook and just ate the raw meat. Only Do took a few potatoes to roast for Chun Fan. Chun Fan kept thinking about ways to increase the population. Apart from natural reproduction, there was only one way. Plunder. Just as he was thinking about it, hurried footsteps were heard in the valley. He looked outside and saw that it was Zhanya who came back. He was holding an unconscious woman in his arms. A woman with modern appearance, probably in her 30s, wearing exquisite leather armor that was stained red with blood and a row of feathers stuck in her hair. The whole person exudes the aura of a superior, dignified, elegant, and charming. Master Wuju, Chief. Zhanya rushed into the cave like a gust of wind. There is a tribe in the desert. He was excited and spoke faster. This ugly woman was hunted by her tribe, and I brought her back. What? The chief's face changed, and he stood up and asked, Zhanya, where is the tribe? Can you see it clearly? Zhanya put the woman on the ground, snatched a piece of meat from a tribesman, and took a bite, mumbling, No, I saw a few people riding wolves chasing her in the desert, so I rescued her. As soon as I rescued her, she fainted. Wolf riders! The chief exclaimed. Chun Fan was also slightly surprised. The leather armor on the woman was quite delicate, and the seams were very thin, which meant that they had a certain level of craftsmanship. And riding wolves shows that they have mastered the method of taming wild beasts. This is a tribe with a much higher level of civilization than Daki. How could such a tribe live in the desert? How come I have never been to Oasis? And although this woman was covered in blood and sand and looked quite disheveled, it could be seen that she was actually very clean. Do the tribes in the desert also have the conditions to take a bath? Wake her up. Chun Fan was full of questions and directly cast a healing spell. He could clearly feel that his healing skills were much stronger than before. Sure enough, the woman's wounds healed instantly, and she slowly woke up. There was no panic in her eyes as bright as the moon, only curiosity and disdain. Who are you? The chief pounded the ground with his wooden staff, looking ferocious and evil. Big monkey, you have no right to talk to me. The woman seemed to dislike the chief, and looked at Chun Fan and Do with a bit of surprise. The tribesmen roared when they saw how disrespectful she was to the chief, and Zhanya grabbed her leather armor and lifted her up easily. Ugly woman, I saved your life. If you dare to disrespect our chief again, I will burn you to death. The woman showed no fear and said in a cold voice, I saved the lives of all the people in your Chi tribe. Chapter 021, Where did this beauty come from? I saved the lives of all the people in your Chi tribe. The woman was held by Zhanya, and her tone was charming yet cold and domineering. As soon as she said this, the tribesmen suddenly quieted down. Although they were stupid, they were not foolish. This woman actually knew that this was the Chi tribe. She had clearly been unconscious and had just woken up. So how could she know about the Chi tribe? Everyone looked at each other. It feels bad that others know us, but we know nothing about them. If it weren't for you big monkeys, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Put me down now, she shouted. Her two curved eyebrows frowned. Zhanya, put her down. Chun Fan spoke. He looked at the woman. The thin leather armor could not hide her wild figure. Her plump and sexy figure, coupled with her elegant and dignified face, was incompatible with this primitive society. Upon hearing this, Zhanya immediately put her down. The woman was stunned when she saw this, as she didn't expect a totem warrior to listen to a young boy. Chen Fan stared into her eyes and asked, "You saved us? How do you mean?" The woman looked at him without fear and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the witch of the Qi tribe." "What? Such a young witch?" A flash of shock flashed across the woman's eyes. After a little thought, her eyes slowly calmed down, and she said, "I am the chief of the Canlong tribe." The Canlong tribe is a matriarchal tribe, but is now gradually changing into a patriarchal tribe. Every tribe has to go through this process, and this is also the critical moment when the tribe begins to decline. This is how the Qi tribe declined. She said so much in one breath, and Chun Fan and the chief became even more confused. This woman not only knows about the Qi tribe, but also seems to know it very well. At this time, the woman continued, "The Qi tribe once helped the Canlong tribe, so the Canlong tribe promised never to set foot in the oasis, but now the Canlong tribe has a problem." The woman's expression finally changed, becoming helpless and hopeless. The signs of patriarchal tribes have appeared for nearly 100 years. In the past, there were witches, so they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. However, not long ago, our witch died. The new witch is a supporter of the paternal tribe. She instigated the leaders to occupy the oasis. I tried my best to stop them, and only then did they find a reason to kill me. If it weren't for me, your Qi tribe would have perished a month ago. So I said I saved you. Is there a problem? After the woman finished speaking, her expression became calm again. When the tribesmen heard that someone was trying to seize their tribe's territory, they all looked angry. Chun Fan and the chief looked at each other, and he felt that the other party was not lying. Historical records clearly state that due to backward weapons, the income from hunting for men was not stable, and the income from gathering for women was the main source of survival for the tribe. Therefore, the earliest primitive societies were indeed matriarchal societies. When the benefits of men's hunting exceed those of women's gathering, the matriarchal society will naturally transform into a patriarchal society. In the process of transition, struggles for power are inevitable. Killings and expulsions will become more common and will cause great harm to the tribe. But if this is true, the Qi tribe will soon face another war. There are less than 30 men in the tribe who can fight now. How can they resist the powerful tribe with wolf cavalry? So Chun Fan asked, "Since you are the chief, don't you have any tribesmen to support you?" The woman showed a trace of sadness. "The tribesmen who supported me have been killed, and I've already said that the Canlong tribe has been turning into a patriarchal tribe for almost 100 years, and I've only been the chief for a dozen years. In the desert, there are only sandworms and scorpions to eat, so the tribesmen naturally prefer the patriarchal tribe." Chun Fan nodded in agreement. It seemed that she had inherited a mess when she succeeded the chief. "How many people are there in your tribe?" "Nearly 800 people. So many." Although he was mentally prepared, Chun Fan was still surprised. The tribesmen were also very surprised, and they looked at the woman with a hint of respect, because she was a great chief. "How many grown men are there?" "Just over 300. "How many totem warriors are there?" 37 white-striped warriors, 6 red-striped warriors, and 1 orange-striped warrior. Hiss! Everyone gasped. The woman ignored their reaction and added, "A full 100 wolf riders." Everyone was numb. Such a force was definitely not something the Qilin tribe could contend with. "Master Wuzhu, her origins are unknown, and you can't believe everything she says." The chief was no fool after all. Seeing his people's panic-stricken expressions, he knew he should boost their morale. What he meant was that the woman was bragging. Hearing him say this, the tribesmen immediately breathed a sigh of relief and were no longer as nervous as before. Witchcraft. The woman widened her eyes. She thought Chen Fan was a shaman and was already very surprised. But when she heard that he was a witch, she found it even more unbelievable. She recalled the time when Zhanya ran towards her in the desert at a speed as fast as the wind. "You actually have ancestral warriors. Such a weak tribe actually has powerful ancestral warriors. We still have fighters." One of the teenagers shouted in triumph when he saw her shocked expression. "Fighter!" The woman screamed in shock. She looked around but didn't see the shaman. "No need to look for it. I'm also the shaman." "This? How is that possible?" The woman felt as if she had seen a ghost. The most important thing for a witch is sincerity. How can he serve both heaven and earth and his ancestors at the same time? At this time, Chun Fan slowly calmed down. Although the opponent was powerful, the Qilin tribe might still have a chance of survival. Crisis always brings opportunities. The Canlong tribe might be a good opportunity for the Chilean tribe to rise. My husband, please eat something. Do is not interested in these. She only cares about Chun Fan. Chun Fan took the potato. Coincidentally, the woman's stomach growled twice, and she was obviously hungry. So Chun Fan gave her the potato and took another one to eat. What's this? The woman took a bite and found it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. This is potato, the food our Wuzhu master asked the heaven and earth to give us. Your Songlong tribe is so powerful. Don't you even have potatoes? The husband made a mocking remark. The woman was not so concerned as to argue with an underage child, but she was even more shocked and developed a strong interest in this young witch. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the cave. It was Zhang Xiong and Zhang who came back. The two of them each dragged 2 deer and walked in with a smile on their faces. Zhang Xiong was stunned when he saw the woman, and then he couldn't help but complain. Where did you get such an ugly woman? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly lowered his head and secretly glanced at Chunfan and Do. Seeing that the two were not angry, he asked again, where did this beauty come from? Chapter 22, let her see how powerful I am. After some fighting, the chief asked everyone to disperse. It is unknown when the Songlong tribe will attack, but according to Zhanya, no one saw him saving the woman. Therefore, the Songlong tribe should be busy searching for their chieftain and will not come here in the short time. The chief discussed with Chun Fan and decided to send someone to guard the top of the valley first. Chun Fan also ran back and put up the arrow tower to prevent the tribesmen on guard from encountering unnecessary danger. Specific matters will be discussed further tomorrow. As for the woman, she was placed in a deep cave by them. Although she was extremely reluctant, there was nothing she could do. Chun Fan and Do returned to their cave and directly entered the space to sign in. They harvested the rice they planted yesterday and chose to plant potatoes. This thing is convenient and, like corn, can be eaten without any processing. He plans to plant it on a large scale next spring, so he needs to plant more as seeds. As of today, he has signed in for 6 consecutive days. Early the next morning, Chun Fan was awakened by the noisy noises outside. Husband, you're awake. The woman from yesterday is missing, and the chief is leading people to look for her everywhere. Do brought the broth over as usual, speaking softly. Huh? Then why didn't you wake me up earlier? Chun Fan's heart sank. This woman is still very useful. There are many things he hasn't figured out yet, so he can't let her run away. I arranged her to the deepest cave last night to prevent her from escaping, but I didn't expect that something would go wrong. It seems that I have to install a door to the cave as soon as possible. Husband, are you attracted to her? Seeing how nervous he was, Do had a look of grievance on her face and whispered, I noticed yesterday that the way you looked at her was the same as the way you looked at me. Chun Fan felt embarrassed when he heard this. He was actually discovered by Do. However, when he heard what Do said next, he immediately became happy. So, I didn't sleep last night and have been helping you keep an eye on her. She's on the platform in the middle of the cliff in the valley. She hasn't gone far. Chun Fan took a closer look at her and found that the dark circles under her eyes were indeed quite obvious. He was moved and touched her head. Wenru said, then you should go to sleep now. You are not allowed to get up until dinner time. He was about to go out after he finished speaking, but then he stopped and asked in confusion, then why don't you tell the chief and them? They're too noisy at night. It's okay to ask them to look for it a little longer, so they don't have to worry about it at night. Do fell silent as she was talking. Chun Fan took a look and found that her face had turned red all the way to her neck. He had no idea what was going on. He smiled slightly, reached his hand in, and dug a handful. Sure enough, it was muddy. The little girl is quite addicted, but there was no time to play with her now, so he walked all the way out of the cave. There's only one protruding platform on the cliff of the valley. On the platform, there are 2 big trees with their leaves still intact. If there's a person hiding on it, it would be hard to spot without careful observation. He climbed up by grabbing the vines nearby, and sure enough, the woman was sitting against the tree. After all, I couldn't see her clearly in the cave last night. Now, Chun Fan realized that she was breathtakingly beautiful. She was seen with her left leg stretched out, her right leg bent, her arms folded across her chest, and her charming face spotless, obviously having washed. You're smart enough to know I'm here. She was not surprised to see Chun Fan coming up. What's wrong? Are you not used to living in the caves of our Chi tribe? Not really, it's just too noisy. The woman rolled her eyes and changed the subject at the right time. This oasis is indeed beautiful. You must be very happy living here. Chun Fan walked over and sat down beside her, also leaning against the tree, their shoulders touching. Chun Fan only felt soft and warm, and his heart was moved. He quickly collected his thoughts and said seriously, that's right, so I won't allow anyone to invade our home. It's good for young people to have fighting spirit. but they also need to have strength. The woman glanced at Chun Fan with great charm. Do you think the Chi tribe has a chance against the Songlong tribe? The woman turned around and faced Chun Fan with some disdain in her eyes. The Chi tribe will win. Oh, where does your confidence come from? From you. Chun Fan smiled slightly, stood up and stood with his hands behind his back, and said in a sonorous tone, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. You are in my hands, and I will know everything about the Songlong tribe, but they probably know nothing about us. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. The woman repeated this sentence in her heart, thinking it made sense, and couldn't help but look at Chun Fan in surprise. Is this something a young man could say? But she said, why do you think I will help you? Because the only one you can rely on is our Chi tribe. If we are destroyed, you will not survive. Chun Fan leaned over and stared at her, speaking word by word. So today, you must join the Chi tribe. Impossible. The woman flatly refused. She is the chief of the Songlong tribe. How could she join the Chi tribe? According to her idea, the goal is to incorporate the Chi tribe. She had already observed the surroundings and found that this valley was very suitable for defense, and the wolf cavalry could only play a limited role here. With fighters and ancestral warriors, if we can make good use of this valley, we may be able to fight against the Songlong tribe. Impossible? I'm afraid you don't have the final say. Chun Fan narrowed his eyes and shouted loudly. Where is Zhanya? Here. Zhanya immediately appeared below. Go find the territory of the Songlong tribe, kill 2 totem warriors, and bring their heads back to me. Yes. Zhanya took the order and ran out of the valley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The woman's eyes changed slightly, but she still said stubbornly, although he is fast, it is far from enough to deal with its Songlong tribe. Chun Fan simply ignored her words. He knew very well Zhanya's speed, and with a long sword, he was an extremely terrifying assassin. It could be said that if Zhanya wanted to kill Zhan Xiong, it would only take a moment. He no longer paid attention to the woman, but gathered his tribesmen and prepared to set a trap. Unlike the last bloody battle with the leaf snake, this time he wanted to set traps all over the oasis. As long as the Songlong tribe dares to set foot into the oasis, they will never return. There are many types of traps, and many of them are suitable for the jungle. Chun Fan had done a project before, summarizing the reasons why the United States was defeated in a certain Southeast Asian country. One of the most important reasons was the trap. It is said that the elite soldiers of the United States at that time suffered from traps and even chose to commit suicide rather than go into the jungle after seeing it. The most common trap is the inverted bamboo thorns, which Chun Fan had set in the valley before. Another is the swinging log trap, which is a sharpened wooden stake placed on a road that is easier to pass and hung up with a rope. As long as a person or an animal touches the mechanism, the stake will fall. There are also bamboo raft traps and so on. Chun Fan asked his tribesmen to collect materials first, while he took the woman back to the cave. He wanted to let her see how powerful he was. Chapter 023, Submission and Distribution. Bonfire Hall. Chun Fan and the woman sat around the fire, each holding a branch with corn on it. It smells delicious. Is this also the food you asked heaven and earth to give you? The woman's eyes flickered. She was already very surprised by the baked potatoes yesterday, and now the sweetness of the corn made her feel that the boy in front of her was extraordinary. Yes, I have better food than this. Chun Fan said casually. He looked at the corn in his hand and felt that it was not very cooked, so he continued to roast it. Is there anything better than this? The woman opened her mouth slightly. This is food. Food is what the tribe needs most, and it is precisely because of food that various problems gradually emerged in the Songlong tribe. If I had these foods... She looked at Chun Fan, no longer having the arrogance she had before. By the way, great chief, I don't know your name yet. You can call me you. That was my name before I became chief. Oh. Chun Fan nodded, then got up and left. The corn was already roasted, and he was going to take it to dough. What about you? What's your name? Yu's voice sounded behind him. My name is Fan, but you have to call me Master Wuju. Time flies. The tribesmen brought back a lot of sulfur in the afternoon, so Chun Fan collected saltpeter by himself. There was no other way, as there were not enough people. As the sun sets, Zhanya returns. He tied 3 human heads with a rope and hung them around his neck. Blood dyed his body and his eyes red. Master Wuju, the head has been brought back. There was a satisfied and honest smile on his face. He was always happy to complete the tasks assigned by the witch. Well, Zhanya, you did very well. Chun Fan handed him a piece of roasted meat and praised him generously. At this time you also came over. She recognized the 3 heads, and her face suddenly turned pale. Although they also participated in the hunt for me yesterday, I still feel uncomfortable seeing their tragic deaths now. At the same time, she also had a clear understanding of Zhanya's strength. He was able to break into the territory of the Tsanglong tribe alone and kill 3 people in a row without any injury. Even if it was a sneak attack, such strength is very terrifying. Why? Are you feeling sad? Chen Fan looked at her coldly. He hated the Saint Mother the most. He said sternly, "You've also seen that as long as we don't confront them head-on, our Qi tribe is fully capable of killing most of the people in the Tsanglong tribe. If I can kill 3 white-striped warriors today, I can kill 30 ordinary people tomorrow. Do you believe it? What do you want?" Yu's face was filled with sorrow, and he had completely given up his contempt for the Qi tribe. "I can help you take back the Tsanglong tribe. As long as you are willing, you can still be the chief of the Tsanglong tribe." Chen Fan did not give a direct answer, but started to make promises. But Yu was obviously not a fool, and asked again, "What do you want?" "I told you, I want you." After Chen Fan said this, you couldn't help but look up at him, and his eyes slowly moved downwards, as if he was doubting whether he could do it. "I want you to join the Qi tribe. I can make you the deputy chief, and the people of the Tsanglong lineage will still belong to you." "You want to annex the Tsanglong tribe?" Yu was completely stunned. She thought Chen Fan just wanted to protect himself, but she didn't expect Chen Fan to have such a big appetite. That day she had learned that the population of the Qi tribe was less than 100. How could such a small tribe want to swallow up a large tribe of 800 people? Still a child after all. But what's with the looks of the people around me? Why does everyone take it for granted? It's not annexation, it's integration. Chen Fan took out a branch from the campfire, pinched the burning part, and a sizzling sound was heard, and the branch went out. He pointed at you with a branch and said with great passion, "You said it yourself. The transition from matriarchy to patriarchy is the beginning of the tribe's decline. If that's the case, why not try other methods to maintain the tribe's prosperity? Like this branch, I can put it out with my hand, but when it's in the campfire, it's not that easy for me to put it out. So we need to merge together. The wilderness is not just about the Qilin tribe, nor is it just about the Tsanglong tribe. Only by merging together can we survive longer." Yu was shocked. She couldn't believe that these words were spoken by a young boy, but she knew that Chen Fan was right. Without the chieftain, the Grey Wolf tribe's fighting power would be greatly reduced, and food for the winter would become a problem. In addition, the internal fighting would last for a long time, and many tribesmen would die. She calmed herself down, and the dignity of a superior reappeared on her face. "Even if we merge, our Tsanglong tribe will be the main one." "Joe!" Chen Fan threw away the branch in his hand, leaned close to her ear, and said, "You are nothing but a lost dog. If Zhanya hadn't saved you, you would have died long ago. So you're not qualified to negotiate. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. I will slowly kill all the people of the Tsanglong tribe. As long as I am here, the Daki tribe will become strong sooner or later." You step back step by step. She was unwilling but unable to refute, because what Chen Fan said was true. At this time, several tribesmen around shouted, "Wuzhu! Aluyulu! Wuzhu!" Chen Fan stopped everyone and saw that you had lost his mind. He took out 10 bags of potatoes and continued, "Follow me to Qi. Everyone can have enough food to eat and don't need to live in a harsh environment like the desert. I can also give you fighters. What are you still thinking about?" You was astounded to see him take out so many things out of thin air. She was finally completely conquered by him and fell to her knees with a thump. "Yu is willing to join Daki. Please take her in, Master Wuzhu." As she spoke, she touched Chen Fan's feet with her forehead. Chen Fan accepted her surrender generously and felt relieved. If this woman refuses to give in, a bloody battle with the Tsanglong tribe will be inevitable. Now that she has surrendered, there is still room for maneuver. "Get up. The Daki tribe will be your home from now on." Chen Fan held her arm, feeling her warmth and softness, and his heart couldn't help but be moved again. At this time the chief just came back. After learning what happened, he laughed like a child and quickly asked someone to bring out the totem pole. This is the rule of all tribes. If you want to join a tribe, you must be recognized by the totem pole. He did not waste any time. He first knelt down in the direction of the Tsanglong tribe, praying for forgiveness from his ancestor Tsanglong, then bit his fingertips and dripped blood on the pillar. The blood was directly absorbed by the totem pole without a drop falling down. Aluyul. The tribesmen cheered to express their welcome to you. At this point, the Qi tribe had one more woman. So the question is, at this time of vigorously developing the population, to whom should she be assigned? Chapter 025, All Conquered. The barking beast, looking at the sky, remained motionless like a sculpture. The barking beast looked at Chen Fan and the others and slowly stood up. It was not big in size and was about the same height as a war bear. At this time, it jumped off the rock and shook its ugly body. "Stand back." The war bear immediately prepared for battle. "Get out of the way." The chief pushed him away and actually walked towards the barking beast. Zhang Xiong and Zhanan became nervous and were about to step forward, but were stopped by Chun Fan again. The chief is no fool. In the Qi tribe, apart from himself and Do, the smartest person is the chief. He must have his reasons for doing this. The chief walked straight to the barking beast without stopping and reached out his hand to touch its snake head. The barking beast actually lowered its head cooperatively and allowed the chief to touch it. Zhang Xiong was shocked. Didn't Master Wuzhu just say that this barking beast is a descendant of Qilin and has the same roots as us? Zhanan said this and squatted down to touch the cub in the cave. A young animal was awakened by him, and it started barking in its belly and stretched out its tongue to scare him, but did not attack. Hey. Zhanan had a lot of fun and liked this little beast very much. Seeing this, the war bear also tried to touch the other cub. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the barking beast on the boulder suddenly started barking wildly. When everyone looked up, they saw a big bird swooping down, targeting the baby that Zhanan was holding. Chun Fan saw it clearly. The bird had colorful wings, a small tuft of purple whiskers under its long beak, and its raised tail was shaped like a diamond. The overall look is majestic and exactly the same as the records in the classic of mountains and seas. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. The barking beast on the boulder pounced, but Huma dodged it easily. Zhanan roared, scales grew on his body, and he swung a bone knife to chop at Huma, but Huma just flapped its wings lightly and knocked Zhanan away. All this happened very quickly. Just as Huma was about to attack the cub, a dog bark suddenly sounded from the belly of the big barking beast. Woof! This cry was different from the previous chaotic cries. This cry was deep and heavy, like a sigh from the ancient times. Chun Fan and the others felt their heads churning and immediately collapsed to the ground, with Huma in the air falling down like a leaf in the wind. But the moment it landed, it flapped its wings and flew up again, circling over everyone's heads, never coming down or leaving. Chun Fan struggled to get up and went to help the war bear next to him. The barking beast only let out a roar, but it completely deprived them of their fighting power. It was so terrifying. However, he seemed to be the least affected, probably because of his stronger mental strength. Zhang Xiong grabbed Chun Fan's arm and sat up, looking a little embarrassed. He just wanted to kill the barking beast. Seeing that he was fine, Chun Fan hurried to check on Zhan and had fainted after being hit by Huma and injured by the barking of the beast. Fortunately, it was nothing serious. Chun Fan took out some water and poured it on his face, and he woke up. Master Wuzhu, this is a disaster beast. Zhanan looked panicked. Disaster beasts are more terrifying than evil beasts. Whenever they appear, it brings disaster, so they're called disaster beasts. It's okay, look. Chun Fan helped him up and pointed at the chief. The chief had already sat on the back of the barking beast, looking majestic and awe-inspiring, and a sense of primitive vastness immediately emerged. Zhanan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but look at the other barking beast. The barking beast is a bit ugly, but that ferocious feeling is exactly what primitive people love most. Master Wuzhu, are you okay? The chief came over on his barking beast and asked with concern. I'm fine, chief. How could you subdue it? Chun Fan was very curious. It was it that summoned me. I can feel its thoughts. The chief didn't seem to understand either, but when he saw that Chun Fan and the others were fine, he looked extremely happy. Chun Fan nodded and stopped worrying about this issue. He took out the beast taming ring and prepared to subdue Huma. But it won't come down. How can I put the beast taming ring on it? He thought about it and decided that he could only use the cubs. Huma didn't come down simply because he was afraid of the big barking beast, but it didn't leave either, clearly unwilling to give up and wanted to find an opportunity to continue attacking. In this case, create opportunities for it. So he asked the chief, Chief, if I want to leave with a baby, will the barking beast attack me? The chief was stunned when he heard this and said, This one won't work, and I'm not sure about the other one, but it shouldn't work. Of course not. Zhanan got up, looked excited, and spoke in a decisive tone. Then he staggered over to the other barking beast and mounted it directly. When the war bear saw this scene, his eyes widened. Then he looked at the 4 cubs and quickly hugged one of them. It's just mine. Chun Fan and the chief couldn't help but smile. The harvest of this trip was huge, 2 disaster beasts and 4 future disaster beasts. The strength of the Qilin tribe increased hundreds of times. Chun Fan's heart was burning with anger, and he immediately said, Chief, Zhanan, please move away. I need to get that big bird down. The chief said worriedly, Master Wuzhu, this is too dangerous. Zhanan and Zhang Xiong also nodded desperately. They had just seen the strength of the big bird. Zhanan was like a child in front of it and had no power to fight at all. Although Master Wuzhu is powerful, he is not good at fighting. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Go ahead. Chen Fan gave them a reassuring look and spoke in a firm tone. The two had no choice but to ride on the barking beast and walk away. War Bear, pick up 3 of them and go over there too. I won't go over there. I will protect you. Past. Yes. When the War Bear went far away, Huma in the sky became impatient. It flew lower and lower, with its scarlet eyes fixed on Chun Fan. The ferocious beasts already have a certain degree of intelligence, let alone the even more powerful disaster beasts. It obviously understood that this was a trap, so it did not rush down directly, but kept observing Chun Fan. The chief and others were watching from a distance, each one more nervous than the other, ready to go over and provide support at any time. Chen Fan was also very nervous. If he couldn't catch it in one go, he might be dead, but wealth and honor must be achieved through risk. So he held the beast-taming ring and waited for it to come down. Time passes by second. His stomach was growling with hunger. Finally, Huma seemed to confirm that this human posed no threat and rushed down with a cry. However, its target was not Chun Fan but the cub. In a flash, Chun Fan realized that he was careless. It was too fast, and he couldn't aim at it all. It's all over now. The child of the barking beast was killed. I don't know if the chief and Johnny can bear it. In a hurry, he could only throw the beast ring out based on his feeling. This was purely a helpless act, and in fact he had already given up in his heart. Unexpectedly, the beast-controlling ring swelled up in the wind and became larger in an instant. Huma had no way to escape and was directly covered. Chapter 26. Those who attempt to enter the oasis will die. The edge of the oasis. A team of wolf riders slowly came towards the oasis. There were about 30 riders, raising dust as they galloped, with extraordinary momentum. The leader was a huge man riding a giant wolf. His broad chest was covered with scars, which was extremely terrifying. If Chen Fan was here, he would definitely be surprised, because this man also had the appearance of a modern person. His face, as sharp as a knife or an axe, vaguely revealed his former handsomeness, but there was a heavy haze in the corners of his eyes. Chief, the chieftain should not be here. She is the one who is most opposed to entering the oasis. A wolf rider stepped forward and shouted. The wolf under his crotch was obviously much smaller. There are only 2 tribes nearby, Sanlong and Qilin. Even if the chieftain is not here, the people who killed our people must be from the Qilin tribe. The big man called the leader had a gloomy face and said in a cold tone, Beasts don't chop off their heads. Near the crater, the chief and others stared blankly at the sky. They could never imagine that the way the witch master talked about taming the war beast was in such an incredible way. If they had known this would happen, why would they be worried? In fact, they didn't know that Chun Fan was also very shocked by the abnormality of the beast-taming ring. Huma was enveloped by the beast-controlling ring. It panicked and was still struggling by flapping its wings. But the beast-controlling ring was slowly shrinking. The smaller it is, the weaker its struggle. Finally, the beast-controlling ring turned into a collar and was put around its neck, and it calmed down completely. Chun Fan could suddenly feel its thoughts. It had already recognized its master. Come down! Chun Fan gave an order in his mind, and it folded its wings and immediately landed on the ground, with its head almost level with Chun Fan. Chun Fan was overjoyed. Now he could see the big bird clearly. Its feathers were very fine, yet hard as iron, with a metallic luster. The sharp beak was as long as his palm and exuded a dangerous aura. All its strength lies in its beak. Chun Fan stroked it slowly, as if he had found a treasure. With this thing, he might be able to fly. When I think of this, I can't wait to try it. Huma also cooperated very well. She bent her legs and lowered her body. He straddled her and hugged her neck. The next moment, it soared into the sky. Ouch! Chun Fan couldn't help but let out a long cry. Huma flew higher and higher, and the mountains and trees became smaller and smaller in his eyes. He flies through the clouds and walks with the wind. For the first time, he felt how wonderful the wilderness was. After circling for a circle, he let Huma land. It was too cold in the sky, and it would not be too late to play after making a set of clothes. The chief and others were already frightened by him and almost fell to their knees. Zhan Xiong even threw the cub on the ground. He suddenly felt that the barking beast was not fragrant at all. How about it? Isn't my war beast handsome? Chun Fan, who was full of complacency, ignored their shock. He could feel Huma's strong desire to attack the barking beast under him. He tried to calm him down in his heart, but he couldn't hide the smugness on his face. So handsome! The chief gently stroked the barking beast and admired it sincerely. Zhan Xiong and Zhan also nodded repeatedly, thinking that although you are a little ugly, your war beast is really handsome. Let's go back. After Chun Fan calmed Huma down, he flew directly down a mountain. This time, he didn't let Huma fly too high because he wanted to take a good look at his territory. Seeing this, the chief and Jonin also rode down the mountain on their barking beasts. Only the war bear is left. He looked at Chun Fan, who was gradually disappearing in the sky, looked at the two chiefs who were running away madly, and finally looked at the 4 ugly cubs on the ground. I picked them up miserably and ran down the mountain as hard as I could. Not long after, Chun Fan returned to the valley first. The tribesmen were frightened by him and fell into panic. The husband even drew his bow and shot an arrow at him. "It's me." Chun Fan came down quickly. The tribesmen were too unstable. "Master Wuju, you are back." The husband felt ashamed, but he seemed very anxious, and then said, "We found the wolf cavalry of the Songlong tribe." "What?" Chun Fan was shocked. "Is he here so soon? Is anyone injured?" "No. Zhanya went to stop them and hasn't come back yet." Chun Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that no one was injured. As for Zhanya's safety, he was not worried at all, so he asked slowly, "Where's you?" "I'm here." Yu walked out of the cave with a look of resentment on her face. She glared at Chun Fan fiercely. She was very angry about what Chun Fan did last night, but she froze in her tracks as soon as she came out, staring at Huma in disbelief and exclaiming, "Disaster Beast! Disaster Beast?" The tribesmen working in the valley suddenly became panicked again. They had never seen the horror of the disaster beast, but they had just experienced the horror of the ferocious beast, the leaf snake. "This is my mount, Huma." Chun Fan smiled faintly and was very satisfied with Yu's reaction. This woman's pride had been shattered by him. Although her body was dirty, her mouth was also very sexy, and it was nice to relieve her sexual desire occasionally. "Your mount is a flying disaster beast." You still couldn't believe it. There is also a disaster beast in the desert, which has been the enemy of the Songlong tribe for generations. In order to resist it, countless warriors of the Songlong tribe have been sleeping forever in the desert. If it weren't for the orange-striped warriors, the Songlong tribe would have been destroyed by it. But now, this young witch, his man, actually has a disaster beast mount, and it's an even more difficult flying type. Is this rare? My Daki tribe has plenty of disaster beasts. Chun Fanshur pretended to be a bitch. As soon as he finished speaking, the chief and Jonin rushed into the valley on the barking beasts. I don't know if they did it on purpose, but the barking beast was barking wildly with an insane momentum. Coupled with the smug expressions of the two men, it was really amazing. Seeing this, Yu's body swayed, and he barely managed to avoid falling. The 3 disaster beasts were enough to easily destroy the Songlong tribe. She was now extremely glad for her decision yesterday. Joining the Chi tribe was probably the best decision she had made in all these years. After Chun Fan finished pretending, he felt better and pulled her to get on the Huma together. The back of the Huma was very spacious and was just right for 2 people. "Let's go and meet your people." Huma soared into the sky. He was very nervous. There was a disaster beast under her, and she dared not move. As Huma climbed upwards, her body couldn't help but slide backwards, directly sticking close to Chun Fan behind her. Chun Fan was a little disgusted, but with a warm and soft jade in his arms, his body still responded. So the 2 of them remained silent. Only Chun Fan occasionally twisted his body, and no one knew what he was adjusting. Fortunately, the process was not long, and the 2 soon reached the edge of the oasis. The boundary between the grassland and the desert seemed to be a natural horizontal line. In the desert, a team of wolf riders looked gloomy, with several wolf corpses lying nearby. Zhanya stood on the grass, holding a knife in his right hand and holding a wounded Songlong tribe warrior in his left hand. He said calmly, "You cannot offend the Chi tribe. I have shown mercy. If you continue to pester me and attempt to enter the oasis, you will die." Chapter 27, He Still Cares About Me. Emolang's face looked very bad. As one of the most powerful warriors of the Songlong tribe, he has his own pride and dignity. But now, the wolf cavalry led by him was stopped by a single man, and even a member of the tribe was captured by the other side without anyone noticing. This was a shame. What's even worse is that the other party made outrageous remarks and threatened me. How can this be tolerated? He decided to kill the person in front of him, even if it meant sacrificing a member of his tribe. There were red lines on his chest. It was a desert wolf. Its sharp claws were eye-catching. No one can threaten the warriors of the Songlong tribe. You will die. He stared at Zhanya with crazy killing intent in his eyes, but he was not a reckless person. He gave orders to the wolf cavalry behind him. 3 riders in a group, defend back to back. Don't let him sneak attack again. Seeing that he was stubborn, Zhanya sneered with disdain on his face. The long sword bestowed by the witch was extremely sharp, and he did not take these wolf cavalrymen seriously at all. If he didn't know that Lord Wuju wanted to integrate the Songlong tribe, he wouldn't have killed only wolves and not humans. Both sides were ready to fight, but at this moment, a clear bird song was heard from the sky. A large, colorful bird swooped down. It was Huma, disaster beast. Run! Mo Lang, who had a murderous look on his face just now, was suddenly terrified and turned his head to escape. He was just a red-striped warrior and had no ability to fight against the disaster beast. But the giant wolf beneath him was frightened by Huma's aura. His legs became weak, and he could no longer run. The other wolf riders fell down, their wolves lying down. Mo Lang, are you afraid sometimes? You, with a flushed face, jumped to the ground and cursed in a soft voice. Mo Lang was panicked and felt that the voice sounded familiar. He turned his head and opened his mouth in surprise, unable to utter a word. The war chief is here, riding a scourge. Oh my god! Mo Lang rubbed his eyes, and after making sure that this was not an illusion, a look of despair appeared on his face. It's over now. The chief had been good to him in the past, but for his own selfish desires, and in order to get her, he chose to do his best to support Wulong, who wanted to seize power. The chieftain must hate me so much. She has a disaster beast, it's over. Mo Lang, I haven't seen you for 2 days. You have become mute. Seeing his expression, you knew what he was thinking. He felt happy and couldn't help but scold him again. Great chief, Mo Lang avoided looking at you. At this time, Chun Fan came over riding on Huma. Zhanya's eyes lit up, and he immediately went over. Master Wuzhu. Chun Fan nodded in appreciation. He had seen Zhanya's performance just now. Seeing that he was still holding a wolf cavalryman, he said, Zhanya, let him go. Yes. Zhanya was very excited. With the disaster beast, he certainly no longer needed hostages. He let go of the unfortunate fellow, and then mustered up the courage to touch Huma. Chun Fan ignored him and jumped off Huma to look at the wolf cavalry on the opposite side. At this time, they had been defeated and were in a mess. This is the wolf cavalry of your Songlong tribe? Nothing more than that. He couldn't help but mock you. But I was actually quite shocked in my heart, because the people opposite me almost all had modern faces. Only a few still have long mouths and hunchbacks, but they are not so obvious now. Considering that he was not surprised at his use of fire, he once again expressed his approval of the level of civilization of the Songlong tribe. But even such a tribe could not face the disaster beasts, and they lived in a harsh environment like the desert. There must be a stronger tribe, a tribe that is strong enough to face the disaster beasts, a tribe with a higher civilization. Thinking of this, he instantly lost the desire to pretend to be cool. He was speechless after his question. Wolf riders gallop across the desert much faster than humans, and some powerful wolves are ferocious beasts that can help in battle. Even Black Wolf's mount, the Wolf King, is a powerful beast who has made countless military achievements for the tribe. Therefore, the wolf cavalry has always been the pride of the Songlong tribe. But now they are facing the disaster beast. It's not that they are incompetent, it's that you are too perverted. She was getting angry when Chun Fan spoke again. These people, do you want to listen to you? Those who listen to you will stay, and those who don't will be killed by me. His tone was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Yu's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted to Mo Lang and others. Mo Lang, I know you were bewitched by Wu Lang. As long as you turn back now, I can pretend that what happened before never happened. Our Lady, it's okay to let ordinary people go, but how can we let these leaders go? Chun Fan looked at her coldly and decided to teach her a lesson. Upon hearing these words, Mo Lang and the others on the opposite side knelt down on the ground as if they had heard the sound from heaven. Mo Lang's eyes flashed. Great chief, I was wrong before. From now on, I, Mo Lang, will only follow the great chief. If I have any second thoughts, I will be punished by heaven and earth. The wolf riders behind him also shouted, if you have any second thoughts, you will be punished by heaven and earth. Yu's expression relaxed, and he seemed a little touched. He said softly, everyone get up. Then she pointed at Chun Fan and continued, this is the witch of the Chi tribe, the owner of this sacred bird, and my Yu's man. From now on, you should follow him, not me. What? Isn't the disaster beast the chief's? Mo Lang looked at Chun Fan in surprise. Such a young witch? Or is he the master of the disaster beast? Is the Chi tribe so powerful? The most important thing is the chief who has always been unwilling to mate with his tribesmen actually became the woman of this young man. Recalling the blush on the chief's face when he first appeared, he secretly felt disgusted in his heart. I, Mo Lang, coveted you for 20 years but never got it, and now a young boy got it? This bitch. I don't need them to follow me. I've said before that the people of the Songlong tribe are still yours, but you have to remember one thing. Chun Fan stared into Yu's eyes and said word by word, put away your disgusting kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Huma rushed forward, pecked Molong's chest with its sharp beak, and swallowed the heart into its mouth. Just as humans need the blood of ferocious beasts, beasts also need the blood of totem warriors. This scene happened extremely suddenly, and no one was expecting it. By the time everyone reacted, Imo Lang was already dead. You? Anger burned in Yu's eyes. That was a red-marked warrior. He already knew he was wrong. So why did they want to kill him? Great chief, save us. The wolf riders were all horrified when they saw this. They are not afraid of dying for the tribe, but they know which one to choose between meaningless death and surrendering to the chieftain. Hearing this, Yu looked at Chun Fan with a soft look in his eyes, even pleading. Master Wuju, they are all very good warriors and can contribute to the tribe. Chun Fan looked at her deeply and warned her. Your people cannot enter the valley. Let them find a way to spend the night. After saying that, he called Janya and asked him to protect you. Then he climbed onto Huma and went home. You cried with joy. He still cares about me. Chapter 028 Do Something. Chun Fan returned to the cave and ate 3 roasted corns because he was very hungry. He hasn't had time to go outside the valley to look for saltwood in the past few days. Although the meat itself contains salt, it tastes bland and he just can't get used to it. So the sweet roasted corn became his favorite. Huma didn't like the dark environment of the cave, so Chun Fan left it at the entrance of the cave. The tribesmen cheered and jumped around it, making it very lively. As for the chief and Janya's barking beasts, they made their home at the mouth of the valley, and the cubs were taken into the cave by Zhan Xiong to be raised. As it was getting dark, Chun Fan entered the space to sign in. This time he chose to plant peppers. Since there was enough food for the time being, he could plant some condiments. It's a pity that I haven't got a shovel. If I could reclaim a few more pieces of land, I wouldn't have to worry about food after merging with its Songlong tribe. Collecting food is the main task of the tribe, which also means that people have no time to think about other things. Only when there is enough food can productivity be liberated. For example, the Chi tribe now has a daily job of collecting various materials, and there is no need to hunt and gather at all. When I returned to the real space, Do had not come back yet, and I was not sleepy, so I simply took a piece of animal skin to make myself a piece of clothing. The animal skins left by the old shaman are of very good quality, dry, soft, and have no peculiar smell. However, when he figured out what to do, he found that he had no knife, not even a bone knife. He had to give up temporarily and turn to collecting saltpeter. His tribesmen had already collected enough sulfur for him, but saltpeter was still not enough. I was so busy that I don't know when I fell asleep. When I opened my eyes the next day, I saw Do. She was kneeling beside the bed, looking at me with her big blinking eyes. The two looked at each other, feeling a little hot in their hearts. Husband, drink the soup. Do lowered his head shyly. All the tribesmen were busy, but he only wanted to mate. It was so embarrassing. Where did you go last night? Chun Fan took the stone bowl, which was not hot at all, and took a sip and asked. I wanted to make a piece of clothing for my husband, but there was no knife in the house, so I went to my husband's place to make it. Do said this as he picked up a neat animal skin coat, with an expression of seeking credit on his face, which was very cute. Chun Fan felt warm in his heart, put down the stone bowl, and took the clothes. The shape is a bit ugly, and the seams are not neat, but he is very satisfied with it. The animal hide was tough, and it wasn't easy to cut it with the tribe's bone knives. No wonder she hadn't come back. It must have taken a lot of time to make. Only Do could think of making clothes for him. The other tribesmen were in awe and respectful of him. And Do will care about himself. Chun Fan held her in his arms and said gently, You did a good job, but you are not allowed to stay up late in the future. Sleeping with me is the most important thing, understand? After that, the two rolled together. After making love, Chun Fan came out of the cave wearing new clothes. In the bonfire hall, the women were still weaving ropes. These ropes were not strong and would be consumed quickly. Besides, winter was coming soon, and it would be difficult to find hay. The husband led people to make bows and arrows in the valley. He was very smart and had modified the bows based on the problems he found when using them. He made good use of the tendons of the leaf snake and made 3 strong bows that could shoot 100 meters away. They were very useful. Master Wuju. When the husband saw Chun Fan coming out, he hurried over. He discovered one thing. As long as the witch was there, he would get benefits. Seeing that his eyes were full of anticipation, Chun Fan taught him how to make arrows. Previously, in order to deal with leaf snakes, all arrows had no tip ends, only rockets. However, animal oil is really difficult to collect, so not many rockets are made now. After all, stone arrows are not sharp enough, so the bow needs to be tougher. The more the bow is pulled, the greater the power. So he taught his husband how to make animal glue. It was actually very simple. All he had to do was put the animal's fur in water and boil it at high temperature. Some small animal skins are of little use, but they are good for making glue. With glue, you can make a better bow. The husband studied very seriously, and the young men beside him were also fascinated by what he heard. Seeing how dedicated they were, Chun Fan simply performed the operation for them on the spot, and time passed little by little. In a sand pit in the desert, there are caves all around the pit, and that is where the Songlong tribe lives. In the largest cave, a man as big as an iron tower was pacing. He only has one eye, but his gaze is full of majesty and makes people feel uneasy. Captain, we have searched everywhere, but we have not found any trace of Chief Molong. A wolf cavalryman rushed into the cave to report. No need to look for him. He hasn't returned for a night, so he's in danger. Have you found any trace of a sandworm king? Molang's sharp claws can easily deal with ordinary ferocious beasts. After thinking about it, the big man felt that only the sandworm king, a disaster beast, could destroy Molang's team. Nothing was found. The wind was strong last night and buried all traces. The wolf riders returned. Well, go down. The big man didn't get angry. After the wolf cavalry left, he turned around and walked deeper into the cave. He knew that his brain wasn't working well, so it would be a good idea to ask Mr. Wu more questions. This cave is not flat. The tunnel continues to extend downward. The air becomes more humid as you go down, and small pools of water slowly appear on the ground. This is why the Songlong tribe was able to survive in the desert. They had enough water. Don't come in. When the big man reached the deepest part of the cave, a gentle voice came from inside. Yes. The big man waited obediently, a glimmer of desire in his one eye. Not long after, the gentle and soft voice sounded again. Come in. Chun Fan taught his husband, only to find that he didn't see Huma. After searching for a while, he found it lying on the arrow tower above the valley. Although the arrow tower was damaged by the leaf snake, it was still relatively stable and just big enough to accommodate Huma. He ignored it, checked the large rocks piled up in the valley, and then walked out of the valley with satisfaction. Now the tribe is thriving, and he feels very satisfied. So when he saw you and others, he no longer gave her a cold look. Master Wuju, you was delighted when she saw him coming. I didn't go home all night. He must be worried. Chun Fan nodded and found that they had built some simple shelters. He couldn't help but ask, does it take so long to build these things? He was really curious, but when you heard it, it took on a different meaning. He blames me for not going back for too long and misses me. Her beautiful eyes revealed a charming look, and she suddenly wanted to tease Chun Fan. So she said with a sweet smile, it certainly doesn't take that long to build these things, but other things do take time. Chun Fan was stunned. Anything else? Seeing Yume's eyes full of spring and the strong wolf cavalrymen surrounding her, his heart sank, and he immediately frowned. It turns out that he didn't come back all night and did something disgusting here. Furious, he turned around and left. You don't have to go back to the cave anymore. Just live here with these people. Chapter 029, Sexy Gold Soft Armor. Primitive people had no concept of chastity, and mating with each other was a common occurrence. Some people care, but most people don't. Chun Fan certainly couldn't accept this. Although he was not his woman in the true sense, she was already her in name. If it weren't for the development of the tribe, he would have wanted to kill these wolf riders immediately. He returned to the cave angrily. He was a great time traveler, but he was cheated by a group of primitive people. No, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he decided to kill. I am only 14 years old, and I have enough time to slowly develop the tribe without relying on others. He turned around and walked out of the cave. He did not call anyone else for such an embarrassing thing. He just called Huma and flew towards the small camp of the wolf cavalry. Yu, who was in a state of confusion, was greeted with a smile of joy when she saw him coming back. Master Wuju, I was just joking. We have never built a shelter like this before. It took us a long time to build it, she said very quickly. I didn't do anything else. Just now. Chun Fan left in anger, and she felt happy and anxious. Why would I joke with the kid? What if he dislikes me and doesn't want me anymore? Chun Fan, who was about to start a killing spree, was stunned when he heard this. He stared at Yu's expression carefully and confirmed, Are you sure you only built the house? Yu only felt his murderous intent at this time, and quickly explained, I'm sure, if you don't believe me, you can check me. How do I check? Chun Fan became interested. He glanced at the shelter on the ground and found that there were indeed many abandoned trees around it. These people have lived in the desert all year round, so it is normal that they have never used trees to build houses. It is quite good that they can build a house like this in less than a day. It seems that I was thinking too much just now. How would you like to check, Master Wu? Yu lowered her head with a red face. Although she was not young anymore, her shy expression still made Chun Fan's heart burn. Come up. Chun Fan grabbed her, pulled her onto Huma's back, and then rushed into the sky. Just check it out here. Chun Fan impatiently laid her on Huma's back and roughly tore off her leather armor. Still a girl, Chun Fan felt the obstacle and was shocked, and his spirits were greatly boosted. When they landed on the ground, they were already dressed neatly. Yume's eyes were as charming as silk, and her gaze could not leave Chun Fan for a moment. Although it was painful just now, The madness and ecstasy made her years of suppressed desire burst out. I feel like my whole being has been elevated. Chun Fan finally realized that he had been blaming her wrongly, so he spoke in a much gentler tone. Go back and rest first. You walked into the cave as obediently as a kitten, looking back every few steps. Chun Fan smiled, very satisfied with his own strength, then rode Huma back to the wolf cavalry camp. There are 3 white-striped warriors among these wolf riders. They need to be taken back to worship the totem. As for the ordinary warriors, it doesn't matter whether they worship it or not. After finishing all this, it was already very late and a busy day finally came to an end. The tribesmen have basically completed the work of collecting materials, and they can set up traps according to his requirements tomorrow. Back in their cave, Do and you were chatting about something, giggling from time to time. One of the 2 girls is young, beautiful, and full of vitality, and the other is mature, plump, noble, and elegant. Chun Fan is very satisfied. This is much more comfortable than in his previous life. He signed into the space first, and when he came out he looked around the bed. Now that you had become his woman, it would be a bit inappropriate to let her sleep on the floor again. My husband, what are you looking at? Do thought he was thinking about something embarrassing and asked with a blushing face. The bed is too small. Chun Fan pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, we need to make a big bed. The next day, Chun Fan woke up earlier than Do, which was rare. He cooked the broth, added some chili pepper, placed it beside the bed for the 2 girls, and then went to instruct the tribesmen to set traps. It was only when the sun was high in the sky that he finally had time to chop down the trees. Before dark, a solid Nama bed was finally made. I don't know what he was thinking, but this bed is so spacious that it can accommodate 5 people. There was a little bit of remaining wood, which he made into a door, providing greater privacy for the bedroom. After installing the wooden door with his tired body, he immediately entered the space to sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward, a bundle of garlic sprouts and a bag of fertilizer. Host, sign in for 10 consecutive days, and you will be rewarded with a shovel. Chun Fan, who was planting corn, was stunned and quickly ran to the hut. Sure enough, he saw a small shovel and was ecstatic. After signing in for 3 consecutive days, he got the arrow tower, and after signing in for 7 consecutive days, he got the beast taming ring. So he always thought that the rewards for signing in continuously were things that would enhance his fighting ability. I didn't expect that he would be given a shovel today. This is what he wanted most. Food has always been the scarcest commodity in primitive society, and the larger the tribe, the more food it lacks. The most important thing is that when he reclaimed the first piece of farmland, he was given equipment and skills. Although the basic sword technique is just the basic sword technique, without internal force or true energy, the sword is really good. So he couldn't wait to pick up a shovel and cultivate the land. Congratulations to the host for reclaiming a piece of farmland. As a reward, I will give you a pair of straw sandals, a set of gold silk soft armor, and a book on basic physical fitness techniques. A beautiful electronic sound rang out. Chun Fan quickly planted the corn and then trotted back to the hut. The straw sandals were tattered and had some stains on them, and no one knew where they came from. But it's better to have something than nothing. People in the tribe all walk barefoot, and he himself is used to walking barefoot, so he didn't think of making shoes. After putting on the straw sandals, he picked up the golden soft armor. It was a complete set, including clothes and pants. The outrageous thing was that the pants were actually open crotch design. Chun Fan was shocked. This is a treasure. It can be used as stockings. Phew, it can protect the whole body. Moreover, the gold silk soft armor also has a good protective effect against metal weapons. Facing the current bone and stone weapons, it can be said to be invulnerable to swords and guns. This thing can be used by Do. She has no fighting ability at all. I feel more at ease if she wears this. Delightfully, she put away her soft armor and finally picked up the body strengthening technique. As the name suggests, physical fitness techniques are methods to strengthen the body, which can increase defense to a certain extent. Hot chicken. Chun Fan was very dissatisfied. This thing was just like the basic sword technique and had no special functions. He didn't think highly of it at all. Back in the real space, Do and you had already returned and had made the bed with animal skins. The 2 girls praised Chun Fan's exquisite craftsmanship. The 2 girls were startled when they suddenly saw Chun Fan appear. They looked at the closed door and then at Chun Fan. Husband. Chun Fan smiled slightly. Before, whenever he entered the space, he would ask Do to guard outside. Now that there was a door, he forgot about it. But it doesn't matter. After all, I'm a witch, so no matter how magical I am, it's not too much. Don't ask any more questions, just put this on. He threw the gold thread soft armor onto the bed and said maliciously. Chapter 030. Expedition to the Wolf Tribe. Do looked at you. feeling a little embarrassed. The experience that night made her shy for a long time. Chun Fan thought she was taking too long, so he let you wear it. You was more relaxed after all, so she took off her leather armor and put on the gold silk soft armor directly. Torches crackled and burned. The enchanting and sexy Yu had a charming look in her eyes and covered her important parts with her hands. Chun Fan's eyes lit up. This golden soft armor is extremely unconventional and looks no different from stockings. When worn on Yu's already plump and fair body, it is extremely alluring. Gulp! Swallowing his saliva, Chun Fan gently opened her hands. The sun and the moon move, and the clouds roll and unfold. 3 days later in the morning, the members of the Qi tribe gathered in the valley, and everyone's face was filled with excitement, because today, the Lord Wuju was going to conquer the Songlong tribe. Zhang Xiong was holding a pair of stone hammers. These were new weapons that Chun Fan had made for him. They were carved from granite and were extremely hard. The most important thing is that it is big enough, so only a war bear with incredible strength can use it. Ordinary people can't lift it at all, let alone wield it in combat. It was because of this that Chun Fan decided to let him guard the house. There was no other way, as Mo Lang's giant wolf could not carry him at all. Zhanya was temporarily appointed by Chun Fan as the new leader of the wolf cavalry, and the original 3 white-striped warriors among the wolf cavalry were deputy leaders. At this time, Zhanya was riding a giant wolf and commanding the wolf cavalry to form a formation according to the method taught by Chun Fan. The chief and Zhanan rode on barking beasts and waited at the entrance of the valley. Chun Fan and Yu rode on Huma. They laid a piece of animal skin on Huma's back to avoid dirtying Huma's feathers. This is the lineup for the expedition. Chun Fan got ready and said to the battle bear, "Guard your home well. Wait for me to bring the Wolf King back. It will definitely be able to carry you." Zhang Xiong nodded vigorously. "Master Wuju, don't worry." Chun Fan gave him an encouraging look, then said to Do, "Wait for me at home and take good care of the 4 cubs." Do is very well behaved. Set off. Chun Fan shouted loudly, and Huma rushed into the sky. "Ah, Lulu! Ah, Lulu!" The chief and his men roared and rushed out of the valley. The later book, Wild Wind and Cloud, recorded this as follows. In the autumn of every year in the imperial calendar, the emperor rides a divine bird, and the generals and soldiers follow him on beasts, leaving the oasis and entering the desert. This is the beginning of the Great Kirin War, and it is also the greatest blessing of the wilderness. With you guiding the direction, Chun Fan directly ordered Huma to fly at full speed. He was very curious about the Songlong tribe. Although you had introduced him a lot of information about the Songlong tribe in the past 2 days, he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. "My husband, does Wulong really have to die?" You felt a little reluctant. Although Wulong wanted to kill her and seize the position of chief, he was the only orange-striped warrior of the Songlong tribe after all. He had fought for the tribe and was a hero of the tribe. Chun Fan held her flat belly with his left hand, stretched out his right hand to pinch her chin, pulled her head onto his shoulder, stared at her coldly, and said, "I'll say it again, put away your kindness." He turned her head and let her look at the sparse, dry grass on the sand, and continued, "You can't get rid of weeds. They will grow again in the spring breeze. Do you understand this truth? If he can find a chance to kill you this time, why can't he do it next time?" You closed her eyes and whispered, "I understand." She looked lonely. Her lips moved, but she couldn't help asking, "Where is the witch? Husband, are you going to kill the witch too?" When the witch is alive, the tribe is alive. When the witch dies, the tribe dies. Although she joined the Qilin tribe, she still has the blood of the Songlong tribe, and her abilities also come from the Songlong tribe. There is nothing wrong with leading the Songlong tribe to submit to the Qi tribe, but if the witch dies, it means that the bloodline of the Songlong tribe will never be awakened in the future. The gray wolf totem will also be covered in dust. This was a result she didn't want to see. Chun Fan certainly understood her concerns, so he let her go and said, "Let's see how she behaves. If she truly surrenders, I can spare her life." Yu's eyes lit up, and he secretly decided that he must convince Wu to surrender. Near noon, the two finally arrived at the territory of the Songlong tribe. There are some animal bones stuck in the sand, some have begun to weather, and some are still very fresh. This is the custom of the Songlong tribe to indicate the boundaries of its territory. After flying for a while, Chun Fan faintly heard someone calling in the distance. Then we saw some people, about 100 of them, all in fighting postures. There were some human remains and many long animal corpses scattered around. It was obvious that they had experienced a great battle. But he saw no enemy or beast now. Just when I was about to ask you, I saw something moving in the sand. The next moment, a huge insect rushed out. It looked the same as the corpse on the ground, but its size was more than 6 or 7 times larger. It was the same color as the yellow sand, with a huge abyss mouth that was breathtaking. 2 people who were close to it were swallowed by it in one gulp, and countless sticky liquids dripped from its mouth. Those people were fearless and threw stone spears crazily. Those who didn't have stone spears rushed forward to attack. One of them had a one-eyed man with bright orange stripes on his body. He raised a smoking stone and threw it into the giant worm's mouth. Unfortunately, the giant worm was not stupid. It twisted its body and burrowed back into the sand. It's the Sandworm King. Yu's eyesight was not as good as Chun Fan's. It was not until this moment that he saw the battle in front of him and screamed in shock. Sandworm King. Chun Fan understood. He had seen many of these sandworms when playing games in his previous life, but he didn't expect to see them in their true form today. Husband, send me down. Without my help, they won't be able to defeat the Sandworm King and will be eaten up bit by bit. Yu was so anxious that her voice began to sound like tears. Chun Fan rolled his eyes. This woman looks smart, but is actually very stupid. How can I pretend to be cool if you help them fight off the Sandworm King? How can a divine soldier descend from the sky to make them kneel down and surrender? No wonder you are being hunted. Don't worry. If you go down now, you can't tell whether they will kill the sandworms or you first. When you heard this, he realized that he was no longer the great chief he used to be. He calmed down a little, but he could not hide the worry in his eyes. The 2 of them just watched from afar, and not long after, another person was swallowed by the sandworm. Chun Fan was secretly amazed. This Sandworm King was very smart. Every time it appeared, it would only attack once and then hide in the sand immediately after the attack. The people of the Canlong tribe could only wait for a short while for it to come out before attacking, but their attacks could not cause any effective damage to the Sandworm King. However, the one-eyed man kept using red-hot stones, which made the Sandworm King very afraid. Is that the black wolf you mentioned? Yes, that's him. He was the one who came up with the idea of attacking with red-hot stones. It's a method passed down from ancient times. The surface of the Sandworm King is covered with thick mucus and a lot of sand. Ordinary weapons cannot hurt it. Yu's voice was weak, but he still explained slowly. But its most ferocious mouth is also its weakness. As long as you can throw hot stones into it, it will retreat and will not appear again for a long time. We really can't underestimate the wisdom of primitive people. Chun Fan nodded. This was indeed a good idea. But if that's the case, what's the point of you going down there? Can you still improve your shooting accuracy? Chapter 031, because she is my woman. Burn more. Without the blessing of the great chief, I need more stones. Wulong picked up a red-hot stone and spoke to the tribesman beside him who was in charge of burning the stone. Just now, a soldier had half of his body bitten off by the Sandworm King. If the beast cannot be driven away quickly, the morale of the tribe will be affected. Their leadership abilities will also be questioned. It's all Yu's fault. His single scarlet eye gleamed with hatred. If you dies, I can become the chief. Then you can have the abilities of a great chief. But she ran away. Captain, the warriors have run out of stone spears. 3 days of continuous fighting has made everyone very tired. Let's retreat. At this time, a tall warrior with red stripes on his body said that his feet were corroded by the venom sprayed by the Sandworm King and the pain was unbearable. When Wulong heard this, he knew that he was right. But the witch told himself that if the chieftain could not be killed as soon as possible, that Canlong tribe would face an unprecedented crisis. I brought people out to the oasis to kill the chief according to the witch's instructions. But I didn't expect that I encountered a swarm of sandworms as soon as I came out. After killing many of them with great difficulty, the Sandworm King appeared again. Could it be that the gods and ancestors are stopping me? Am I wrong for always considering the tribe? I don't believe it. He raised his eyebrows and shouted to the red-striped warrior, "We can't retreat. We must kill it today." At this moment, the Sandworm King came out again, and the 2 tribesmen who were responsible for burning stones were knocked away and then swallowed by it. Beast! Looking at the Sandworm King so close, Wulong did not waste the opportunity. He roared and inserted his hands into the Sandworm King's body. The body of the Sandworm King is not hard. It mainly relies on the mucus on the surface of its body for defense. This mucus is highly toxic and can absorb sand to form a layer of sand helmet on the surface of its body. And Wulong's hands directly penetrated the sand helmet. He endured the pain of poisonous corrosion and tore off a piece of flesh and blood from the Sandworm King. Lulu. This was extremely morale-boosting, and the nearby soldiers cheered. Even Chun Fan, on whom his back, couldn't help but admire. What a tiger general! Yu hesitated to speak. At this time, the chief and his men finally arrived. The barking beasts were not good at high-speed attacks, so although they were disaster beasts, they were not much faster than the wolf cavalry. Chun Fan asked whom to land and said to the chief and others, There is a disaster beast ahead, hunting people from the Tsanglong tribe. When we get there, kill the disaster beast first. Good. With the presence of the barking beast and Huma, people are no longer afraid of the disaster beast. Then keep an eye on the people of the Tsanglong tribe and don't let any of them escape. Chun Fan continued to make arrangements. Master Wuzhu, aren't you going over? The chief realized something. Chun Fan smiled evilly. There's so many warriors from the Tsanglong tribe here, so they must be empty inside. I'm going to raid their homeland. Great. The chief's eyes lit up. You are worthy of being called Lord Wuzhu. Your brain is really sharp. Why didn't I think of it? At that moment, his admiration for Chun Fan increased even more. So everyone split into two groups. Chun Fan ordered Huma to continue flying, and soon they found the habitat of the Tsanglong tribe. This is it. You felt mixed emotions. It was the first time she saw her tribe's territory from the sky, and it was also the first time she saw her territory as an outsider. Desolate and shabby. Go down. Huma let out a long cry and swooped down. Its cry alarmed the people of the Tsanglong tribe. Several wolf cavalrymen ran out from various caves and gathered in the sandpit. After seeing Huma in the sky, the wolf cavalry became confused. From their angle, they could not see the person on Huma's back and thought it was a disaster beast attacking. So they roared and ran back into the cave quickly. And then Chun Fan saw that the cave entrances were blocked by large rocks. Wow, they have learned how to make doors. Chun Fan gave him a thumbs up and then said to you, "It seems that your people don't welcome us." He was worried that he would attack forcefully, and his heart was in his throat. Just as he was about to say something, Chun Fan had already let Huma land. As soon as he landed, he immediately grabbed Yu's throat and shouted loudly, "Your chieftain is in my hands. If you want to save her, come out." He killed people and destroyed their hearts. He did this to make you put away her saintly attitude and see the current situation clearly. If what he guessed was correct, the people of the Tsanglong tribe would never come out to rescue her, and they might even hope that she would die quickly. When you heard his words, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. She knew Chun Fan would not hurt her. But will the tribe still recognize me as the chief? They were all forced by the Black Wolf, so they should come and save me, right? However, there was silence all around, and there were 6 or 7 caves of various sizes, but none of them were open. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll break your chief's neck. Chun Fan shouted again. 1, 2. Yu's face gradually turned pale. Her eyes were dull, as if all her strength had been drained away. If Chun Fan hadn't supported her, she would have collapsed to the ground. "Stop counting, my husband." 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke in a pleading tone. She knew that the tribesmen inside could see the situation outside through the holes, but she really didn't expect that they would watch her die. Chun Fan looked at her and knew that she couldn't accept all this, but now he had to break her heart. Otherwise, she would not learn her lesson. 3. Quiet. No one came out. You gave up completely, and she suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. It seemed as if a dam was built in her eyes, and not a single tear flowed out. She looked up to the sky and laughed a few times, her charming face unusually cold. The warriors of the Tsanglong tribe are not cowards. They just won't save themselves. In that case, from now on, we'll be done with each other. She took out a bone dagger from her waist, grabbed her long hair and cut it, and a strand of hair fluttered down. The so-called gray wolf. Howling at night, tigers and leopards are afraid. In the daytime, all beasts hide. The so-called gray wolf, unrivaled in the mountains, living in packs, and also flamboyant when walking alone in the snowy regions. You people are not worthy of being the people of the Tsanglong tribe. I, Tsanglong Yu, as the chief of the Tsanglong tribe, will expel all of you from the Tsanglong tribe. From today on, you will be slaves for generations to come. Yu's voice shook the 4 directions, and her cold eyes swept across the tightly closed holes one by one, her heart breaking. Seeing this, Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction. This woman is not that stupid. She knows to expel others from the tribe instead of leaving the tribe herself. What a joke. You're no longer our chieftain. Why do you want to expel us from the tribe? At this moment, a deep voice was heard from a cave ahead. Because she is my woman. Chin Fonson's cold voice sounded. Chapter 032. There are so many things to meet. Only you can bully your own woman. When Chun Fan saw the man in the cave speaking rudely, murderous intent instantly filled his heart. Huma rushed out like lightning, and the rocks at the entrance of the cave collapsed instantly, unable to block its long beak at all. Run. Huma is huge in size, and the entrance of this cave is not as big as the one of the Chi tribe, so it cannot get in. But the long beak still pierced a person, and from the sound of his screams, it was the person who had just spoken rudely. At this time, he was not dead yet, spitting blood, and still cursing, You You have never contributed any population to the tribe, and now you have found a foreign child to mate with. You are the shame of the Tsanglong tribe. Court death. Chun Fan picked up a big rock from the ground and smashed it directly on his head, and the cursing stopped abruptly. Yu's expression was indifferent, but her pale face betrayed her inner pain. It's okay, I'll take care of everything from now on. Chun Fan held her hand and kissed her on the forehead. My husband. You couldn't hold it anymore and leaned on his shoulder, twitching for a while before calming down. Come on, I'll take you back what belongs to you. Chun Fan took out the bone knife he brought with him, pulled her up, and was about to go into the cave. Husband, the two of us. You was stunned for a moment. Huma couldn't enter the cave. Wouldn't it be suicide if we went in? What are you afraid of? The one who just died was a red-striped warrior, right? Chun Fan smiled slightly. He had calculated that there were no red-striped warriors here, only white-striped warriors at most. He was wearing soft gold armor. He had sword skills and body-strengthening skills, and he could also use healing skills to recover. These were enough to deal with these primitive people who could only use brute force. Yeah, but He was still a little worried. She was not worried about herself, but about Chun Fan. She only had Chun Fan now. Stop talking nonsense, and let's go. Chun Fan pulled her roughly and pulled her into the cave. As for the other caves, no one can escape because Huma is guarding outside. Husband, what happened again? Chun Fan glared at her angrily. This woman was so slow and indecisive that she didn't seem to have the energy to act decisively. How could she be considered a great chief? I bless you. After you finished speaking, he began to mutter to himself, and then several red light circles spread out. Chun Fan felt that he had suddenly become a lot stronger. There are recovery bonus, strength bonus, defense bonus, and speed bonus. It can also accelerate. Chun Fan's heart warmed up. This was an ability that the chief did not possess. It seemed that the great chief not only had a stronger bonus, but also had some new abilities. If she gave Zhanya a speed bonus, he felt his own strength. The feeling of having power was so wonderful. Great, let's go. Now, he felt more confident and walked to the front with a knife in hand. At this time, the people of the Tsanglong tribe should have all run deep into the darkness, and no one could be seen. What's in this hole? Chun Fan couldn't help but ask, if there is nothing in this cave, then there is no point in coming in here. The deepest parts of these holes are connected. Let's go find the witch. If we catch her, we can force them all out. You said sadly that she had been the chief for more than 10 years. But in the eyes of her people, she was not as good as a new witch. Good. So you showed the way, and Chun Fan led the way, and the two of them didn't meet anyone along the way. You felt something was wrong, and said to Chun Fan, Husband, be careful. They are afraid of the beasts, but not us. There must be an ambush. Chun Fan nodded. He had thought of this as well, but it didn't matter. His eyesight was far superior to that of ordinary people, so he didn't have to worry at all. After walking for a while, he saw some people in front of him, lying on the ceiling of the cave, and they seemed to be planning a sneak attack. Chun Fan pretended not to see it, and continued walking forward with you, getting closer. Finally, the two of them stopped right below the four people, which stunned the four people. They were waiting for the two to pass by, and then attack them from behind, but they didn't expect the two to suddenly stop moving. Let's go quickly. Do you think it's easy for us to hang here? I can't catch it anymore. Husband, what's wrong? He was also very confused. Why didn't he leave? However, Chun Fan did not respond to her, but suddenly jumped up, flipped the bone knife, and a man fell down with his throat cut by him. You've spotted us. Take action. The other three were horrified and fell to the ground and started to hack at you. They were holding bone daggers in their hands, waving them very quickly. He was unable to dodge in time and could only raise his hands to block his head. Click, click. The two bone daggers broke, and the other person had already been stabbed in the neck by Chun Fan. Too weak. Chun Fan felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. This close combat gave his adrenaline a surge, and he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. He swung the bone knife in his hand to the left and killed another person. In the end, the man was terrified. He never expected that this young man could be so scary. He turned around and tried to run away. But how could Chun Fan let him go? He beat his woman and wanted to run away. How could that be possible? I saw him keeping his left leg still, taking a step forward with his right leg, bending his left elbow and placing it in front of his right shoulder and holding the knife in his right hand and stabbing it straight out. It was a bow step stab, a basic sword technique, and he used it very standardly. The tip of the bone knife easily pierced the man's back and ended his life. Husband, this. Yu was originally sad about the tribe members attacking her, but when she saw Chun Fan's strange posture, she was immediately surprised. With her keen eyesight, she could certainly see that this posture was more suitable for attack. This is called martial arts. I can teach you if I have the chance in the future. Chun Fan put away his sword with a proud look on his face and stood still. It felt good to be able to show off in front of such a beautiful woman. Martial arts. Yume's eyes sparkled with surprise. Her man knew so many things. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of Chun Fan's weird tricks, and her face immediately turned red and she felt hot. Let's go. There's a group of white-striped warriors ahead. Let's go and meet them. Chun Fan didn't notice anything strange about you. He stared at the faint light in front of him with great courage. Husband, the totem warriors are too powerful. Even if they are white-striped, You started nagging again. It's okay if you can't beat them, just run away. Chun Fan disagreed. He already understood that sometimes the strength represented by colors was not absolute. For example, Zhanya, although he has white stripes, he can kill a red-striped warbear with a sharp long sword. So there is nothing to be afraid of. I am a man who knows martial arts. So the two of them walked forward. Great Chief, you shouldn't have come back. An older white-striped warrior looked reluctant, as if he had seen the scene of you being killed. Silang, if you still recognize me as your chief, get out of the way. You took a step forward and tried to shout him away. The white-striped warrior looked hesitant, but finally did not move. Another skinny warrior with white stripes shouted directly. What great chief? What he awakened was the ability of the sand halberd, a highly poisonous plant unique to the sand. It looks similar to a cactus, but is narrower and longer, like a long halberd. Of course, they called this plant sandlance because there were no halberds at that time. He just shouted, and finger-long spikes grew on his arms, and he rushed towards the two of them. Chapter 033 Descendants Who Should Not Exist. Be careful, my lord. His thorns are poisonous. You gave an urgent reminder, and even wanted to stand in front of Chun Fan. In her mind, Chun Fan had no way of dealing with the white-striped warriors. Even though his martial arts seem powerful, it probably won't have much effect in the face of the absolute power difference. Chun Fan quickly pulled her away. The golden soft armor could block swords and knives, but could not block stabs. During the process of the two bodies switching, Chun Fan waved the bone knife and used it to sweep away the troops. Unexpectedly, the intruder was not afraid of the bone knife at all. He just reached out and grabbed the bone knife in his hand. Even with the bonus of strength given by you, Chun Fan couldn't hold it. As soon as his hand loosened, the bone knife was taken away. Chun Fan was a little dumbfounded. It turned out that Yu's worries had always been correct, and he was too arrogant. But don't panic, it's just a small scene. That's it. The white-striped warrior showed disdain in his eyes and threw away the bone knife to catch Chun Fan. Chun Fan smiled calmly and prepared to pull you into the space. He had not completely anticipated the worst-case scenario. Stop! At this moment, a delicate cry came from deep in the cave. The white-striped warrior trembled, as if he heard some terrible sound, and immediately stopped where he was, not moving. Chun Fan was slightly startled, and when he looked up, he saw a woman walking towards him. Her steps were very strange. She was clearly walking towards him, but Chun Fan felt as if a snake was crawling towards him. She was naked except for a thin layer of snake skin, which was intact but translucent. She held the base of the totem pole with both hands, showing remarkable strength. Awesome. Chun Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Although this figure is not as plump as Yu's, it gives off a different kind of enchanting feeling that also makes people feel hot. It's a pity that she also had snake skin on her face, which made her look spooky and scary. The great chief has finally returned. What are you doing? Disperse. The woman's voice was charming and enchanting. Witch. You held his forehead with both hands and nodded. Is this a witch? There is a huge difference between him and the old shaman of our Chi tribe. Are you the witch of the Tsanglong tribe? Why are you holding the totem pole? Chun Fan looked at her figure and asked casually. You are the witch of the Chi tribe, right? My master once told me that the Chi tribe will rise again, and the key lies in the descendants who should not exist. She also looked at Chun Fan, and her words shocked Chun Fan. You are the descendant who should not exist. Chun Fan's eyes fixed, and a storm surged in his heart. Descendants who shouldn't exist? Aren't I supposed to not exist? Aren't I just a descendant from millions of years later? But how did her master know? His biggest secret was revealed in one sentence. Chun Fan's mind was in chaos, and he was speechless for a moment. You don't have to be surprised. My master is a witch. Her abilities are beyond your and my imagination. If she didn't want to die, she wouldn't have died, and you wouldn't have come here. The woman continued speaking, placed the totem on the ground, and then looked at you meaningfully. What is witchcraft? Can a witch decide whether she lives or dies? Upon hearing this, Chun Fan felt as if he had fallen into a trap. Could it be that someone had planned for him to come here? Is there such a magical thing? Not Igaraku. Could it be that she is also part of this trap? He suddenly turned his head and saw that you also had a confused expression, and he felt a little comforted. You haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing holding the totem pole? Chen Fan chose to change the subject. If an enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. What should we, the descendant of the dragon, be afraid of? As a college student, a single guy, and a super keyboard warrior in modern society, he is very experienced in how to avoid others showing off. That is, as long as you don't continue what the other person is saying, the other person can't show off to you. Sure enough, when the woman saw him like this, her eyebrows under the snake's skin twitched slightly. You is no longer fit to be the chief of our Songlong tribe, so I'll take out the totem pole and remove her from the title of chief. Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. If Chief Yu's position was removed, his plan to conquer the Songlong tribe would not succeed. Now that the white-striped warriors had retreated far away, he couldn't help but weigh in his mind whether he could subdue the woman with a sudden attack. You are no match for me, even if the chief helps you. There was a hint of amusement in the woman's eyes as she spoke slowly. Can you read my mind? Chen Fan was completely shocked. This woman was too outrageous. Not omnipotent. I can only sense when someone wants to hurt me or mate with me. The woman's look was even stranger. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He had just stared at her important parts for a long time. However, he was thick-skinned after all, and quickly adjusted his attitude, saying sarcastically, "You is not suitable to be the chief. Are you suitable?" "I'm not suitable either, but you are." As soon as the woman finished speaking, she knelt on the ground and continued, "For hundreds of years, the Songlong tribe has kept its promise and has never set foot in the territory of the Qilin tribe. The Qi tribe is about to rise, and it is natural for it to bring along the Songlong tribe. So, you should be the chief." What the hell? At this point, everyone who wanted to be the chief was confused. The white-striped warriors in the distance were stunned and at a loss as to what to do when they saw Wu kneeling down to Chen Fan. He was also confused. "Did you exclude me and hunt me down just to lick my man? Are you crazy?" The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and a bad look gradually appeared on her face. Not to mention Chen Fan. He had prepared for so long and came here with 3 disaster beasts in a menacing manner, but the other party was already ready to surrender. Where can you tell me this truth? However, he still asked a question in his heart. Yuka didn't tell me this. She said that you advocated attacking the oasis. Is she lying? The great chief is right. We do want to conquer the Qi tribe. These descendants who shouldn't exist are no longer members of the Qi tribe, but members of the Songlong tribe. The woman looked up, her enchanting eyes still captivating in the darkness. We know that the Qi tribe is a patriarchal tribe, and we are worried that they cannot accept the conquest of the matriarchal tribe. So we want to change it to a patriarchal tribe. Otherwise, there's 1,000 miles of barren land nearby, and there has been nothing to collect for a long time. Why wait until now to change it? But before the old chief died, she begged my master, and my master promised her that he would not convert to a patrilineal tribe during his lifetime. We are hunting down the great chief, because our master once said that the descendants who should not exist might harm the Songlong tribe because of the great chief. It's a pity that we acted too late, and you still came here. Master said that if you come to the territory of the Songlong tribe, the Songlong tribe will encounter an unprecedented crisis. At this point, Chen Fan basically understood that the root of everything was this woman's master. That magical witch. Chapter 034 Prediction. This is a vicious cycle. The witch predicted that you would affect the development of events, so that Songlong tribe hunted down you under the guidance of the snakeskin woman. You was being hunted down and was rescued by Zhanya, and thus became Chen Fan's woman, and was able to return to influence the development of events. In other words, if they hadn't chased you, what happened today would probably not have happened. Chen Fan didn't know whether the dead witch was powerful or not, but it doesn't matter. The chief will definitely not do that anyway. The ability of the great chief is to add status, which means that as long as there is a battle, the great chief must be present. This won't work. Now that the tribe is small, he can participate in battles frequently. But as the tribe develops in the future, he definitely can't always go into fights. It's better to be a hands-off boss. To be honest, this woman's back is really sexy. He looked at the woman kneeling on the ground and began to daydream again. The woman sensed this and bent down even lower. You should get up. You is the chieftain. This cannot be changed. Chen Fan said bluntly. You is my woman, and her tribe will naturally be protected by me. You can never be the chief again. The woman didn't move. The patriarchal tribe is an inevitable trend, and she has lost the support of the people. If she continues to be the chief, she will only drag down the Songlong tribe. You look desolate. She felt that Wu was right. She was no longer fit to lead the Songlong tribe. My husband, let someone else take over the position of chieftain. I will be satisfied as long as I can serve you well. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan thought for a moment and nodded. Since the Songlong tribe was sincerely surrendering, it would not have much impact whether Yu Dang was the chief or not. Besides, as a woman, it would not be appropriate for her to always go into battle. When you saw him nod, he seemed to feel a lot more relaxed. He bit his fingertips and dripped blood on the totem pole of the Songlong tribe. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and this is actually the blood of the heart. Almighty heaven and earth, thank you for giving me the power. Great ancestors, thank you for the blessings you left behind. From today on, Songlong, you will no longer serve as the chief of the Songlong tribe. I will voluntarily return my power to heaven and earth, and my blessings to my ancestors. You knelt down in front of the totem pole, his voice high and fierce, echoing in the cave. However, the totem pole did not react. The blood she dripped on it did not slide down, but the totem pole did not absorb it either. What's going on? Yu and Wu were both stunned. Could it be that the heaven and earth and the ancestors would not accept all this? Chun Fan touched the totem pole and muttered, "Is this thing broken?" At this moment, something strange happened. The totem pole emitted a strong white light, and Chun Fan felt his mind go blank, and then a lot of mysterious information flooded into his mind. Witchcraft. Yu and Wu couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this. Shamans can use totem poles for sacrifice, but they cannot manipulate them. However, witches can manipulate totem poles. He is obviously from the Chi tribe. How could he become our shaman? But the two were not surprised for long, because the blood that you dripped on the totem pole was absorbed, and she felt that something disappeared in the dark. The same thing happened to Wu. Her original sensing ability suddenly disappeared, as if it had been forcibly taken away by someone. The white-striped warriors at the back had already fallen to the ground and were trembling when they saw this strange sight of the totem pole. To them, this represents the manifestation of the gods of heaven and earth, or the spirits of their ancestors. Chun Fan felt that his mental power had increased unprecedentedly, and he suddenly understood why the snakeskin woman's master could predict the future. This is called prediction. The snakeskin woman can sense part of other people's thoughts by using this technique, but she is still a lowest level witch, and her ability is not strong. But now Chun Fan is no longer the lowest level wizard. He has become a sacrificial wizard. This was information he obtained out of thin air after his mental power increased greatly. Just like an apple placed on a tree, you will get it when you climb up the tree. The levels of witches from low to high: witch, sacrificial witch, life witch, earth witch, sky witch, and respected witch. Of course, it is said that after the respected witch there is also the ancestor witch, that is, the witch ancestor. And after reaching the level of a destiny wizard, you can become king. The witch is the king. The two characters are written in basically the same way. The upper horizontal line of the character U represents heaven. The lower horizontal line represents earth. The two human characters represent ancestors and people, and the vertical line in the middle represents communication. The character Wang has the top horizontal line representing heaven, the bottom horizontal line representing earth, the middle horizontal line representing balance and justice, and the middle vertical line representing communication. Only by reaching the realm of a destiny wizard can one understand the will of the ancestors, thus realizing the way of balance and becoming a king. Chun Fan was delighted. He didn't expect to have such a huge harvest today. The cave was dark, but he could clearly see the faith between everyone's brows and feel what everyone was thinking. Which sacrifice is so terrifying? It seems that the abilities of the shamans in each tribe are not exactly the same. The old shaman of the Chi tribe knows healing skills, while the shaman of the Songlong tribe knows prediction skills. If every witch can only have one ability, then thinking back to how he had inexplicably become a witch of the Chilan tribe, and now how he had inexplicably become a witch of the Songlong tribe, Chun Fan felt that things were not simple. He tried to predict his future, but he could not see anything. Instead, his blood boiled and he spat out blood. "My husband." Yu's heart tightened, and he quickly went forward to support him. "I'm fine." Chun Fan patted her hands and said, then tried to sense her and found that she was only worried about herself and had no other thoughts. This made him very satisfied. This woman is a little bit stupid, but she's not bad. Jing greet Master Wuju. At this time, the seductive voice of the snakeskin woman sounded. Chun Fan then looked at her and tried to sense her again, and found that she was full of fear of him. What's going on? It wasn't like this just now. Could it be that he was frightened by my domineering aura? You get up. This woman had no ill intentions, and she truly cared about the Songlong tribe, so there was no need to argue with her. Yes. Ching stood up slowly, and the infinite beauty was revealed again. The cave was dark, and he was the only one who could see clearly, and his heart couldn't help but feel a palpitation again. Master Wuju, you have taken away my ability? Haru asked uncertainly. Chun Fan was stunned and asked, "Your ability disappeared?" Qing nodded and confirmed her thoughts. It turned out that what her master said was true. The totem pole was spiritual and would automatically choose the person it liked. Chun Fan then understood why he suddenly learned the art of prediction. If that's the case, then as long as you have enough totem poles, you can master more abilities. He immediately tried to sense in which direction there were other tribes. Just with this perception, his face changed drastically, and he truly understood what Qing had said before. Master said that if you come to the territory of the Songlong tribe, the Songlong tribe will encounter an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 035, Exposure. Chun Fan used the prediction technique and felt that the cave was about to collapse. The reason is the totem pole. This cave has existed in the sand for thousands of years, supported entirely by the power of faith on the totem pole. Now that the totem pole has been conquered by Chun Fan, the power of faith of the Songlong tribe has been absorbed by him. Although he himself has reached the level of a witch priest, the cave can no longer hold on. "Quick, get everyone out. This place is going to collapse." He quickly yelled. There are at least 600 people hiding in the cave now. If they cannot be evacuated in time, the consequences will be disastrous. It's going to collapse. Yu Huqing felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Although they didn't know why the cave collapsed, they knew that what the witch said couldn't be wrong. Qing quickly called the white-striped warriors over and asked them to evacuate the people. "Husband, we have to get it out of here," you said, and try to move the totem pole, but she was just an ordinary woman now and couldn't move it at all. Seeing this, Chun Fan directly put the totem pole into the space and said to her, "You go out first, I'll go to save people." Just as he finished speaking, the cave wall above him shook slightly and some dust fell down. "Husband, be careful." You knew that she couldn't be of any help at the moment, so in order not to cause trouble for Chun Fan, she pulled Qing and ran out. Those white-striped warriors were familiar with the terrain and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only Chun Fan alone. He had a long vision and walked into the widest tunnel. The shaking of the cave gradually became more serious, and some rubble began to fall. Chun Fan sensed as he walked and realized that there was something important in the depths, so he quickened his pace. Along the way, I met many people who were fleeing for their lives, and I found that the power of their faith was very weak, like a dying lamp or a candle. The tunnel became narrower as we walked down, with a shallow pool of water at our feet, and we didn't run into anyone else. At the end of the cave, there is a stone door with a gray wolf carved on it. The wolf was seen with its hind legs slightly bent, and its front legs stretched forward, as if ready to dive downward, with a fierce light in its eyes. The carving technique is very crude, but the giant wolf looks lifelike. Only then did Chun Fan see the light of wisdom from it. The wolves that the wolf cavalry had ridden before were only bloodthirsty and ferocious, without any spirituality at all. It seemed that this was the ancestor of the Songlong tribe. Just as he was about to reach out to push the door, the stone door shook and fell down. Bang! A huge amount of dust rose up. Chun Fan held his breath and waved his hands. When the dust settled, the scene before him made his heart beat faster. It was the skeleton of a giant beast. It had been badly decayed, and it was hard to tell what animal it was. But that wasn't important. What was important was that there was a bone knife stuck in its skull. A bone knife emitting a faint luster. As we all know, the skull is an extremely hard bone. Take humans, for example. A normal human skull is about 1 centimeter thick and very hard, almost comparable to a 0.2 grade copper plate. The skull of the beast was even harder. Chun Fan really couldn't imagine what kind of bone knife could pierce the skull of the giant beast. And what's with the faint light it emits? Boom! The cave began to shake violently, and more rocks fell. Chun Fan didn't have time to think, so he stepped forward, pulled out the bone knife, and ran out. But it seemed a little late. The road we came from was no longer recognizable. It was either cracked or blocked by fallen rocks. Grass! Chun Fan couldn't help but swear. It would be so embarrassing if he was buried here. After getting a rough sense of the direction, he looked at the huge rock in front of him and chopped it with a knife as if to vent his anger. Unexpectedly, the huge rock was split into two, and the cut was flat and smooth. So awesome! Chun Fan quickly crawled through the incision and then carefully observed the knife in his hand. It is about 8 centimeters long and has an ugly shape. The back of the blade is not polished and has an irregular wavy shape. The blade is also bumpy, but it is as crystal clear as jade. The blade is very round, much like an unopened weapon from the previous life. Only the handle feels comfortable. At least it is very easy to hold and exert force. This is no ordinary weapon. Chun Fan was secretly shocked. This kind of blade couldn't even cut tofu neatly, let alone cut stone. With the knife in hand, he chopped rocks along the way, which also accelerated the collapse of the cave. When he saw the entrance of the cave, boom! The sand flew up, and he was buried in it. Husband, you, who was waiting outside, was heartbroken when she saw that Chen Fan didn't come out, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. Qing was also dumbfounded. Such a powerful wizard died, just like that. It was he who gave early warning and saved the people of the Canlong tribe, but he himself was not able to come out. People of the Canlong tribe. Qing was not used to the sunlight outside. She raised her hands to cover her eyes and shouted loudly. You haven't seen Master Wuzhu yet, but he saved your lives. Everyone was confused. When did a wizard appear? Most of the men didn't think too much about it. They stared at the witch whom they rarely saw, because the snake skin on Qing's body is almost completely transparent in the sunlight. Her enchanting body was displayed in front of everyone, and even though they had just escaped death, the men's breathing became heavy. But unfortunately, Qing has not realized this yet. Her charming voice was a little sad. He could have come out with us, but he resolutely rushed into the cave to save people. He is our hero. Let's pray for him. No need. Chen Fan's voice was heard, and then everyone saw a man holding a knife breaking through the sand and rushing out from the collapsed ruins. His strong and handsome face gleamed brightly in the sunlight, and everyone was so shocked by the scene that they were speechless. With such a big commotion, he was completely unharmed. How could he break through such thick sand? Husband, you wiped away her tears and stumbled towards Chen Fan. If Chen Fan were gone, she would not live alone with nothing. Chen Fan sensed her thoughts, picked her up by the waist, touched her forehead with his mouth, and slowly walked towards the crowd. I'm not that easy to die. Where are the casualties? He asked Xiang Qing. Seeing that Qing was completely exposed, no one reminded her. If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard. Qing calmed down a little after being shocked and replied, no one was injured. All 602 people from the Canlong tribe are here. After that, she knelt down and bowed her head, saying loudly, please ask Master Wuzhu to serve as the chief of the Canlong tribe and protect the people of the Canlong tribe. Although the tribesmen behind her had not yet figured out what was going on, they also knelt down and shouted Alulo. Some of the male tribesmen had an excellent perspective and could not take their eyes off Qing's buttocks for a moment. Chen Fan was speechless and said sternly, who will be the chief? I have already chosen one. Everyone, stand up. Qing looked up. Who is the candidate in Master Wuzhu's mind? Chapter 036, Creating an Orange-Striped Warrior. According to Chen Fan's original idea, he would kill all the high-level leaders of the Canlong tribe. But now it's different. He has the ability to predict and can sense other people's true thoughts. So if the top leaders of the Canlong tribe can surrender sincerely, he doesn't mind sparing their lives. Especially Wulong. Chen Fan witnessed with his own eyes how bravely he fought against the Sandworm King. If he has no ulterior motives, then there is nothing wrong with letting him be the chief. So he said, let's talk about it after everyone is gathered. At this time, an elder came out and stared at Chen Fan with an excited look. Are you our Wuzhu? Chen Fan sensed it and found that he was quite angry and very dissatisfied with himself. That's right. He wanted to see what the old man was going to do. So this sacred bird is also yours. That's right. You came here riding on a divine bird. That's right. Then didn't you notice that our men were being slaughtered by the Sandworm King? Why didn't you save them? The old man beat his chest and stamped his feet, his face looking unfriendly. As soon as he said this, many young tribesmen glared at Chen Fan. Winter is coming, and soldiers are a precious resource. The more they die, the harder it will be to survive this winter. Now the caves have collapsed, the limited food stored is gone, and without warriors, it's even difficult for them to find a new habitat. Chen Fan immediately understood. This was the case. The Canlong tribe had a large population and consumed a huge amount of food every day. So many people are fed by hunting by warriors and wolf riders. The role of witches is not as important to ordinary people as that of warriors. So it is not incomprehensible that they blame themselves. This is how primitive society was. Nothing was absolute, and everything was based on survival. Since they could abandon you, the great chief, they could naturally attack Chen Fan, the inexplicable witch. But understanding them doesn't mean they can do this. Rules still need to be established. An old man can't play any role in the tribe. An old person in the family is like a treasure, referring to an old person with life experience, not someone who just waits for food. Are you teaching me how to do things? He smiled coldly, turned the bone knife, and the old man's head rolled to the ground. The people of the Canlong tribe are not firm in their faith at all. It's time to set some rules for them. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to speak up. He looked around, but no one dared to meet his gaze. Are you kidding? There's a disaster beast next to us. Who dares to be so rude? Everything is fine? Chen Fan asked again, and seeing that no one spoke, he said loudly, I am the witch of the Chi tribe, and also the witch of your Tsanglong tribe. He took out the totem pole of the Tsanglong tribe and continued. Look at your collapsed home and think about the sandworm king that harasses you all day long. This is the punishment from the gods and ancestors. Everyone's face changed. They were shocked by his ability to create a totem pole out of thin air, but also deeply hurt by his words. My respect for gods and ancestors is indeed not as great as before. Could it be that the gods and ancestors are really angry? They suddenly felt uneasy. Chun Fan struck while the iron was hot. I will follow the will of my ancestors and will punish you as well as protect you, he said, and tried to link the totem pole and Qing. He wanted to create an ancestor warrior to strengthen the faith of these people. He actually didn't know how to do it specifically, but he had a vague feeling that he could communicate it all. Sure enough, under his guidance, the totem pole emitted an ochre-colored light. Qing roared in pain and began to roll on the ground. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know yet that the naked witch in front of them had lost his magical powers. They only know that the mysterious witch is blessed by the gods, but such a witch is now in great pain. Under their horrified gazes, the snake skin on Qing's body burst open, and an orange pattern slowly emerged on her chest, a gray wolf. Ancestor warrior. The panicked people of the Tsanglong tribe finally reacted. They screamed as if a long dry field had finally received a downpour of rain. Chun Fan hugged Yu Jingjing and watched them cheer. After a long time, when he saw that they had quieted down, he asked Xiang Qing, what ability? Qing crawled on the ground and said in a charming voice, stamina is long. Good endurance? Chun Fan felt it was a pity. This ability seemed to be useless. This auxiliary ability must be combined with other abilities, such as flying. Good endurance allows one to fly for a long time. If she could find the heart blood of a flying beast, she could try her luck. With an idea in mind, Chun Fan immediately shouted, this is a blessing from our ancestors. All of you have the opportunity to awaken, but now you are not qualified. He sensed the reactions of the crowd and found nothing mysterious or unusual. So he continued, because you are guilty now. As a witch, I declare that the Tsanglong tribe will be merged into the Qilin tribe. You will become a subsidiary tribe of the Qi tribe. This is your punishment. If you have any objections, please stand up. Everyone looked at each other, but no one stood up to object. Very good. In that case, follow me. As dusk approached, Chun Fan helped Yuan Huma, climbed up himself, and then soared into the sky. He asked Huma to fly at the slowest speed, while he began to explore Yu's body. Qing's beautiful scenery had already made him burn with desire. Qing ordered the white-striped warriors to take care of the old and the young, while a large group of people quickly chased Chun Fan on the ground. The sunset in the desert is surprisingly red. After a while, everyone saw the huge corpse of the sandworm king in front of them, and they couldn't help but quicken their pace. After seeing the scene in front of them, everyone fell silent, because the chief and his men buried Wulong and his men in the sand, leaving only his head outside. They also wanted to rescue them, but the corpses of the two disaster beasts and the sandworm king restrained their impulse. Chun Fan asked Huma to land. Master Wuzhu, everyone is here. No one has escaped. The chief was delighted. Not long ago, the Qi tribe was severely damaged by a ferocious beast, but now he can kill the beast with just a few people and capture so many warriors alive. So cool. Very good. Chun Fan nodded and asked, is this sandworm king just left here? Then he motioned Qing to come over and asked her to explain the situation to Wulong first. The chief said excitedly, the mucus on its body is poisonous and its meat is unpalatable. Do you want to take it back? Take it back. Chun Fan was convinced. The chief was a smart man, but his intelligence was extremely limited. How many poison arrows can be made from this much mucus? Can't the knives and stone spears we use every day also be smeared with poison? He left the chief and walked towards the black wolf. The task of dragging the sandworm corpse must be handed over to the Tsanglong tribe. Besides, Qing should have made things clear to Wulong by now. If he still hasn't made things clear, then let another red-striped warrior talk to him. Chapter 037 Minstrel Belt. Desire, crazy desire. This is the emotion that Chun Fan sensed from the black wolf. After a careful perception, he immediately understood what was going on. Wulong was an orange-striped warrior with stronger physical qualities, including his eyesight. Qing stayed deep in the dark cave all year round, so other tribesmen couldn't see her clearly even if they met her. But Wulong was different. He could see her extremely charming body. But Qing is a witch, so he doesn't dare to act recklessly. Therefore, his inner desire for Qing became stronger day by day, reaching a crazy level. At this time, Chun Fan also noticed that most of the people in the Tsanglong tribe looked normal, with only a very small number of them having long mouths and hunchbacks. Therefore, their aesthetic taste is no different from that of modern people. Are you really a witch? The black wolf, with only its head exposed on the ground, looked at Chun Fan, suspicion revealed in its one eye. You're not qualified to ask questions. Now tell me whether you surrender or not. Chun Fan was too lazy to say anything more as the sky was getting darker and darker. Black Wolf, be smart. Qing reminded. Wulong greets Lord Wuzhu. Wulong looked at Qing and lowered his head towards Chun Fan. Very good. From now on you'll be the chief of the Songlong tribe. When we return to the oasis, I will tell our ancestors and grant you the power of a chief. Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction. He could feel Wulong's piety. If that was the case, there was no need to kill him. So Qing, a chief, had people dig out Wulong and others. Ropes were tied to the wolves' bodies. Nearly 100 wolves were carrying the body of the Sandworm King and walking slowly in the sand. The men dragged the corpse of the common sandworm and started on their way. Along the way, the chief and others were grinning from ear to ear. With the allegiance of the Songlong tribe, he could also become the great chief. The people of the Songlong tribe were in a bad mood. They had lost their homes and now had to go to an unknown place to live under the care of others. Most of them looked worried. A group of more than 700 people, including various animals, walked in the desert in a mighty manner. The sunset glow gradually faded away, and the stars and the moon floated in the sky. Chun Fan, and you were on Huma's back. He looked at the slowly advancing team and felt that he could not go back in a short time, so he entered the space first. The rewards for continuous sign-ins are very good. Today is the 14th day. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be another reward tomorrow. We can't let it stop. Now he has reclaimed 2 plots of farmland in the space, and he has planted potatoes on all of them and spread fertilizer on them. Fertilizer can double the yield, but the population of Chi tribe was too small before, so he had no use for it. Now that we have such a big family, food is a bit tight. After planting, he looked at the totem pole of the Songlong tribe and fell into deep thought. Wolves are just ordinary creatures. Its virtues are nothing more than wisdom, patience, and unity. Its only powerful ability is biting. Even though the wolves here are much stronger than the wolves he is familiar with, their basic abilities should not be much different. It is difficult to create a strong warrior with such a totem. For example, Qing, even though she awakened the orange ancestor totem, only has strong endurance. If they were to fight, she might not be able to defeat a white-striped warrior who is good at biting. It seems that the stronger the totem, the easier it is for the tribe to become stronger. I just don't know why the Chi tribe is so miserable. Back in the real space, the oasis can be vaguely seen. The reflective effect of trees is not as good as that of sand. From a distance, the desert at night looks like a bright mirror, and the oasis looks like a pattern on the mirror, mysterious and elegant. It's safe here, let's go back first. He hugged you and asked Huma to speed up. The cave of the Chi tribe can accommodate 600 or 700 people, but Chun Fan does not plan to let the people of the Songlong tribe live in it. The 2 tribes have different living habits, and he doesn't want to disrupt the peaceful life of the people of Chi tribe. So he stopped at the entrance of the valley, taught you how to build a wooden house, and then returned to the cave alone. As for other things, it's not too late to do them tomorrow. All the people of Chi tribe were waiting at the entrance of the cave. When they saw Chun Fan coming back, they all cheered. After a lot of excitement, some tribesmen went to the entrance of the valley to help, while the others went to rest. Husband, I've boiled some water for you. Take a bath after dinner. Beans held broth and corn. She knew that Chun Fan was picky about food and would not eat well outside, so she prepared the meal early in the morning. Okay, let's do it together. Chun Fan ate a few bites of corn, drank the broth in one gulp, then picked her up by the waist and walked towards the bedroom. The bedroom is not very big, and there is a stone bathtub at the end of the bed. He asked his husband and others to make it when they had time. Although it is a bit simple, it is very nice. Husband, you wash first? I'll add water for you. Doe seemed a little resistant. Chun Fan noticed that something was wrong with her, and after a little sensing, he found out that Doe had come to visit her relatives. Careless. I've been here for so long and never thought about this problem. Fortunately, it is not too late to make amends. He is familiar with this thing. The menstrual belts used by women in ancient times are easy to make. According to research, women in primitive society generally did not take any measures when they had their periods. They would only wipe it with leaves when the dirty blood flowed. It was not until the slave society that women learned to make underwear out of leaves or animal skins to cover their bodies and stuff cotton or hay inside during their periods. It was not until the feudal society that humans mastered the weaving technology. Women put wood ash into cloth strips, tied long strings at both ends, and tied them around their waists, thus forming the earliest and most effective menstrual belt. Chun Fan thought about it and decided that this thing was easy to make. The bags used to store food in his space were made of cloth, which was also a hidden resource provided by the space. Wood ash is easier to collect. So he asked O to burn some wood ash first, and he entered the space to make cloth strips. The bow and knife obtained from the Songlong tribe is very sharp, so cutting things is no problem. After working for a long time, I finally made two. I returned to the real space, stuffed them with wood ash, and sealed the mouth with a thin cloth strip. The menstrual belt was ready. My husband, what is this? Do is very curious. Her husband always comes up with some strange, but magical things. This is called a menstrual belt. It has a very good water absorption effect. Go and put it on yourself. Chen Fan gave her one. The other one is for Yuyo. Although she had never heard of the word menstruation, Do understood what Chen Fan meant. She responded with a red face and turned around to put on her clothes. Go lie down and rest. You need to rest more during your period. After she was dressed, Chen Fan gave some instructions and then closed his eyes and concentrated on taking a bath. This was his first time taking a bath since he came to this world. So comfortable. But the comfort didn't last long, as you came a Qing. Husband, we have something we must discuss with you now. Seeing that Chen Fan was naked, you regretted bringing Qing in directly, but the situation was urgent and he couldn't care less. What's up? Chen Fan lay in the bathtub and didn't want to move. Chapter 038, this is a best-selling product. The scene was a bit awkward. The bathtub, made by the husband, was relatively shallow. Although Chen Fan was comfortable lying in it, he was exposed. This is nothing, but Qing is also naked. Chen Fan was a little speechless. This woman just walked out of the desert naked and into the oasis. How strong? Fighting back the discomfort, he closed his eyes and asked, What's the matter? You stepped forward and said, Husband, winter is coming. Do we have enough food? Is that the case? Chen Fan was a little helpless. He had planned to calculate whether there was enough food tomorrow, but this woman insisted on asking now. He now has 2 plots of land, which can produce about 1,600 kilograms of grain every day. If he uses chemical fertilizers, the output can be doubled. But only 1 bag of fertilizer is given every day, which means that only 1 piece of land can be fertilized. In this way, about 2,400 kilograms of food can be used every day. Based on the frequency of 2 meals a day, each person eats 2 kilograms of food in 1 meal, which means that 1 person consumes 4 kilograms a day. Now, the population of the tribe plus the population of the Songlong tribe is about 800 people in total. That means 3,200 kilograms of food are consumed every day. Not enough. The Songlong tribe had no food in stock, and the Chilan tribe didn't have much food in stock either. It wasn't even enough for the original 200 people to survive the winter, let alone so many people now. That would be just enough to open up another piece of farmland, but he had no idea when he would be able to get a shovel. Seeing that he remained silent, Yu Huqing knew what was going on, so Yu continued, Husband, don't worry too much. We can go to the market to trade. Market? In fact, Chen Fan was not too worried. With the barking beasts and Huma, the animals in the oasis could be easily captured. But the word market sounded a little familiar to him. After thinking about it for a while, I remembered that the market is the most primitive and low-level market in the process of commodity exchange. The Chaoshi mentioned in the literature from the Eastern Jin dynasty, the Southern dynasties, to the Sui and Tang dynasties refers to this type of low-level market. Regular rural markets developed widely during the Song dynasty. In most areas, this kind of market is still called grass market, while in some places it is called thin market, village market, mountain market, wild market, sub-market, early market, etc. These rural markets all have fixed dates, such as in the villages and settlements of Lingnan, vendors gather every few days, which is called grass market. In the 21st century, this kind of market is still very popular in towns and villages in China, but it is just called a market. But now, in this primitive society where even fire was not widely used, there was already a market? Chen Fan continued to think, in primitive society, people's way of trading has always been barter. The specific method is, when they have any surplus prey or collected items, they will exchange them with others in exchange for the items they need. Of course, how much to exchange, how to exchange, and what to exchange all depend on the needs and recognition of both parties for a successful transaction. With the development of history and the progress of mankind, the items that need to be traded have gradually increased, and the number of people trading has also increased. Some even have to conduct secondary or tertiary transactions. That is, they use the things they have already exchanged to trade with others in order to meet their needs. In order to facilitate transactions, people began to trade at fixed locations so that they could find what they needed more easily. This was the prototype of the market and the birth of the bazaar. Husband, seeing that Chen Fan was in a daze, you thought that he was worried. So he comforted him softly. The Songlong tribe has already joined the Qi tribe. We are willing to offer our wolves and take them to the market in exchange for food. Yes, The oasis is now guarded by 3 disaster beasts, so there won't be any fighting in the short term. The weapons of the Songlong tribe can also be contributed. Qing added on the side. You worry too much. Chun Fan collected his thoughts and said to the 2 girls in a serious tone, since the Songlong tribe has surrendered as the witch doctor of the Songlong tribe, I will naturally not let them starve. The wolf pack and weapons are the only assets of the Songlong tribe. Let them keep them. I have my own plans. But where's the market you're talking about? Yu Huqing was touched to see that he truly regarded the Songlong tribe as his own. Qing continued. The market is on the edge of the desert. According to legend, the Qi tribe often went there hundreds of years ago. Don't you know? Have no idea. Chun Fan shook his head. The civilization of the Qi tribe must have been disrupted. According to the chief, the Qi tribe he knew had a maximum of more than 500 people. Chun Fan thought about this later and felt that it was not very realistic because the location of this oasis was too good. At first he thought this place was terrible and it was dangerous to be close to the volcano, but he slowly discovered that it was not the case. This cave is warm in winter and cool in summer. The valley outside the cave is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there is abundant food nearby. This is not a habitat that a small tribe can find, and there are barking beasts guarding the mountain. No matter how you look at it, the Qi tribe shouldn't be such a weak tribe. Besides, was it really a coincidence that I had traveled here? Why is the market on the edge of the desert? Is there a tribe there? Chun Fan asked. It's a deserted place with no inhabitants and no tribes. That's why it can be used as a venue for the market. Qing looked at Chun Fan in surprise. How come this young mysterious wizard doesn't even understand this? Trading is a very dangerous thing. If you're not careful, you may be robbed. Who would dare to trade in someone else's territory? Therefore, the market is often located in a deserted place. Chun Fan immediately thought of this when he heard this. He nodded and said, We will go to the market. It's too late now. You should go and settle the people of the Songlong tribe first. We will talk tomorrow. Yes. Yu and Qing got the reply and left happily. As long as there was food and the people of the Songlong tribe would not starve, they would be satisfied. After they left, Chun Fan thought about the goods that could be used for trading and finally set his sights on menstrual belts. Of course, the Qi tribe has many rare items, such as bows and arrows, gunpowder, etc., but these things belong to the category of munitions and are national treasures and cannot be traded. As for high-quality foods, such as corn and potatoes, he has no plans to spread them to other people for the time being. In primitive society, food is more important than weapons. It is rather troublesome to make other things, but a menstrual belt is simple to make, easy to carry, and can solve big problems for women. It is the most suitable. Besides, there should still be many matriarchal tribes now, and menstrual belts will definitely be a very popular product. With an idea in his mind, he got up refreshed and found Doe had fallen asleep. He gently covered her with a piece of animal skin and entered the space himself. He has signed in for a total of 14 days so far, with a total of 130 bags, each of which can last for about 10 months. A total of 1,300 can be made. Chapter 039, War Bear vs. Black Wolf. A beautiful day starts with teaching people how to make a menstrual belt. Doe learned quickly, so Chun Fan asked her to teach the women how to make it, while he left the cave. There's a lot going on today. The first one is the Wolf King who promised Zhang Xiong. It was dragging the corpse of the Sandworm King yesterday, but Chun Fan ignored it. Today, it is time to reward it to Zhang Xiong. All the way out of the valley, there were simple tree houses and makeshift shelters everywhere. The people of the Songlong tribe were still resting, and there were only 3 or 5 warriors on duty. Yu is so stupid. Chun Fan was helpless. These tree houses were simply not suitable for long-term living. Moreover, they were not stable and posed considerable safety risks. But everyone traveled a long way yesterday and may not have had dinner, so it's pretty good to be able to make it like this. He looked around and felt that the small hill nearby was a good choice for building a house, so he started to demonstrate it himself. He decided to build a semi-troglodyte house, which means digging a cave in the ground and then building a wooden roof on top of the cave. This type of house is clearly recorded in history, and it is said that the Bampo people lived in such houses. Their houses are either square or round, with sloping stairs leading to the interior. Chun Fan did not disturb the sleeping people. He took the bone knife and went to dig the pit. He was physically strong, and after being promoted to a priest, his endurance and strength also improved greatly. Even so, it took a lot of effort to dig a large pit that was 5 meters long and wide and 2 meters high on average. Because it was dug on a hillside, the back is slightly deeper and the front is slightly shallower. Next, he found a large stone and began to tamp the soil at the edge of the pit. Repeated tamping was necessary to ensure that the wall would remain stable even on rainy days. The process was very troublesome, and he didn't finish it until the sun was almost overhead. Without taking a rest, he found some 3-meter-long wood and inserted it into the walls around the pit, so that the height of the house was enough. These woods are arranged closely and tied together with ropes. The gaps between the woods and the pit walls are covered with mud, mixed with fine grass to prevent water and wind. 2 larger pillars were found and inserted in the middle of the pit to support the roof. The roof was also made of wood. He made it square, leaving holes for light and ventilation, and also covered it with straw and mud. In this way, the house was almost done. Looking at his masterpiece breathlessly, he then covered the walls and floor of the house with straw mud. Finally, he made a fire and roasted the straw mud to harden it. After finishing all this, it was already past noon. The people of the Tsanglong tribe slowly woke up and gathered around to watch. This house is so beautiful. Master Wuzhu is so powerful. It's much better than our cave, and it seems to be warm in there too. Chun Fan. What the hell? Why are you just commenting? Can't you see there's no door or ladder? There was no other choice, so he made the ladder and the door and began to explain it to everyone. Time passed like water. When Chun Fan was starving, these people finally said they understood. To make sure they really understood, he roasted corn on the side and watched them repair the house. With more people involved, things could be done much faster. Under his guidance, one house after another popped up on the hillside. The people of the Tsanglong tribe were ecstatic and worked tirelessly. Seeing this, Chun Fan left contentedly. The Wolf King and the Wolf Pack were resting in the jungle. They were very smart. There were several giant wolves of the ferocious beast level roaming around, probably on patrol. Come with me. Chun Fan said something to the Wolf King, then turned and headed towards the valley. Wolves are an intelligent race, and the Grey Wolf King is a ferocious beast with considerable intelligence. He rolled his eyes and quickly followed. The man and the wolf had not gone far before they were stopped by someone, who was Wulong and Qing. Master Wuzhu. The 2 men saluted and then looked at Chun Fan with strange eyes. Chun Fan also looked at the 2 of them strangely. He sensed the crazy lust in Wulong's heart. Because Qing was still naked, with her full breasts swaying up and down, which man could bear it? What are you 2 doing here, where's you? You went over to help everyone build a house. We want to come and see the Wolf King. Qing's seductive voice sounded. When she possessed magical powers, she clearly felt Chun Fan's desire for her. It would be nice if I could be the witch's woman. Little did he know that Chun Fan had no interest in a woman with an exhibitionist fetish like her. He just said calmly, that's great. I plan to give the Wolf King to the best warrior of the Qi tribe. This is what I promised him before I went to war. What do you think? Qing and Wulong were startled when they heard this. What do you think? How can we see? But the wolves of the Tsanglong tribe have been passed down from generation to generation and are walking totems. It would be inappropriate if the Tsanglong king was taken away by someone. Wulong thought for a moment and asked cautiously, Master Wuzhu, can you give that warrior something else? The Wolf King has followed me for more than 50 years and is of great significance to our tribe. Qing Zhe said, Master Wuzhu, now that Tsanglong tribe has surrendered to the Qi tribe, all of us are your people. You said that you would give the Wolf King to the best warrior. Isn't the best warrior Wulong? Chun Fan smiled. Qing was obviously trying to change the subject. She was talking about the best warrior of the Qilin tribe, but it didn't matter. She had no other ideas in her mind. She just wanted to protect the Wolf King. He could also feel the deep affection between the Black Wolf and the Wolf King. But I can't go back on my promise to Zhang Xiong. Qing was very smart. She must have seen through Chun Fan's thoughts. She came over and said in a charming voice, Master Wuzhu, why don't you let the 2 of them duel? The winner can get the Wolf King, and the loser will have nothing to say. You want to show your power to the Qi tribe. Chun Fan glanced at her with disdain. Now, even without using the prediction technique, he could sense other people's general thoughts. Qing smiled awkwardly without avoiding his gaze. Chun Fan didn't argue with her, because what she said was actually a solution. But the result may be beyond her expectations. Wulong got his abilities from a scorpion, and his hands are as strong as pliers, but Zhang Xiong is not afraid of that. Well, let's do as you said, a duel between 2 of us. Chun Fan also asked Wulong, Wulong, do you have any opinions? Everything shall be done according to Master Wuzhu's wishes. Wulong shook his head, but a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Okay, let's go. So the 3 of them walked towards the valley entrance together. The sunset is always diligent, dyeing the blue sky red and the oasis in late autumn red. Zhang Xiong stood at the entrance of the valley. The stone hammer in his hand emitted a dazzling red light in the sunset, and his burly figure showed the powerful strength in his body that had nowhere to vent. Chapter 040, No Fight, No Acquaintance. Warbear has been waiting for a day. Yesterday, Master Wuju had been traveling a long way, and he didn't have the heart to disturb him. Today he was waiting at the entrance of the valley, waiting for the Lord Wuju to agree to give him a mount. He would never forget the scene on the volcano where others were riding beasts while he was running madly to catch up. That running under the sunset was his lost youth. Seeing the witch coming with a giant wolf from afar, a happy smile appeared on his face. When he saw the black wolf, he felt the other party's burning fighting spirit. Zhang Xiong swung his double hammers, not understanding why this one-eyed man was so hostile towards him. Just as he was thinking about it, Chun Fan and others had already approached. Master Wuju, is this the Grey Wolf King? War Bear couldn't wait to meet him. Yes, this is the Grey Wolf King. Before Chun Fan could say anything, Wu Lang had already stepped out. There was a dangerous light in his one eye, and he said viciously, Master Wuju said that he would give the Wolf King to the best warrior. Wu Lang, don't accept it, so I kinda challenge him. Oh, War Bear narrowed his eyes, and fighting spirit immediately rose in him. His desire to fight was not to compete for the Wolf King. The Witch Master said that I am the best warrior in the tribe. I can't let the Witch Master down. The tribesmen nearby noticed the tense situation here and came over one after another. Most of them were from the Qilin tribe, but there were also some from the Songlong tribe. That Cyclops is even taller than the War Bear, and he's so powerful. Are we gonna fight? What's the use of being tall? War Bear is a fighter. That's right. Totem warriors and fighters are not on the same level at all. It's useless no matter how tall they are. The people of Qi tribe were talking about it. The people of the Songlong tribe blushed and wanted to refute, but they didn't know how to start. After all, they had heard about how powerful the fighters were. When Wulong heard this, orange lines appeared on his body, revealing a lifelike giant scorpion with two enormous pincers. Oh my god, it's the orange-striped warrior. War Bear or White Stripe. The difference in strength is too big. That's right. Now the War Bear is in danger. A hint of complacency appeared on Wulong's face, and he was very satisfied with their discussion. However, the next moment, his complacency froze on his face. The people of the Songlong tribe who were about to speak also shut their mouths. Because flames were coming out of the War Bear's body, scorching heat waves were raging in the valley, and combined with his majestic figure, he was like a god. Chun Fan was speechless for a while. Before he could say anything, the two of them had already started arguing. Black Wolf, War Bear, you two are among the best warriors in the tribe. Now fight. Chun Fan was at ease, but in the wilderness there was no such thing as stopping at a certain point. If they were going to fight, they would fight to the death. However, neither of them had the intention to kill, so he was relieved. Since you don't accept it, then I will make you accept it. Listen carefully, I am a fighter from the Qi tribe. Zhang Xiong. Zhang Xiong shouted, and without waiting for Wulong to speak, he continued. Where are your weapons? I don't need weapons. I can use my bare hands to deal with you. Wulong hardened his heart and spoke in a cold voice. Arrogant. War Bear put his double hammers on the ground and rushed forward. The Black Wolf was not afraid either. He roared and fought with him. Neither of them knew any martial arts, so they fought with the most simple brute force. It lacked some of the fancy stuff, but that barbaric state felt very real to Chun Fan. I saw Wulong punching the War Bear hard on the chest. The War Bear spat out blood wildly. The severe pain in his body shocked him. The power of the orange-striped warrior is indeed terrifying. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to hug him. As long as I hug him, I will win. But Wulong was not feeling well either. His right hand was burned by the flames and was beyond recognition. I threw one punch and retreated. Or was I burned like this? Wulong's eyes became serious. He was extremely experienced in combat and knew that he could no longer attack at will. He could only look for an opportunity to defeat the enemy with one blow. So the two of them bent over, stared at each other, and began to circle around. No one wants to make the first move. The chief's hand is injured. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be. That's right, but if the big boss can find an opportunity to hit that War Bear on the head, he can win. The people of the Songlong tribe are looking forward to it. Fisk, why don't you say that if the War Bear gets close to your chief will be finished. The people of Qi tribe were unhappy. Then let him get closer. Yes, let him get closer and see if our chief can kill him with one punch. How come your great leader is so powerful that he doesn't dare to take the initiative to attack? Let your great leader take the initiative to attack. The two sides started arguing with each other. The War Bear and the Black Wolf were still staring at each other in circles. The sunset fades away and the stars and the moon rise into the sky. Both of them are excellent hunters and have enough patience. Of course, Black Wolf is an orange-striped warrior after all, and his physical strength is much better than that of the War Bear. This kind of highly concentrated confrontation is more beneficial to Black Wolf. But the burns on his hands kept getting worse, while the injuries in War Bear's body were slowly recovering. As one gained strength while the other lost, the two were now evenly matched. Master Wuju, who do you think will win? King Yoyu asked. If it was a life-and-death battle, both of them would die together, but now, the War Bear will win. Chun Fan smiled slightly. Isn't this a life-and-death battle? Qing raised her voice a little. Chun Fan rolled his eyes at her. This woman was reminding Wulong to go all out. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the black wolf suddenly moved. His hands suddenly swelled several times larger, his fingers grew longer, and even jagbone spurs appeared at the base of his palms. He grabbed the War Bear's ribs hard. Good job. The War Bear was not afraid at all. Instead of retreating, he advanced and hugged the black wolf. Phew! Wulong's hands plunged fiercely into Zhang Xiong's body, but he himself also exuded the aroma of barbecue. It all happened so quickly that everyone was dumbfounded. Come, taste my claws. Wulong endured the pain. His hands were very powerful, and with all his strength, he tore off 2 pieces of flesh and blood from the War Bear, even pulling out a rib. Nothing more. The War Bear gritted its teeth, and the flames on its body weakened slightly. The skin and flesh on the black wolf's body had been burned, and it could not hold on any longer, but he could take out the War Bear's heart in one move. Okay, let go. Seeing that the two were about to die together, Chun Fan stopped them in time. Upon hearing this, the 2 men, who were mad with anger, immediately stopped what they were doing. The flames on the War Bear went out, revealing 2 large holes on both sides of his body, with his ribs and internal organs clearly visible. The black wolf was even worse off. Its upper body had been completely disfigured and no longer looked like a human. After throwing out 2 healing spells, Chun Fan asked Zhang Xiong. Zhang Xiong, who do you think won? The wounds on Zhang Xiong's body healed rapidly, and he said honestly, Wulong showed mercy to me. If he had grabbed my heart, I would have been dead. Chun Fan nodded and asked Wulong, what do you think? Fresh flesh and blood continued to grow on Wulong's char body. He glanced at Zhang Xiong and said, if Zhang Xiong hadn't restrained his divine fire just now, I would have been burned to death as well. Chun Fan smiled and said, who should I give the Wolf King to? Chapter 041, Killing Without Mercy. Kill without mercy. The Grey Wolf King was finally left to the Black Wolf. A gentleman does not take away what others love. Zhang Xiong does not understand this principle, but he knows that the Grey Wolf King is just a ferocious beast, and there is no need to fight for it. The most important thing is that Wulong's strength was recognized by him. So the 2 tallest warriors in the tribe got to know each other after a fight and left with their arms around each other's shoulders. Seeing this, the tribesmen also dispersed. Master Wuju, when will the Sanlong tribe have fighters? Qing was very surprised at the performance of the battle bear, and the burning flames were extremely enviable. There's no rush for this. I've already made up my mind about the market. Go find dough and find out when you have time. Seeing that it was getting late, Chun Fan didn't want to delay any longer, so he left a word and went back to the cave. Today marks his 15th consecutive day of signing in, and he is anxious to see what rewards he will get. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward, a bag of pumpkin seeds and a bag of fertilizer. Host, sign in for 15 consecutive days and be rewarded with a random beast egg. What the hell? Chun Fan went to the hut and saw that it was indeed a giant egg. It is brown and oval, as big as a millstone, and the eggshell is hard with rough stripes and small bumps. This reward is a bit tasteless. Chun Fan was speechless. He already had Huma, so having another pet egg would be a bit repetitive. Moreover, we don't know how to hatch this thing. Even if it hatches, it has to be fed until adulthood before it can be useful. Trash. Chun Fan returned to the real world with a disappointed look on his face. Dough, and you are not back yet. He was not sleepy for a moment, so he started to make a fire and cook. 2 days later, new houses popped up like mushrooms on the hillside outside the valley. A huge open space was cleared at the bottom of the hillside, and a bonfire was lit in the center. The people of the Sanlong tribe were dancing and cheering in the open space, creating a lively scene. Qing climbed onto the rooftop closest to the clearing and shouted, "The new habitat has been built. Now, please ask our respected witch to listen to the guidance of the ancestors and determine the candidate for the chief." The people of the Sanlong tribe howled wildly. In the past few days, they had felt the beauty of the oasis. The hard days in the desert were gone forever, and everyone felt like they had been reborn. A red-striped warrior held a totem pole and pushed the crowd away. Following Chun Fan's instructions, he placed the totem pole next to the campfire. "I will act as the gods and live together. I will stand together until death on behalf of our ancestors." Chun Fan strode out. Today, he had feathers in his hair, and his charlatan temperament immediately emerged. He held his arms to the sky and chanted loudly. Today, there is a gray wolf tribe living without a master. I order Black Wolf to temporarily take over as the chief. I hope that heaven and earth will send blessings and pray for the blessing of the ancestors. Gray Wolf howls and laughs at the wilderness. The wolf howls and laughs at the wilderness. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, shaking the world, causing birds to flap their wings and beasts to flee. Wulong had a pious look in his eyes as he knelt before the totem pole with his palms placed on his forehead. Bai, Chun Fan chanted loudly. The power of the witch is mysterious and profound. The totem pole emits a soft light, covering the kowtowing Black Wolf. Suddenly the wind rose and the clouds surged, and a moment later the wind stopped and the clouds dispersed. Wu Lang had become the great chieftain. The mysterious power that came out of nowhere surprised him, so he turned to Chun Fan and bowed. Wulong's rebirth is all thanks to Master Wuju. Please accept Wu Lang's bow. Witchcraft! Witchcraft! The people of the Sanlong tribe fell to their knees. Chun Fan looked up at the sky and kept saying, the end of the sky, the corner of the earth, from today on, the shadow of the wolf and the shape of the unicorn will be connected, and the soul of the wolf and the spirit of the unicorn will be connected. I did it, so why should I blame you? That blue sky, how can it have an end? Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. Such great power of heaven and earth shocked the people of the Sanlong tribe and the Chilan tribe, and the power of faith between their brows suddenly increased. Almost at the same time, the chief felt that his abilities had been strengthened, and he was promoted to the great chief. This means that the Sanlong tribe has officially surrendered to the Chi tribe. Countless years later, the people of the Sanlong tribe called this day the Holy Day, meaning a sacred day. I was able to regain my life thanks to Master Wuju. Please accept my greetings. The chief, whose previous name was Pu, knelt on the ground and spoke in an excited voice. Everyone get up. Chun Fan nodded and said to him, from now on, the people of the Chilan tribe and the Sanlong tribe will rely on Pu Da's protection. For the tribe, I would rather die. Pu Da stood up slowly. The others also stood up and looked at Chun Fan with admiration in their eyes. Now there are two great chiefs in the tribe. In order to distinguish Pu and Wulong, they are called Pu Da and Wu Da respectively. This is also the traditional custom in the wilderness. At this point, everything was ready. Chun Fan looked around at everyone and began to make personnel appointments. Now that the Chi tribe and the Sanlong tribe have merged into one, they are connected by blood. Pu Da and Wu Da, as the chiefs, you two must lead the tribes in training, reorganize the totem warriors into elite troops, reorganize the soldiers into special operations troops, and reorganize the warriors into logistics troops. All adults must grow into warriors as soon as possible. Yes, yes. Pu Da and Wu Da didn't quite understand some of the words, but they got the general meaning and responded quickly. Ching, from today on, you will serve as the tribe's high priest, assisting the two chiefs in formulating war strategies and taking charge of daily life matters. Yes, Ching was quite surprised. She didn't expect that Master Wuju would think so highly of her. You are the chief steward of internal affairs. All the materials of the tribe, including food, animal skins, weapons, and pigments, are under your control. You must organize them carefully and keep them strictly. Yes, where is Zhanya? Here. You're responsible for protecting Yu's safety and being at her disposal. Yes, where is my husband? Here. From now on, you'll be the leader of the youth reserve team. All the young men in the tribe will be under your jurisdiction. You will be in charge of forming an archery team as soon as possible and will be responsible for manufacturing bows and arrows and training young archers. Yes, all tribesmen, listen up. Chun Fan arranged everything and let out a thunderous roar. People were excited and stared at him intently. The Chi tribe is a tribe that is going to conquer the wilderness. The population problem requires the efforts of all of you. From today on, as long as you are in good health, every adult must work hard to reproduce. The woman who gives birth to the most children can become the tribe's saint and enjoy the treatment of a totem warrior. Lulu. Lulu. The tribesmen were so excited that they cheered with all their might. Conquer the wilderness. What a beautiful word. What a domineering sentence, but they just have the confidence. As for reproduction, this is the duty of every member of the tribe and also their favorite entertainment activity. Finally, whether it is the Chilan tribe or the Sanlong tribe, they are all my people. We live in harmony and love each other. Anyone who causes trouble without reason and destroys the peace of the tribe will be killed without mercy. Everyone shouted, kill, kill, kill. Chapter 042. Well, digging is a technical job. Chun Fan originally wanted to create some fighters. But considering that the Qi tribe has a small population, if the Sanlong tribe also has fighters, the gap in strength is too great, and some unnecessary trouble may occur. So let's leave it at that for now, as winter is getting closer and a trip to the market can't be delayed any longer. Chun Fan returned to the cave and sat down by the campfire. Do brought food and sat quietly beside him. She was extremely proud that her man was so powerful in the tribe. Bean, how is the progress of making the menstrual belt? Chun Fan asked vaguely as he ate voraciously. Husband, it was all done yesterday. Do chuckled. It turned out that a man like her husband could also be confused. Oh huh. Chun Fan laughed. Seeing this, you at the side dared to interrupt. This menstrual belt is really very useful. I think one can at least exchange for a sheep. Qing was shameless. She put on one in front of everyone and felt it. She said charmingly, I think it's more than that. The tribes outside are extremely powerful. For a tribe that has no shortage of food, it's no problem to exchange a menstrual belt for 2 sheep. Chun Fan smiled slightly. How many sheep could be exchanged was not the point at all. The point was how to transport them back. The space is not big and definitely cannot accommodate so many sheep. In other words, you need to lead a team out. This invisibly increases the risk. The larger the team, the bigger the target, and the more difficult it is to escape when encountering danger. Qing, how many people do you think it would be appropriate for us to take out? He asked Xiang Qing. Although this woman had an exhibitionist fetish, she was really smart, which was why he appointed her as the high priest. Master Wuzhu, are you considering the issue of weight? Qing saw through Chun Fan's thoughts at a glance. Wait. Chun Fan's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about this thing? The primitive people nowadays all lean on their backs and have no means of transportation. If I could make some wheelbarrows myself. No, there is no time. There is only half a month left before winter, which is not enough. Even if we use a pack of wolves to drag the animal, it probably won't work. Most wolves are not very big, and they can't handle sheep or other animals that are several times heavier than humans. Master Wuzhu? Qing saw that he was stunned and silent, so she called out softly. Yes, that's right. What we need is a lot of meat. The journey is long. How can we transport back? Chun Fan came to his senses and decided to listen to their opinions first. Qing and you looked at each other, and the two hesitated for a moment. You said a little embarrassedly, Husband, can we rob a mammoth? Chun Fan was stunned. Mammoth. Right. Qing took over the conversation. Most tribes that go to the market to trade ride on mammoths. The space on their backs is huge, enough to carry a large amount of supplies. If we can rob a few. Chun Fan suddenly realized that he was not unfamiliar with mammoths. These creatures were extremely huge. The shoulder height is over 4.5 meters and the weight is 10 to 12 tons. Some males can even weigh more than 12 tons. Of course, this is the data obtained by archaeologists in the past based on fossils. As for how big the mammoths in this world are, you need to see it with your own eyes. But snatching? Then just grab it. Do we still need to tell them about the core values of modern civilization? So he immediately made the decision. Okay, grab it. Notify Wu De and ask him to lead 2 red-striped warriors and 10 white-striped warriors to stand by. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be more reliable to bring Zhang Xiong and Zhanan with him. So he asked you to go and notify them. In this way, the travel lineup is basically determined. Chun Fan, Qing, Wu De, Zhang Xiong, Zhanan, 2 red-striped warriors, and 10 white-striped warriors. 17 people in total. Chun Fan drank the last mouthful of soup in the bowl, picked up dough, and returned to the cave. This trip to the market may take at least 10 days, or even longer, and I must feed dough, this greedy little cat. Husband, my period hasn't ended yet. Feeling that Chun Fan's hands were not very honest, dough felt shy and timid. Forehead. Forgetting about this, Chun Fan put her down angrily and kissed her forehead gently. Husband, let me help you with my mouth. Do squatted down slowly, feeling a little guilty. What use was she if she couldn't serve her husband? Rejecting Do's enthusiasm, Chun Fan suddenly thought that since he had been away for so long, the water source in the tribe had become a big problem. It's time to dig a well. Digging a well is a technical job. It is not as simple as digging a hole. There are many different versions of the story about the invention of the well in Chinese legend. The main one is that Bo Yi in the Shun and Yu era invented the method of digging wells to get water. Wu Gong in Lu Shurchunqiu says, Bo Yi built a well. The Huangyin Jingshuan says, Bo Yi dug a well, and the dragon ascended the dark clouds, and the god rested in Kunlun. Of course, some archaeologists believe that the prototype of a well was discovered at the Hemudu site, but the reliability is low. It was not until the Ming dynasty that a systematic method for digging wells was developed, and that sturdy wells that could be used for a long time were produced. According to Su Guangxi's complete book of agricultural administration, there are 5 aspects to digging a well: selection of the well site, determination of the well depth, identification of the water quality, the well bottom building structure and materials, and avoidance of harmful gases during the well digging process. This actually involves some scientific knowledge that is not something that modern primitive people can understand. There is no surface water in the oasis. If you want to dig a well, you have to look for the location carefully. To determine whether there is water underground, you can use methods such as gas test, disc test, and fire test. The gas test is to dig a cellar at a selected location and go in to check in the morning. If there is water mist rising, it means there is water underground. The plate test requires a copper plate, but Chun Fan does not have the conditions now, so I will not elaborate on it. The fire test is the simplest. Dig a big pit at a chosen location, light a fire in the pit, and if the smoke rises in a winding manner, it is caused by water vapor, which means there is water in this place. Chun Fan was too lazy to dig a hole, so he picked a trap in the valley and started a fire. The tribe is now strong, and there is no need for traps in the valley. In order to prevent the tribe members from being accidentally injured, the bamboo thorns inside have already been pulled out. Master Wuju, what are you doing? Fu was leading people to make bows and arrows. When he saw Chun Fan making a fire, he ran over happily. You came just in time. You and a few others will get angry in the trap. Yes. The husband took a little fire and went to make a fire. In this way, after just a moment, Chun Fan found a source of water. Sure enough, such an oasis would never lack water. Husband, go get some adults over here. After determining the water source, the next step is to dig a well, but Chun Fan certainly wouldn't do this himself. After telling them how to dig, he wandered around, inspecting his territory, and moved the arrow tower to the hillside where the Songlong tribe was located. When they came back, the tribesmen had already dug up water and were celebrating with singing and dancing. In their hearts, this was a supreme gift from God and their ancestors and a sign of the prosperity of the tribe. Chun Fan walked closer and took a look and found that the water quality was excellent, and he couldn't help but feel happy. According to the complete book of agricultural administration, when digging wells and springs, one can identify the color of the soil by observing where the water comes from. If it is red soil, the water tastes bad. If the soil is sandy, the water will taste slightly lighter. If the grave soil is black, the water is good. The black stains are black and slightly sticky. If there are fine stones in the sand, the water is the best. In the deep pit in front of Chun Fan, there were small stones in the sand. In this case, it is time to prepare the bottom of the well. The bottom of the well is very particular. Whether the well water tastes good or not depends largely on the materials at the bottom of the well. For the bottom of the well, wood is the lowest, bricks are the next, stones are the next, and lead is the highest. After making the bottom, adding fine stones 1 or 2 feet thick can make the water clear and delicious. If the well is large, place a few goldfish or crucian carp in it. This will make the water taste good because the fish eat water bugs and dirt. Since there was no lead, Chun Fan ordered people to look for polished stone slabs and then for small stones. It was not until dark that the bottom of the well was completed. Finally, they were taught how to stack the well walls, how to make the well mouth, and how to draw water. After doing all this, it was already dark. This well is not big and cannot meet the daily needs of 800 people. Fortunately, my husband and his men participated in the whole process, and they will be able to dig a few more wells soon. Seeing this, Chun Fan went back alone. After signing in, he took out the food and put it into the cave where it was stored before returning to his own cave. As soon as I entered the bedroom, I saw you taking off her clothes. The gold thread soft armor on her body was not easy to take off, so Do, who was originally lying down, had to sit up to help her. How could Chun Fan endure this situation? He swallowed and said, "Don't take it off yet." Chapter 043, Encountering Dinosaurs at Night. Speaking of which, Yu has the best appearance, especially her noble temperament, which is fascinating. The two of them didn't forget Do even when they were crazy, and the three of them had a great night, so there's no need to say more. Early the next morning, the team was about to set off for the market. Chun Fan said goodbye to the two girls, asked them to sleep a little longer, and left the cave himself. In the valley, Zhan Xiong and Zhana rode on the barking beast. Wu Lang rode on the gray wolf king, and the totem warriors also rode on the tall and fierce wolves. Only Qing was standing naked on the side. War Bear, did you steal Puta's barking beast? Chun Fan was joking. Hey, it was lent to me by Puda. Zhan Xiong was overjoyed. At this time, Puda came out with people to see them off, and minstrel belts were also brought out. Because there were more bags in the past few days, a total of 1,500 were made. 500 of them were withheld by Yu, who said they were to be given to the women in the tribe, so only 1,000 could be traded this time. These things were not heavy, so they were divided among the 10 white-striped warriors, with each taking 100. The 2 red-striped warriors were responsible for carrying some dried meat. Puda, the tribe depends on you. Chun Fan pulled Qing onto Huma's back and said to Pu, Master Wuju, rest assured, Pu no dead. The tribe was now very strong, and there was nothing to worry about. Set off. Huma soared into the sky. Zhang Xiong and others urged their mounts to follow closely, raising a cloud of dust as they headed towards the direction of the sunrise. Qing guided the direction, and Huma moved forward very quickly, having to stop every once in a while to wait for Zhang Xiong and others. It was fine at first, but it became too boring after a while. Chun Fan took out a bone knife, which was a treasure obtained from the territory of the Songlong tribe. It was extremely sharp. He never got around to finding out what it was. Since he was free at the moment, he handed it to Qing in front of him and asked, Do you recognize this knife? Qing looked confused, took it and looked at it, then shook her head. I haven't seen it. This was found deep in your cave. Have you never seen it? Chun Fan was a little confused. This bone knife was emitting a faint glow in the cave, so dazzling. As a witch, how could you have never seen it before? Qing heard this and frowned in thought. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she asked in a sharp voice, Master Wuju, is this something you got from the ancestors' tomb? The tomb of ancestors. Is the giant beast in the cave a gray wolf? It doesn't look like it, but there's indeed a gray wolf carved on the stone door of the cave. I don't know if it's the ancestors' tomb, but there's a wolf pattern carved on the stone door, and inside is a giant beast that died a long time ago, with a bone knife stuck in its head. What? Qing shuddered when she heard that. The ancestors' tomb was sealed by the first generation of witches. For thousands of years, the Songlong tribe has tried to open the stone door, but has never succeeded. Master Wuju had only been in the cave for a short while, but he actually went in. Moreover, this bone knife was actually stuck in the ancestor's head. As we all know, only humans can use weapons. Could it be that the ancestor was killed by humans? Chun Fan saw that she was abnormal and couldn't help asking, What's wrong? Is there any problem? Qing quickly gathered her thoughts, returned the knife to Chun Fan, and said, No one has ever entered the ancestor's tomb, so I have never seen this bone knife before. It could be stuck on the ancestor's head, so it must have a great origin. Seeing that she didn't know either, Chun Fan put away the knife and stopped worrying about it. However, when Qing turned around just now, the distance between them became much closer, with their bodies pressed tightly together, which made him a little distracted. In fact, according to the primitive people's point of view, it didn't matter if Qing didn't wear clothes, because there was no systematic etiquette at that time. Most people covered their bodies with leaves and animal skins, firstly to provide a little protection, and secondly, to hide their shame. But not being shy isn't a big deal. As he gets stronger, his energy is always high. At this moment, he actually started to have feelings for a woman like Qing. He was always decisive, so he reached out his hand directly and leaned his head on her shoulder and asked softly, How many people have you mated with? Master Wuju. Qing was startled by him, but soon calmed down, put her hands on the back of Chun Fan's hands, closed her eyes, and said, All the totem warriors in the tribe have mated with me. Chun Fan was speechless. There were more than 30 totem warriors in the Songlong tribe. This woman was so powerful. However, Wulong's usual behavior did not seem like he had tasted the sweetness, so he exerted force on his hands and continued to ask, Everyone. Not really, Wuda didn't. Why didn't he? He is different from others. If you want to control him, you can't let him succeed. Chun Fan couldn't help but be amazed when he heard this. Now is a primitive society, and this woman has learned to control men with her body. After knowing this, he no longer had any interest in it. Even if he wasn't a germaphobe, you wouldn't touch a woman like this. But I still have to calm down and say what I should say. Qing is still very pleasant-mouthed. At this time, Zhang Xiong and others finally caught up. Fortunately, they could not see what was happening on Huma's back. We walked and stopped like this until dark, but we still hadn't gotten out of the desert. Master Wuju, we should set up camp. The wolves must rest. Qing's eyes are as charming as silk. Chun Fan also discovered that it was taking Zhang Xiong and the others longer and longer to catch up, and it seemed that the barking beasts in the wolf pack were very tired. Just as he was about to go down, Chun Fan suddenly discovered with the help of starlight a giant beast lying in the leeward side of the desert below. Chapter 044, How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? The lee of the dunes. A giant beast was crawling on the ground, blending into the desert. It could not be seen without careful observation. At this moment, Chun Fan widened his eyes. If he was not mistaken, it was a dinosaur. Its head was covered with scaly bones, and its large oval eyes were tightly closed. Large external nostrils, for exhaling streams of hot air on cold nights. The narrow triangular beak, the protruding square zygomatic bones, and the posterior and lateral paroccipital processes were almost identical to the dinosaurs Chun Fan had seen in movies and TV dramas in his previous life. It's just much bigger in size. Its body, lying on the ground, is 10 meters long, and the scales and bones all over its body make it impossible for people to have the slightest desire to attack it. Oh my god, it's the suborder Gobiosaurus. Seeing Huma circling continuously and not going down, Qing was slightly puzzled. She looked in the direction Chen Fan was looking and was immediately shocked. It's a wild beast. We have to avoid it. After Chen Fan was promoted to a pre-shaman, he gained a lot of knowledge, and he could tell the level of this dinosaur at a glance. Above the disaster beasts are the wild beasts, which mean wild and desolate giant beasts. The wild beasts are very strange. They are huge in size and powerful in combat, but their IQ is extremely low, even lower than that of some wild beasts. Therefore, they're the best fighting animals. Once they recognize their master, they will unswervingly carry out the master's orders without thinking about the consequences and without fear of death. The following suborder Gobiosaurus is a herbivorous animal, a solitary creature, and not very aggressive, which is why Chen Fan did not sense any danger. Master Wuju, how about we kill it? Qing was eager to try. She was now an ancestral warrior, but she had no fighting power. With the heart blood of this wild beast, she could become a fighter. Fearing that Chen Fan would back down, she continued, "It's sleeping. This is the best opportunity. We just need to sneak up on it and use that bone knife to kill it." Chen Fan was a little tempted by what she said. This big guy sleeps very soundly and can't wake up easily. The bone knife is extremely sharp. Maybe he can really kill it. He quickly calculated the pros and cons of this matter in his mind, and then used the prediction technique to sense it and slowly shook his head. This is its territory. If we kill it, the huge smell of blood will attract its neighbors. Ignore it for now. As he said this, he asked Huma to fly lower so that Zhang Xiong and others could see him more easily. Qing was a little disappointed, but since Master Wuju's words could not be refuted, she did not insist. After waiting for a long time, Zhang Xiong and his companions finally arrived. They dug a big pit as a camp. The mounts had caught food along the way and fell asleep. Chen Fan ate some dried meat and took out some potatoes for everyone to eat with it. The group was exhausted, so he didn't mention the wild beasts so as not to worry them and prevent them from sleeping well. Fortunately, nothing happened that night. The next morning, when everyone heard the beast not far away, they all ran as fast as if they had taken stimulants. So the distance traveled the next day was much farther than yesterday. The group encountered many disaster beasts along the way, but adhering to the principle of less trouble is worse than more, no fighting occurred. It was not until noon of the third day that Chen Fan finally saw the market. Below is a vast grassland with many holes dug on the ground. These are called caves, which are caves dug on flat ground at an inclined angle. Almost every cave was surrounded by people, who were also wearing leaves and animal skins. They didn't look very civilized, but most of them looked like modern people. In the distance are all kinds of huge beasts. Chen Fan couldn't wait to let Huma land. Although the isolated life in the oasis was also fulfilling, it was too peaceful for him. Passion. He needs passion. Master Wuju, shouldn't we wait for Wuda and the others? Qing saw Chen Fan walking straight forward and couldn't help but remind him. Then wait. After hearing this, Chen Fan realized that he was indeed too impatient. If he went up alone like this, he might get into a conflict with someone and suffer a loss. However, sometimes things are so ingenious that instead of waiting for Zhang Xiong and others to arrive, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Boom! Boom! Two huge mammoths walked towards them. Amidst the earth shaking and mountain vibrating, a long roar was heard from Huma, and the mammoth calmed down a little and stopped stomping on the ground so hard. Chen Fan looked around and found that this big guy was no smaller than the Gobi dragon in the desert, and was even bigger. The mammoth skull was shorter and taller than that of modern elephants. The whole body is covered with long brown hair. From Chen Fan's perspective, its back is the highest point of the body, and it drops very steeply from the back. However, someone has put wooden boards on top of it, making it a deck-like platform that is wide and flat. There's an obvious depression on the mammoth's neck, and its skin is covered with long hair, making it look like a hunchbacked old man. Woman, follow me. Chen Fan and Qing were still watching the mammoth when a man on the elephant's back suddenly stretched his head out and looked at Qing with a lewd smile on his face. As he spoke, he lowered a rope ladder, as if he had already made sure that Qing would follow him. Who are you? The person who came had bad intentions, and Chen Fan felt murderous. He felt a little embarrassed about taking the initiative to steal other people's mammoths, but now that someone had delivered it to him, he chose to accept it with a smile. Kid, it's none of your business. We are from the Yimu tribe. We only want this woman. If you don't want to die, get out of here. The man jumped directly off the back of the mammoth, and Chen Fan and Qing could see clearly that this was a true giant. With a height of nearly 3 meters and 5 centimeters, Chun Fan was really just a child in front of him. The most eye-catching thing is that there's a shining branch between his eyebrows, which should be the flame tree he mentioned. Badon, you can't walk when you see a woman, huh? At this time, another person popped up from the mammoth's back and mocked loudly. You are the same. This woman is very beautiful. Let's have a competition to see who can last longer. Do you dare? The giant named Badon looked at Ching and said disgusting words. Court death. Chun Fan was furious. He rushed forward and pecked at Badon's heart with his long beak. He also took a bone knife and chopped at Badon's abdomen with a long blow like a wind sweeping fallen leaves. He acted suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Badon responded hastily, and his skin turned into wood in an instant. The thick and dry bark provided him with good protection, but it failed to block Huma's long beak. Phew! A piece of flesh on his chest was torn off by Huma, and blood was flowing out. Ah, boy, I want you to die! Badon roared angrily. He didn't take the little guy, Chun Fan, seriously at all. He even ignored Huma and tried to catch Chun Fan. Perhaps he was very confident in his defense. He used his left arm to block Chun Fan's bone knife and grabbed Chun Fan's neck with his right hand. Phew! Batan screamed again. His left arm was chopped off and fell on the grass, still splattering blood. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Ching was stunned, but the person on the mammoth's back was shocked. Chun Fan was not afraid. He placed the bone knife on Badon's shoulder and shouted, "How dare you act so presumptuous in front of me?" Chapter 045, The Mammoth. More than 30 people jumped off the back of the mammoth. Most of them were very tall and fierce-looking and surrounded Chun Fan. What a sin. The people of the Yimu tribe are robbing women again. Yes, in just a few days, all the beautiful women who came to the market were snatched away by them. Let's go quickly. The people of the Yimu tribe are very domineering. Last time, the K tribe came to watch the fun and was wiped out by them. Yes, let's go. At this time, Badon's broken arm was wrapped in tree bark and the bleeding had stopped. His eyes were burning with anger and yellow lines appeared on his body. He looked like a dead tree, but he looked strong and vigorous. You ignorant little bastard. Badon's angry roar was suddenly interrupted. It was Chun Fan. Seeing that the people from the Yinmu tribe were getting closer and closer, Chun Fan had to intimidate them. Otherwise, if so many people rushed over, he and Ching would definitely be torn to pieces. So he sucked out the stream water into space, and the thick water column directly knocked down the giant Badon. He wanted to show his authority, so he continued to spray water on Badon's face until the little giant suffocated and passed out. This scene was too shocking. The people of the Yinmu tribe looked at each other in bewilderment. They were very sure that Chun Fan was not a totem warrior. So how could he have such powerful water abilities? Chun Fan ignored their reactions. He walked straight forward and chopped off Badon's head with one knife. You dare! Bad eye! You must die for killing the people of my Yinmu tribe. The crowd was in an uproar. The man in the lead looked old and frail, but his eyes were burning as he looked at Chun Fan. You're responsible for the consequences. Chun Fan shook off the blood on the knife, and there was no warmth in his eyes. He sensed that he and Ching would not be in danger, so he might as well take this opportunity to first establish his authority, avoid other possible troubles, and then snatch the mammoth. All right, at this time, another figure appeared on the mammoth. It was a woman, not very old. She looked like the old shaman of the Chilan tribe. Her body was covered with various patterns, making her look mysterious and strange. She looked at Chun Fan and nodded, then said to the old man, Saint Chief, this is our fault. Badon's death is also a lesson for us. We should be more restrained in the future. Let's go. Which? The old man was not convinced and said sternly, the honor of the Yinmu tribe cannot be violated. We will retreat without any face. The woman frowned and said, I have calculated that if we don't retreat, the Yinmu tribe will face a disaster. Chun Fan was a little surprised when he heard this. Is this woman's ability also prediction? Was it because the witch had too few abilities, or was it just a coincidence? But it didn't matter. He saw the old man lower his eyes and knew that he was going to retreat. That won't do. I haven't got the mammoth yet. So he pointed at Ching, who was standing there in astonishment, and said to the woman, It seems that you are the witch of the Yinmu tribe. I am the witch of the Tsanglong tribe. The honor of the Tsanglong tribe is also inviolable. You, the Yinmu tribe, covet our women. We can't just let this go. The woman's eyes narrowed when she heard this. She felt that Chun Fanduan was a little ignorant of the immensity of the world. Although the tribes that could come to the market would not be too weak, the Yinmu tribe was definitely one of the strongest tribes. It would be extremely foolish to reason with the Yinmu tribe. There are more men than women in the Yinmu tribe, and robbing some women is a necessary measure for the tribe to develop its population. If she hadn't foreseen a hint of danger, she would never have come out to stop her tribe members. So she closed her eyes and began to use the prediction technique, wanting to see specifically how things would develop. Seeing this, Chun Fan also began to predict. Not long after, they both opened their eyes at the same time. The woman let out a long breath and whispered, "Young witch of the Songlong tribe, what do you want?" Chun Fan, "Leave a mammoth behind, and you can go." "Impossible." The old man next to him was furious. "Impossible? Then just go ahead." Chun Fan said calmly with a smile on his face. He had just sensed in detail that the Yinmu tribe had a hostile tribe called the Five Poison Tribe. The witches of the Five Poison Tribe could use witchcraft to kill people without anyone noticing. The Yinmu tribe relies on this woman's prediction skills to survive. The two tribes are equally powerful and have a hatred that goes back thousands of years. If Chun Fan interferes and helps the Five Poison Tribe predict the situation of the Yinmu tribe, the Yinmu tribe will most likely suffer a devastating blow. So Chun Fan concluded that she would never dare to leave like this, because at this moment the Five Poison Tribe was hiding in the distance and watching. "If we give you the mammoth, we'll be even. How about that?" Sure enough, the woman obviously sensed all of this, and she suppressed her anger and spoke to Chun Fan. "You're a smart woman. Leave this big one and get out of here." Chun Fan was not polite at all. "Woo this." The old man and the people of Yinmu tribe were confused. They couldn't understand the woman's behavior. They thought they were just two ants. Just stepping on them to death would be enough. "Stop talking nonsense. Take the things down and leave the mammoth to them." The woman shrieked. Mammoths are huge beasts. They can play a huge role in some large battlefields. However, these beasts have low IQ, huge size, and clumsy movements, so they can't play any role in small-scale battles. Chun Fan and Qing watched the people of the Yinmu tribe leave and immediately flew to the back of the mammoth on their huma. It is flat and open, enough to accommodate 40 or 50 people. "Master Wuzhu, you are so amazing." There were stars in Qing's eyes. This was a giant mammoth. The witch had already got one before they even entered the market. It was taken from a powerful tribe. In fact, she had already prepared to go with the Yinmu tribe, but she didn't expect that Lord Wuzhu would be so domineering. "What's the matter?" Chun Fan was modest for a moment, and then said arrogantly, "It's a good thing they knew what was best for them, otherwise both mammoths would be ours." He wandered around and found many stone nails stuck in the mammoth's neck. There were more than a dozen of them, large and small. He knew that they were the mechanisms used to control the mammoth, similar to the steering wheel of a car. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiong and others had not arrived yet. He suddenly got excited and grabbed Qing and pressed her head down. "I'm really angry right now." When Zhang Xiong and others arrived, it was almost dark. After listening to Qing's description of how Chun Fan snatched the mammoth, Zhang Xiong and the others' faces turned green. Especially Black Wolf. He always thought that he was the most powerful warrior in the tribe, and only the war bear could be compared with him. Now I know that Lord Wuzhu can actually kill the yellow-striped warrior alone. For a moment, everyone's awe of Chun Fan reached a new level. After everyone finished visiting the mammoth, they started to make a fire and cook. The barking beasts and the wolves couldn't come up, so they stayed down there to keep watch. At night, everyone slept on the mammoth's back and didn't have to dig caves. Chun Fan was awakened from his sleep by some noise. He opened his eyes and saw Qing and Zhang Xiong mating not far away. Chapter 46, Orphans of the Lin Tribe. It happened so suddenly that Chun Fan was unable to react. How did these two get together? As far as he knew, Zhang Xiong liked women like an eye. The two of them made quite a lot of noise, and the breathing of several soldiers who were woken up became noticeably faster. Fortunately, Wulong was sleeping soundly. Otherwise, if he saw his new best friend and the woman he had been thinking about, I guess he would be so angry that he died. Early the next morning, everyone packed up their minstrel belts and went to the market to trade. It was just dawn, and there weren't many people around. Chun Fan found a place to put his things and let everyone watch them while he walked around. He wanted to see what people were trading so that he could roughly judge their level of civilization. The first stall we came across was very interesting. It was a group of dwarfs, and there was only a piece of stone that looked like old ginger placed on the open space in front of them. Copperore. Chun Fan recognized this thing at first sight. He also found some copper ore exposed on the surface in the oasis. He didn't let anyone dig because he didn't have any smelting tools. But now, someone is actually taking it out to trade, which can only mean that they have discovered the value of copper ore. According to what he learned in his previous life, the earliest bronzeware appeared in the Mesopotamian region of ancient Babylon 6,000 years ago. The large bronze knife carved with the image of a lion from the Sumerian civilization period is a representative of early bronzeware. In China, bronze products appeared 5 to 4,000 years ago, which corresponds to the legendary era of Yao, Shun, and Yu. Ancient documents record that people had begun to smelt bronze at that time. Archaeological excavations have revealed bronze artifacts in dozens of Longshan period sites in the middle and lower reaches of the Yellow River and Yangtze River. But by that time, there were no dinosaurs anymore. The time was a bit confusing, so Chun Fan temporarily gave up the idea of analyzing the timeline. He walked closer to the stall and asked tentatively, "What is this?" A stronger dwarf looked at Chun Fan, as if he was disdainful of his young age, and said impatiently, "Don't ask if you don't know the child." Chun Fan was speechless. "Is this how they do business? You have no sense of service at all. Be careful, or I will complain to you." But he was too lazy to care and moved to the next stall. The goods here were very common, bone and stone weapons, mostly in the form of knives, spears, etc. Chun Fan was not interested in this. He looked to the side and found some shell weapons. This shell weapon is much tougher and sharper than weapons made of stone and animal bones. But what Chun Fan cares about is not this, but the sea. The presence of shellfish weapons means there is a sea nearby, which means there is salt. The number of salt trees in the oasis is limited and cannot satisfy the consumption of so many people in the tribe, so it is more important to find a way to purchase salt. Unfortunately, he visited a few more stalls and found that the goods were basically food and weapons, and he did not see any salt. People's clothing was also very backward, and he saw several naked women like Ching. Just as he was about to go back, he suddenly found a little boy squatting on the ground in a corner with a small animal skin in front of him. He had a vague feeling that the small piece of animal skin was a little dangerous, so he couldn't help but walk over. The little boy was extremely thin, with only skin and bones. When he saw Chun Fan coming, he seemed a little scared and curled up even tighter. "What's this?" Chun Fan felt a trace of sympathy and asked as gently as possible. "Yes, the map of the sacred mountain." The little boy quickly grabbed the hide, mumbling something. "Map of Mount Kinabalu?" Chun Fan was shocked. How could there be a map when there was no written language? "Can I see it?" He smiled, trying to put the little boy at ease. "Just a glance?" The little boy was silent for a long time before handing him the animal skin. Chun Fan took it and looked at it. It was indeed a map, but only half of it. The animal skin had been torn in the middle. He looked carefully and saw two pictures on a map. The first one was complete, with desert and mountains. Chun Fan felt that this was a little familiar. Isn't this the territory of the Chilean tribe? That sacred mountain is the volcano in the oasis. He looked at the second picture and found that it was a map of the volcano. What's going on? Is there some treasure hidden in the volcano? Who drew this map? Chun Fan's heart was filled with shock. This was definitely not a coincidence. He made some secret predictions, but found nothing. I could only calm myself down and ask the little boy, "Where did you get this map?" "It has been passed down from generation to generation in our tribe. Now that the tribe is gone, the witch tore it apart before he died and gave it to me and my sister respectively." The little boy seemed to realize that Chun Fan was not a bad person, and he spoke much more fluently without his previous timidity. "Passed down from generation to generation? What's the name of your tribe?" Chun Fan suddenly guessed something and eagerly sought confirmation. The little boy saw his expression change and became worried again. He said intermittently, "Or Lin tribe? Really?" Chun Fan confirmed his thoughts and was extremely shocked. This trip to the market seemed to be planned by someone. Everything went so smoothly. It was too quiet along the way, and the only beast we encountered, the Gobiusaurus, was in a sleeping state. He got a mammoth as soon as he arrived at the market, and now he meets the orphan of the Lin tribe. If you say that his aura of time travel is too strong, I don't believe it. But now is not the time to think about these things. He asked, "What about your sister?" The little boy shook his head and said nothing. Chun Fan suddenly realized that his identity was unknown and the little guy probably didn't want to expose his sister's whereabouts. He took half of the animal skin to sell himself because he was afraid that someone would steal the treasure. It seems that although he is a little timid, he is not stupid. I am a witch from the Chi tribe. You can trust me completely. Chun Fan revealed his identity directly. There were more and more people in the market now. He realized that someone had noticed this place, and if he was not too late, something might happen. Chi tribe. The little boy's eyes immediately turned red. It was obvious that he knew the Chi tribe, but he still didn't move. Instead, he became more alert and even reached out to grab the small animal skin away. Chun Fan knew that he didn't trust him and wanted to call Zhang Xiong over, but he was too far away. He could only say sincerely, "Come with me. I can prove my identity. There are ancestral warriors in my team." Ancestral warrior. The little boy's eyes lit up. If he was really an ancestral warrior, then his identity could naturally be confirmed. However, he still had some concerns, and his eyes unconsciously looked in one direction. Chun Fan felt something and turned his head to look, just in time to see a young girl hiding behind a stone wall. Judging from her height, she is about the same height as Do, so she is definitely not the little boy's sister. "Okay, I'll go with you, but if you lie to me, you'll never get the other map." The The little boy's strong voice rang out. Chapter 047, Black-Hearted Merchant. Chen Fan took the little boy back to his stall. The situation was urgent, so he directly asked Zhang Xiong and Zhan to show their Qilin patterns. When the little boy saw that they were indeed from the Qilin tribe, tears as big as beans rolled down his cheeks. Wow! He cried very sadly, like a lost child who found his mother. Master Wuzhu, who is this child? The tribesmen were very curious. He is the orphan of the Lin tribe. The Lin tribe was destroyed. Qilin was originally one body. Chen Fan didn't know why the two tribes were not together, but the hatred of the Lin tribe was the hatred of the Qilin tribe. So he gently held the little boy's shoulders and asked, "Tell me, who destroyed the Lin tribe?" "Wu-Wu. It's a Yimu tribe. They come to our tribe all year round to snatch women." "Wu-Wu." The little boy couldn't stop crying, and everyone became increasingly angry. "It's the Yimu tribe again." Chen Fan's eyes were cold, and he had already sentenced them to death in his heart. "What the hell is this Yimu tribe? Master Wuzhu, let's go kill them now." The war bear was furious. "No hurry." Chen Fan signaled him to calm down, and then asked the little boy, "What's your name? Where is your sister?" "My name is Shui. I don't have a younger sister. My older sister is over there." The little boy blushed a little and pointed his finger at a stone wall. "Okay, Zhan Xiong, take the water to find her sister and bring her to me." "Yes." At this time, a voice came from behind everyone, as clear as the song of an oriole. "No need. I'm here." Everyone was startled and turned around to see a young girl. She was wearing a bark mask, and her face could not be seen clearly. She was wearing leaves-woven clothes, which were clean and tidy and set off her perfect figure. Chen Fan knew at first glance that she was a great beauty. "Sister." The little boy immediately rushed over and started crying again. The girl held him in her arms and looked at Chen Fan. The Qi tribe actually has such a young witch, and they also have ancestral warriors. "My brother and I are saved. You approached quietly without alarming any of us, didn't you?" Chen Fan seemed to be thinking about something. "Yes, after Master died, I became the witch of the Lin tribe. My ability is water escape technique, which is why I dare to bring my brother here." Water escape technique? Everyone felt unfamiliar with this, but Chen Fan had a general idea of it. Qilin belongs to fire, and unicorn belongs to water. Water escape technique should be about turning into water and moving. Although this ability is magical, it is of no use to the tribe. This is probably one of the reasons why the Lin tribe was destroyed. At this time, Chen Fan asked, "What do you want to exchange for the map?" Selling out the territory of the Qi tribe is not an act worthy of praise. "In exchange for shelter," the girl said calmly, "my brother and I have been wandering around and can't survive for long. Besides, winter is coming and we need a place to live." Chen Fan nodded and pointed out directly, "Have you ever thought that this map will bring crisis to the Qi tribe? The existence of the Qi tribe is just a legend to us, and the Sacred Mountain will protect the Qi tribe. If someone is really willing to go on an expedition, maybe they can help us find the Qi tribe. Why not?" The girl argued confidently. Chen Fan thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. If he found out the whereabouts of the Lin tribe by himself, he would probably try every possible means to find them. So he stopped dwelling on this and asked, "Is the totem pole of the Lin tribe still there?" "Yes, I'm hiding." "Okay, Zhan Xiong, take the siblings back to the mammoth and protect them closely. If there is a strong enemy, just ride the mammoth and charge towards them." "Yes." "Wait a moment." Qing, who had been silent, glanced at Zhan Xiong and said to Chen Fan, "Master Wuzhu, I'll go too." Chen Fan felt a headache. This woman's eyes were so seductive. How could Chen Fan not know what she was thinking? She has awakened her endurance ability. Although the war bear is strong, it didn't feed her enough last night. It's really... Go ahead. He was too lazy to care about these messy things. Anyway, he wouldn't want a woman like Qing, so he could just play with her for fun. After a few people left, he began to concentrate on selling his minstrel belts. But no one had ever seen this kind of thing, so until noon, no one came to ask about it. This won't work. Gotta shout. Chen Fan looked at Wulong. This iron tower-like man seemed a little distracted. "Wuda, I'll teach you a few words, and you shout them out loud." Wulong came to his senses and didn't know what Chen Fan was going to do. "Listen carefully. Qi brand minstrel belt. Easy care, no restrictions." Chen Fan thought about it, but he really couldn't remember the classic advertising slogans from his previous life, so he could only make up one. Seeing that Wulong's expression was a little stiff, he encouraged him. "Come on, try shouting it again." Ahem. Wulong cleared his throat, his eyes confused. "Qi brand minstrel belt? Easy care, no restrictions?" "Oh, shout louder." "Qi brand." Wulong felt it was a bit awkward to shout alone, so he asked his companions to shout together. Suddenly, the market was filled with the voices of several grown men shouting for minstrel belts. You know what? The effect of this move was immediate, and a tribe immediately surrounded them. They look extremely ugly. Although they have the appearance of modern people, their faces are very wide, as if they were flattened by someone. The leader was a woman. She casually picked up a menstrual belt and handed it directly to a woman next to her. Try it and see if it's really free. The woman did not hesitate and lifted her skirt and put it on. After jumping a few times, a gleam of light appeared in her eyes. Chief, you are truly free and unrestrained. Oh, the woman who was called the leader picked up another one and put it on in front of everyone. She took a few steps and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. This thing is nice. What do you want to exchange it for? Chen Fan felt that they did not look like rich people and said lazily, only in exchange for food. We don't have any food, but we have poison spears. Do you want some? No put. Chen Fan wanted to ask them to take off those two poor menstrual belts, but he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Because the woman's tribesman took out a spear from the animal skin. The spear was only 1 meter long, but the tip of the spear was shining with golden light. It was neither bone nor stone. What material is this? Chen Fan was surprised. Could this be metal? This is a sacred stone given by the god of our horned frog tribe. It is extremely hard and coated with horned frog venom. It can kill even wild beasts. The woman was very proud. It turned out to be a meteorite. Chen Fan calmed down. This thing was indeed good, but for the Chi tribe, food was more important. However, it is not impossible to get some meteorites and study them. So he said slowly, anything else? This spear can only be exchanged for a menstrual belt. What? The woman's face changed. Change it, you black-hearted businessman. Chapter 048, Agreement with the 5 Poison Tribe. Change at least 2. The woman had a dark face and her eyes were full of resentment. No, my menstrual belt is made of special materials bestowed by the gods. Not only is it comfortable to wear, but it also provides better protection for key parts. If you can't afford it, get out of the way. Chen Fan was not polite at all. You? Okay, let's buy 3. The woman gritted her teeth, and the tribesman behind her heard what she said, took out 2 short spears, and handed them to Chen Fan. Well, friends from the Horned Frog tribe, you're welcome to visit us next time. Chen Fan happily took it and completed the transaction. All things are difficult at the beginning. With a good start, Wulong and others shouted even harder. Customers came in an endless stream, and by the evening, more than 100 fish had been sold, and Chen Fan also harvested a lot of food, mostly meat, but also some dried fruits. However, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand, and the news that a black-hearted businessman had come to the market soon spread. Just when Chen Fan was about to pack up and close his stall, another tribe surrounded him. There were 8 or 9 of them, all tall and with poisonous insects such as centipedes and scorpions hidden in their hair. The 5 Poison Tribe? Chen Fan recognized their identities and thought, you are finally here. According to his perception, the Wudu tribe, like the Yinmu tribe, was very short of women. The 2 tribes had a conflict over women, which eventually turned into a life-and-death feud. Respected witch of the Chi tribe, I am the holy chief of the 5 Poison Tribe. Our witch asked me to bring you a message. The shortest middle-aged man said to Chen Fan. Oh, what? Chen Fan listened attentively. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If he wanted to destroy the Yinmu tribe, he had to unite with the 5 Poison Tribes. 3 days later, in the south logging. After the chief of the 5 Poisons tribe finished speaking, he looked straight at Chen Fan, waiting for Chen Fan's reply. Logging should mean attacking the Yinmu tribe. Okay, it's a deal. Chen Fan made a prompt decision. This is really like someone giving you a pillow when you're sleepy. The Lin tribe must be avenged, and the Yinmu tribe must be destroyed. Besides, he also needs more totem poles to increase his strength. The Yinmu tribe is powerful, and their totem poles must contain considerable power of faith. The chief shouted excitedly and said respectfully, we have prepared enough food. Respected witch, you can trade with us. What food? Chen Fan smiled slightly. The people of the 5 Poison tribe were very sensible. 2 pregnant snake dragons. Honorable witch, this is the best food for the winter. You should know that. Snake dragon? Chen Fan really didn't know. Seeing this, the chief explained, it is a kind of evil wild beast. They are huge in size and have firm meat, enough to feed 1,000 people for a month. When a snake dragon becomes pregnant, it loses its ability to move and can only be slaughtered. They can lay nearly 100 giant eggs in 1 litter. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. If this was true, then these 2 snake dragons would be enough for the tribe members to survive the winter. The 5 Poison tribe is really sincere. These are 2 wild beasts. Chen Fan believes that the wild beasts are equally important to the 5 Poison tribe. Moreover, there are basically no women in the 5 Poisons tribe, and menstrual belts are of almost no use to their tribe. Therefore, this transaction was entirely a favor from the 5 Poison tribe. These are yours. The The snake dragon sent them to our mammoth place. Chun Fan gladly accepted this. Destroying the Yinmu tribe was a win-win for both sides, and he had nothing to be embarrassed about. Honorable witch, the gods will bless you. The members of the Five Poisons tribe were delighted. They took the minstrel belts and left. When Chun Fan returned with Wu Lang and his companions, Wu Lang finally exploded because Qing and the two white-striped warriors were. Zhang Xiong and other warriors were watching the battle on the sidelines. They looked tired, obviously having just retreated from the battlefield. Lulu. The crazy black wolf immediately activated the power of the totem, but he didn't know what he wanted to do. When Qing was still a witch, she often mated with warriors in the tribe. He was well aware of this, but knowing it didn't mean he could accept it. At this moment, he was burning with anger and had no place to vent. Kill those two white-striped warriors? This is impossible. Kill Qing? He couldn't do it. Black Wolf, come here. He made quite a bit of noise, and Qing noticed him and invited him to join them. After all, she no longer had to control Wulong. So Wulong joined the battlefield in a daze, leaving Chun Fan alone. He shook his head, suppressed his desire, and walked towards the brother and sister hiding in the mammoth's neck. I don't know your name yet. Chun Fan took the initiative to strike up a conversation with the girl. Ice. There seemed to be something wrong with the girl. She was very frugal with words. Chun Fan sensed it and found out that Qing was mating with others in turns. The girl saw it with her own eyes, so how could she not have any reaction? Now she was already a puddle of mud. He was moved, but he didn't point it out. He sat next to her and said, In 3 days, I will take you to destroy the Yinmu tribe. Real. The girl suddenly turned her head and looked at Chun Fan's handsome face. Her eyes were panicked for a moment, but were quickly replaced by joy. Real. Chun Fan nodded. Only now did he realize that Shui had fallen asleep. It seemed that the brother and sister had not eaten, so he took out some roasted corn and handed it to them. Tell me about the Lin tribe. The girl took the corn. The fragrance from her nose made her swallow her saliva, but she was wearing a bark mask and could not eat it all. After hesitating for a while, she took off the mask. An elegant and beautiful face appeared in front of Chun Fan, especially her eyes, which were bright and clear, as bright as stars. Beautiful. Chun Fan was stunned. Judging from her facial features alone, Bing was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Bing opened her little mouth, biting the corn with her neat white teeth, and then said, The Lin tribe lives in the southern forest. Chun Fan listened to her quietly. A look of nostalgia emerged on her face. Sometimes she was smiling, sometimes she was about to cry. Chun Fan watched her and suddenly felt moved. It's the feeling of love. He didn't have such feelings towards Do and you, and his eyes gradually softened as he looked at Bing. Time flew by, and Bing fell asleep while talking. The brother and sister have been hiding from place to place these days and probably haven't slept well. Chun Fan felt pity for them and reached out to gently stroke her hair, then covered her with a piece of animal skin and entered the space himself. Sign in successfully. Congratulations. Host signs in for 20 consecutive days and gets a shovel. Another shovel? Chun Fan was delighted. He now had 3 shovels in total, one from his first sign-in, the other from his 10th sign-in, and the other from his 20th sign-in. That means you can get a shovel every 10 days. He couldn't wait to cultivate the land, and the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for reclaiming a piece of farmland. As a reward, I will give you a pair of underwear, a set of basic steps, and a piece of Qingxin jade. Basic footwork, this is Qinggong. Chun Fan started to study directly. He now understood the rewards given by the space. Although they seemed ordinary, they were actually very useful. For example, basic swordsmanship. Although there are no cool moves, but facing the stupid primitive people, it is already a dimensionality reduction attack. As for physical strengthening techniques, he has never practiced them, but his physical fitness is extremely strong. It can be said that he is the only man in the entire tribe who can fight Qing back and forth. Now that he had learned the basic footwork, he suddenly felt his body was much lighter. He tried to walk a few steps, and his movements were swift, showing a bit of Zhang Ye's similarity. With this footwork combined with the swordsmanship, it will be much easier to kill a master like Badon if I meet him again. Chun Fan happily picked up the Qingxin jade on the ground again. It felt cold to the touch, and the lust aroused by Qing and others disappeared instantly. He looked carefully and found that the jade was only the size of a fingernail, with a thin thread passing through it. Jade is just like its name, it can really clear your mind. Chun Fan put it around his neck and was very satisfied. Finally, there is the pair of underwear. He hasn't worn this thing since he traveled through time. The feeling of enjoying freedom is actually quite good. Back to the real space, what caught my eye was Bing's profile, smooth and white, reflecting the moonlight, giving a feeling of holiness. Chun Fan lay down beside her, looking at the starry sky and the bright moon, and slowly fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, he was awakened by a noisy sound. When he got up and looked, he saw that it was people from the Five Poison tribe who had arrived. They were manipulating a mammoth with a huge coiled serpentine dragon hanging from its tusks, a very clever way of hanging it. Because the serpent dragon is too huge, if it were to coil up completely, the tusks would not be able to hold it. So they just coiled up half of the serpent dragon's head, passed the rest of the part through the mammoth's abdomen, and coiled up the other end and hung it on the mammoth's tail. At this time, people were preparing to take down the snake dragon. The strong primitive men, the ancient mammoths, and the strange snake dragons formed a desolate and shocking oil painting on the barren grassland, which amazed Chun Fan. Respected witch of the Chi tribe. A skinny old man rode over on a goshawk and saluted Chun Fan. Chapter 49 Weak Water, Ice Butterfly. Chun Fan was really surprised when he saw someone riding a flying mount for the first time. It turns out that besides myself, there are other people who have experience flying. He looked up and saw that the old man was skin and bones, small in stature, not much stronger than water, but his eyes were shining and he looked energetic. I am a witch from the Five Poison tribe. It is extremely risky for me to come here this time, but there is one thing I have to hand over to you in person before I can feel at ease. The goshawk was afraid of Huma and circled in the air for several times, but still did not dare to come down. The old man could only shout from afar. Chun Fan ordered Huma to go away, then asked, "Do you have something to give me? What is it?" At this time, the goshawk finally landed. The old man climbed down with difficulty and took out a piece of wood from his arms. The witch of the Yinmu tribe is no ordinary person. If you and I join forces, she will definitely feel it and will definitely not sit still and wait for death. The old man's voice was like a bell, and he continued, "This is a weak water ice butterfly. I spent half my life raising this one. It can withstand a blow from the flame tree. I hope it will be of use to you." Chun Fan then saw clearly that the wood in the old man's hand was actually an irregular box with a beautiful blue butterfly inside. But he didn't care. Instead, he found the old man's words incredible. First of all, the old man used an idiom. Those who wait and see. Is this the language that primitive people should have? Secondly, the old man mentioned the weak water ice butterfly. Weak water. There are 3,000 rivers of water, but I only take one scoop. This is a widely circulated saying in Dream of the Red Chamber. But Chun Fan knows that the earliest ruashui was not used to express love. In ancient times, because the waterways were shallow or the local people were not used to building boats, they could not use boats and could only use rafts to cross. The ancients often believed that the water was too weak to carry boats, so it was called weak water. The weak water here is an adjective, which is very common. But in myths and legends, ruashui is a magical river. Fanglinzu in Records of the 10 Continents in the Sea says, it is located in the center of the West Sea, with an area of 1,500 li. The island is surrounded by ruashui on all four sides. Even a feather cannot float on it, and it is impossible to cross it. I wonder if the weak water the old man mentioned is this one? Finally, the old man said that this butterfly could block Yinmu's attack. The Yinmu he was talking about was not the Yinmu tribe, but the Yinmu tree. Can this tree attack? If you don't understand, just ask. He said directly, "Old man, what is Yinmu?" The old man seemed to have sensed something when he heard him speak like this, but he remained silent and replied, "It is the ancestor of the Yinmu tribe. It is still alive and has strong attack capabilities. If it had not been unable to move, the Five Poison tribe would not have survived until today. A tree that can actively attack. This is a fucking monster." Chun Fan was shocked beyond words. He calmed himself down and took the wooden box from the old man. "Then what is this weak water ice butterfly?" "It is a kind of butterfly that lives in weak water. It is an existence that violates the laws of nature. I can control it with witchcraft, but the success rate is very low. This is the only one that succeeded. It is immune to any fire-type attacks." The old man seemed a little reluctant, his eyes lingering on the wooden box as he continued. "You must remember that it can only resist once. So try not to put yourself in danger." "Good." Chun Fan nodded. Both the Five Poisons tribe and the Yinmu tribe are extremely powerful, far from being comparable to the current Chilan tribe. If the war bear and the black wolf were placed in these two tribes, they would probably only be classified as the weakest. Therefore, he originally had no plan to confront the Yinmu tribe head-on. He only needed to contain the witch of the Yinmu tribe, and the people of the Five Poisons tribe would naturally do the rest. In that case, I'll leave first. See you in 2 days. The old man completed the task, rode away on a goshawk. Chun Fan opened the wooden box in his hand a little, but did not feel any cold breath. He shook his head and put the wooden box in his arms. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The Qingxin jade hanging around his neck exuded a faint cool breath and began to absorb the weak water ice butterfly. To be precise, it is absorbing the cold air of the weak water ice butterfly. What's going on? The wooden box exploded, and the cold air of the ice butterfly continued to flow into the Qingxin jade. The icy breath that escaped almost froze Chun Fan to death. Fortunately, this process did not last too long. Chun Fan, who had escaped death, reached into his arms, and the dark and lifeless body of Bing Dai appeared in his hand. The old man on the goshawk trembled, and he felt that his poisonous insect had lost contact with him. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Oh, did this young man find out what I did? Or is there something wrong with Bing Dai?" Chapter 50. The men in your tribe are useless. By noon, the warriors of the Five Poison tribe finally hung the snake dragon perfectly on the mammoth of the Qilin tribe. After they said goodbye and left, Qing and his men cheered and celebrated on the deck. No one expected that they could get so much food in just 2 days at the market. As for Bing Shui's sister and brother, they will be members of the Qi tribe from now on. Seeing that the Qi tribe is so prosperous, they are naturally very happy. At that moment, everyone got off the mammoth, dug a hole in the ground, and made a fire. Qing approved the ingredients, and after a hearty meal, they planned to set off south. Bing, how long does it take to get from here to the territory of the Yinmu tribe? Chun Fan observed that the people of the Yinmu tribe disappeared yesterday, so they must have returned. Just 1 day is enough. Bing thought for a moment and replied, "So close. The mammoth speed is not very fast, about the same as that of a wolf. A day's distance is indeed not far. The big tribes will not take risks easily. This market was actually built by the Yinmu, Wudu, and other big tribes, so it is very close to their territories. Then we will continue our journey at night. Now, let's go to the market and see if there are any good things." Chun Fan made the decision instantly. They went too early yesterday, and he didn't have time to visit many stalls. Mammoths and serpent dragons are symbols of strength, and it is very safe to keep them here. Ordinary tribes would definitely not dare to approach, so he feels very relieved. Leading everyone to the market, shopping is a woman's nature, even for primitive women. Qing has spent most of his life in caves in the desert. Not to mention Bing. How could she dare to go shopping openly when she was fleeing with her brother? So the two women held hands and walked to the front. They were not interested in food or weapons, so they walked faster and faster and gradually fell behind the man. At this time, Chun Fan saw the copper ore again and those dwarfs again. Their business didn't look very good. This time he was followed by Zhang Xiong and others, so he wouldn't be called a kid again. He walked up and asked, "What is this?" The dwarves seemed to have some impression of him. One of them said, "This is called Jinshi. It's useless for you to hold it. Don't surround us. No one else can get through if you are here." Chun Fan rolled his eyes and said, "You are just a fool because you can't poop. I haven't been here for a day, and you haven't sold any. How are you talking to our master Wuju?" Zhang Xiong was unhappy. "You little dwarfs, the 3 of you added together are only as tall as me, and you still dare to speak such arrogant words. What's the use of this? Just make it clear, and I'll take it." Chun Fan stopped Zhang Xiong and said seriously. When the dwarves heard that Chun Fan was actually a witch, they were surprised and said quickly, "This is a treasure. This stone is very soft and can be molded into different shapes. It can be used to make tools such as bowls or as ornaments. The most important thing is that although it is soft, it is not easy to break and is more durable than ordinary stone. According to our findings, this type of stone does not turn into charred powder after being burned by fire, but turns into liquid. It's amazing." The slightly stronger dwarf talked eloquently, obviously having done in-depth research. Chun Fan was stunned. These dwarfs actually thought of using fire to burn copper. This is close to the rudiments of smelting. He suddenly lost interest in the copper ore and became curious about the dwarfs in front of him. So I deliberately said, "Who knows whether what you said is true or false? How can I believe you? What tribe are you from?" When the dwarves heard this, they seemed to have been greatly insulted, and anger appeared on their faces. "We are from the Hammer tribe. You can choose not to trade with us, but don't defame our honor. The warriors of the Hammer tribe never lie. You think the Hammer is your ancestor? You are really..." Chun Fan was speechless for a while, but he could see that these dwarfs were very honest, or in other words, very stupid. Logically speaking, it would be more difficult for them to survive in the wilderness with their body size, but the fact that they can come to the market shows that they also have considerable strength. "So you are the warriors of the Hammer tribe. I have heard your great name. You are the most honest people. I want this stone. What do you want in exchange for it?" Chun Fan flattered him and wanted to get more information. "We need food." The dwarfs looked eager and answered straightforwardly. "Very good. We are from the Qi tribe. We have plenty of food. If you join the Qi tribe, you will never have to worry about food again." Chun Fan wanted to recruit them. These people were able to discover copper in the dinosaur era. They are definitely talents. Young man, you are insulting the great hammer tribe. Leave now, and we can pretend we didn't hear you. The dwarves were very angry. They drew the daggers from their waists and instantly entered a fighting stance. Chun Fan's eyes lit up. Their daggers were actually wrapped in copper. My goodness, these dwarfs are the ones I want. Master Wuzhu, the high priest, seems to be in trouble. At this time, Wulong saw a tribe in the distance, surrounding Qing and Bing. Chun Fan was thinking about how to subdue these skilled craftsmen. He was very displeased when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at them with frosty eyes. Follow our Qi tribe. Your hammer tribe will be reborn. He took out the compass rewarded by the system and threw it directly to the dwarf, then added, "This is a tool I made to guide the direction. Follow me and I can teach you this technology." After that, he walked towards Qing and Bing. From a distance, I heard the dirty voices of the men. "You two bitches, one wearing nothing, the other not even showing her face. What's the point? Take off that damn ugly mask." I heard that Badan from the Yinmu tribe was beaten to death because he fell in love with a naked woman. Could that woman be you? Ha ha. Quickly get the men from your tribe to fight us. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf and War Bear instantly awakened their totem patterns, and the other warriors were also furious. Qing is their woman. Master Wuzhu. Everyone looked at Chun Fan, waiting for his orders. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. Chun Fan said coldly, Bing is the woman she likes, and he will kill anyone who makes Bing unhappy. Lulu. Zhang Xiong and others roared and rushed over. Those who were surrounding the two women also noticed the people coming, and both sides immediately started fighting. But unfortunately, the opponent has 4 yellow-striped warriors, and the remaining 3 are also orange-striped warriors. Zhang Xiong and others are no match at all. One of the yellow-striped warriors kicked Wulong away, grabbed Qing's neck, and asked, "Is this the man from your tribe? He's so useless." Chapter 51. Tharisan Bronzebeard. Wulong's face turned red. Qing was being bullied, and he was also being humiliated in front of Qing. He couldn't stand it, but the gap in strength cannot be bridged by anger. The 4 yellow-striped warriors on the opposite side even stopped fighting. They seemed to sense something different about Chun Fan, or they simply looked down on Wulong and the others and began to watch the battle leisurely. There were only 3 orange-striped warriors facing Zhang Xiong and Wu Lang respectively. Just now, Zhang Xiong and others all suffered a great loss, but Qing was still being held hostage, and Bing was also surrounded by others, so they had to rush forward again. Without the participation of the yellow-striped warriors, the battle changed immediately. Chun Fan discovered that although these 3 orange-striped warriors were powerful, their ability was very single, which was petrification. The surface of their skin will become petrified to a certain extent, giving them good defensive capabilities, but their offensive capabilities are insufficient, and they can only attack with physical strength. So Zhanan suddenly became the boss. The snake scales on his body were enough to withstand the opponent's attacks, and even if he was slightly damaged, he could recover immediately. Nothing more. Zhanan got the feel of the situation and tried his best to restrain an orange-striped warrior, creating an attacking environment for the red-striped and white-striped warriors next to him. The War Bear gradually gained the upper hand. Although his opponent had strong defense, he could not withstand his flames. Both of his arms were injured by the divine fire, and even his chest collapsed after being hit by the War Bear's hammer. As for the injuries on the War Bear, Chun Fan was always able to cast a healing spell to help him recover. Only Wulong, who is an orange-striped warrior himself, can only fight as well as an orange-striped opponent. Fortunately, the white-striped warrior next to him was able to help him share some of the pressure, and gradually he gained the upper hand. However, Qing was still being held in someone's hands at this time. It seems that you're not all useless, but your women are in my hands. If I only have this little strength, I can't save them. Seeing that his people were at a disadvantage, the yellow-striped warrior on the side couldn't help but speak out to disrupt the mentality of Wulong and others. Lulu. The exasperated Black Wolf yelled, and the chief's bonus status was released, and the warriors of the Canlong tribe immediately became refreshed. The yellow-striped warrior's face changed. He didn't expect that there was another great chief on the battlefield. In this case, his own people would be no match for him. Sure, Heir, you go ahead. Yes. A yellow-striped warrior immediately joined the battle and punched the War Bear. Zhang Xiong and Zhan could not enjoy the bonus of Black Wolf. Zhang Xiong was no match for the yellow-striped warrior and was knocked away after just one encounter. He landed right next to Chun Fan, who helped him up, cast a healing spell on him, and then took out a short spear and handed it to him. Use this. This is the poison spear of the Horned Frog tribe. Chun Fan doesn't know if it will work, but facing an enemy that is good at physical defense, chemical attack should be effective. Good. The War Bear put down the stone hammer and rushed forward again with the spear. The yellow-striped warrior named Sure had just had his right fist burned and was in shock. When he saw the war bear covered in flames rushing towards him, he subconsciously dodged. He didn't expect that the war bear's target was not him at all. The poisoned spear stabbed out and hit the sunken chest of the orange-striped warrior. Puff! The orange-striped warrior screamed, foamed to the mouth, and fell down, dying instantly. This, Zhang Xiong looked at the poisoned spear in his hand and found it hard to believe. The poisoned spear that Master Wuzhu exchanged for 3 months of menstruation actually has such terrifying killing power? Court death. Shiebus furious. It was a shame for him to join forces with others to fight the enemy. But in the end his companion was killed by the enemy. Just as he was about to take action, another scream came from the side. It turned out that an orange-striped warrior was beaten to death by Zhang and several white-striped warriors. At this point, the yellow-striped warriors could no longer sit still. I was just playing with you guys, but you actually killed our stone tribe warriors. The yellow-striped warrior who was pinching Qing was furious. He threw Qing at Bing's feet, told a soldier to watch them, and he and another yellow-striped warrior rushed toward Zhanan. The strength of the two sides is not at the same level at all. The two white-striped warriors of the Canlong tribe were killed immediately. Zhanan fought to the death to protect them and save the others. Chen Fan knew it was time to take action. He seized the opportunity and rushed forward. The bone knife in his hand appeared and disappeared like a ghost. The orange-striped warrior who was fighting with the black wolf saw a daze, and his head left his shoulders. I was just playing with you guys, but I didn't know you guys couldn't resist playing like this. Chen Fan made a mocking remark. Since the feud has already been formed, there is no need to be polite. He performed basic footwork and moved as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Bing and Qing. The yellow-striped warrior guarding them reacted extremely quickly. His skin turned to stone in an instant, and he reached out to grab the bone knife that Chen Fan was stabbing at him. You don't want your hands anymore. Chen Fan sneered, flicked his wrist, and the bone knife cut off his palm. Kill! The soldier felt pain, and his angry roar echoed throughout the market. At this moment, the onlookers were all numb. They recognized Chen Fan as the black-hearted businessman and wanted to watch the show, but the two sides with such a huge disparity in strength ended up fighting in a scene that was unimaginable to everyone. Who are these black-hearted businessmen? The Yinmu tribe suffered at their hands, and now the Wanshur tribe is even worse off. They are dying. Look at that scaly guy. He is about to die. People were whispering and became curious about Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan had sharp hearing, and when he turned around, he saw Zhanan being grabbed by two yellow-striped warriors, about to be torn in half. Stop! Suddenly, a dull voice was heard. Chen Fan felt that it sounded familiar. It turned out to be the dwarf from before. The two yellow-striped warriors trembled when they heard the words, as if they had heard a very terrifying voice. They loosened their hands and immediately let go of Zhanan. Sure duh, these are my friends. If you leave now, I can let you go. Otherwise, you will stay here forever. The dwarf's eyes were calm, but his words were full of dominance. When Daru saw Ghost, his face turned red and blue. He seemed to be extremely afraid of the dwarf, but didn't want to let it go. Why, didn't you hear what Bronzebeard said? The dwarf's eyes suddenly turned cold. Da's face turned pale, and he said hurriedly, Respected Sword or Bronzebeard, we dare not disobey your will, but they killed the warriors of the Stone Tribe. We will not let it go like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left, and the other three yellow-striped warriors hurriedly followed, fearing that they would be left behind. Then don't leave. The dwarf shouted loudly, and immediately a group of dwarves poured out from all corners of the market. They were fully armed and held copper hammers. I told you, these are my friends. If you want to target my friends, you are targeting me, Bronzebeard. Kill them. The dwarf waved his arm, and the murderous intent shook the sky. Chapter 052, The Hammer Tribe's Request. Compass, called Sinan in ancient times. The main component is a magnetic needle mounted on an axis, which can rotate freely and remain in the tangent direction of the magnetic meridian under the action of the natural geomagnetic field. The south pole of a magnetic needle points to the geographic south pole, magnetic field north pole, and this property can be used to determine direction. The compass is the result of the ancient Chinese working people's understanding of the magnetism of magnets through long-term practice. According to the ancient mining records, the compass first appeared in the Sichuan area during the Warring States period. As one of the four great inventions of ancient China, its invention has played an immeasurable role in the development of human science and technology and civilization. The compass that the space rewarded to Chen Fan was a product of modern technology. It was the size of a child's palm, made entirely of special plastic, and covered with special glass with clear markings. The magnetic needle inside floated on the water, and could be turned as desired. Such exquisite craftsmanship is unimaginable for primitive people. Even the Hammer tribe, who are good at craftsmanship, are deeply fascinated by it. Bronzebeard, as the leader of the Hammer tribe, did not understand the purpose of the compass, but he knew that it was an item no less than a miracle. And the boy said he could teach us how to make this thing. Therefore, in Tongshu's heart, the young man, that is, Chun Fan, holds an extremely important position. Seeing that the people of the Stone tribe were unwilling to give up, he became murderous and shouted, "Kill anyone who has anything against me. Bronzebeard. Leave no one alive." At that moment, 40 or 50 fully armed dwarves rushed towards the people of the Stone tribe, holding shields in their left hands and hammers in their right hands. Facing the yellow-striped warrior, he didn't show any fear at all. Lulu. Shurda and others were panicked. They were tall with long limbs, and they used their hands and feet to easily knock the dwarf in front of them away. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. The dwarfs behind rushed up and smashed the men's bodies with copper hammers on various parts of their bodies. In just a short while, they were silent. The powerful yellow-striped warrior was killed so easily. Master Wuju, these little guys are at least as strong as red-striped warriors. Qing was shocked. I'm afraid there are more than that. Look at those people. Chun Fan pointed at the dwarfs who were knocked flying by Shurda and his men. He saw that the dwarfs were unharmed, with only their wooden armor broken. What a strong defensive ability. Qing and others reacted. Even though the people of the Stubborn Stone tribe are not good at attacking, they are still yellow-striped warriors after all. The powerful strength possessed by warriors of this level is not something that everyone can withstand. Even Zhan was almost torn to pieces just now. And these dwarfs are unharmed. At this time, Tongshu came over, holding the compass given by Chun Fan in his hand. "Young man, did you really make this thing?" Looking at his appearance, he was only interested in the compass. He didn't seem to care at all about killing several yellow-striped warriors just now. "Yes, this is just a small item. As long as you follow me, I can teach you a lot of techniques, such as how to better use copper or..." Chun Fan's eyes rolled, full of desire for the dwarfs. The dwarves already knew how to use copper or, but their methods were too crude. It could only be said that it was slightly better than stone, and the true function of copper was not brought into play at all. Copperore. Bronzebeard was startled. He had never heard of this word. "It's the gold stone you mentioned." Chun Fan sensed his doubt and explained. "You can also use gold and stone?" Bronzebeard was surprised. The use of metal and stone was the most proud achievement of the Hammer tribe. It was impossible that the young wizard in front of him could also do it. "Of course I will." Chun Fan smiled and said no more. The compass placed, there was the strongest proof. Sure enough, Bronzebeard's expression changed for a while, and he said, "The Hammer tribe has its own mission, so it is impossible for them to follow you." "That's fine." Chun Fan did not force it. He took the compass and said sincerely, "Thank you for saving my people. I promise you that the door of Qi tribe will always be open to you, and I believe that one day you will choose to follow me." At this time, the dwarfs around slowly came over. When they heard Chun Fan's words, they looked disdainful. Their long beards curled up to express their inner dissatisfaction. Chun Fan didn't care. He took out 20 bags of corn and said, "These foods are specialties of our Qi tribe. I'm giving them to you." After saying that, he prepared to leave. The Hammer tribe is even more powerful than the Stone tribe. It will take time to conquer them. However, his ability to take out so much food out of thin air stunned everyone in the market. "You?" Bronzebeard pointed at Chun Fan with a trembling finger, extremely shocked. "You're welcome, let's go." Chun Fan said the first half of the sentence to Bronzebeard, and the second half to greet Qing and the others. He turned and left, walking towards the direction of the mammoth. The white-striped warriors were too badly injured and had to go back to rest. Along the way, everyone took the initiative to give way, and this feeling made Chun Fan very comfortable. "Master Wuju, you are so bold that you actually want Sword or Bronzebeard to follow you." Bing slowly approached Chun Fan and whispered, "Oh." Chun Fan suddenly remembered that the people of the Stone tribe just called the dwarf Lord Soradorson. Could it be that this dwarf has a very high status? So he asked, "Do you know him?" Bing said seriously, "He is one of the leaders of the Dwarf Alliance. He possesses unimaginable strength. It is said that he once lifted a mammoth with one hand." "What?" Chun Fan almost fell to the ground when he heard this. Putting aside the question of whether they are an alliance or not, how could that dwarf be so strong? If he is so strong, how come he is short of food? And why does he come to the market to trade in person? The dwarf tribe has no witch, so they live in fear all day long. They have no faith, and only by uniting together can they feel a little safe. Bing continued. At this time, Qing asked, "A tribe without witches? Where does their strength come from?" Chun Fan was also very curious. It is said that their strength is innate and fixed, and there is no way to improve it. However, they are very powerful. Someone once called them a race abandoned by the gods, and they were destroyed by them. The tribe without witches is naturally endowed with powerful strength and defense. This must be a race favored by God. Chun Fan didn't quite understand the logic of these primitive people, but he understood one thing, that this world was a little bit shaky. He originally thought that the abilities of totem warriors, witches, and chiefs were outrageous, but he did not expect that a trip to the market would completely overturn his perception. Back at Mammoth, everyone carried the wounded up and started making a fire to cook. The topic of the group still revolved around Bronzebeard and his friends. After discussing for a long time, Bronzebeard actually brought people over. They rode on short-spiked porcupines and made a great noise. Bronzebeard, the first pig, shouted, "Dear Witch of the Chi tribe, we want to trade your compass." Chapter 053. I'm fine. I'm not feeling bad. Bronzebeard's long beard fluttered in the wind. Chun Fan rode down on Huma and threw the compass directly over. Since he got the compass, he has never used it once, so he doesn't feel sorry for it at all. Moreover, as a modern man, he has so many ways to determine the direction on land, so the compass is useless to him. Bronzebeard took it and said excitedly, "Honorable young wizard, what do you want? You don't have what I want, so this compass is for you." Chun Fan waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Bronzebeard saw this and whispered to the people around him for a while, then said, "The Hammer tribe will not take advantage of others. We have something that can be used as a trade item for the compass." Chun Fan became interested when he heard it and asked, "What is it?" "The totem pole of the Hammer tribe." Bronzebeard said something shocking. He rode his short-spiked porcupine forward 2 steps and said solemnly, "You are a man worthy of respect. Our tribe has been cursed by the gods. We have a totem pole, but no wish. This totem pole is given to you." "What the hell?" Chun Fan straightened up, not daring to believe what he heard. This dwarf actually gave away the totem pole? Besides, how did he know that their totem poles would be useful to him? "Respected young witch, we have studied the totem pole carefully and wanted to use the mysterious power contained in it, but unfortunately, we were unsuccessful." Bronzebeard seemed to be worried that Chun Fan would not accept it, so he began to explain, "You are different. I can feel that you have the same mysterious power, so our totem pole may be useful to you." Chun Fan was relieved. It turned out that the dwarf was not sure whether the totem pole would be useful to him. Since they had delivered it to his door, there was no reason for him to refuse, so he pretended to be embarrassed and said reluctantly, "Okay, then take it." Bronzebeard scratched his head in embarrassment and said awkwardly, "The totem pole is in our territory. I have sent someone back to get it. It will be available in 2 days. I guess you guys are here to buy on credit." Chun Fan was speechless for a while, but it didn't matter. It wouldn't be too late to get it after he destroyed the Yinmu tribe and returned. He thought about it and said directly, "It doesn't matter, just give it to me later." So the deal was done. After Bronzebeard and others left, an excited expression appeared on Chun Fan's face. The totem pole of the Lin tribe was hidden in ice, so it was basically in his pocket. Now he had the totem pole of the Hammer tribe. If he could take the totem pole of the Yinmu tribe, he would most likely be promoted to a life wizard directly. You could be king if you just command a witch. Excited, he couldn't wait to order everyone to set off for the Yinmu tribe. The red-striped warrior was responsible for controlling the mammoth. The barking beasts and the wolves followed on the ground. Huma stopped on the mammoth's head to sleep, and the mighty team began to move south. To the south, there began to be dense forests with majestic ancient trees. Some of the most exaggerated trees are even 200 or 300 meters high. Even the bushes on the ground were 4 or 5 meters high, and the barking beasts and wolves were scurrying through the bushes like ants crawling through the grass. Both Bing and Shui were not very cheerful, and they chatted close to the mammoth's neck. Chun Fan was thinking about the totem pole and couldn't help but move over. Shui was very sensible. When he saw Chun Fan coming, he went to play aside. The mammoth was a very new and strange beast to him, and he could play with it by himself for the whole day. Bing knew that he was asking for directions, so he said directly, "The direction is correct. At this speed, we can reach the territory of the Yinmu tribe at noon tomorrow." Chun Fan noticed that she was not wearing a mask at this time, so he sat down next to her and asked, "Why are you wearing a mask? Is this a custom of the Lin tribe?" "No." Bing didn't seem to want to talk about this topic. She paused, then simply replied, "Appearance is a disaster." Chun Fan was stunned. "You have summed up the truth about beautiful women being a disaster. That's amazing." Looking into her clear eyes and sensing her inner sadness, Chun Fan felt that he should comfort her. However, at this time, Qing and Wulong and others fought again. There's nothing we can do about it. They're just too boring. The breath of mammoths and serpent dragons drove away the animals in the forest. They had nothing to do but sit there and reproduce. The unbearable sound soon resounded throughout the forest. Chun Fan's old face turned red, and the Qingxin jade on his chest emitted a soft light, soothing his inner impulse. But Bing is different. She doesn't have the pure heart jade. Moreover, since she came, she often has to watch Qing and others mating, which makes her easily irritated and difficult to control herself. I'll give this to you. Chun Fan sensed her desire and took out the Qingxin jade and handed it to her. What's this? Bing felt a magical aura coming from it. This is called the pure heart jade. It can make people pure-hearted and free from desires, and keep a cool head. Chun Fan explained casually, stood up, and said, "Let me help you put on." When she heard Chun Fan say this, she knew that he had seen through her embarrassment. She felt ashamed and angry at the same time, and she refused subconsciously. "This is too valuable, Master Wuju. You should keep it for yourself." "I'm fine. I'm not feeling bad." Chun Fan didn't notice the weird atmosphere at all. This old straight man was even smug about himself for thinking of giving someone a gift. He put the Qingxin jade on Bing, and then asked the main business. "Bing, where'd you hide the totem pole of the Lin tribe?" "We are still in the Lin tribe." "Why is Master Wuju asking this?" Bing realized that Chun Fan had other intentions. Chun Fan did not hide it, and said, "I can use the totem poles of any tribe. The power of faith on them can increase my witchcraft power." Bing was shocked by the sound of thunder. How could there be such a person in the world? "You mean you want to absorb the power of faith from the totem pole of the Lin tribe?" "That's right." Chun Fan looked up at the huge tree and said in a low voice, "The Qi tribe is not as powerful as you think. In fact, the population of the Qi tribe is less than 100. If I hadn't awakened my magical power, the Qi tribe would have been destroyed by a ferocious beast, so I must become stronger. The totem poles of the Qi tribe and the Sanlong tribe have enabled me to enter the realm of witch sacrifice. Now I need the totem pole of the Lin tribe." He stared into Bing's eyes, watching her reaction. The totem pole is extremely important to the tribe, no less important than the witch. If Bing disagrees, he can understand. "So should we go to the Yimu tribe first, or get the totem pole first?" Bing asked. "Go first." Chun Fan was stunned. "Are you so happy, girl? Why don't you ask me what the consequences will be if I absorb the power of faith in your totem pole? If nothing unexpected happens, your magic power will disappear." Chapter 054, on the correct use of water escape technique. Chun Fan finally decided to go to the Lin tribe first to conquer the totem pole. In the previous battle with the witch from the Yinmu tribe, Chun Fan could feel that his level was about the same as the other party. This kind of situation where both sides are equally matched is not what he wants to see. A great man once said, "Never fight a battle without preparation." So everyone followed Bing's guidance and headed for the ruins of the Lin tribe. There was no danger along the way, and at night, Mammoth continued on his journey, and everyone took turns to guard and rest. Early the next morning, when Chun Fan woke up, he saw a lake as big as a football field in front of him. It was like a sapphire inlaid in the forest, elegant and blue. Fishes swim in it, swans float above it, and the reflection of white clouds in the sky also appears in the lake. It is so beautiful that it seems like a fairyland. "Oh my God, it's so beautiful." Qing and the others were refugees in the desert. They had never seen such scenery before, so they all went down to the ground to play in the water. Even Chun Fan was shocked by this most primitive ecological beauty. His heart was in turmoil, and he could not calm down. "Master Wuju, the totem pole is at the bottom of the lake. I'll go get it," Bing told him and prepared to go into the water. "Itsitiha." Chun Fan suddenly sensed danger, and after careful prediction, he found out that people from the Yinmu tribe had arrived. The Yinmu tribe had already known about the alliance between the Five Poison tribe and Chun Fan. There which figured out the whereabouts of Chun Fan and others and sent people to kill them. Considering that Chun Fan himself possessed considerable combat power, they chose to hide on the giant tree, waiting for the opportunity to give Chun Fan a fatal blow. As long as Chun Fan is killed, the Five Poison tribe will be unable to do anything to the Yinmu tribe. Little did they know that Chun Fan had already noticed them, but he remained calm and prepared to take advantage of the situation. After all, he might not be able to defeat the opponent by force, so it was better to be the sixth in command. "I'll go with you." Chun Fan grabbed Bing and walked towards the lake together. In this way, they would stay away from the giant tree, and the warriors of the Yinmu tribe would not be able to launch a sneak attack silently. "Master Wuju, I can only ensure that I can enter the water, but I can't let you in as well." Bing is a bit embarrassed. "Don't worry about me. I can go in by myself." For ordinary primitive people, going underwater is a fantasy, but for Chun Fan, isn't it just swimming? When Bing heard him say this, she stopped wasting time and suddenly turned into a pool of water and merged into the lake. Only the clothes and skirt woven from leaves were left there. Even though he was mentally prepared, Chun Fan was still startled by her. This guy, his body has disappeared. No wonder she was able to escape from the Yinmu tribe. With such an outrageous water escape technique, who could catch her? Without taking time to sigh, he dived into the water. As soon as he got in, he regretted it because the water was very cold and deep, and he couldn't dive any deeper. So he could only turn over and let himself float on the water. The late autumn morning light shone on his face, bringing a hint of warmth. Master Wuju, you can float on the water. How amazing! Bing suddenly appeared beside him, her eyes showing wonder and admiration, but she knew what the point of this trip was, and said happily, "Come down quickly." Chun Fan closed his eyes. The situation was a bit awkward. "I can't go down." But the Wuju, who had always been strong-willed, would not admit it. He suddenly had an idea and said, "Just bring the totem pole up. The gods in the sky cannot see the bottom of the lake, so it is not suitable for me to absorb the power of faith." Oh, Bing was wondering, is there any place that the gods cannot see? But since the Witchmaster said so, just do as he says. The totem pole of the Lin tribe is almost identical to that of the Qi tribe. If it were on land, a weak woman like Bing would not be able to move it at all. But in the water, with the help of the buoyancy of the water, she quickly brought the totem pole to Chun Fan. The totem pole and the lake water merged together, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Chun Fan felt the incomparable power and was shocked. According to Bing, the Lin tribe is not very powerful, with a population of just over 1,000, and has long been reduced to a female pasture for the Yinmu tribe. For such a tribe, the totem pole is so powerful. Is it because I couldn't feel this kind of power before? Or is it that the totem pole of the Lin tribe is indeed much more powerful than those of the Qi tribe and the Songlong tribe? Chun Fan was shocked and suspicious. He reached out to touch the totem pole, and the moment he touched it, a blue light suddenly became brighter. Waves suddenly rose on the lake. The surrounding trees shook violently, and leaves fell like rain. Chun Fan's mind went blank, and then the information about the Lin tribe flooded into his mind, and the endless power of faith nourished his spirit. Master Wuju, Qing, and the others noticed something strange in the lake and cried out in surprise. Not good. The Yinmu tribe warriors on the giant trees on the shore realized that something was wrong. They looked at each other and jumped off the trees one after another. Quick, kill him! Yellow lines appeared on the leading warrior's body. He was extremely fast. After a run-up, he threw the stone spear in his hand hard. The stone spear was like a meteor from the sky, and even left an afterimage behind it. With a whoosh sound, it arrived in front of Chun Fan. The warriors of the Yinmu tribe were all ecstatic when they saw this. At such a close distance, the young witch would definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of the long-winded warnings from their witch when they set out, they were extremely glad that they did not listen to the witch. Wu said he was difficult to deal with, but now it seems that he is not that difficult. That's right, Wu thinks too much. They couldn't help but start a discussion of victory. This scene happened too suddenly. When Zhang Xiong and others reacted, it was too late. The angry Zhang Xiong hurried to the shore. Chun Fan absorbed the power of faith, and his magic power improved greatly. He also plundered the ice water escape technique. He used the water escape technique to dodge the stone spear that was so close to him, and calmly lifted up the ice that had revealed its true form. Master Wuju, Bing found that his abilities suddenly disappeared and his face turned pale. Yes, I have taken away your abilities, but it doesn't matter. I can make you a stronger fighter. Now, let's go back to the shore. Chun Fan put the totem pole into space, then turned it into a stream of water to drag her down and shoot towards the shore like an arrow. At this moment, there was a fight on the shore. Zhang Xiong and others thought that Chun Fan was stabbed by the stone spear and fell into the lake. So they fought desperately, using the strategy of exchanging life for life. The roar of the barking beasts resounded through the forest. The warriors of the Yinmu tribe were affected and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Those two ugly beasts are too scary, let's retreat. The leading warrior staggered and tried to leave. They also thought that Chun Fan had been killed, so there was no need to stay here and fight with these people. Want to leave? At this time Chun Fan revealed his true form. He put the ice aside, moved closer to a soldier with the wind under his feet, and then suddenly turned into a stream of water, penetrating the soldier's body. None of you can escape. He revealed his true form behind the warrior, his eyes cold as ice. Chapter 055, Fighter of the Lin Tribe. This is... Bing's jaw nearly dropped when he saw Chun Fan using the water escape technique like this. Isn't the water escape technique only usable in places with water? Can it also be used in the human body? In fact, it's not her fault. The escape technique is used to escape no matter how you look at it. She didn't know that the human body is more than 70% water. Master Wuzhu has become more powerful again. Qing's beautiful eyes moved. Her prediction skills were taken away by Chun Fan, so she was very familiar with this scene. You're not dead. The leading warrior of the Yinmu tribe opened his mouth wide, and the bizarre death of his companion also made him feel terrified. He might not be afraid of being beaten to death, but being shot to death by a stream of water was hard to accept. You guys want to kill me? Does the witch from your tribe underestimate me? Chun Fan looked at them leisurely. Huma fluttered her wings and landed beside him, rubbing her head gently against his legs. The tall trees could not block the cold wind of late autumn. The warriors of the Yinmu tribe felt cold all over, and a bad premonition came to their hearts. Escape! Vines grew out from between the leading warrior's fingers, and in an instant grew more than 10 meters long. He waved his arm, and the vines hung on the branches of the giant tree. He was like a monkey, trying to use the vines to quickly escape. The other soldiers also used their own unique skills to escape. They were controlled by the barking beast and had no way of exerting their normal strength. If they continued to fight, they would only die. I told you, none of you can leave. Chun Fan took out the bone knife, rode on Huma, and chased after the leading soldier. Although he swung on the swing very fast, how could he be faster than Huma? Chun Fan flew by like a flying knight, and with a swipe of the bone knife, he took off his head. The vines between his fingers were still green, hanging the headless body in the air. Woof woof! The barking beast was not idle either. Its roar made the remaining warriors slow down in their movements, and Zhang Xiong and others immediately pounced on it. The battle was almost a one-sided massacre. Before long, all 9 yellow-striped warriors of the Yinmu tribe were slaughtered. It feels great. Zhang Xiong and others finally got rid of their anger. Ever since they left the desert, they have felt the lack of strength. Every time there was a battle, they were bullied. This was the first time they had such a satisfying fight. The barking beast is truly a divine beast. The black wolf looked at the 2 barking beasts with envy, and suddenly felt that his giant wolf king was nothing but a piece of crap. I still have 4 of these barking beasts. Zhang Xiong started to show off. Wulong's expression tensed up, and he quickly came over. Brother Zhang Xiong, look. At this time, the barking beasts had eaten some of the heart blood of the Yinmu tribe warriors, and their breath was a little unstable. Chun Fan and Huma took a lot of effort to get them onto the back of the mammoth. Led by the giant wolf king, the wolf pack also went to devour the heart blood. They could grow in this way. Unlike the barking beasts that only ate the blood from the heart, the wolves directly ate the corpse. Unfortunately, only the giant wolf king showed obvious changes. Chun Fan put it on the mammoth again, and Huma went to eat the corpse hanging in the air. So it was noon. The aroma of meat and corn filled the forest. People sat in a circle, eating and chatting, with smiles on their faces. Master Wuzhu, since the witch of Yinmu tribe has calculated our whereabouts, he must have also calculated their failure. Why do they send people here? Qing ate corn and expressed her doubts. Upon hearing this, the others all quieted down and waited for Chun Fan to clarify. She can't calculate. Chun Fan tore off a piece of meat with his teeth and said while chewing, our abilities cancel each other out, just like I didn't anticipate their ambush before and only sensed their murderous intent when I arrived here. Qing suddenly realized, nodded and said, in other words, the prediction technique affects each other. You can't predict her, and she can't predict you? Not entirely. Chun Fan thought for a moment and said, it only affects the effect of passive perception. If you actively predict, you can still perceive it, but it's not very meaningful. I understand. That means no matter what she calculates, we can also calculate her. If both parties keep sensing each other, it is the same as no sensing at all. Good. Chun Fan looked at Qing with praise. This woman is really smart. She understood everything immediately, while others didn't quite get it. In fact, this matter is very simple. For example, suppose Chun Fan plays rock, paper, scissors with the other party. Suppose Chun Fan senses that the other party is going to play scissors, and if he wants to win, he has to play rock. But the other party will also sense your idea of playing stone. So if he wants to win, he must play paper. In this way, Chun Fan sensed the other party's thoughts and could only use scissors, but the other party could also sense it. This creates a dead loop. The 2 people can never get started and can only sit there and sense each other endlessly. This is why the 5 Poison tribe needs us. As long as I can contain the witch of the Yinmu tribe, the witch of the 5 Poison tribe can cast poison underground without restraint, thus destroying the Yinmu tribe. Chun Fan summarized. Wen Bing and Shui heard this. Their eyes showed anticipation. The revenge for the genocide can finally be taken. Chun Fan sensed the siblings' thoughts and decided to let them take revenge with their own hands. Otherwise, it is not a good thing if hatred accumulates in your heart and cannot be completely vented. If they want to take revenge personally, they must have a certain level of strength, but Shui is too young, so now he can only awaken Bing. Chun Fan thought about it and said to Zhang Xiong, go get some of the snake dragon's heart blood. Zhang Xiong didn't react. Take some of the snake dragon's heart blood. Be careful not to kill it, or you won't have eggs to eat. Chun Fan said. He planned to use the wild beast's heart blood to awaken Bing, because he discovered that the Five Poison Tribe, the Stubborn Stone Tribe, and the Flamewood Tribe all had a large number of yellow-striped warriors. This is probably because they can obtain high-level heart blood. Although everyone is a white-striped warrior at the beginning, the warriors awakened with the heart blood of wild beasts must practice faster than the warriors awakened with the heart blood of ferocious beasts. There are only Bing Shui and 2 others left in the Lin tribe, so of course he wants to make them into powerful fighters as much as possible. While the war bear was taking the blood from his heart, he took out the totem pole of the Lin tribe and said to Bing, the suffering of the Lin tribe is shared by the Qi tribe. The Qilin is one, and the ancestors bless us together. I will communicate with the ancestors to awaken your bloodline power. Be prepared. Bing trembled when he heard that, and immediately knelt down in front of the totem pole. Where tribesmen were slaughtered by the Yinmu tribe, she could only watch helplessly and had no choice but to escape in order to survive. Because she has no fighting ability. She no longer wanted to endure that feeling of helplessness and despair, that heart-wrenching feeling. Thank you, Master Wuzhu, for your mercy. Bing's clear and beautiful voice sounded. Chun Fan nodded and placed his hand on the top of the totem pole. Suddenly, a light blue light lit up, covering all of Bing. Chapter 056 Sister, you are so awesome. The moment Chun Fan touched the totem pole, his head suddenly began to hurt violently. In his mind, there was a unicorn running in the ocean. Wherever it passed, huge waves surged, and everything he saw turned into smoke. The scene flashed by, and Chun Fan was shocked. He had seen a similar scene when he first saw the totem pole of the Qilin tribe. At that time, there was a Qilin, and fire filled the sky, burning everything. But this is not the case with the totem pole of the Songlong tribe. Is it that the Songlong is too weak? A thought flashed through Chun Fan's mind, but he didn't think any more about it, because a light blue light dissipated and enveloped the ice. Bing was curled up on the ground. She was wearing clothes made of leaves, and there was no obvious change on her. Suddenly, she leaned back, and a brilliant green light burst out in front of her. Birds in the forest chirped, and insects rushed. Oh my god! Green veins! Zhang Xiong was dumbfounded. His own ancestors' totem only had red stripes, while Zhan's totem had white stripes, which was completely different from the green stripes. Quiet. Chun Fan stopped their exclamations and focused on observing Bing's condition. Because of the obstruction of the leaves and clothes, he couldn't see the specific patterns, but he could see that dense scales had grown on Bing's neck. Blue-green, gemstone-like scales. There were even 2 tiny horns growing on her forehead. Atavism. Atavism is a special genetic phenomenon. It refers to the appearance of anatomical and physiological characteristics in human individuals that were possessed by human ancestors but have disappeared in modern humans. Therefore, the phenomenon of atavism is also a kind of evidence of biological evolution. Chun Fan was stunned. I can't accept a woman with scales. My love has ended before it even began. Just as Chun Fan was wailing in his heart, the blue light and green light slowly disappeared, and Bing had completed his awakening. She returned to her normal human appearance and knelt in front of Chun Fan. At this moment, she had a mysterious aura about her, standing out among the crowd like the bright moon among fireflies. Bing, what ability have you awakened? Chun Fan asked impatiently. Great Witch, my ancestors have granted me the ability to control water. Bing Qingling's voice sounded. The wind rose and waves surged on the lake, and suddenly a mighty beast formed by the lake water appeared. It was the water Qilin. It runs on the surface of the lake. Water droplets on its body constantly flow into the lake, and the lake water constantly repairs its body. The scene is shocking, magnificent, and unique. Suddenly, the Qilin opened its mouth and a stream of water shot out, crossing the lake and hitting a giant tree not far from the crowd. Click! The thick trees that 4 or 5 adults could not hug broke with a loud noise, and the birds in the forest were frightened and flew away. Even the mammoth next to it took 2 steps back, shaking its big head from side to side, looking anxious. The wolves were crawling on the ground with their hair standing on end. Only the barking bees seemed excited. 2 of them ran to the lake, barked a few times, and then laid down beside the ice, one on the left and one on the right. Oh my god! Qing showed a look of amazement and envy. Thinking about her awakened endurance ability, she suddenly burst into tears. Wulong and others were also stunned. This was no longer an ability, this was true magical power. The green-patterned ancestral totem is so terrifying. Good, very good. Chun Fan helping up. With such a powerful green-striped ancestral warrior, the Yimu tribe would be more confident. Lord Wuzhu, we have obtained the blood from the snake dragon's heart. After being surprised, Zhang Xiong came over holding a leaf. There was only a little bit of heart blood on it, which seemed to be just enough for Bing to awaken. Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. He himself had not awakened the God-given totem. If he took enough heart blood, the witch would naturally help him awaken it. But he only took this little bit. This long-nosed war bear is such a fool. I have to leave him alone in the future. If Zhang Xiong knew what she was thinking, he would have died unjustly. How would he know that Lord Wuzhu carried the totem pole of the Songlong tribe with him? Chun Fan took the snake dragon's heart blood. The blood was pink and as clear as water. Master Wuzhu has been so kind and generous, and I have no way to repay him. Upon learning that the snake dragon's heart blood was also going to be used on him, Bing fell to his knees again. The serpentine dinosaur is a type of dinosaur. Unlike the gentle mammoth, the serpentine dinosaur is an extremely bloodthirsty beast. Male serpent dragons have almost no natural enemies, but they are cold-hearted and solitary by nature, while female serpent dragons value friendship, and their inability to move when pregnant becomes a fatal weakness. Chun Fan looked at Bing expectantly. Great kindness. I cannot repay you. I would pledge my life to you. These three words are usually used together. Why don't you finish saying it? Unfortunately, Bing doesn't seem to have that intention. Ahem. Qilin is originally one body. You don't have to do this. Chun Fan said awkwardly, not knowing who he was comforting. After saying that, he removed a few leaves from Bing's back, dipped his right hand in the snake dragon's heart blood, and smeared it on her smooth and white back. He poured all the remaining blood on the totem pole of the Lin tribe. The sacrifice begins. The totem pole merged with his energy, and as soon as he thought about it, the situation changed. Boom! There was a sudden sound of thunder between heaven and earth, and there seemed to be a flash of blazing flame in the void. Bing's body trembled, and the blood on his back disappeared, replaced by a snake dragon with a bloody mouth. Done! Chun Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Whether the God-given totem could succeed or not depended entirely on God's will. Even he couldn't control it. Get up, what ability? Bing's expression was a little strange. Her face turned red, and she whispered, It's swallowing. What? Chun Fan confirmed. Roar. Bing roared loudly, and a faint shadow of a snake dragon seemed to appear behind her. A large amount of lake water hung upside down and was swallowed by her in one gulp. Everyone was dumbfounded again, especially Chun Fan. What kind of weird ability is this? Bing was a good girl, but now she's like a nobody. He asked bitterly and untimely. Did you drink it? Bing shook her head and spit out a lot of water from her little mouth, turning her into a water mammoth. With excitement on her face, she jumped on it and rode on it. Isn't this still water control? Chun Fan felt something was wrong. Bing roared again upon hearing this, and a nearby small tree was uprooted and swallowed by her in one gulp. Chun Fan. Clear. Soldiers. Sister, you are so awesome. Shui on the mammoth's back was beaming with joy, his skinny body trembling slightly. You can do it in the future. Bing controlled the water flow to wrap around Shui's thin body and pulled him onto the water mammoth. The territory of the Yimu tribe. There are huge trees everywhere, and the Yimu tribe has lived in tree holes for generations. In the very center of the territory, a giant tree with blazing flames fluttered in the wind. Its branches and leaves bathed in the fire, but remained unscathed. Under the tree, the top leaders of the Yimu tribe gathered together. Wu tried his best to perform the prediction technique until a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Very fierce. I saw endless death. Ancestor, please guide the Yimu tribe's vitality. The huge fire tree seemed to understand human language. The flames on its body whistled in the wind, as if it was telling something. Chapter 057 First. In the primeval forest, Chun Fan and his group headed towards the Yimu tribe. The Bing Shui brother and sister rode on a water mammoth, and every step this big guy took would leave large water stains on the ground. Sister, it's getting smaller. As the water was lost, the water mammoth shrank in size. Bing held him in her arms and said lovingly, Then let's go back to our team. Okay? Yeah, okay. So the water mammoth transformed itself into a water huma, flapped its wings and flew up, carrying the two of them to the mammoth. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed in amazement. Qing glanced at Chun Fan with resentment and asked, Master Wuzhu, how can we meet up with the people from the Five Poison tribe? She is now anxious to destroy the Yimu tribe and go home. Only when she returns home will it be a good opportunity to talk to Chun Fan about awakening. Just keep going and you'll naturally meet them. Chen Fan had predicted this long ago. The sun sets very quickly in late autumn, and the forest is covered with lush branches and leaves, and is dim and lightless. After a long time, everyone really saw the spy deployed by the Five Poison Tribe. The spy was driving a group of poisonous insects. After discovering Chen Fan and others, he immediately reported to the main force of the Five Poison Tribe. Soon, people from the Five Poison Tribe arrived. The first thing that catches your eye is the dense swarms of poisonous insects, including snakes, scorpions, centipedes, geckos, and toads. Chen Fan estimated that there were at least thousands of them. Most of them were black, of different sizes, and it made people's backs chill. Next came the warriors of the Five Poison Tribe, more than 300 of them, some of whom rode on larger poisonous insects and walked out of the dense forest. "Ha! Respected Witch of the Chi Tribe, you are finally here." A skinny old man appeared riding a goshawk, laughing loudly. "Sorry for the wait." Chen Fan had a good impression of the witch from the Five Poisons Tribe. After all, she gave him the precious weak water ice butterfly. "The time is just right. Let me introduce you." The old man jumped off the ground and pointed at the warrior riding a giant snake behind him and said, "This is the leader of the snake department of our Five Poison Tribe, Hagon, and also our most powerful yellow-striped warrior. This is the leader of the Scorpion Tribe, Brigade Spear, Centipede Magpie, Gecko Tribe Chizu, and there are blood bags from the Toad Tribe." The old man introduced them one by one, and finally pointed at the middle-aged man that Chen Fan had seen before and said, "This is the holy chief of our Five Poison Tribe." Chen Fan was secretly shocked. These people were not ordinary people. The tribesmen behind them were all totem warriors. Moreover, there must be totem warriors guarding the territory of their Five Poisons Tribe. When will the Chi Tribe have such a lineup? The Five Poison Tribe is full of talented people, which is really enviable. Chen Fan smiled slightly and gave a false compliment. No, they're just useless show-offs. This time, we have to rely on you and me to attack the Yinmu tribe. The old man meant something. Leave the witch of the Yinmu tribe to me, and you can handle the others on yourselves. Chen Fan did not refuse. Good. The old man rubbed his hands excitedly and asked, "So shall we charge in now?" As soon as he said this, the people of the Five Poison Tribe immediately took action. From the looks of it, they couldn't wait to start a war. Wait a moment. Chen Fan used the prediction technique and began to calculate. This time he saw the scene, a scene of flames rising into the sky, countless poisonous insects being burned to death, and countless soldiers struggling and screaming in the fire. Puff! The picture suddenly stopped, and Chen Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. Master Wuzhu, Qing, and others were horrified. The people of the Five Poison Tribe also looked nervous. Seeing blood before a battle was not a good sign. "I'm fine." Chen Fan waved his hand and said to the old man, "The Yinmu tribe can use fire attacks. Do you have any way to restrain them?" The old man nodded, his expression serious. "The Centipede and Scorpion tribes can make poisonous insects burrow into the soil to avoid the flames, and the Toad tribe can also resist ordinary flames." "That won't work." Chen Fan unceremoniously poured a basin of cold water on them and said, "You'd better not go in yet. I'll hold their witch hostage, and you use your witchcraft to kill the enemy first, and we'll lead them out." The old man frowned in thought. The Saint Chief of the Five Poison Tribe said, "The witch's witchcraft also relies on poisonous insects to perform. If we don't go in, the witchcraft will not be able to kill the enemy on a large scale." The leader of the Snake Tribe, however, became impatient. He had a fierce expression on his face and said loudly, "It's just the Yinmu tribe. We have fought against them before. Why are you so timid and talkative? You are so powerful. Why do you still need our witch master to do something?" The Black Wolf was angry. "Hey, Gon, shut up." The old man shouted at him harshly, but his expression did not show any harshness, and it was clear that he agreed with what Hagon said. "You fought before? Didn't the Yinmu tribe use fire attacks?" Chen Fan didn't care about Hagon's words. He was just surprised. Yinmu is indeed difficult to deal with, but it moves slowly. We just need to bypass it. The old man returned. "No, what I predicted was not the flame tree, but a sky-wide fire." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he immediately made another prediction. He wanted to confirm whether he had not seen Yinmu just now, or whether the Yinmu tribe had used other means. The scene reappeared, and there was indeed a big tree in the midst of the fire. And in a place that cannot be seen clearly, there is a small red sapling. They cultivated the Yinmu seedlings and sacrificed their ancestor Yinmu. Puff! Chen Fan spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was shocked. The Yinmu tribe was so cruel that they could even sacrifice their ancestors. Almost at the same time, the witch of the Yinmu tribe also spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale, and she murmured, "Not good, The boy's witch power has increased, and he saw our plan. How is it? Did you figure out anything? The old man asked anxiously. Chun Fan calmed down, and after the dizziness in his head disappeared, he pushed away Qing, who came to help him, and said coldly, "It is indeed Yinmu. In this case, you can go in." At this point, the arrow was on the string, and adhering to the principle of rather letting my friend die than letting myself die, I had no choice but to let these warriors from the 5 poison tribe go in and die. What a fuss, huh? Hagon sneered, seeming to be very disdainful. Why do you talk so much nonsense? Chun Fan rode Huma and rushed forward. The barking beast roared at the right time. Hagon was distracted, and Chun Fan slapped him in the face. Bang! Say one more word, and I'll kill you right away. His eyes were like black holes, and his tone was cold and domineering. Hagon, who had just woken up, was shocked and angry, but did not dare to act rashly. Hagon, the Witch of Chi tribe is our friend. Please don't say anything. A gloom flashed across the old man's eyes. The holy chief of the 5 poison tribe clenched his fists and looked at Chun Fan. He turned around and shouted, "Let's charge in and destroy the Yinmu tribe first." Chapter 058. Each has his own agenda. Night, partly cloudy, in the primeval forest. In the distance there were dazzling flames and deafening shouts of killing. The war between the 5 poison tribe and the Yinmu tribe officially began. Both sides had been planning for a long time, and the war quickly became intense. First are the poisonous insect from the 5 poison tribe. Just as the old man said, centipedes and scorpions burrowed into the soil and broke into the territory of the Yinmu tribe. They are elusive and can attack the warriors of the Yinmu tribe directly from underground. Although they cannot kill them with one blow, their poison can instantly eliminate the opponent's combat effectiveness. Snakes and geckos climbed up the giant trees, hiding in the darkness and among the thick branches and leaves, with only their scarlet eyes vaguely visible. They cooperate well with each other. The gecko is smaller and more agile, so it often takes the initiative to attract the Yinmu tribe warriors on the tree, and then the venomous snake delivers the fatal blow. The toads followed the warriors of the 5 poison tribe. The poison sacs in their mouths and on their backs were filled with venom, which could not only hurt the enemy, but also avoid fire to a certain extent. As for the warriors of the 5 poison tribe, their abilities all come from the heart blood of 5 poisonous insects. There are not many warriors with strong defense, so they have never really approached the center of the battlefield. At this time, Chun Fan was using the prediction technique to sense the witch of the Yinmu tribe. The two of them were sensing each other, and neither of them had time to care about anything else. Qing saw that the old man from the 5 poison tribe was just sitting aside and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. What a mess the fight was in front of them, and you, a witch, are just doing a bystander. It would be great if you could just use your witchcraft to kill a white-striped warrior on the opposite side. She had just heard that the chief of the 5 poison tribe wanted to attack her and others. So he asked bluntly, "Which of the 5 poison tribe? When do you plan to see it?" The old man's face was calm. He glanced at Qing, then immediately looked away without saying a word. However, the centipede leader Queed, who was standing beside him, said, "We have our own plans. We hired your witch with food. As for you people, you are not worthy to talk to us." As he spoke, he looked at Qing's lower body with lustful eyes and added, "There are a lot of bugs here. Be careful if you get in." Such shameless words made everyone in the Chi tribe furious. The black wolf had been holding back his anger for a long time, and as soon as the orange pattern appeared, he was ready to charge forward to fight. Never mind. Qing was quick to grab him and shook her head. The centipede leader Queed and the gecko leader Qinzu did not go to the battlefield, but stayed to guard the old man. This shows that their strength is not much weaker than Hagen. If Bing did not take action, Wulong and others would definitely not be their opponents. Of course, with the addition of the barking beast, they can fight against them, but the two families are still in a cooperative relationship for the time being, so it is not appropriate to fight now. The territory of the Yinmu tribe. Under the Yinmu tree, a witch with mysterious patterns all over her body sat in meditation with her eyes closed. She was surrounded by the high-ranking officials of the Yinmu tribe. The old and frail Saint Chief looked at an extremely tall warrior next to him and asked, "What's going on? Has anyone been bewitched?" The warrior shook his head, his huge copper bell-like eyes emitting dangerous light, and he said in a muffled voice, "Saint Chief, are we just going to wait here? The 5 poison tribe is simply vulnerable. We have more than 400 totem warriors, so why should we be afraid of fighting them head-on?" Of course we are not afraid, but the witch of the 5 poison tribe is too strange. The witch has no way to restrain him now. If we are not careful, all the tribesmen may die, so let's act according to the plan. The holy chief looked helpless. The dignified Yinmu tribe was attacked at its doorstep and could only passively defend itself. This was an unprecedented humiliation. Holy chief. At this time, a tribesman came running, knelt down and said, "You Miao and the tribesmen have already moved. They said that we must go and reunite." Upon hearing this, the Saint Chief's eyes lit up. Among the tribesmen who had been relocated was his own grandson. The outcome of this battle was unpredictable, and he felt quite sad. He immediately gave the order. Let the warriors who have awakened the ability of birds take action and make sure to find all the dirty things underground. Yes, a small leader took the order and left. Let the warriors on the trees retreat, and the warriors with fire abilities take action to burn all the trees in the territory. Yes, all the remaining orange-striped warriors should go and fight head-on and kill all the people from the 5 poison tribe. Yes, yellow-striped warriors, group them in threes and go hunt down their leader. Yes, after arranging everything, the Saint Chief once again looked at the extremely tall warrior beside him and said, "Shuanghua, the ancestors gave you power to protect the tribe. Now, go and kill the witch from the 5 poison tribe and the Qi tribe." "Yes, I will never come back alive if I don't kill them." The warrior named Shuanghua flashed and merged into the big tree and disappeared. "For the tribe," the holy chief cried out loudly. "For the tribe, for the tribe." Under the flaming trees, the shouts were deafening. As the warriors of the Yinmu tribe poured out, the cruelty of the war rose to a new level. Countless poisonous insects were dug out of the ground and hacked to death with all kinds of weapons. The splattering blood also killed some white-striped warriors of the Yinmu tribe. The nearby trees were ignited at almost the same time. The dead branches and rotten leaves in late autumn were very flammable. The fire shot up into the sky, illuminating the area for miles as bright as day. "Saint Chief, it's time." Hagen rode a giant snake, and his arms possessed terrifying, strangling power. At least 5 or 6 warriors of the Yinmu tribe died in his arms. But more and more enemies came, and he tried his best to twist an enemy yellow-striped warrior to death and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the holy chief of the 5 poison tribe, not far away, immediately chanted a spell. Circles of light waves spread out, adding various states to the warriors of the 5 poison tribe. The most special one is the violent state. This is a skill that is only available after upgrading to holy chief. After the warriors of the 5 poison tribe went berserk, not only did their bodies grow larger and their various qualities improved, but they also became fearless of death and only cared about killing. By using this state, his mission as the holy chief was accomplished, and the 2 non-berserk yellow-striped warriors protected him and were about to retreat. However, the people of the Yinmu tribe had already set their sights on him. 5 yellow-striped warriors dropped from the sky and slashed at him with their weapons. There was a melee between the 2 sides, and the 2 yellow-striped warriors guarding the holy chief were killed, but the other side still had 4 people. Because of their violent behavior, the warriors of the 5 poison tribe now only know how to kill the enemies and have no idea of rescuing them. At the critical moment, Hagon, who had only a trace of rationality left, arrived. Unfortunately, he was unable to carry the whole force alone. Although he was able to hold back 3 people with his extraordinary power, another person chopped the weak holy chief into meat paste with a sharp knife. Lulu. Hagon was so furious that he went completely berserk. "Okay, the goo has gone in." The old man who had been sitting in meditation showed a look of joy. He took out a stone drum and began to beat it rhythmically. Chen Fan also suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at a giant tree in the distance, then closed his eyes again. Chapter 059, Green Marks Again. Gushu has many meanings in modern philology, the main one of which is worms in the stomach. Worms in the stomach means that many worms have invaded the human stomach, which means that the person has been poisoned by worm food poison, a poison that enters the body from the outside. When numerous insects invade the human intestines and stomach and cause corrosion, it is called goo, also known as being poisoned. According to legend, the method of making poisonous goo is generally to put a variety of poisonous insects such as snakes, scorpions, and lizards into the same container, allowing them to bite and kill each other. At the end, the only poisonous insect left alive is the goo. There are many types of goo. The more influential ones include snake goo, dog goo, cat ghost goo, scorpion goo, toad goo, insect goo, flying goo, etc. Although goo appears to be a tangible object, since ancient times, it has been considered a mysterious creature that can fly, change, glow, and appear and disappear like a ghost. The person who makes the goo can use magic to remotely control the goo worm, to cause various diseases to the target or even kill the target. The ancients firmly believed in the magic of poison and insects causing diseases. In the 8th year of the Qingli reign of the Song dynasty, Emperor Renzong promulgated a book called Qingli Shanji Fong, which introduced methods of treating witchcraft. Even medical books, such as Zhu Bing Er Holin Qianjin Fong, and Compendium of Materia Medica contain detailed analysis of the symptoms of poisoning and prescriptions for treatment. The witchcraft used by the Witch of the Five Poison tribe is of course more ancient, but the principle is the same. His witchcraft is actually a transformation of witchcraft power. He stores the witchcraft power in the bodies of poisonous insects, and when he gets close to the enemy, he can make the enemy poisoned. In the past, the Witch of the Yinmu tribe could always see through his intentions in advance, but today, he can let go and do it. The territory of the Yinmu tribe was littered with the corpses of poisonous insects. The warriors of the Yinmu tribe who approached the corpses suddenly felt itchy all over and couldn't help but scratch them. Once they started scratching, they could not stop. They scratched their skin and tore their flesh. The sound of nails rubbing against bones made them particularly intoxicated. The unimaginable itch made them ignore the pain, and they scratched more and more frantically until there was not a single piece of skin or flesh left on their bodies. Then they collapsed to the ground and died, never to get up again. Such tragic scenes occurred in every corner of the Yinmu tribe. Coupled with the invasion of the violent Five Poison tribe warriors, the Yinmu tribe has reached a critical moment of life and death, which the other party is using witchcraft. Under the flaming tree, the dying old chief was in panic. The warriors have no way to resist this invisible and colorless attack method, and only the witch can deal with it. The pale witch opened her eyes were dim and dull. She knelt down facing the Yinmu and worshipped devoutly. The mountains and rivers are winding, and the ancestors lead the way. The wild and strong food are blessed by the ancestors. The seedlings have grown. We kneel to send our ancestors off to the afterlife. Wu hugged the sky with his arms, let out a long roar, then spat out a mouthful of blood, which hit the Yinmu tree. The people around her followed suit, kneeling on the ground and crying out in tears, "Ancestors!" Boom! The fire of the flaming wood suddenly surged. The wind rises. The tree is moving. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the dense roots of the fire tree emerged from the ground, and the scorching breath baked everyone. Its densely packed branches moved without wind, like a group of dancing snakes, and the air whistled as if it was burning. The entire forest was illuminated by the fire, and with corpses everywhere on the ground, the territory of the Yinmu tribe was as terrifying as Azura hell. At this moment, the warriors of the Five Poison tribe arrived. They were still in a frenzy and had no idea what kind of terrible opponent they were facing. The flame tree was full of spirits. Its flying branches struck down like thunder and lightning, and one by one the warriors of the Five Poison tribe were split in half alive. Their broken bodies continued to burn, leaving no ashes behind. Bang! Bang! Yinmu was killing crazily, tirelessly, and without mercy, which contrasted well with the violent warriors of the Five Poison tribe. When everyone in the Yinmu tribe saw this, they all cheered and were encouraged, but the next moment, they burst into roars of pain. The warriors of the Five Poison tribe also have goo in their bodies, and it has not been activated until now. It's so itchy. One of the leaders was bewitched by a witchcraft spell, and his arms began to grab each other. His face was hideous, and everyone could see the pain he was in. Bang! A branch flashed by, and his arms broke off and fell to the ground, but it was no use. He still rubbed his broken arms all over his body like a madman. Retreat! Don't let them get close! Wu screamed at the top of her lungs. The dozens of people around her were the only remaining fighting force of the Yinmu tribe, and they could not afford to lose any of them. But it was too late. The two leaders who wanted to go up to help were inexplicably bewitched. They scratched their ears and cheeks, and in a moment they looked like unrecognizable people. The others retreated one after another. Only Yinmu moved slowly forward, continuously slaughtering the warriors of the Five Poison tribe. Chun Fan was still sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, but he was not making any predictions. He was just waiting for the killer hiding in the tree, waiting for the right time for Bing to come in and finish. Puff! The witch from the Five Poisons tribe spat out a mouthful of dirty blood and stopped beating the stone drum. When the parasite of goo dies, he will be hurt. At this time, he will find it difficult to continue supporting himself and can no longer feel the existence of goo, which means that all the warriors and poisonous insects of the Five Poison tribe are dead. His face turned pale instantly. So many warriors, including the holy chief, were killed in the battle. The Five Poison tribe was finished. But how is this possible? His eyes lost their color. His heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't believe it. The two tribes have been fighting for thousands of years and know each other's strength well. Although the Yinmu tribe has more totem warriors, there are poisonous insects in their own tribe. What's more, he used witchcraft to kill so many people. Could it be that the witch from the Chi tribe is causing trouble? Right? This must be the case. He must not have put all his efforts into restraining the witch of the Yinmu tribe, and he wanted to reap the benefits. The old man's heart was shaken and his eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked at Chun Fan, but did not attack. He had seen the strength of the barking beast. Now he only had 2 yellow-striped warriors with him, and they might not be able to kill this hateful young witch. The top priority is to return to the tribe. There are still some totem warriors in the tribe. If they go back and make preparations early, the 5 Poisons tribe may still have a chance of survival. The Yinmu tribe has been badly wounded. All the spoils belong to your tribe. We have some urgent matters to deal with, so we will leave first. He called over Goshawk and spoke weakly to Chun Fan. Qianzu and Queed on the side froze in confusion, but Chun Fan knew it very well. He smiled and shook his head, looking at the big tree next to the old man, and said meaningfully, "I'm afraid you can't leave." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge man suddenly flashed out from the tree. It was Shuanghua. He slapped the old man and the goshawk to death with just one slap. The stone drum fell from the old man's hand and rolled to Chun Fan's feet. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone except Chun Fan was horrified. Qianzu and Queed saw their own, which died tragically, and roared and rushed toward Shuanghua. Shuanghua was not in a hurry. A green fire tree appeared on his chest, and his whole body turned into a tree. His arms turned into sharp branches and directly pierced the 2 yellow-striped warriors. Chapter 060, Death of Yinmu. Although the witch of the Yinmu tribe is a shaman, he can still communicate with the ancestor Yinmu to some extent. She worked together with Yinmu to create the green-striped fighter Shuanghua. Double fire means flame, so it can be said that he and the seedling are the reincarnation of Yinmu. The double fire of the tree not only had extremely strong defense, but the sharp branches were also indestructible. Qianzu and Queed couldn't even hold out for 5 breaths before they were stabbed to death and lifted into the air. In this way, all the people of the 5 Poison tribe were wiped out. Chun Fan picked up the stone drum under his feet. It was a naturally formed drum with a smooth surface and a dull and short sound. "Careful!" Suddenly, Qing screamed. It turned out that 2 fires were rushing towards Chun Fan. As he had transformed into a tree, he moved slowly, but the roots under his feet quickly spread in all directions, like chains, trying to catch Chun Fan. Bing, kill him! Chun Fan was not in a hurry. He left a word and entered the space. He is not running away, but if he doesn't sign in, the day will be over. No matter how busy he is, he cannot stop signing in. His dream is to use his knowledge and abilities to change the way of life of his people, and the food in the space is the basis for fulfilling this dream. Only when there is enough food and a safe environment can infrastructure construction begin. Otherwise, if everyone is hungry or there are always people harassing them, then it will be useless no matter how well he builds the tribe. Therefore, all the fighting now is for the purpose of better rest and recuperation, and he will naturally not affect his check-in for the sake of fighting. Now he has 3 plots of farmland, 2 of which are planted with potatoes and 1 with corn. After fertilizing the corn, he returned to the real space. "Master Wuju, be careful!" As soon as he came out, 2 branches as big knives came straight at him. He used his footwork to dodge one and block the other with a bone knife. The huge force carried by the branch directly knocked him away, but fortunately he had some physical strengthening skills and was in very strong physical condition, so he was not injured. When he got up and took a closer look, he saw that the ice and the 2 fires were fighting fiercely. Bing was completely wrapped in water. She controlled more than a dozen water humas to attack the double fire from different directions. This is like enemies meeting, and they are extremely jealous of each other. Unfortunately, Shuanghua is not afraid of water. More branches grew on his body, constantly dispelling the rushing water huma. Black Wolf and War Bear wanted to go forward to help, but the 2 of them were unable to get close to the battle circle and could only turn around in panic. The roar of the barking beast was so insignificant to the double fire that it could be ignored. Huma circled in the sky and did not dare to attack easily. The other warriors of the Chi tribe rode their mammoths away into the distance. Most of them had not recovered yet and could not help. "Wow, he took on so many of us alone." Chun Fan was amazed and recognized Shuanghua's strength. But he was not worried at all, because the double fire of tree transformation had a lot of juice, and both himself and ice could easily control him. It's just that Bing had never fought before, lacked experience, and hadn't thought of this yet. So Chun Fan said loudly, "There should be water in his body. Let's see if we can draw it out." Bing was shocked when he heard this. The next moment, all the moisture in the surrounding trees was sucked out by her. The moisture floated in the air, gathering more and more to form a shimmering ceiling, and Shuanghua let out a scream. His branches and roots suddenly shrank back. His tree state was forcibly released, and he fell to one knee on the ground. Not only that, His skin was dry and wrinkled, like an old man, no longer as majestic as before. Ancestor. As water was lost from his body, Shuanghua could feel his vitality dissipating. He roared to the sky, but his dry throat could not make any sound. Only wheezing sounds could be heard. He looked at his shriveled hands in horror, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. It turns out that the biggest enemy is not the Five Poison tribe at all. They are the remnants of the Lin tribe. I have failed my ancestors and my people. The desperate twin flames used their last ability, self-immolation. Boom! The flame bloomed in the darkness, but was extinguished in an instant. A large amount of water gathered in the sky was released by ice, forming a rolling river, like an even more ancient, mysterious giant beast, extinguishing the double fires and rushing towards the Yinmu tribe. Oh my god! Qing was numb. For a moment just now, she thought she and others would die here. After all, the double fire of the tree was too terrifying. But in the blink of an eye, Bing killed him? Or in this magnificent way? Others had the same idea, and everyone looked at Bing with more or less awe. In the wilderness, the strong prey on the weak. Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction, but he couldn't let Bing get proud at this time. So he asked, "Why don't you use the Devour skill?" As soon as these words came out, a trace of panic flashed in Qing's eyes. Bing's face suddenly turned red, and she stammered. Sister Qing said that I can't eat anything with my mouth otherwise. Chun Fan knew what this meant. He couldn't help but feel a surge of evil in his heart. But now is not the time to be cool and unrestrained, so I tried to calm down and said, "Don't learn from her. Go and get your revenge first." Bing responded and left quickly. The flame tree was still burning, and Bing went straight towards the light. The ground was covered with water, so she moved very quickly. Call! From a distance, the branches of the flame tree came towards her. It was so sudden that Bing was not prepared at all. But the branch instantly went out in front of her, then froze and broke. "It's Qingxin Jade." Bing was surprised, the witch only said that this thing could calm the mind, but he didn't expect it to have such an effect. This made her even more unscrupulous, and she quickened her pace. On the way, it continued to absorb moisture from the surrounding trees and soil. A huge water snake dragon appeared and grew bigger and bigger. The battle between Yinmu and the water snake dragon was extremely fierce, with water and fire blending together. It's the Lin tribe. The witch of the Yinmu tribe sensed something, and the joy of defeating the Five Poison tribe just now disappeared instantly. She sensed it carefully again and found that the two fires had died in the battle. Her eyes became moist for the first time. The two fires died in battle, which meant that their ancestor Yinmu had also reached the end of his rope. Escape! She made a split-second decision and screamed at the top of her lungs. "I can't escape." A voice without a trace of warmth was heard, and several small water snake dragons appeared and surrounded the people of the Yinmu tribe. You never thought that the retribution of your Yinmu tribe would come so quickly. Today, I will avenge the 1,276 people who died in the Lin tribe. A tragic smile appeared on Bing Jiumei's face. Those small water snake dragons exploded with a loud bang, and the splashing water droplets penetrated into the bodies of everyone in the Yinmu tribe. Phew! Phew! Everyone was shot with holes all over their bodies, and the blood that flowed out was controlled by the ice and went back into their bodies. This happened over and over again, but not a single person was able to muster the strength to resist. Not long after, they all lay on the ground twitching, and it was obvious that they were dying. Almost at the same time, the huge water snake dragon exploded, as if it was raining heavily. The flames of the exhausted trees collapsed. The raging fire was extinguished, leaving only a mess of scorched earth. "Let's go! These people from the Yinmu tribe are really good at hiding." After sensing the information he wanted, Chun Fan rode on Huma and set off with everyone. Their target, the Yinmu seedlings and totem poles. Chapter 61, Destroying Two Clans. The territory of the Yinmu tribe is backed by a majestic mountain. Jemu is a white-striped warrior and the only totem warrior who moved with the tribe. His ability was to change color. At this moment, he was hiding at the top of a giant tree at the foot of the mountain, blending in with the branches and leaves. Even the birds could not notice anything unusual. He is on guard. There is a tree hole in a relatively small tree not far away. There is a different world inside the hole, leading all the way to the depths of the mountains. The tribesman hid in the cave. Before leaving, the witch had told him that he could lead his people back to the territory after the fire of the Yinmu tree was extinguished. So he stayed here all the time, and at this moment, he found that the fire was out. Victory! Jemu was very excited. The glory of the tribe was above everything else, and nothing was more exciting than defeating his old enemy. Ah, Lulu! We won! He climbed down the giant tree and crawled into the tree hole, wanted to share the good news with his tribesmen as soon as possible. But not long after he went in, Chun Fan and his men rushed over. With the art of prediction, everything is effortless. After instructing the warriors to protect the water and the mammoth, he walked directly to the small tree, letting the black wolf and the war bear lead the way into the cave, while he and Qing walked slowly at the end. Master Wuju, this should be where they store food. Qing found some animal hair and fruit cores on the ground. That's right. Chun Fan had been using the prediction technique for a long time and was not in a good mental state at the moment, so he simply nodded to show his agreement. However, he had predicted that there would not be much food inside, because this forest was rich in resources and the Yinmu tribe was strong enough that they would not lack food, even in winter. So they didn't have the habit of storing food for the winter. The four of them walked for a while when they suddenly heard a gurgling sound from deep in the cave, and then saw a light of fire. Father has already said that the 5 poison tribe cannot defeat us. Yes, they have come here so many times and have never gained any advantage. However, they are very determined and come here again and again to die. Haha! The sound of children and teenagers talking could be heard. There happened to be a bend here, and I could only hear the sound but not see the person. From the sound of footsteps, I knew that he was very close. Master Wuju, Wulong looked embarrassed and looked at Chun Fan. The heritage of each tribe is sacred, so unless you are a mortal enemy, you cannot kill someone's offspring. This is the unwritten rule of the wilderness. Wu De, the Sanlong tribe belongs to the Qi tribe, and the Lin tribe also belongs to the Qi tribe. The hatred of the Lin tribe is our hatred. Chun Fan's tone was cold. Yes, Wulong knows. Wulong suddenly realized what was going on and immediately prepared for battle. When the sound of their voices was heard, the people of the Yinmu tribe suddenly quieted down. Jiamu's heart trembled, and he shouted, "Who is it? A revenge seeker." Black Wolf and War Bear rushed forward, and as soon as they turned the corner, they immediately saw a dense crowd of people. The levels of chiefs are Chief, Great Chief, War Chief, Holy Chief, Honored Chief, and Wild Lord. Only when a tribe has more than 2,000 people can there be a Holy Chief. More than 400 totem warriors of the Yinmu tribe were killed in the battle, which means there are at least more than 1,500 people in this cave. Are we going to kill them all? Wulong and Zhanxiong looked at each other, still a little hesitant. How did you find this place? If Jiamu is struck by lightning, could it be? He felt an ominous feeling in his heart and found it difficult to breathe. The warriors of the Yinmu tribe are finished, and you are finished too. At this time, Chun Fan came over, and his cold voice without a trace of warmth directly sentenced them to death. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, you will not only cut off your offspring, but also your grandchildren. Get started. Yes. The war bear ignited flames and killed with 2 hammers. The black wolf had no choice but to keep up. The cave was spacious, and the two of them ran side by side, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and began to kill crazily. For a moment, screams, wailing, and sharp and angry roars came one after another in the cave and echoed for a long time. Master Wuju, these people can actually be taken back as slaves. Qing felt reluctant and spoke in a very low voice. Chun Fan was unmoved and said calmly, "First of all, the Qi tribe will never have slaves, only family members. Secondly, as the chief priest of the tribe, you must always think about the tribe instead of feeling sorry for others. Finally, if one person offends my Qi tribe, I will kill 10 people. If 10 people offend my Qi tribe, I will kill 100 people. If everyone offends my Qi tribe, then what if I kill everyone in the wilderness?" Qing's face changed, as if he was hit by a sledgehammer, and he took 2 steps back. So what if we kill all the barbarians? This kind of arrogance made her both happy and scared. Qing was in a daze when Chun Fan disappeared. It turned out that he used water escape technique to pass through the crowd and went directly to the back of the Yinmu tribe. The Yinmu saplings and totem poles were carried by the warriors of the Yinmu tribe and were about to escape deep into the cave. Seeing Chun Fan appear, they drew their stone knives and shouted, "Fight him!" However, they were no match for Chun Fan. As soon as the bone knife came out, the 3 people closest to him were beheaded. The others knew they had no way to escape, so they all swarmed forward, trying to kill Chun Fan. However, it was of no use. Chun Fan put the firewood and totem pole into the space, and directly used water escape to pass through the crowd and return to Qing. "Come on, let's go out and seal them in here." Now that he had obtained what he wanted, he felt dizzy and didn't want to stay here any longer. War Bear and Black Wolf heard the sound from heaven and immediately forced everyone to retreat and follow them. The 4 of them went out of the cave, and War Bear set fire to the tree hole. The Black Wolf organization warriors cut down another huge tree, inserted it directly into the cave, and also let the war bears set it on fire. In this way, the thick smoke can choke people in the cave. The next day at noon, the 5 poison tribe, the barking beasts, the huma, and the wolves were killing people everywhere, and the black wolf and the war bear also led the warriors in slaughtering at will. Zhan always guards the water and never leaves it. Qing and Bing sat on the mammoth's head, watching quietly as the people of the 5 poison tribe died one by one. Chen Fan was searching the dungeons of the 5 poison tribe. He was looking for a totem pole. The fatigue from using the prediction technique for a long time yesterday has not completely dissipated, so he used this stupid method first. Instead of finding a totem pole, I found a minstrel belt. There was no other way, so they had to use the prediction technique to find the totem pole. The 5 poison tribe buried it in a blood pool in the center of their territory, soaking it in the blood of the 5 poisons day and night. Wulong and his companions also had a fruitful harvest, not only 2 mammoths, but also hundreds of stone jars of various sizes. Master Wuzhu, can you see what this is? It's poison. Chen Fan was delighted. These venoms could be used to poison weapons. They were good stuff. The territory of the Yanmu tribe. A teenage boy knelt down at the spot where Yanmu had been. His body was covered in mud. The small tree between his eyebrows was glowing, his arms were covered in blood, and his eyes were full of hatred. Ancestors, grandfather, and clansmen. This feud is irreconcilable. I, Yinzi, will make the Qi tribe disappear into ashes to comfort your heroic spirits. Chapter 062. Do you have a minstrel belt? 2 days later. Dusk. Market. After seeing off the people from the Hammer tribe, Chun Fan returned to the back of the mammoth and placed 6 totem poles in front of him. Qilin, Sanlong, Lin, Yinmu, 5 poisons, and Hammer. Among them, the Qi tribe is the healing art. The Sanlong tribe is a predictive tribe. The Lin tribe practices water jutsu. There were still 3 that Chun Fan had not subdued yet, so he first looked at the totem pole of the Yinmu tribe, which also had a base, a shaft, and a platform. The base is not as gorgeous as those of the Qilin and Lin tribes, but simply a few tree roots. The column body is also very clean, without various colors or decorations such as animal teeth, but only carved with strong tree trunks. The cloud platform is covered with lush branches and leaves, bright red, as if wisps of heat are escaping. Isn't this the statue of Yinmu? Chen Fan shook his head and looked at the totem pole of the 5 poison tribe. The whole body is pitch black, with a swamp engraved on the base and blood grooves on the column. On the cloud platform, the 5 poisonous creatures gather in different postures, looking lifelike. As for the Hammer tribe totem pole, Chen Fan didn't understand, because it was really just a hammer. Wooden handle, stone hammer. It is very small, only 1/3 the size of a normal totem pole. Master Wuzhu, Wuda has found the salt you mentioned. At this time, a white-striped warrior shouted on the ground. So Chun Fan put away all the totem poles, jumped off the ground, and followed the white-striped warrior towards the market. 2 days ago, they wiped out the 5 poison tribe. 1 day ago, they arrived at the market, and only today did they meet the people from the Hammer tribe. The market was as lively as ever, with people coming and going, all trying to catch the tail end of Autumn Betrayed. There was nothing to do during this period, so Chun Fan asked Wulong and others to go find salt. Unexpectedly, he found it. Now he can eat all kinds of delicious food. Not long after, Chun Fan arrived at a stall selling salt. The stall owners were a group of dark-skinned primitive women who looked similar to Zhan Xiong. But they all had bald heads, covered with blue paint, looking like irregular oval eggs. In front of them were 2 fist-sized white crystals. Master Wuzhu, is this what you're looking for? Wulong wasn't so sure. He had never seen anything like it. Chun Fan stretched out his finger to touch it, then put it in his mouth to taste it. Salty? No, the salty taste is because my hands are too dirty. With a contemptuous smile, he perfectly concealed his embarrassment and pinched off a small piece and put it in his mouth. Salty but slightly fragrant. Chun Fan immediately determined that this was sea salt. Sea salt was once recorded in the Book of Southern Qi, Volume 41, which describes sea salt as having various flavors and an appearance of white, pink, black, gray, etc. Chen Fan also knew about this. White sea salt has an earthy aroma. Pink sea salt is sourced from the Himalayas and has a flavor similar to volcanic clay. Black sea salt is usually pearly gray with pink color, and Indian black salt has the strongest sulfuric acid smell. Gray sea salt originates from France and has a smoky flavor. It's this, but the quality is average. What do they want to exchange it for? Chun Fan suppressed his joy and asked with a hint of disappointment. We need weapons. Before Wulong could speak, a primitive man with a big mouth took the initiative to answer. Chun Fan nodded and asked,
How much salt do you have? How many weapons do you want to exchange for it? We have a lot of salt. As for how much we can exchange for weapons, it depends on how good your weapons are. Good guy, you're not stupid. I know to check the goods first. Chen Fan was a little embarrassed because they had no weapons to trade. Originally, the Yinmu tribe and the Five Poisons had quite a few weapons, but they were all made of stone and bone. Chen Fan didn't like them, so he didn't bring any. Now he really regrets it. Fortunately, he found a minstrel belt in the Five Poisons tribe, and maybe he could use it to trade. So he took out one and prepared to explain in detail to these backward and poor women. We just want weapons. The loudmouthed woman seemed to see through his intentions, and her words directly ruined his plan. Well, beautiful women, you will have enough weapons before dark. Unhappy Chen Fan could only leave with his people. But he already had a plan in mind. When there was no one around, he began to teach Wulong and the others. You will split up and see which tribe has weapons to trade, and then go over and ask them to buy the minstrel belt. Wulong was puzzled. They were selling weapons, but we were going to buy minstrel belts? I don't understand. The other soldiers were equally confused. Chen Fan had no interest in explaining to them, and said directly, just do as I say. Go! Who is the great chief of the Ironthorn tribe? The Ironthorn tribe has lived in a vast thorn forest for generations. Their territory is covered with thorns as hard as iron, and apart from them, there are almost no other large creatures living here. So food became the most difficult problem for the Ironthorn tribe. Fortunately, they can use thorns to make all kinds of weapons. At this time, every year, they will take the fruits of half a year to the market to trade for food. However, they arrived a little late this year, and there were not many tribes left with food in the market, and none of them wanted weapons, which made them very troubled. If they can't trade for food, the tribesmen won't survive the winter. At this time, the people of the Huha tribe could only wait in front of the stalls, hoping that other tribes would come and trade. Great chief, someone is coming. A tribesman shouted in surprise, who looked up and saw that there was indeed a one-eyed strong man and two other people walking towards him. They were empty-handed and must be in need of weapons. Excuse me, do you have minstrel belts here? I want 500 of them. Wulong was very straightforward. He walked over and repeated the lines that Chen Fan had taught him. Minstrel belt? Who had never heard of this thing, but it didn't matter. He had finally got a guest, so he planned to introduce his high-quality weapons. No, forget it. Without waiting for him to speak, Wulong left. If Chen Fan was standing next to you, he would definitely be furious. Your acting is so poor, and no one else said anything. Whose prepared, kind expression froze on his face. As he watched Wulong walk away, he couldn't help but wonder what a minstrel belt was. Suddenly, the expression on his face became lively again, because another strong man with a long mouth and hunchback came over with some people. Excuse me, do you have minstrel belts here? I want 800 of them. Like Zhang Xiong and Wu Lang, both of them are stubborn and straightforward. Forehead, who did not hesitate this time and asked directly, do you have any food? Zhang Xiong raised his head and said proudly, we have plenty of food. How do you want trade? Who was very happy, but he didn't have a minstrel belt and didn't know how to reply. You don't have a minstrel belt. Zhang Xiong looked at him unkindly, turned around and left, still muttering, why are you asking so many questions when you don't have any? Who looked embarrassed. At this time, a handsome young man came over with his men and asked directly, do you want a minstrel belt? Chapter 63. The Despised Flamewood Seedling. It was getting dark, and Chen Fan waited for Zhang Xiong to finish his performance before going up to him and asking, do you want a minstrel belt? Whose head was buzzing. Happiness came so suddenly. God bless me, TG. He subconsciously said, yes, we want it. How many minstrel belts do you have? We want them all. We have all kinds of weapons. Look, this is the Iron Thorn Hammer. It has amazing killing power. Also, this is an Iron Thorn Rope. As long as you put it around the edge of your territory a few times, it will provide a very good protection. Here is this is, who was in high spirits, introducing his products one by one. His enthusiastic appearance was comparable to the gold medal salesperson in Chen Fan's previous life. I have over 800 minstrel belts. How many of these weapons do you have? Chen Fan interrupted his introduction and asked with a smile. We have more than 1,000 such weapons. Okay, give me 500 weapons, and these minstrel belts will be yours. Chen Fan asked someone to bring the minstrel belt over and place it in front of the stall. Make a deal. In this way, Chen Fan got the weapon and then exchanged it for a full 100 pieces of sea salt. He returned with a full load and set out on his way home. The Ironthorn tribe's chieftain, who is still sending people to search for the two warriors who were looking to buy the minstrel belt. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Puma spreads its wings and soars in the moonlight, leading the way. Zhang Xiong and Zhanan rode on barking beasts and galloped across the sand, followed by the wolf cavalry, led by Wu Lang. Dogs barked, wolves howled, dust flew, and the scene was magnificent. At the back were three huge mammoths. They were so huge that their four legs sank into the sand as they moved forward, so their speed was slow. Chun Fan did not ride the Huma because the wind was strong and it was warmer on the mammoth's back, and he could sleep more soundly there. He first signed into the space, and after planting the crops, he saw the totem poles again. Conquer it now. Since he had nothing to do, he went straight back to the real space and took out the totem poles of the Yinmu tribe, the Five Poison tribe, and the Hammer tribe, and placed them in front of him. After thinking about it, he took out the Yinmu seedling again. This young seedling of the fire tree is only half a person's height, with thin and short roots, sparse and small branches and leaves, and is red all over, but it does not burn with flames. He looked sickly and was obviously underdeveloped. He placed his hand on the totem pole of the Yinmu tribe, and a strong red light spread out like ripples. The moonlight faded away, and everyone was shocked. Master Wuzhu, you're going to become stronger again, Qing muttered to herself. This completely overturned her understanding. She had never heard that someone could manipulate the totem pole of another tribe at will. Sister, Shui was a little scared. In his young heart, he had a deep-rooted fear of fire and the color red. It's okay, it's Master Wuzhu. He will protect you, and my sister will protect you too. Bing held him in her arms and used the Qingxin jade to soothe the fear in his heart. At this time, Chun Fan had already conquered the totem pole of the Yinmu tribe, and the power of faith contained in it greatly improved his magical powers. But these are not important. What is important is the art of prediction. He already knew the art of prediction, and now he had acquired another art of prediction. Based on the information he got in his mind, his art of prediction had turned into divination. In ancient times, there were three main types of numerology for predicting good or bad luck: divination, fortune-telling, and dream interpretation. Among the three, divination ranks first, followed by fortune-telling, and dream interpretation only serves as a reference. Divination is a general term for divination and fortune-telling. It is a method popular in ancient China for resolving difficult questions, predicting good and bad fortune, and inferring the development trend of things. It is one of the main ways for people to communicate with gods and seek help from heaven or the will of gods. Air divination appears in the Book of Songs, Wei Fengming. Mao Zhuan says tortoise shells are called divination and yarrow stalks are called divination. Divination usually involves fortune-telling first and then divination. If the fortune-telling is not auspicious, then divination is done again. In addition to divination, people also use astrology and dream interpretation to solve problems, predict good and bad fortune, and infer the development trends of things. Now Chun Fan's divination technique is slightly different from these. He strengthened the prediction skill and added the ability to see the past, predict the future, and divinate the past. In other words, now Chun Fan can not only predict the future, but also see a person's past. Of course, he couldn't see everything. He could only see the extremely important things related to it. For example, if he sees a dead body, he can use divination to see the scene of the other person's death. Such ability is incredible. After absorbing a huge amount of information, Chun Fan immediately sensed that there was another dinosaur ahead. After asking Huma to change direction and take a detour, he looked at the Yinmu seedlings. At this time, the young seedling of the flame tree had become Chun Fan's pet and was in tune with Chun Fan's mind. Flames were burning on its branches and leaves, and some vitality had been restored. So you rely on the power of faith to survive. Chun Fan was surprised. Although the wilderness is full of strange things, none of the creatures he has seen can violate the basic laws of survival. For example, even the most powerful totem warrior needs to eat, and even the most arrogant divine beast needs to poop. However, this Yinmu is different. It does not need to absorb water or photosynthesize. It only needs the nourishment of the power of faith to continue growing. But it cannot directly absorb the power of faith from the totem pole. It must do so through a medium that is a witch. Just stay in the space first. Chun Fan put it away and decided to ignore it for the time being. At this time, the Yinmu tribe had been extinct. The power of faith could not be replenished, and the Yinmu seedlings were destined not to grow. Besides, the adult Yinmu didn't seem to be that strong, and Bing defeated it with just his water control ability. In fact, this was a misjudgment on Chun Fan's part. Yinmu was not defeated by ice. At that time, Yinmu had condensed all of his essence in his seedlings and consumed his only vitality to bestow the double fire ancestor totems. Therefore, the Yinmu that fought with the ice that day was already an empty shell. Even without the ice, it would extinguish and die on its own. He put away the Yinmu totem pole and then touched the totem pole of the five poison tribe. A black light was rippling, strange and mysterious. If the moonlight in the desert is bright and clear like a piece of white paper, then the black light is like the traces of a brush, clearly visible. The green power of faith poured into Chun Fan's brow like a mighty river, and his magic power was instantly enhanced. The excess power of faith swirled around in the yin-tang acupoint between his eyebrows, and there were even signs of it turning into gas. Chun Fan was greatly shocked. Chapter 64 Sister You, do you want to? Chun Fan was so shocked that he didn't even have interest in checking out the witchcraft. He quickly sat down cross-legged and carefully felt his own situation. According to his understanding, the power of faith is actually the incense that people often mentioned in their previous lives. The gods can transform these incense into magic power. If explained scientifically, the power of faith is the vision of the future and a desire that all living beings hope to achieve. This kind of longing and desire is the nourishment that helps gods increase their power. As a bridge between gods and humans, witches can also use the power of faith to enhance their witchcraft powers. But now, the power of faith in Chun Fan's body no longer transforms into magic power, as if the enhancement of magic power has reached its limit. The excess power of faith slowly forms a gas, circulating clockwise in the yin-tang acupoint between his eyebrows. Chun Fan felt full of energy, and all his thoughts became clear. This feeling was so wonderful that it could not be expressed in words. It took him a long time to get used to this feeling. A calmness that seemed to be in control of everything emerged on his handsome face, and he began to check the witchcraft. Only after seeing this did I realize that to truly poison someone, one must first have the poison seed. Goose seeds can be understood as a special type of poison that can be applied to any object to cast a spell. The production of goose seeds is not difficult. You just need to choose a poisonous insect and use more poisonous insects and poisonous plants to nourish it so that it can develop spirituality, and then it becomes a goose seed. The goose species must be trained with stone drums, and over time, they will eventually become companions that can be controlled at will. The witch of the five poison tribe uses a toad as the poison. He keeps the toad in his body and feeds it with poison every day. Chun Fan suddenly thought that the stone jars confiscated from the five poison tribe were filled with poisonous juice. Now it seems that the poisonous juice is most likely the material used to nourish the goose seeds. It takes a lot of time to cultivate goose seeds. What a loser. Chun Fan immediately felt bored. People are good and evil, but there is no right or wrong approach. He was not opposed to witchcraft, but he had no time. Developing the tribe was the most important thing. And with his current strength, it doesn't matter whether he has witchcraft or not. So after putting the totem poles and stone drums of the five poison tribe into the space, he looked at the last hammer. Wooden handle, stone hammer. Chun Fan once suspected that Bronze Beard was teasing him, but now he can clearly feel the power of faith in it. The vast and majestic power of faith is stronger than any previous totem pole. It can even be said that it is stronger than the previous five totem poles combined. The power of faith roared within it, conveying clear emotions, as if it had life. What's going on? Chun Fan felt that things were not simple. With a sudden thought, he decided to do some divination to see if divination was useful. So I closed my eyes and felt it, and images of blood and fire emerged in my mind. A giant western dragon was hovering in the sky, spewing flames from time to time. Countless dwarves were running wildly on the ground. Warriors were resisting, women were running away, and children were crying. Hell on earth is nothing more than this. Every moment, dwarves were dying in the flames. One of the dwarves, whose body was covered with patterns, kept kneeling in front of the totem pole and praying. The totem pole has a base, a shaft, and a platform. The base and the column cannot be seen clearly, but on top of the platform is a hammer. What a magnificent world. Great ancestors, please give us strength and protect your people. The dwarf kept praying, but there was no response. Every time the western dragon flew over, it would take away dozens of lives. Finally, the dwarf stopped praying with blood gushing from his eyes. He dug out his heart with his hands, placed it in front of the totem pole, and cried out in hatred. Why did you abandon your people? Why? Look at our hearts, our sincere and pious hearts. Bang! He lifted the totem pole with all his strength and smashed it to the ground, breaking it into 3 pieces. The picture stopped abruptly. Chun Fan slowly opened his eyes, his heart surging. Broken totem pole. This hammer is just part of the totem pole. Even so, it still contains such a terrifying power of faith. Moreover, that giant lizard with wings is definitely a being that surpasses the wild beasts. If the Chilan tribe encounters such an enemy, they will not be able to withstand it. Chun Fan calmed down a little and was too lazy to think about it anymore. Worrying about things that might happen next time was boring, so he might as well enjoy the present moment. So he reached out and grasped the hammer. Blue light waves spread, and the vast power of faith surged into his eyebrows. He only felt a sharp pain in his head, his eyes went black, and his consciousness fell into chaos. Why isn't Master Wuzhu moving? Qing had been observing Chun Fan and noticed that something was wrong with him at this moment. Any questions? Bing was also a little nervous. Have no idea. The two girls were worried, but thinking that if they went over rashly they might disturb Chun Fan, they could only shout for the team to stop, wanting to give Chun Fan a more stable space. At this moment, Chun Fan seemed to be dreaming. There was no picture, only a faint sound of ancient times coming from my ears. North! Aye, the north! My lord! Master Wuzhu! Chun Fan woke up, as if from a dream, when he heard the call. Who? Who? He opened his eyes and gasped hard, his chest heaving violently, like a lucky man who was rescued from drowning. Master Wuzhu, are you okay? Qing, Bing, Wulong, and others all gathered around. Fine. Chun Fan shook his head, trying to make himself more awake, and then he found that it was already daytime. Has it been that long? I have read about the Lan Ke chess game in a book before, and thought it was a fabrication made up by the ancients in their spare time. I didn't expect to experience it in person today. He asked everyone to continue on their way while he felt the condition of his body. The power of faith in the Yintang acupoint between his eyebrows, which had originally shown signs of vaporization, had now not only completely vaporized, but also showed signs of liquefaction. The water vapor is misty, rising and falling, forming a unique way of running. Powerful mental power. Chun Fan suddenly became energetic, as if he had been reborn. I'm only a little bit away from being promoted to a fate wizard. Chun Fan couldn't help but feel happy, and then began to comprehend his new ability. Gravity magic. As the name suggests, gravity magic is to increase or decrease gravity within a certain range. With Chun Fan's current magic power, he can control at least 7 or 8 times the gravity. What is the concept? Chun Fan tried to use it on the land under the mammoth's feet. I felt the mammoth shake, and then it jumped up, more than a meter high, before gently landing on the sand. The sturdy forehose no longer sank into the sand, but moved lightly, like a dragonfly, skimming the water. Mark it. Menstrual belts were scattered all over the floor. Who finally realized that he had been cheated. He roared angrily and cursed the wicked and deceitful boy. Nearly half of the weapons were stolen, and the tribe will have a very difficult winter. The person who lied to you is a witch from the Chi tribe. Do you want to kill him? At this time, a young man with a small tree pattern on his forehead came over. He spoke in a calm tone, but with sharp eyes. Who heard this and roared, "Tell me, where are they?" The young man was unmoved and said coldly, "I have united 3 tribes, but I am still no match for him. Join us, and I promise to avenge your Ironthorn tribe." The territory of the Chi tribe. Do and you sat on the arrow tower and looked into the distance, with their 4 feet hanging in the air, swaying back and forth. It's been 9 days. Why hasn't my husband come back yet? Sister, do you want to? Chapter 065. Isn't it inappropriate to poop in the hole? With the help of gravity magic, the mammoth moved much faster. At dusk, everyone arrived at the ruins of the Songlong tribe. Qing and Wulong took the warriors down to comfort their ancestors. Chun Fan suddenly thought of the giant bee skeleton with the bone knife stuck in it in the collapsed cave. After thinking about it, I finally decided not to go for divination. He is homesick now. Having seen the strength of the tribes outside, he is more eager to improve the living conditions of the Chi tribe. Moreover, thinking of Do's wild youth and Yu's plump and charming figure, his breathing gradually became heavy. It's not his fault. He has been away from home for 10 days. Ever since he saw Qing mating with the soldiers with his own eyes, he has no interest in Qing's cherry lips anymore. And Bing hadn't been taken down yet, and his half-bee state made him feel a little uncomfortable. The long drought caused a disaster, and my longing for Do and Yu became even stronger. You guys keep going, I'll go ahead. Chun Fan gave some instructions to everyone, then rode up to the sky on his Huma. Winter was approaching and the weather was getting colder, but his heart was burning with desire. Huma was in tune with his mind and flew at full speed. The stars climbed up into the sky, the bright moon shone on the earth, the outline of the oasis appeared before his eyes, and Chun Fan slowly became drunk. As the distance got closer, he began to sense many people. The husband led a group of young men to hunt wild animals in the forest by moonlight. They carried bows and arrows on their backs and short blades on their waists, and their every move exuded sophistication and calmness. This surprised Chun Fan very much, not because they could hunt, but because these young men were not only from the Qilin tribe, but also from the Songlong tribe, which showed that everyone got along very well. The small hillside outside the valley is covered with houses lined up one after another. A large well was dug behind the slope. Although it was late, the tribesmen were still drawing water. In the square in front of the slope, a bonfire was burning brightly, and some people who had not slept were sitting by the bonfire chatting. It turned out that they were the parents of those teenagers who were waiting for their children to return. In the valley, Puda was training his troops with torches in hand. Standing in front of him were all the ordinary warriors from the Chilan tribe and the Tsanglong tribe. Now, they have a name, Hunting Team. This was discussed by Puda and Yu. Totem warriors, as the main fighting force of the tribe, are called the Totem Team and are mainly responsible for invading and defending their homes. Ordinary soldiers became the main body of hunting, so it was called a hunting team. As for the warriors, they are the logistics team, responsible for carrying weapons and food, making traps, and collecting. At this time, Puda gave the hunting team's warriors a strength bonus, allowing them to get familiar with this power so that they can better adapt to it in the future. Everyone was practicing enthusiastically, and it was very lively. Above the valley, the arrow tower. Do was sitting inside, leaning against the wall, and fell asleep. The autumn wind ruffled her hair, revealing her slightly wrinkled brows. Chun Fan was moved, knowing that Do was waiting for him here day and night. So he asked Huma to fly towards Do. He didn't wake Do up. Instead, he gently picked her up and at the same time nourished her spirit with his powerful mental strength until her brows relaxed and she revealed a smile. Master Wuju? At this time, a soldier near the arrow tower discovered Chun Fan. Originally, he was supposed to be on duty on the arrow tower, but Do was inside, so he could only patrol on the ground. Seeing Chun Fan at this moment, he made a sharp sound of disbelief. A few dark lines appeared on Chun Fan's brow. You made such a loud noise that you woke up my being. I won't forgive you. It's also my fault that I focused all my attention on Do and ignored everyone else. Fortunately, Do slept very soundly under his nourishment. His eyelashes moved, but he did not wake up. However, Master Wuju is back. Master Wuju is back. The soldier confirmed that it was Chun Fan and immediately roared and shouted towards the bottom of the valley. Damn it! Chun Fan wanted to kick him. Sure enough, Do was woken up and suddenly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and they both felt each other's deep longing. Husband! Do suspected that he was dreaming and raised his hand to touch Chun Fan's face. It's me, let's go back. Chun Fan lowered his head slightly so that she didn't have to lift it so high. Husband, it's really you. Do's eyes were misty and he was crying with joy. Ah, Lulu. Master Wuju is back. At this time, deafening shouts broke out in the valley, and the tribesmen lit more torches, making the valley as bright as day. The people in the cave also rushed out, and the people of the Tsanglong tribe also came when they heard the noise. The originally wide valley immediately became crowded. Everyone cheered and looked up at the valley. Yu was also in the crowd. She grabbed the vines in the valley and was about to climb up. Chun Fan had no choice but to ride Huma with Do and land on the platform on the rock wall of the valley, and then reached out to pull you up. Ancestors bless you. Master Wuju, come back safely, Alu. Puda was very excited and led his fellow tribesmen to kneel down and thank their ancestors and the gods of heaven and earth. Everyone get up. Wuda and the high priest are behind. They could be back when the moon sets. Chun Fan wanted to say a few words and let everyone go, but he suddenly smelled a pungent and unpleasant odor. It's the smell of fermented pickled cabbage that's expired, the smell of feces and urine evaporating from a dry toilet in the countryside in the summer, the smell of ammonia. You stepped on shit. That's right. Someone shit on this platform. I am. Who dares to do that? Who is this? Why did you have to go through all the trouble to crawl here to poop? Does it feel different to poop here? Does it feel more like pooping to watch other people walking around down there? Even Chun Fan, who is extremely insightful, was unable to understand it at this moment. The key point is that this lump is at least several days old. Its surface is weathered and hardened, forming a shell, but the inside is still very fresh. You stepped on it. The sealed smell inside drifts away with the wind. Ah! You screamed. She never thought that the reunion with her husband, after such a long separation, would be in this way. She covered her face and climbed down the vine again, then rushed back to the cave. At this time, everyone in the valley didn't know why Chun Fan suddenly stopped. Seeing Yu's behavior, they looked at each other in confusion. Putian University, from today on, no one is allowed to urinate or defecate anywhere. Chun Fan was speechless. Who the hell traveled through time and space and still wants to restrict others from taking a shit? But there is no other way without restraint. Pee and poop. Puda didn't understand. He had never heard of this word. Okay, from today on, no one is allowed to poop anywhere. Chun Fan stroked his forehead with his hand. Everyone didn't know why, and if they didn't pull anywhere, where could they pull? Master Wuju, isn't it inappropriate to poop in the cave? The smart Buddha bravely expressed his doubts. Chun Fan. Chun Fan suddenly felt relieved. It was quite normal for these primitive people who didn't even know how to play with fire to think of building a toilet. It's good enough that they know to run into the cave when it rains. What else can I ask for? Chapter 066 What to Do. In the cave, Chun Fan's own cave. I have signed in for 29 consecutive days. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to receive a special reward tomorrow. Back in the real space, Yu was still washing his feet in the water tank outside, and Do was waiting for Chun Fan in the bathtub. My husband. Seeing Chun Fan coming out, Do made a soft sound. As for whether men or women are more lustful, there were heated discussions on major forums in the previous life, and Chun Fan occasionally browsed a few of them. What he agrees with more is Do say. It's just that after 5,000 years of historical and cultural influence, men are more extroverted in this regard, while women are more introverted. But now is the primitive age. People have no such sense of shame, and when they're bored, they reproduce everywhere. So although Do knows how to be shy, he will not suppress his nature because of this. This is undoubtedly a fatal temptation for an LSP like Chun Fan. So the two passionate people staged a great battle beside the bathtub, but it was a pity that Do's physical fitness was too weak and he could not withstand the current Chun Fan. Seeing that Do had reached the peak several times and collapsed on the ground, Chun Fan could only let her go. Fortunately, Yu finally came back after washing her feet. The next morning, Chun Fan opened his sleepy eyes and felt that he had slept very soundly. The only drawback is that Yu is not much stronger than Do and can be easily defeated. Husband, you're awake. Do was holding the broth, pouting his little face, and blowing hot air with his mouth. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Where's Yu? Chun Fan sat up and touched her hair, then took the broth and drank it all. The high priest and his men are back. She asked Sister Yu to sort out the supplies they brought back. So I got up too, just in time to make soup for my husband. There are little stars in his eyes. The mammoth that was as big as a hill and the terrifying snake dragon were all brought back by my husband. She had just been outside the cave listening to Zhang Xiong telling her tribesmen about his experience of the trip to the market, and her awe of Chun Fan rose to a new level. Chun Fan nodded. He almost forgot that he promoted Yu to be the chief steward of internal affairs. Walking out of the cave with Do, the valley was still crowded with tribesmen. Zhang Xiong stood on a big rock with an exaggerated expression and spit flying. Wudu was very stupid, and he almost got exposed. Fortunately, Old Bear, performed well and made the tribe that sold weapons realize the value of the menstrual belt. Otherwise, the plan of the Witch Master would not be completed. War Bear is bragging. The tribesmen started to make a fuss. Seeing Chun Fan coming out, they immediately quieted down and shouted in unison, Master Wuju. Chun Fan nodded and looked at Zhang Xiong. Zhang Xiong shrank his head and disappeared into the crowd. Wow, it can hide such a big body, amazing. Master Wuju, the high priest and the chief steward have already arranged the harvest. It is not convenient to bring the mammoth into the valley, so I asked Wu to take it to their territory. Puda came to report on his work. Is there anyone else on the mammoth? Chun Fan actually wanted to ask Bing Shui and his sister, but considering that Puda didn't know them, he could only ask this. There were people, a masked woman and a child, who were unwilling to enter the cave and were resting on the mammoth. Okay, now organize some people to polish the stone slabs. Each stone slab must be this big. Chun Fan gestured with his hand to indicate a length of 1 meter. He was going to start transforming the valley. The first thing he had to do was to cover the valley with stone slabs and tidy it up. How thick? Purdue University asked a valuable question. As thick as your thumb. As Chun Fan spoke, he estimated the length and width of the valley. The length should be more than 20 meters, and the width is irregular. Some places are 6 or 7 meters, and some places are only 4 or 5 meters. In this case, about 150 stone slabs with an area of 1 square meter are needed. If more people are available and each person polishes one piece, it can be done today. After explaining it in detail to Puda took his people away. In fact, according to Chun Fan's idea, he was planning to find an open area to build a house. Although the cave is warm in winter and cool in summer, it also has many inconveniences. For example, the problem of light. No matter how many torches there are, it can't compare to natural light. He likes the feeling of the sun shining on his face every day when he opens his eyes. For example, there is the issue of hygiene. After all, the cave is damp and in a dim environment, the hygiene conditions are extremely poor. But the Chi tribe has already adapted to cave life, and there is no need to force them to move out now, so they might as well just take care of the valley first. As long as the ground is paved with stone slabs, flowers are planted in the gaps, and some pools are built into spacious places. With a little care, it can also be pleasing to the eye when combined with the cliffs on both sides. These are just decorations. He has already handed them all over to Purdue University, and the next thing he has to do is build toilets. In the past, there were only 100 or 200 people in the Chi tribe, and everyone went to the bathroom in the oasis, so it was difficult to see anything. But now it's different. There are nearly 1,000 people. Even if each person only poops one pile of feces every day, it's a terrifying amount of feces. There's a well in the valley, and it is not acceptable to have feces everywhere. Since we're going to build a toilet, the most important thing is the site selection. Because the oasis has no sewage system, it is impossible to simply find a place and dig a hole. The historical research on toilets is also relatively complete. The earliest effective toilet recognized by the industry is the palace toilet in the Potala Palace. This ancient toilet is known as the highest toilet in the world. It was built on a cliff. Some scholars have recorded it like this. You need a lot of courage to use the toilet here. From the moment you enter the toilet, you can look down without looking. When you use the toilet, you can see that thing floating down, which is quite like watching the Milky Way falling from the sky. There is no response for half a day. If you are lucky, there will be a breeze blowing by, and the coolness under your crotch is simply indescribable. Chun Fan thought about it and decided that this couldn't be imitated. Now everyone lived at the foot of the mountain. If they had to climb up the mountain to go to the toilet, it would obviously be unrealistic. After much thought, he finally decided to build mobile toilets for everyone. That is what we call piss pot in northern dialect. The real urinal in history, Ba, was a chamber pot, which came from Emperor Liu Bang of the Han Dynasty. According to historical records, Liu Bang suddenly had to urinate in front of his ministers. However, the matter was urgent and he had no time to go to the toilet, so he asked someone to bring him a helmet and he relieved himself inside. At that time, the king of Han thought this was a good idea, mainly because it was convenient, so he asked his subordinates to make a chamber pot based on this. This thing is very suitable for the current situation of the tribe. Everyone just needs to use it and then concentrate on dumping the dirty things in the desert. It is both hygienic and environmentally friendly. So the only question now is, how can we collect the excrement of nearly 1,000 people and transport it to the desert? Chapter 067, are you talking about plate tectonic movement? In the past, cities used manure carts. It is impossible to make that thing now. But if you think about it from a decomposition perspective, there is still a little hope. A manure truck can be divided into 3 parts: the driver, the power, the truck, and the container, the iron can. When I think in this way, I feel motivated. The tribe now has 3 mammoths, which are almost useless. Using one of them as a power source will definitely be better than the motor vehicles in the previous life. The driver is easy to deal with. It is not difficult to control a mammoth. Just let the soldiers take turns to be the driver. The last thing is the container, which is not easy to deal with. The first thing Chun Fan thought of was the huge rock with a big hole in the mountain. He had used that huge rock when he walked out of the cave for the first time to look for water. Now with gravity magic, it is not difficult to move it down. However, the boulder has a drawback, which is that it is easy to break. It has to be dragged from a valley to the desert or the farmland to be reclaimed later every day, and it is likely to break after a few trips. Chun Fan ruled out this idea and continued to think of other solutions. He looked around, and the towering trees outside the valley caught his attention. If you choose a thick tree trunk, cut off one side, and hollow out the middle to make a groove, it can become a container. The cut-off side can also be made into a lid, which is more hygienic and can not only block odors, but also prevent excrement from spilling during shipping. The most important thing is that these trees are extremely hard and have a certain degree of toughness, so they are durable. Even if they are broken, you can use local materials to make a new one. The only problem that needs to be worried about is waterproofing, but this is not a problem for Chun Fan. There are countless wooden buildings in ancient China, and the waterproofing technology has long been perfected. The simplest and most effective way is to use clay and mud mixed with fine grass. Chun Fan had used this method when he built houses for the people of the Tsanglang tribe. Of course, if you can find tung nut oil, the waterproofing effect will be better. Tung nut is a Chinese herbal medicine, but it has been widely used for waterproofing both in ancient times and in the era of advanced technology. This is because its seeds are a high-quality drying vegetable oil with strong adhesion and are resistant to heat, acid, and alkali. It can have a very good waterproof effect when applied on the surface of objects. It is said that China's aircraft carriers and submarines all use tung oil for waterproofing. It's a pity that it's hard to find this plant at this season. First use clay for waterproofing, then upgrade next spring. Chun Fan immediately made the decision and asked Zhanya to call Zhang Xiong back, and then took them to cut down trees. He did not want to destroy the trees near the valley, so he took his men on a long journey and found some giant trees that he could not name. They were very thick and had a diameter of more than 1 meter. It took until noon to complete the first tree trough. There was no other way. The efficiency of chopping trees with a stone axe was too low, and the process of hollowing out the trees was even more difficult. Only Chun Fan and Zhanya were a little faster. Chun Fan looked at the finished tree trough, which was 1 meter deep and 6 meters long. Such a capacity was already very impressive, several times larger than the capacity of a manure truck. As for the lid, he made it into 3 sections. He planned to nail the lids on both sides and make the middle lid movable to facilitate pouring things inside. Then he opened a big hole under the tree trough so that he could just open the hole when dumping the garbage. Absolutely perfect! After doing all this, he smeared the clay prepared by his tribesmen into the tree trough and baked it over fire while smearing it. When applying the paint, he also took the slope into consideration, applying it thicker at the edges and thinnest at the drain. Zhanya, do you remember the production process? After applying the clay, Chun Fan asked Zhanya, who was still digging a tree trunk nearby. Remember? Zhanya nodded. It's amazing how Master Wuju came up with these things. Okay, then you lead everyone here and make 4 in total, 2 for use and 2 for backup. Yes. So Chun Fan left some corn for everyone and left. He still had to teach people how to make chamber pots and go back to the valley to lay stone slabs. He felt like he was overwhelmed. Fortunately, the chamber pot was easy to make, so he found Wu De, and after he was taught the method, he no longer had to worry about it. Master Wuju, how many of these do you want to make? Everyone should have one. Yes. It's Itiha. Chun Fan called out to Wulong, who was about to leave. He looked at the hill in front of him. The houses were in good condition, and the wolves were scattered around, resting in the gaps between the houses, sitting, lying, walking, or digging holes, and occasionally the sound of wolf howls could be heard. So he said to Wulong, from now on, this place will be called Wolf Mountain, and this open space will be called Songlong Square. Wolf Mountain? Wolf Square. Wulong's eyes narrowed. This place finally became the territory of the Songlong tribe. Thank you, Master Wuju. He crossed his arms and banged them against his chest, his tone excited. Go ahead. Chun Fan waved his hand to send him away, then went towards the mammoth. The Bing Shui siblings couldn't stay on the mammoth forever. The oasis must also have the territory of the Lin tribe, even if there are only 2 people in the Lin tribe. At this time, Bing and Shui were digging holes on the ground. They were used to living in caves. In fact, they also liked the small houses on Wolf Mountain, but they didn't know how to build them. Seeing Chun Fan coming, Bing stopped and said, Master Wuju. Well, why don't you want to go into the cave and rest? Chun Fan touched Shui's head and asked Xiang Bing with a smile. Bing couldn't help rolling his eyes. Actually, they were going to go in last night, but there were sounds of reproduction everywhere. Even Bing and Qingxin, you could not withstand the heat, and they could only escape with Shui in a panic. Ah, it must be because the water is unfamiliar. It doesn't matter. How about you look over there? Chun Fanyao pointed to the middle of the mountain. I plan to make that place the territory of the Lin tribe. Okay. Water jumped up happily, and I said, the slope there is too steep. If we dig a cave, it will easily accumulate water and be buried. Stop digging underground. I'll build you a big house. Chun Fan had already thought about it. The hillside has a wide view and beautiful scenery. It will be best to build a small wooden villa. By then, though, when I can also move in. Isn't it wonderful to enjoy yourself to the fullest? Really? You repaired all of these? Bing pointed at the houses on Wolf Mountain, surprised. Of course, who else but me has such wisdom? Chun Fan showed off happily and prepared to leave. It was getting late today, so he could only let the brother and sister rest on the mammoth's back. Master Wuju, this is the remaining map of the sacred mountain. I'll leave it to you. Bing took out a small piece of animal skin from his leaf clothes and handed it to Chun Fan solemnly. Chun Fan was stunned. He had almost forgotten about this matter. I took the small animal skin and saw the route inside the volcano drawn on it. It spiraled downwards, and there were many small forks in the road, but no one knew where they led to, and they were not marked. Do you know what's inside this sacred mountain? Chun Fan asked. Have no idea. Bing shook his head, thought for a moment, and said, it has been passed down from generation to generation in our tribe that the sacred mountain is the center of the wilderness. Protecting the sacred mountain is to protect the wilderness. Otherwise, the wilderness will be torn apart and divided into huge islands by the ocean. What the hell? Chun Fanru was struck by lightning. Are you talking about plate movement? Chapter 068 You. How can you insult the high priest? Chun Fan was still confused when he returned to the valley. My own territory is actually related to plate movement. This is too ridiculous. When he first learned about plate tectonics in high school, he was deeply shocked. He never expected that now. The plate movement in the past life refers to, whether it is the rock layers under the ocean or under the continent, they're all made up of large plates. Between these large plates are either rifts in the mid-ocean ridges, trenches thousands of meters deep, or huge faults. There are 6 major plates in the world: the Pacific Plate, the Eurasian Plate, the American Plate, the Indian Plate, the African Plate, and the Antarctic Plate. Among them, except for the Pacific Plate, which is completely submerged at the bottom of the ocean, the other 5 plates have both continents and oceans. As the research deepened, some people divided these large plates into some smaller plates. For example, the American Plate is divided into the North American Plate and the South American Plate. The East Pacific Plate separated from the Pacific Plate. The East Asian Plate, with mainland China as its main body, was separated from the Eurasian Plate. Some scientists have also discovered that the Earth's plates are always changing. For example, the Indian Plate and the African Plate are splitting apart all the time, causing the Red Sea to expand and become larger. The Eurasian Plate and the Indian Plate collided and squeezed, causing the ground to rise and the Himalayas to continue to rise. The Mediterranean Sea will disappear, and Antarctica will drift northwards. The origin of these incredible phenomena is actually right next to me, and it depends on whether I can protect the sacred mountain. Is this a joke? I just want to develop the tribe, and don't want to worry about whether the earth will disintegrate or not. Master Wuju. Master Wuju? Seeing that Chun Fan was in a daze, Puda couldn't help but call out softly. They had already polished the slabs. Following Chun Fan's instructions, the tribesmen were tidying up the ground. After leveling the ground, watering it, turning it into fresh soil, you can start laying stone slabs. Chun Fan calmed his mind, said little, and began to instruct everyone on their work. The stone slabs polished by the tribesmen are very thick, and as long as the ground is flat enough, the stone slabs will not break easily. After paving the way, Chun Fan instructed everyone to dig a canal near the cliff, or it would be more accurate to say, a small river. When it rains, water from the mountains will rush into the valley, and there must be large canals to ensure that there is not too much water accumulation in the valley. So beautiful! It's so comfortable to walk on it. Master Wuju is so amazing. The tribesmen jumped and cheered on the paved stone slabs. Chun Fan smiled knowingly and thought that a few small pavilions should be built for the tribesmen to rest. But it's getting late. It won't be too late to do it tomorrow. When he returned to the cave, Do and you were not there, so he simply entered the space. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward. A bag of ginger and a bag of fertilizer. Host, sign in for 30 consecutive days, and you will be rewarded with a shovel. Host, sign in for 1 month and start the ranch. The ranch check-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward. 10 chicks and a bag of feed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Ranch Novice gift pack. Do you want to open it? One after another, metallic prompt sounds roared in Chun Fan's ears, and the expression on his face changed from numbness to surprise, and finally to shock. He was so embarrassed that drool even flowed from the corners of his mouth. How can you plan a ranch like this? I saw the space on the other side of the stream distorted, and then a huge pasture came into view. A simple wooden fence with green grass and 4 small ponds inside, and a thatched house at the door. Open! Chun Fan roared in his heart and opened the novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host. You have received a toothbrush and a hairpin. Chun Fan. What a crappy system. Can this be called a gift package? Are you being polite by giving these things? A toothbrush is fine. I usually use my fingers dipped in wood ash to clean my teeth. Now it's not bad to have a toothbrush. But why did you give me a hairpin when you have a newbie gift package for a ranch? I've been enduring you for so long. Other people's systems are fast in every aspect, but mine is like a matchstick hairpin in underwear. Can I still play? Aren't you bullying honest people? Chun Fan walked towards the stream, cursing. Perhaps the system sensed his dissatisfaction, and an ancient wooden bridge appeared across the stream. Chun Fan crossed the bridge and walked into the small hut on the ranch. This hut is exactly the same as the one on the farm, and is as perfunctory as it can be. All the things obtained just now are placed inside. The little pink hairpin is particularly conspicuous, constantly irritating Chun Fan's furious nerves. Forget it, just give it to Do. It will definitely look good on her. Thinking of Do, his anger subsided by a large margin. The golden soft armor was originally intended for Do, but was given to you instead, and the Qingxin Jade was given to Bing. Instead, Do, who cared about Chun Fan the most, got nothing. Thinking of this, he immediately put the chicks into the pasture and wanted to return to the cave as soon as possible. Numbers immediately appeared above the chick's head. 239:59:59. It takes 10 days to grow up. This cycle is a bit long, but the little chicks are all red, which seems to be different from the yellow chicks I saw in my previous life. Too lazy to think too much, he ran back to the farm to cultivate the land. Congratulations to the host for reclaiming a piece of land. Rewards. a mask, a heart-protecting mirror, and a set of basic breathing techniques. The breathing technique is not bad. It seems that the system is not so stingy. From the basic swordsmanship to the basic bodybuilding techniques, then the basic footwork, and now the basic breathing techniques. It can be said that Chen Fan's strength is being enhanced in all aspects. However, these things are indeed very basic and seem a bit useless. After all, he is only one step away from becoming a destiny wizard. The powerful magic power in his body, combined with a healing technique, divination technique, water escape technique, witchcraft, and gravity technique, give him super combat capabilities. He even has the confidence that he can fight against the green-striped fighter Bing. After learning the breathing technique, he returned to the real space. At this time, Do and Yudo had already returned, and surprisingly, Qing was there too. Master Wuzhu. Qing Ying smiled and seemed to be in a good mood. Chen Fan felt a little strange and asked, "Why don't you go to rest so late? Is there something urgent?" "My husband I call the High Priest." You said guiltily, "Do and I are not feeling well, and the High Priest has long endurance, so why not tonight?" "Nonsense." Chen Fan's face suddenly fell. Is this woman's brain full of mush? She is not feeling well. Could she also have a mouth ulcer? And I don't have to. Who do you think the High Priest is? You are insulting the High Priest. Don't do this again, he said sternly. Why don't you send the High Priest back? Chapter 069, Junior Archery Team. Master Wuzhu. When Qing heard that Chen Fan wanted you to take her back, her expression froze and her face turned pale. At that time, people had no concept of what was dirty or not. Even though she was very smart, she couldn't understand why Chen Fan didn't touch her. Master Wuzhu, you can treat me as something other than a human being. Trying to put on a seductive smile, she came closer, her eyes misty, wanting to throw herself into his arms. Don't treat you as a human being? What kind of lewd words are these? Chen Fan's hair stood up, and as he watched her posing coquettishly, goosebumps appeared all over the floor. I beg you, I really can't afford you. Chen Fan had no choice but to sense Qing's thoughts and found out that she wanted to become a fighter. This woman is really something. She should just say it directly, but she has to do this. Go back and prepare your own blood. I will help you with the sacrifice tomorrow. Chen Fan didn't want to say more. His tone turned cold, and his hint of majesty made Qing quickly put away her coquettish attitude. That's okay. Qing felt no joy in her heart and walked out of the cave in a daze. He was confused and didn't know what was going on. However, she was the one keeping the heart blood collected by the tribe during this period, so she chased after him, intending to give the heart blood to Qing first. Chen Fan watched the two annoying women leave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. What is going on? What a sin. Husband, are you tired? I'll get some hot water so you can take a bath. Beans are as gentle as water. No, come here. Chen Fan sat on the bed and waved to her, then held her in his arms, took out a hairpin, and gently put it on her head. You know what? This little pink hairpin paired with her innocent face gives off a fresh and sweet feeling. My husband, what is that? This is your gift. Stand over here and let me see it. Do stood up and stood aside, his face full of joy, his little head tilted, looking playful and cute. Yes, it looks good. Chen Fan was very satisfied. At this time, he felt a little hungry, and thinking that he had not tasted the salt yet, he couldn't help but feel a little greedy. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. He pulled the beans straight out of the hole. The tribe had caves specifically for storing food. After you became the chief steward of internal affairs, he freed up 2 caves with larger space to use as warehouses. The salt should be placed there, so he decided to go and take a look. However, not long after he walked away, he met Yu, who was walking in a hurry. Oh, my husband. Yu seemed startled and almost lost his balance. Sister Yu, what are you holding? Do Jinyu asked in surprise, holding a huge egg in his arms. These are snake dragon eggs. I just went to get the snake dragon's heart blood for the high priest and found that a snake dragon had laid 3 eggs. I was just about to go back and show them to my husband. Yu lifted the giant egg a little higher, wanting to show it to Chen Fan as if he were presenting a treasure. Can't you find a soldier to help you get it? Chen Fan said unhappily. A snake dragon can lay hundreds of eggs in one nest, but its egg-laying cycle is particularly long, and it can only lay 1 or 2 eggs at a time, and no more than 5 at most. It takes more than a month to produce all of them, which is why snake dragons are considered very suitable food for the winter. Give it to me. Chen Fan took the egg and found it was really heavy, at least hundreds of pounds. It's only the size of 3 watermelons, but it's so heavy. Come on, let's go eat it. So the 3 of them walked to the campfire hall, and Chen Fan put the eggs into a large stone pot and poured water into it to cook them. He planted garlic once a few days ago. Now is a good time to make a garlic snake egg. You go get a piece of salt. Yes. Bean, you crush the garlic. Chun Fan directly took out a bag of garlic. Worried that he didn't know how to pound the beans, he demonstrated it again. Do said he had learned it, found a stone, and started to work. At this time, the husband ran in with a few young men. When they saw Chun Fan, their eyes lit up. Master Wuzhu. The husband was very excited. He had long wanted to find Chun Fan to take a look at his newly improved bow and arrow, but Chun Fan was nowhere to be found all day long. Master Wuzhu, look at the new bow I made. Chun Fan took it and took a look. He found that the bow was actually made of the tailbone of a wild beast. It felt heavy in the hand and was very tough. The bowstring is made of animal tendons and is very elastic. Chun Fan tried to pull it. The bow was very strong, weighing nearly 2 stones, which means it required about 200 kilograms of force to pull it open. A bow like this can already shoot 100 steps away. 100 steps is not the final distance, but the effective distance. In other words, within 100 steps, such a bow has powerful killing power. Yes, a bow like this can be effective against ferocious beasts. Chun Fan praised generously. My husband is definitely a talent and needs to be trained well. The husband shouted excitedly and quickly handed over his arrow. The arrows were made of golden enamel wood, with sharp animal teeth as the arrowheads and broad and neat feathers. The total length of the arrows was nearly 1 meter, and the thickness was about the size of a little finger. Very good, husband. We need to make as many bows and arrows of this quality as possible, so that each member of the youth reserve team will have a set. Yes. The husband's voice was loud and clear. The youth reserve team currently has 93 people, including 11 from the Chilan tribe and 82 from the Songlong tribe. Bone, assemble a team. Yes. A young man behind the husband ran out of the cave and howled to the sky. A wolf. Ouch! Ouch! Dense wolf howls rang out, obviously in response to Goo's cry. Soon, a group of young men, as ferocious as wolves and tigers, rushed into the cave and stood in a neat line in the campfire hall. The young men stood in 2 teams, each wearing a complete animal skin. Their animal skins were large and neat, with 3 holes cut out of them so that their heads and arms could stick out. They were tied around their waists with ropes and wore them like windbreakers, without the slovenly look of primitive people. Each person had a bone dagger tied to a rope around his waist and quiver on his back, and his hair was smeared with mud to prevent it from flying around and affecting his vision. It's like a vigorous army. Chun Fan's expression suddenly became serious. He felt a deep admiration for the young man, which was the pure power of faith. It is not the worship of the gods of heaven and earth. It is not the worship of ancestors. And it is not the worship of totem poles, but it is the worship of yourself. But this is not important. What is important is that Chun Fan saw hope in them and the bright future of the Chilan tribe. Chapter 70, the birth of the first official festival of the Chi tribe. The husband's eyes were sharp, and he walked around like a dragon and a tiger, then shouted loudly. All 93 members of the youth archery team are here. Please have a look. Master Wuzhu. Good, very good. Chun Fan was very satisfied. You are the flowers of the tribe and the future of the tribe. Today I have a message for you. A strong youth means a strong tribe. If the youth are strong, the tribe will be strong. The young men who were recognized were full of vigor and cheered in unison. At this time, the snake dragon eggs were just cooked, and Chun Fan suddenly had an idea and decided to create a festival for these young people. A festival that belongs exclusively to them and is used to commemorate the heroic spirit of the first generation of youth archers of the Chi tribe. The name of the festival is Divine Bow Festival. So Chun Fan asked the young men to sit down, and he took the eggs out of the pot. You had already brought the salt, and Do had crushed the garlic. He put the egg on the ground and knocked it hard. Snap! The eggshell broke, and the rich aroma of egg immediately filled the air. It smells so good. Get lost, you're drooling on my feet. You are drooling yourself. Why are you blaming me? Everyone had never eaten such food before, and they all twitched their noses and sniffed greedily. And Chun Fan has already started seasoning. Combine minced garlic, chili pepper, and tomato in a stone bowl and stir. The garlic flavor, spicy taste, and fresh sweetness blend together, and the sour, spicy, and fragrant feeling comes out immediately. Finally, add a little salt and the dip is ready. At this time, the cave was filled with the sound of swallowing saliva. Not to mention the teenagers. Even you and Do were staring at the food in Chun Fan's hand with eager eyes. Chun Fan smiled slightly, and his vanity was slightly satisfied again. He looked at the boys and asked loudly, Do you want to eat? Gurgle. I want to. I want to eat. The boys shouted one after another. If you want to eat, take your bow and arrow and follow me. Chun Fan asked Do to hold the seasoning while he picked up the snake dragon egg and walked out of the cave. There were still some tribesmen working in the valley, and they gathered around when they saw this. The food in my hand is called eggs and garlic. From now on, this food can only be eaten once every autumn. Moreover, only those with outstanding archery skills are qualified to eat it. Chun Fan pointed to a small tree above the valley, on which were some dead leaves hanging here and there. Now, line up and shoot the designated leaves on that tree. Then you can come over and taste the garlic eggs. What? It's so far away, the kids might not be able to hit it. Some tribesmen looked at the tree that Chun Fan pointed at with worried expressions. Yeah, it's great to be able to hit the tree. Hitting the leaves is even harder. Poor lighting will also affect the performance of the dolls. Wake up! Our bows can't shoot that far, okay? The tribesmen were talking about it, feeling that the conditions given by the witch were too harsh. But the boys don't think so. Each of them is eager to try, and everyone wants to be the first to ejaculate. I'll go first. There were heavy footsteps on the stone slab. It was Fu. He pushed everyone aside and asked Chun Fan, Master Wuju, which one should I shoot? Chun Fan showed an approving look and used gravity magic to control a leaf on the top of the small tree, causing it to shake violently up and down. Just this piece. Good. The husband is dignified and fearless. The moonlight is like water, and the leaves beat the moonlight and beat everyone's hearts. I saw the husband bending his right leg, leaning back, holding the bow in his left hand, and taking out an arrow with his right hand and putting it on the string. The movements were smooth and seamless, and it was obvious that he had practiced hard. After a loud shout, the bow was pulled into a full moon. Good. Some tribesmen couldn't help cheering, and everyone stared intently, expecting the husband to create a miracle. Call out. The arrows are as fast as lightning. Phew. The leaves designated by Chun Fan were torn into pieces by the arrows and scattered in the moonlight. Lulu. Good. What a strong bow. What precise archery. What a majestic doll. The tribesmen cheered. It turned out that the young men in the tribe had become so strong without them realizing it. The husband looked at Chun Fan with shining eyes, and he couldn't hide the pride of the young man on his face. Come over. Chun Fan picked off a small piece of dragon snake egg with his hands, dipped it in the prepared garlic paste, and fed it to his husband himself. Wow! The husband's eyes reflected the moonlight, revealing an intoxicated look. So delicious. So happy. Can't help wanting to dance. The young men standing by were extremely envious. Being fed personally by the Lord Wuju, what a great honor. The boys could no longer bear it, and one of them stepped out from the crowd and asked loudly, which piece? Just like that, one young man after another stood up. The sounds of arrows breaking through the air continued to ring out. The leaves on the small tree continued to decrease, and the snake dragon eggs were gradually consumed. Chun Fan fed them one by one. The scene was peaceful and harmonious, and everyone cheered. In the end, a total of 39 teenagers successfully shot at the target. They became the first group of teenagers to eat garlic eggs. The later book, Wild Wind and Cloud, recorded this in detail. In the autumn of every year in the imperial calendar, at night in the Godly Valley, the general of divine arrows led his troops to shoot arrows at the leaves, and more than 30 of them would hit the target within 100 steps. The emperor was pleased and rewarded them with dragon and snake eggs dipped in garlic. This led to the tradition of eating eggs mixed with garlic during the Divine Bow Festival. The Dachi Li Ji records. The Shangong Festival, also known as the Winter Festival, is a folk festival that combines military review, military display, celebration, entertainment, and food. It originated in the Shunhuang Valley. Legend has it that when winter was approaching and disaster stars fell at night, Emperor Fan established this festival to encourage the people and commemorate the archers. Festival activities, making bows and arrows, and shooting leaves at night. Holiday food, eggs with garlic. Festival time, 3 days before the arrival of winter. Festival significance, to commemorate the first generation of young archers and to inspire the people. Records of later generations are inevitably exaggerated and fabricated, and the current Chun Fan has no idea about things that happened so long ago. He asked everyone to disperse, and took you and dove back to the cave. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, he led his men to the halfway point of the mountain. Building a villa cannot be completed in a day or two. He has to observe the terrain first, and then roughly design the structure of the villa. Just as we reached halfway up the mountain, Qing came over with a bowl of heart blood. Chun Fan then remembered that he had promised her to help her awaken today. Master Wuju, am I delaying your work? Qing was a little worried. She felt that Chun Fan didn't look happy. No, I sense that this awakening is not very safe. How about you try another kind of blood? Chun Fan frowned. He was not talking nonsense. He really suddenly realized the danger. Qing opened her mouth slightly. She had waited so long for this day. Moreover, the snake dragon's heart blood was the best in the tribe. Of course, there are also mammoths, but the damage caused to animals by extracting blood from their hearts is irreversible, so mammoths will still be useful in the future. Besides, the mammoth's abilities are nothing more than defensive collisions, which she doesn't want. Forget it, with me protecting you, it shouldn't be a big problem. Chun Fan sensed her thoughts and decided to take a risk. Chapter 071, The First Snow of XXX. Now my magical power is extremely powerful, and my healing skills have also improved greatly. I believe it is enough to protect Qing's safety. Thinking of this, Chun Fan took out the totem pole of the Zhonglong tribe and began the sacrifice. The wind rises and the clouds move. The blood on Qing's back and the totem pole disappeared at the same time, and was replaced by a curled-up snake dragon. Oh no! Chun Fan's heart moved, and he finally understood what the ominous premonition was. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were as dark as night. The awakening was complete, and Qing also knew her own abilities. She looked at her belly, then at Chun Fan, and her gaze finally fell on the totem pole. Ah! A shrill scream broke the silence of the early morning. Qing couldn't believe that her ability was actually pregnant. I have obtained the snake dragon's miraculous ability to get pregnant. What the hell is this? Is this also called a totem warrior? A totem warrior who has awakened the ability to get pregnant? Will I be fine on my own? Did someone ask me, "Hi, beauty, what are your abilities?" I would answer, "Oh, my ability is to get pregnant, not bad." Adults often collapse in an instant. Qing is in this moment now. She is discouraged and has lost hope in life. Chun Fan, who was dumbfounded, didn't know how to comfort her. After thinking for a while, he whispered, "Actually, I think it's not bad. This ability goes well with your endurance." He stopped mid-sentence, because Qing was already covering her mouth and twisting her waist as she ran down the mountain. Well, Chun Fan let out a long sigh and decided to tell fortunes for her. The result surprised him. It turned out that the snake dragon's ability to get pregnant was not a meme, but an extremely outrageous and powerful ability. A serpentine dragon cannot move at all during pregnancy. This is not only because it is afraid of hurting the eggs in its body, but more importantly, there is too much energy in its body, so much that it creates weight and oppresses it, making it unable to move. And the source of these weights is the power of blood. Of course, when it comes to Qing, it becomes the power of totem. The eggs in the snake dragon's body will produce blood power to feed back to the mother. The more eggs a litter contains, the stronger the blood power will be. Therefore, after giving birth, the snake dragon will undergo a qualitative change, and all abilities of the body will be improved, which is very terrifying. I'm right. This ability combined with her super endurance makes her invincible. Chun Fan muttered a few words and decided to ignore her for the time being. After all, one day she would know how strong she was. He could just see Wolf Mountain from where he was now, and not far above was the huge rock with the big hole. We immediately decided to build a small villa here. The first thing is to observe the terrain. The slope here is moderate, so it won't take too much time to level the ground. There are lush trees around, and it is convenient to obtain materials locally. Then he had to mark out a specific area. He looked around and marked out an area as big as a football field. Just do it. Let the tribesmen clear the weeds and trees and tidy up the ground. I returned to the cave and started designing the villa. After a busy day, the day passed quickly. The next day, the ground had been prepared, and Chun Fan personally taught the tribesmen how to dig holes and lay foundations, split stones, and make railings. Day 3, snow. Winter is here. The tribesmen were filled with fear. In the past, at this time of year, everyone would hide in the cave, and only the strongest warriors would come out of the cave to try hunting. But now it's different. The tribe is strong. Puda led the totem warriors to train in the dense forest. Fu led the young archers to hunt everywhere, and Wu Lang organized people to transform Songlang Square. The women made fires, cooked, and delivered meals everywhere, while the children sharpened stone knives in the valley. There is a thriving scene everywhere. At this time, Chun Fan was squatting on the ground, fiddling with a few small pieces of wood. He is studying mortise and tenon joints. This is the main structural method of traditional Chinese architecture, furniture, and other equipment. It is a connection method that combines concave and convex parts on two components. The protruding part is called a tenon, or tenon. The recessed part is called a mortise, or mortise tenon. Its characteristic is that no nails are used on the objects, and mortise and tenon joints are used to reinforce the objects. This is the essence of the cultural skills of Chinese woodworking for thousands of years. Chun Fan only has a superficial understanding of it, so after he understood the simple structure, he stopped studying it. Just enough is enough. Master Wuzhu, the stone has been prepared according to your request. A white-striped warrior shouted loudly. The wind was strong and the snow was heavy on the mountain, so people could only shout loudly. Okay, I'll teach you. Chun Fan wanted to build a complete courtyard. He planned to build a wall first to prevent small animals from running around. As for the fence, it must be safe and strong enough, as well as beautiful. Chun Fan's idea was to build the side facing the mountain entirely with stones, use a combination of stones and wooden fences on both sides, and only use wooden fences on the side facing Wolf Mountain. When the time comes, move the arrow tower to the main gate and send warriors to guard it every day. The stones prepared by the tribesmen were all large pieces, and they would be very strong as long as they were stacked neatly. What Chun Fan wanted to teach was mortise and tenon joints. There are hundreds of mortise and tenon structures, which can be roughly divided into 3 types according to their structural functions. One type is mainly the joining of faces, the combination of 2 edges, or the intersection of faces and edges, such as groove tenon, tongue and groove tenon, dovetail tenon, through strap tenon, and tie tenon. The other type is the structural method as a point. It is mainly used for T-joining, angled joining, cross-joining of horizontal and vertical materials, as well as extending joining of straight and curved materials, such as shoulder tenon, double clamp tenon, hook tenon, wedge tenon, half tenon, through tenon, and so on. Another type is a construction method that combines 3 components and connects them to each other. In addition to using some of the above mortise and tenon joint structures, this method is more complicated and special. Common ones include corner tenon, long and short tenon, shoulder tenon, corner tenon, etc. What Chun Fan taught his people was the mortise and tenon joint, which is to dig a hole on a piece of wood, then cut another piece of wood to the desired thickness and insert it into it, and then use some small triangular pieces of wood to fill the gap. This is very simple. After teaching them, Chun Fan led his men up the mountain. He wanted to check the big rock. If possible, he planned to use it to make a pond and put it in the courtyard. Just like that, time passed quickly. As night fell, the snow on the ground was already above his ankles. Chun Fan returned to the cave. Do quickly helped him clean the snow off his body, while you lit a fire and heated up food for him. Husband, I'm afraid the snow will continue to fall for several days. Why don't you just take a few days off? Yes, many of the tribesmen have frostbitten feet. Are you okay, husband? Let me take a look. The 2 girls spoke one sentence each, coupled with the crackling flames. Chun Fan suddenly felt that the years were peaceful. As the saying goes, all a man wants in life is a wife, children, and a warm bed. Now all I need is a child. But we can't rush this matter. It's Ching who should be anxious. As he was thinking, he suddenly thought of Bing. She and Shui were still on the mammoth's back. It's freezing outside, we have to get them in. So he got up and walked towards Wolf Mountain. There was no one outside. His feet stepped on the snow, making a crackling sound, which made the place seem even more peaceful. Sister, I'm cold. Don't worry. Master Wuju is repairing a house for us, so we won't be cold then. Bing held Shui in his arms, and the 2 hid under the mammoth, hugging each other for warmth. Then when will Master Wuju be able to repair it? Shouldn't we go and help? Let's go. It's so cold, and Master Wuju must be very busy. Let's go and help tomorrow, okay? Good. Chapter 72, Chicken Cavalry. Chun Fan had sharp facial features, and when he heard the conversation between the siblings, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. He quickened his pace and walked over. Master Wuju, why are you here? Bing put down the boiling water and came forward. Ever since she gave the map to Chun Fan, she no longer wore a mask because she recognized this place as her home and naturally did not need to wear one at home. At this time, her little face was red from the cold, and the hot breath she exhaled when she spoke was clearly visible, covering her eyes as dark as night. I'm here to take you home. Chun Fan spoke softly, feeling endless pity and guilt in his heart. Without waiting for Bing's consent, he went straight under the mammoth and scooped up the water without saying a word. Shui, come back to the cave with me, do you dare? Why not? There are big beasts in the cave. Master Wuju, I am not a child anymore. Then let's go. He took out a piece of animal skin to block the water, then grabbed Bing's little hand and walked towards the cave. Bing only felt his hands were warm and heavy, and her heartbeat quickened. Not long after I walked, I ran into Do and you who had followed me. Both women were holding animal skins, and were slightly startled when they saw Chun Fan and Bing holding hands. What are you 2 doing running out? Go back quickly. Chun Fan felt distressed. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. All the hairpins on Do's head were buried by the snow, and her little face was also red. We are here to give clothes to my husband. Do ran over and put the animal skin on Chun Fan. Chun Fan's face darkened, and he used gravity magic to send the animal skin flying. The animal skin floated up and landed on Do. I'm not cold, you put on some clothes too, and go back quickly. You hesitated for a moment, then put the animal skin on Bing. This girl looks rather fragile. She will be warmer if she puts it on. Chun Fan's heart moved, and he sensed Yu's humility. She is not the kind of person who is good at handling things, but now she is trying to please herself. As a woman herself, she has to please herself by caring about other women. I was too cold to her. He immediately handed the water to Doe and reached out to hold Yu's hand. Let's go home. The snowstorm was raging. The cold wind blew into the valley, and the occasional howling of wolves could no longer be heard. When they returned to the cave, Chun Fan handed Shui the broth that you had heated up and then began to worry about how to sleep tonight. There was only one bed, and although it was big enough for him and the three girls, he couldn't let Shui, the little guy, sleep on the floor alone. After thinking about it, I realized that I was overthinking. Because Bing was ready to leave, she waited for Shui to finish drinking the broth and said softly, Master Wuju, my brother and I will go to the cave in front to rest. Thank you for today. I've been thinking about how to sleep for so long, and now you want to leave. Is that polite of you? Chun Fan wanted to keep her, but he didn't know how to say it. At this time you said, Sister Bing, the cave ahead is too noisy. Why don't you stay here? It's warmer with more people. In the end, Bing stayed, but not in the bedroom. Instead, he slept on the floor next to the stone table. Early the next morning, the snow stopped temporarily, but the cold wind became even stronger. The snow on the trees was blown all over the place by the wind, and the snow on the ground was already above the knees. Chun Fan came out of the cave. His vision was limited in the valley, so he didn't feel anything. But when he got to the top of the mountain, he was immediately shocked by the vast and primitive snow scene in front of him. Everywhere was covered in silver. The big trees were swaying in the wind, and the tribesmen were trudging through the snow. There is curling smoke from cooking fires on Wolf Mountain, and shadowy figures can be seen in the valley. He organized people to clear the snow halfway up the mountain and started a new day of work. Although the environment is harsh, work cannot stop because cold weather is most suitable for building wooden buildings. Heat expands and cold contracts. In cold weather, wood will shrink to a certain extent. At this time, it doesn't matter if the mortise and tenon joints are a little loose, because when the temperature warms up, the wood will expand slightly, making the mortise and tenon structure more complete. The tribesmen were in high spirits. They made a bonfire and took a rest when they were cold or tired. In this way, heavy snow fell for several days in a row, but the tribesmen never slacked off. Their clothing gradually changed. They wore animal skin shoes on their bare feet, tied hay to their bare legs, and even wore animal skin hats on their heads. Halfway up the mountain, the first floor of the house has been built. Although it is called the first floor, it is actually only half a floor, which is used for storage and moisture proofing. The first floor is huge and concave in shape. The empty space is the courtyard, where he planned corridors, ponds, rockery, gardens, and a small vegetable patch. All real villas must be built on the first floor. Mammoth dung cans are already in use. Ching made clear provisions for this. 1. Every morning, every household must clean the chamber pot and pour the dirt into the dung can. 2. Warriors and adult men take turns manipulating the mammoth. 3. Those who urinate or defecate anywhere will be punished by not being allowed to eat for 3 days. Those who are not serious on duty will be punished by not being allowed to eat for 1 day. This can be said to be the earliest and clearest provision in the prototype of Daki law. As time went on, more and more women in the tribe became pregnant, and productivity gradually declined. This day is the day when the chickens on the ranch mature. After a busy day, Chun Fan entered the space. The chicks are mature at the right time, and making hen soup for the pregnant women in the tribe is a very good choice. But when he saw the chicks, he froze. There were no chickens in sight. Instead, there were 10 fiery red bipedal animals wandering around the pasture. They were 2 meters tall. The most important thing is that their wings are broad and full. It looks like it should be able to fly. After Chun Fan harvested it, he checked it out and found out that it was called red-feathered pheasant, a ferocious beast. No wonder it took 10 days. In this way, the idea of stewing chicken soup cannot be realized for the time being, but an intelligence team can be formed. Or rather, chicken cavalry. Chapter 73, Don't Save Me. Today's oasis is covered in ice and snow. Ordinary warriors lack shoes and pants, so they cannot last long when patrolling or hunting, and their efficiency is low. The tribe does not have enough animal skins now, so it is impossible to equip everyone with warm equipment. But if you form a chicken cavalry with only 10 people, you could be fully armed. They fly in the air and it is easier to chase prey. After making up his mind, Chun Fan began to check the animal cubs he had signed in and received in the past few days. There are piglets, calves, ducklings, fish, etc. The fish and ducklings can be kept in the pond. As for the pasture, Chun Fan chose a calf. When spring comes, he will lead the tribesmen to reclaim land and grow crops, and then the cattle will come in handy. And he prefers beef. After returning to the real space, he first went to the warehouse to put out the grain that had been harvested in the past few days, and then went to the reservoir to drain water. Although the tribe now has a well, he still comes to release water occasionally to try to reduce the workload of the tribesmen. The next day, Chun Fan asked you for 10 pieces of animal skins and went to the construction site on the hillside, where he supervised the work while making equipment for the chicken cavalry. Chicken cavalry, the only weapon you need is a bow and arrow. Ask your husband for 10 of them when the time comes. So he only needed to make warm and windproof clothes and shoes. After another day, by the evening, 10 sets of warm equipment were ready. Next was the question of personnel selection. He planned to use ordinary warriors, and at most one white-striped warrior as the leader of the chicken cavalry. This task was naturally given to Puda, who did not hesitate and held an archery competition overnight. 10 people were quickly selected. The white-striped warrior with the best archery skills is called Lilong. His ability is his long-term eyesight. Originally, he was the totem warrior with the least presence in the tribe, but now that he has become the leader, his face is almost broken with laughter. So early the next morning, he led his subordinates to wait outside the cave. Chun Fan did not waste any time and directly took out the red-bellied pheasant and warm equipment, and asked his husband to get a strong bow, officially establishing the first air force of the Chilean tribe. The sun and the moon move, and the clouds roll and unfold. Half a month later, the sky was filled with snow and the weather was getting worse. The construction of the villa on the mountainside had to be stopped, and Putin no longer took people out for training. The young men polished arrowheads in the cave every day. Only the bonfire in the hall was still filled with enthusiasm. Only when night falls can the tribesmen get sufficient exercise. Chun Fan is no exception, but he has not been idle in the past half month. The campfire hall is now filled with tables and chairs, turning into a large canteen, where it is very convenient for the tribesmen to eat. He converted some empty caves into bathhouses, complete with large stone troughs and stoves made of rubble. Occasionally, when the strong wind subsided, he would lead his people to build snowmen and have snowball fights in the valley, and even launch a sneak attack on Wolf Mountain. With the roar of the Songlong tribe, a war could be triggered at any time, snowballs would fly, and there would be a brief and lively scene. But Chun Fan got tired of it after all. As the saying goes, when you're still for a long time, you'll want to move. On this day, he planned to explore the volcano. Husband, the snow outside is too thick. The mountain road must be difficult to walk on. It won't be too late to go when it's warmer. He was a little worried. Winter was really terrible. The snow was already above her waist. She really couldn't imagine how Chun Fan could go up the mountain in such an environment. You are stupid. I have Huma. Chun Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He kissed her on the cheek and comforted her. We're just going to take a look this time. There won't be any danger. Don't worry. Husband, take these with you on the road. At this time, Do came over with a bunch of food. Wow, there was a big boiled snake dragon egg, potatoes, corn, and steamed meat. Later, Chun Fan taught his tribesmen to make soup with snake dragon eggs, which they would occasionally secretly cook for him. Poor Yu, the housekeeper, saw it all but couldn't do anything about it, and even had to cooperate. Chun Fan quickly took the food and put it into the space. He hugged the two girls tenderly before walking out of the cave. He only brought ice with him on this exploration of the volcano. It's not that I have any other ideas, it's just that Huma can only seat 2 people, and Bing is the strongest. At this time, Bing and Huma were already waiting at the entrance of the cave. He specifically told Pud not to mobilize a large force, so the two of them left very quietly and flew towards the volcano. The wind and snow were so strong that Huma was shaking in the strong wind and could run aground at any time. Chun Fan and Bing were pressed tightly together, and both could feel each other's body temperature and pounding heartbeat. Chun Fan's heart was moved, but when he saw that she could hardly open her eyes in front of him, he immediately lost his romantic thoughts. Bing, try to control the water flow and float in front of you. He reminded Bing in her ear. Bing didn't understand what he meant, but decided to give it a try. The snowflakes in the sky were full of moisture. She absorbed it, but she didn't control it well. The moisture was carried by the strong wind and hit the two of them in the face and condensed into ice in an instant. Come again. Chun Fan wiped off the ice beads on her face and encouraged her to continue. So once again, the wind is really too strong. Finally, after more than a dozen attempts, Bing was able to control the water flow steadily. The cold wind condensed the water into a piece of transparent ice, which acted like a windshield, blocking the oncoming strong wind. Bing was overjoyed. The ability to control water can be used in this way. Master Wuju is really amazing, but it was too strenuous to hold the ice. She felt her arms were a little sore and could hardly lift it anymore. Master Wuju, Bing wanted to ask for help. Well, what's wrong? Chun Fan moved his face closer. The wind is too strong. I can't lift it. Then put it down and rest for a while. So Bing could only grit his teeth and persevere. Fortunately, the volcano was not far away, and Huma finally reached the crater after staggering. This is a circular crater with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. It is larger at the top and smaller at the bottom, like a large bowl used by gods. It is very spectacular. Water vapor was rising from the volcano, and Chun Fan could not see the scene inside clearly. They let Huma go down, but it said it didn't want to go down at all and would rather endure the wind and snow in the air. Sensing its fear, Chun Fan no longer forced it. I simply let it find a place to shelter from the wind, and I jumped down holding the ice. There was no snow in the crater, and the ground was covered with soft and slippery mud. The two men jumped down from a high place, but their feet slipped and they fell down. Fortunately for Bing, she was close to the cliff, so Chun Fan pushed her with a lateral gravity spell, and she successfully grabbed the cliff. But Chun Fan was too far away from the cliff. He frantically used gravity magic to slow down his descent, but it was impossible for him to hold on to the cliff because the further he fell, the farther he was from the cliff. Master Wuju! Bing was in great confusion and screamed loudly. Yes, just call me loudly. Don't get a water Huma to save me. Chun Fan rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Chapter 74 Falling. Chun Fan suddenly felt that this girl was not much stronger than you. When Bing heard what Chun Fan said, her face turned red and she quickly got out a water Huma to hold Chun Fan back. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Not good. Chun Fan suddenly felt something was wrong. He himself didn't feel any temperature, but the Shui Huma under him was vaporizing rapidly. Bing obviously noticed this as well. Seeing that Chun Fan was about to fall again, she finally summoned another one to push him up. Save yourself first, I can still hold on. Chun Fan sensed that Bing was in danger, and the grip she had was loose. The water Huma just now carried him for a distance, and now this one is also moving, but it is about to dissipate. Chun Fan did not dare to delay, and used a gravity spell on Shui Huma's back. Shui Huma immediately dissipated, and he himself jumped high and grabbed towards the cliff. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but as soon as Bing landed on the ground, riding a water Huma, Chun Fan rolled onto her. Their eyes met, and they could hear each other's breathing clearly. Time seemed to stand still. He lay on top of her, quietly admiring the panic in her eyes. Occasionally, a ray of red light emerged from the abyss and shone on his face, making him look powerful and mysterious. Master Wuju. Finally, Bing looked away and said, "Take your hand away." Chun Fan was startled, and then he realized that his hands were on the other person's breasts, which were firm and elastic. He wanted to take them away, but for some reason he pinched them. It's really bouncy. Bing groaned and quickly pursed her lips. This is the inside of the volcano. Chun Fan quickly stood up and looked around. His movements were extremely exaggerated, even contrived. They were not far from the crater. There is a road-like platform in front of me, which spirals downward like a mountain road and is about 1.5 meters wide. There is a cliff on the right and an abyss on the left. A red light is revealed in the misty water vapor, which is the color of magma. Chun Fan stuck his head out and took a look. He could not see anything below except circles of winding mountain roads. Master Wuju, the map. Bing stood up and reminded. Chun Fan nodded, took out the map, and compared it with the shape of the crater. He quickly determined his location. Not far ahead of them, there was a fork in the road. How are you? Are you okay? Chun Fan looked at Bing with concern. I'm fine, but it's so hot in here. Bing tidied the hair beside her ears, and Chun Fan noticed that beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Can you hold on? According to the map, the fork in the road ahead leads outwards. Maybe it will be cooler there. Chun Fan began to wonder if he was not hot at all. But now is not the time to think about this problem. If the ice really can't hold on, they will have to return. Bing nodded. Yeah, I can still hold on. So the two of them walked forward quickly. The road extended downward, so it became hotter and hotter as she walked. Bing kept wiping away her sweat. If it weren't for the Qingxin jade emitting a faint coolness, she would probably not have been able to hold on. I'll leave. There was a crack about 1 person wide on the cliff in front of him. Chun Fan sensed it and found nothing unusual, so he went in first. Inside is a space of 10 square meters. He took out a torch and lit it, and found that there was a vertical shaft in front of him, but there was no red light or mist, only endless darkness. Wow, it's really cool down here. It was a magical feeling. Although they were only a few steps away, it felt like 2 different worlds. Careful. Chun Fan quickly grabbed her to prevent her from falling. This is... Master Wuju, are we going down? Bing was startled. There are stairs here. Chun Fan shone the torch and found some irregular bumps on the cliff of the vertical shaft. Some were small pits, some were small protruding platforms, but the largest one was only the size of a human head. Now that things have come to this, of course I have to go down. The well mouth was too small, so Chun Fan bit the torch with his mouth and began to climb down, with Bing following closely. The cliff was warm, and the two of them descended nearly 100 meters without any danger, but they still couldn't see the bottom. Fortunately, the space below was getting bigger and bigger, and the ice made a water huma, and the two of them quickly descended. After descending for a long time and still not reaching the bottom, Bing became visibly nervous and grabbed the corner of Chun Fan's clothes without him noticing. Slowly, sounds began to appear in the well. Squeak! It sounded a bit like the cry of a mouse. Chun Fan sensed that it was ominous and quickly tried to divine. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. It turned out that divination could not be actively used here. Master Wuju, how are you? Bing's heart tightened, and she reached out to support Chun Fan. At this time, the two were still descending. The darkness was getting thicker and thicker, and the light from the torches was getting weaker and weaker, as if it was unable to penetrate the endless darkness. Stop! Chun Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This place was too weird. They had descended at least 1,000 meters, and the wellhead above was no longer visible. It was pitch black below, and you couldn't see the bottom from afar. More importantly, there was endless darkness all around. I didn't know how far the cliff was or how big the space here was. The only sound I could hear was the squeaking of mice under my feet, which seemed very close, but also like phantom sounds left over from ancient times. Master Wuju, how about we go up? Bing was a little scared. This place was too quiet and too weird. I can't go up. Chun Fan frowned because the sound of mice began to appear above their heads. But how was this possible? Could it be a flying mouse? Even if it could fly, in such a quiet cave, the flapping of its wings should have made some sound, but he could only hear squeaking sounds. Can't go up. Bing didn't know why Chun Fan said that. She tried to let Shui Huma fly upwards, but with a puff, Shui Huma disintegrated. The two began to fall again, and the torch accidentally fell and went out. The surroundings fell into complete darkness, and even Chun Fan could not see anything. Bing panicked and tried to make Shui Huma again, but found that there was no water left. The water that just disintegrated from Shui Huma disappeared out of thin air. Plop! It turned out that they had reached the bottom. The two fell to the ground. Chun Fan immediately lit another torch, and there was a glimmer of light. Just as he was about to check on the ice, he noticed a huge shadow approaching in the darkness. Chapter 75, Drawing Circles on Your Palm. In the vast desert, the cold sand was dyed red with blood. Yanzi looked at the corpse of the suborder Gobi dragon in front of him, his eyes filled with gloom. Just a few days ago, he finally convinced the Stone Tribe. So far, he has gathered 6 major tribes. They're the Firewood Tribe, the Hot Leaf Tribe, the Medical Bird Tribe, the Iron Thorn Tribe, the Poison Toad Tribe, and the Stubborn Stone Tribe. The Firewood Tribe and the Rye Tribe are branches of the Yimu Tribe. The Medical Bird Tribe has had a friendly relationship with the Yimu Tribe for thousands of years. The Poison Toad Tribe is a branch of the Five Poison Tribe, and the other 2 tribes are also tribes that have grudges against Chun Fan. He took great pains to gather masters from the 6 major tribes, recruiting 20 yellow-striped warriors, 60 orange-striped warriors, and 200 red-striped warriors. Among them, the Stubborn Stone Tribe has strong defense. The Medical Bird Tribe is good at healing. The Poison Toad Tribe is insidious and weird. The Firewood and Hot Leaf Tribe are both good at attacking, and when equipped with the weapons of the Iron Thorn Tribe, they are no weaker than the Flamewood Tribe in its heyday. There are also hundreds of ferocious beasts and 12 disaster beasts. With such a lineup, he was bound to devour the Chi Tribe alive. To be on the safe side, he also used the Firewood seedlings as bait and asked the witch from the Stubborn Stone Tribe, a powerful priest who was good at stealth. When everything was ready, he couldn't wait to set off, and based on the information he had, he searched all the way to the depths of the desert. The harsh winter climate is their best cover. He wants to launch a surprise attack when the Chi Tribe is unprepared. However, there are unexpected changes in the world, and people are subject to misfortunes at any time. A yellow-striped warrior, half drowsy, went to the bathroom at night and kissed the sleeping Gobi dragon on the face. This is really... The dragon is sleeping in the pit, and the urine is coming from the sky. Where can he go to seek justice? The enraged Gobi dragon bit off half of his body, then rushed towards everyone with its bloody mouth wide open. Unfortunately, everyone buried their bodies in the sand to avoid the cold, and more than a dozen people were trampled to death by the Gobi dragon. Then, after a night of bloody fighting, they finally killed this terrifying wild beast, whose combat power was not very strong. Yinzi, the Iron Thorn Tribe, suffered heavy losses and seems to want to retreat. A big man with a red leaf printed on his forehead came over and said in a low voice, I only gave them 1 month's worth of food. If he retreats, All the people of the Ironthorn tribe will starve to death. Yin Zi's eyes were gloomy. In this battle, the death toll was close to 1/3, which is not a good thing. It is said that Chun Fan and Bing were in darkness, but he could see even darker shadows. Extremely tall, full of extreme sense of oppression. What on earth is this? Chun Fan pulled Bing and began to retreat. He could not use divination, but his passive perception told him that the shadow in front of him was not something he could deal with. How long has it been? Has someone finally found this place? A voice was heard in the darkness. Hoarse and desolate. The sound of the mice disappeared in an instant, as if it had never existed. Master Wuju. Bing's little hands trembled as she grabbed Chun Fan's arm tightly. Chun Fan was also horrified. He thought he was hallucinating, but looking at Bing's reaction, it was obvious that she heard it too. But how could there be anyone here? Who could live in such endless darkness? Looking at the outline of the shadow, could this be a giant? Oh, a witch. The hoarse voice seemed a little surprised. Sudden, a strong light came on, and Chun Fan and Bing quickly closed their eyes, but even so, their eyes were still painful from the strong light. Red, fiery red, the ultimate red light. Chun Fan's heart was in turmoil. He waited until his eyes felt a little better before he slowly opened them. There was no one in front of him. There was only one rat, a rat that was as tall as a man and over 50 meters tall. Its entire body was pitch black, but a fiery red light was constantly emitted from its surroundings, carrying with it scorching heat waves that surged out like the sea. The two eyes are obviously huge, but they still give people a very small feeling. There seemed to be scrutiny and doubt in its eyes. It's talking. Chun Fan suddenly understood that this was the nest of the big rat. He held Bing's small hand tightly without saying a word. You don't have the aura of the Firelight tribe. Little guy, which tribe are you from? The big rat slowly lowered its head, put its two front legs on the ground, and tilted its head to look at Chun Fan. Chun Fan still didn't speak. Facing such a divine beast, if you rashly reveal your identity without knowing whether as friend or foe, you are courting death. He tried hard to search for the Firelight tribe in his mind, trying to find some information. Finally, he found it. It's not that I found information about the Firelight tribe, but information about the Firelight beast. The Southern Wilderness Classic of the Magical Classics and the records of the 10 continents contain the following records. There are big rats in the volcano. They weigh 10,000 pounds, have hair nearly 1 meter long, and as thin as silk, and glow with divine light. They will die if they see water. They are auspicious creatures. It seems that the big rat in front of him is the ancestor of the Firelight tribe. But Chun Fan had indeed never heard of the Firelight tribe. He suddenly understood why Bing felt cool even though he was still inside the volcano. It is probably this fire beast that absorbs all the heat. There's not a single drop of water here, probably because of this. Strange, I can't see through your bloodline, but you have a familiar aura, but also a disgusting aura. The hoarse voice of Flamon carried a hint of anger. Chun Fan knew he couldn't remain silent any longer. This big rat was obviously trying to trick him into talking. It only said that it couldn't see through itself, which means it could see through Bing's bloodline. It had already seen that Bing was from the Lin tribe, and it showed no hostility, which meant that the problem was not serious. The Lin tribe and the Huoguang tribe should have no connection, so the Qi tribe should be fine too. But he decided to pretend and test the big rat further. So he said, I am the shaman of the Huaxia tribe. The Huoguang tribe you mentioned is under my protection. Oh, Flamon seemed quite surprised by this statement. Huaxia tribe. The smart rat eyes turned a few times, and the big head suddenly arched towards the two of them, and did not stop until the long beard touched Chun Fan. So many years have passed, and no one has prayed to me for so many years, little guy. You are lying. Chun Fan remained calm, as he had expected such a situation. He confessed directly, yes, I am a witch doctor from the Qi tribe. I have never heard of the Huoguang tribe you mentioned. Very good. The fire beast gave a cry of praise, and then its huge body suddenly shrank and turned into a small mouse the size of a palm. But the light on its body did not disappear. It was still bright and bright, illuminating the entire earth red. Chun Fan and Bing stared at it blankly, their eyes almost popping out. What level of monster is this guy? Little guys from the Qilin tribe. How did you find this place? At this time, the little mouse kicked its hind legs and jumped onto Chun Fan's shoulder, its eyes rolling around. Chun Fan calmed down and said honestly, we have a map. Map? Yes, this is a map that has been passed down from generation to generation by the witches of the Lin tribe. Show it to me. The little mouse jumped on his head. Give. Chun Fan was very single and just held the map above his head. The little mouse's front paws were very flexible. It took the map and then fell into a long silence. Feeling that Bing was still very nervous, Chun Fan drew circles on her palm, trying to reassure her in this way. This was a magical skill he learned from watching videos in his previous life, but he never had the chance to use it. He didn't expect to use it here today, after a long time. Well, a sigh sounded from the cave. Chapter 76, A Drop of Blood. Yes, it's her breath. The fire beast said something incoherent, then threw the map on Chun Fan's shoulder and jumped to the ground. Its body began to grow again, and stopped when it became as tall as Chun Fan. You need to get out of here. Why? Chun Fan was puzzled. You are too weak to be of any use here. Don't ask too many questions, little one. The things here are not what you can imagine. Only the purple-striped ancestral warriors can participate. Of course, when you reach the earthly wizard realm, you can help a little. Chun Fan became more curious after hearing this. So he asked again, how can I help? I must know something, right? The fire beast was silent for a moment. Finally, he shook his head and said, let's go and work hard to develop the tribe. The divine blood is boiling hot, and Qilin has been immersed in it for nearly 10,000 years. We old guys are not strong enough to help. Only when the tribe is strong can our strength increase. It's been nearly 10,000 years. Coupled with the continuous weakening of the tribe, Qilin is already extremely weak. We can't defend this place anymore. So, little one, do you know what to do? Chun Fan was shocked when he heard this. Divine blood, does it refer to the magma in the volcano? And the Qilin is in the magma. According to what Fire Beast said, there are many similar mythical beasts here. What's going on? Primitive people believed in the gods of heaven and earth and their ancestors. But now the gods of heaven and earth and their ancestors are in a state of opposition. Come up here, you two. I'll take you out. The fire beast didn't want to say more and lowered its body. Senior, Qilin is here too? Chun Fan didn't want to leave. He had finally come here. Since there was a Qilin, of course he had to see it. The Qilin are indeed in the divine blood inside, but they can't get out, and the longer you stay here, the harder it will be for them. What do you mean? You look so smart, little guy. Why can't you figure out the pros and cons? The fire beast was a little impatient, but still explained. The strength of the tribe affects our strength. This is the god's nest. God knows your whereabouts very well. The reason you're still alive is that Qilin is doing his best to protect you. So get out of here. I see. Chun Fan nodded. He sensed that the other party was not lying. So he pulled Bing and climbed onto the back of the fire beast. Its spear-like hair is very hard and very uncomfortable to sit on. Fortunately, it can be pushed aside, otherwise it would be impossible to sit on it. That's good to know. Hold on tight. A hoarse voice sounded, and the fire beast suddenly grew larger. Chun Fan felt like he was riding in an elevator and soon approached the narrow wellhead above. The two returned to the top of the shaft. Seeing that the fire beast was about to shrink and disappear, he quickly said, the Qilin tribe is indeed very weak now. If we rely on ourselves to develop, it will be too slow. Do you have any good suggestions? You little fellow, well, it's dark in the god's nest, and the Firelight tribe should be extinct. It's useless to keep this thing, so I'll give it to you. A hoarse voice was heard, and a stone jar flew out from the well. Chun Fan caught it. Thank you. No need to thank me. Just get out of here. At noon, the wind and snow died down a little. The edge of the oasis. On one side is white snow, on the other side is endless yellow sand. On one side it was calm and peaceful, but on the other side there was still wind and snow. High in the sky, 10 pheasants flapped their wings vigorously. It was leading the chicken cavalry to start a new day of patrol. Ouch! Suddenly, a pheasant was knocked over by the ice and snow and fell down. Ah, Lulu! Ha! The other team members burst into laughter. This happened every day and they were used to it. There is thick snow on the ground, so you won't get hurt if you fall. We thought we would soon reach the desert and everyone would be able to complete the patrol without any mistakes today, but we didn't expect that someone would still get into trouble. But this time it's different. The fallen pheasant did not fall directly to the ground. Instead, it hit something and then rolled to the side. Get the bow. Lee discovered this and screamed loudly. The sound was drowned out by the wind and snow, but the others quickly took out their bows and arrows. Call out. Lee's arrow shot out, but was affected by the wind and snow and missed the target. We have to fly lower. He landed quickly and quickly fired another arrow. Phew! The arrow was stuck in the air, and blood splattered and dripped onto the thick snow. This scene is extremely strange. I clearly didn't see anything, and there were no animal footprints in the snow. What on earth could this be? The chicken cavalry were all ordinary warriors with rich experience in dealing with wild beasts, but they had never seen a situation like this. In surprise and suspicion, they all followed Lee and shot arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The poor warrior of the Rai tribe died under a hail of arrows. His ability is speed, and he's a spy sent by Yinzi. As soon as he entered the oasis, he discovered some crooked animals flying in the distant sky. As an excellent spy, He immediately erased all traces on the snow and then stood quietly where he was. The Witch of the Stone tribe cast a spell of invisibility on him, and no one could see him for a certain period of time. So even though the weather was cold, he found it quite interesting. It feels so good to be invisible in the enemy camp. Just as he thought of this, he was horrified to find a big chicken flying towards him. Shit, no way. He covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from crying out loud, and endured the pain without moving. And then died. Crater. Chun Fan and Bing rushed out, riding Shui Huma. I didn't stay inside for long, but when I came out, I found that it was almost dark. And the first thing Chun Fan did was divination. Originally, he planned to do divination before going in, but he fell in accidentally. At this time, sit cross-legged and calm your mind. There was a buzzing sound in my head, and two pictures appeared in my mind. The first picture, in the valley, people from the Chilan tribe are kneeling, and in the sky, a green Chilan is walking in the air. The second picture, the volcano erupted, magma gushed out, and everywhere you looked was a scorched earth. Even the ground was burned. The two pictures flashed by, and Chun Fan's face turned pale. He felt extremely weak, and was afraid that he would not be able to recover in a short time. Master Wuju, how are you? Bing saw that he looked depressed, and felt worried. It's okay. I probably saw something I shouldn't have seen, which consumed my energy. Chun Fan stood up. In his hand, he still held the stone jar given to him by the fire beast. He called out to Huma in his heart, then opened the jar and took a look and saw a drop of blood inside. That's right, just one drop. It floats in a stone jar, carrying a powerful, mysterious aura. This is the blood of the divine beast's heart. Bing was shocked. There are more animals in the savage continent than humans. The levels of beasts are wild beasts, ferocious beasts, disaster beasts, desolate beasts, demon beasts, divine beasts, and holy beasts. She had heard her master say, the blood in the monster's heart is in a coagulated state. The divine beast's heart blood is in the form of water drops. No one has ever seen the blood of the holy beast's heart. Divine beast. Chun Fan covered the jar. I thought I would give it to her when Do turns 15 next year. Chapter 77. Alone and Single. The wind and snow are very strong. Huma couldn't even open his eyes, and his body temperature could easily melt the snowflakes, so the water on his body would freeze again, making it unable to fly normally. No disaster beast can survive in such an environment. Chun Fan had no choice but to let it land and continue to curl up in the thick snow to keep warm. Master Wuju, I will get the water Huma to fly back. Bing's face was red from the cold, and her lips were a little chapped. Forget it. The temperature is too low, and we will freeze to death. Let's stay here tonight and go back tomorrow when the weather is better. Chun Fan decided to build an igloo. The snow on the ground is getting thicker and thicker, so it's perfect to dig an igloo. He first dug a hole in the snow, pulled the ice, and jumped in, then took out a bag of corn and placed it in front of the ice. Bing, learn from me. He picked up a corn, placed his thumb on a row of kernels, pushed hard, and peeled off the kernels. Oh! Bing followed suit and soon mastered the trick. Yes, that's it. This one is called a corn cob, and it can be used to make a fire. This one is called a match, and you can summon flames by sliding it like this. Do you understand? Chun Fan took out a match and demonstrated it, then decided to give the task of making a fire to her. The eldest brother with his mouth open wide, a strange look in his eyes, nodded obediently. Master Wuju is so amazing. Seeing this, Chun Fan climbed out of the snow pit, dug a new hole not far away, and started building a snow house. It sounds very simple, but there are actually many things to consider when building an igloo. First, he chose a place on the windward side of a hillside, where the snow was thicker and more compact. Then you need to dig a hole 2 fingers high from the ground. This hole is the entrance. Dig about 1 meter long, and then dig the main room upwards to prevent wind. The snow on the floor of the main room should be at least 1 meter thick. If it is too thin, it will easily melt by the heat from underground. It must be emphasized here that there must be snow on the ground of the igloo, and the snow must not be completely hollowed out in order to capture the heat in the soil. Because in this case, the temperature in the house cannot be retained due to the different materials, and the rising heat will cause the igloo to collapse. Chun Fan was busy for a long time, crawling in and out to clean up the snow he had dug out. The sky was getting darker, and the wind was getting stronger. Fortunately, he had a lot of stamina and finally finished building the igloo. Inside was a space with a side length of 3 meters and a height of about 1.5 meters. Finally, a ventilation hole was made inside, and he climbed out and called for Bing. By this time, Bing had already started a fire and peeled a lot of corn cobs. Chun Fan dug in the ground again and found 2 branches and a relatively flat large rock. He collected them together with the corn cobs. Then the 2 of them climbed into the igloo, protecting the fire. It's freezing cold in the wilderness alone. Of course, we have to eat. Haven't eaten for a day. You can cook in an igloo, as the thick snow can withstand the temperature of an open flame for a short period of time. Chun Fan took out a stone, put the fire on it, took out some corn cobs to make the fire burn brighter, then took out the food prepared by Do and put it aside to heat. It's so warm in here. Bing felt very surprised. Master Wuju knows everything. He is really amazing. It's dangerous to be warm. Chun Fan began to take off his clothes. The drastic temperature difference in the previous work made him sweat a lot. The animal skin clothes were not breathable and were very uncomfortable to his body. Are you wet? If so, take off your clothes and dry them, or you'll get sick. Chun Fan inserted a branch near the fire, hung the animal skin on it, and then said to Bing, "Wow, are you getting it? If the LSP from the previous life were here, he would definitely call him an expert. I'm a green-striped warrior. I'll get sick because of the temperature difference? You're so smart." However, a blush appeared on Bing's face. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Chun Fan. The muscles on his body were evenly built and very clean, with beads of sweat clearly visible on them, which made her heart beat faster. She even saw a few drops of sweat running down his chest. Crystal clear sweat flows on the bronze skin and on the powerful muscles. Its path wavers and its traces slowly disappear. Bing felt her body starting to get hot. It was the first time she was jealous of a drop of sweat. This was quite outrageous. Bing responded in a daze, but she didn't move because Chun Fan had underwear and she didn't. Chun Fan didn't care about her that much. In fact, he just asked casually. Now that it was quiet, hunger came over him, and he broke off a piece of snake dragon egg and put it in his mouth, mumbling, "We won't have to come to this volcano for a while." Bing collected his thoughts and asked a little embarrassedly, "Master Wuju, can you leave that drop of the divine beast's heart blood for Shui?" Chun Fan thought about it and said directly, "No." He has decided to give it to Do. Do has been with me the longest and understands me the best, so of course Do will be given priority when good things happen. Then, let's do it again. Bing's eyes were full of hope. There are so many forks in the road on the map. If there is a mythical beast hidden under each fork, then maybe you can get the blood of other mythical beasts. Shui is his own younger brother and the only remaining male in the Lin tribe. Of course, he has to give him the best possible. Again, Chun Fan nodded. Shui was still young. "Okay, I promise you. We can do this again before the water matures." Bing nodded like a chick pecking at rice. So the two of them had their meal and prepared to rest. Chun Fan spread a piece of animal skin on the snow. In fact, the two of them should huddle together for warmth, but he didn't know how to start. Slowly I fell asleep. In my dream, I felt like I was hugging something soft and warm. When he woke up the next morning, Bing was heating up the food. Waking up so early. He said hello and started to get dressed. Bing's eyes were a little evasive, and he replied softly, "What kind of horrible weather is this?" Yanzi looked at the world of ice and snow in front of him and felt that his life was too difficult. Even in winter, the environment here is too harsh, isn't it? He was still standing in the desert at this time. It didn't snow in the desert at all, and there would not be such bad weather in their tribe's territory. Yanzi, maybe we found the wrong place? Yes, in such an environment, it is unlikely that a tribe can survive. That's right. A place like this can't support a strong tribe. The Chi tribe shouldn't be here. Yanzi frowned and said, "Don't forget, all the spies we sent over the past 2 days have disappeared. The red-striped warriors may be killed by the snowstorm. Could the orange-striped warriors also be killed?" At this time, a middle-aged woman came over. She was wrapped in animal skins, and her exposed eyes were filled with coldness and grimness. She looked at Yanzi and said bluntly, "We have lost nearly half of our warriors just by walking here. Why do you still think that we can destroy the Chi tribe and return safely? Just because I, Yanzi, have eaten the remains of my ancestors, I can destroy everything." As soon as he finished speaking, the sand under his feet suddenly became scorching hot, and even the thick snow in the oasis melted into a big hole in an instant. Chapter 78. Sorry, we are late. Chun Fan and Bing rode Huma, stopping and starting, and finally returned to the valley. In order to block the wind, a stone door had been installed at the entrance of the cave. Cannot be opened from the outside. The snow in the valley was even thicker. The two men stood in the snow, with only their necks and heads exposed through the ice. The clear and bright eyes are full of innocence. She can't walk. Chun Fan thought she was cute and couldn't help but want to bully her. So the old straight man stretched out his arm, scooped up a handful of snowflakes, and threw them over. Bing had nowhere to hide and got a mouthful of snow. Just as he spit it out, Chun Fan threw another handful at him, saying in a frivolous tone, "Come on, let's have a snowball fight." Bing rolled his eyes. Master Wuju is still a child after all. Then let's have fun. She was no pushover either, and she directly splashed water over there. My goodness, God knows how cold it would be to have water splashed on your face at that temperature. Chun Fan was so cold that he dived into the snow. He doesn't play anymore. When he plays snowball fights, he likes to throw snowballs at people, but he doesn't like being splashed with cold water, especially in the face. But this dive just happened to hit the ice. Thinking that Bing couldn't walk, he simply hugged her hips and forced himself to move forward. There was a hole in the stone gate, with a wild animal's leg bone stuck in it. Chun Fan put the ice down and stuffed the leg bone in. A young man inside saw Chun Fan through the hole and danced with joy, shouting, "Ah, the Master Witch is back." Then everyone in the bonfire hall shouted with joy. But no one came to open the door. Damn, this young man. Chun Fan stood there in a daze, staring at Bing in silence. Finally, Puda heard the noise and ran over to open the door. The first sentence was, "Master Wuju, the tribesmen were very worried about you. Now we are so happy to see you back safely." Chun Fan pulled Bing in, closed the door, and said, "I'm very happy too, so I decided to teach everyone knowledge from today." This is what Chun Fan just thought of. The people of Chi tribe are really stupid and not as smart as the people of Songlong tribe. This won't do. The Chi tribe can't rely on itself alone. So he wants to teach knowledge. If you want to teach knowledge, you need words. Winter is still at least 2 months away from being over. During this time, I have nothing to do, so it might be a good idea to write some simple words. Learn knowledge? What is knowledge? Puda muttered something, and then said solemnly, "Master Wuju, the chicken cavalry discovered intruders while patrolling." Oh, Chun Fan wanted to tell fortunes, but he felt that his spirit had not fully recovered yet, so he gave up the idea. Moreover, this time when they entered the volcano, they could not use divination in the Fire Beast cave, which made him realize that relying too much on this skill was not a good thing. He still had to rely on his own wisdom, so he asked, "Do you know who it is?" "Have no idea." Puda shook his head and continued, "We captured an orange-striped warrior, but he was very stubborn and refused to say anything." Is there such a good thing? Chun Fan was happy. This was going to allow him to teach his tribe members how to use torture. He knew this stuff very well, and asked anxiously, "Where is the person?" "In Wolf Mountain. Zhang Xiong and the others are all over there." "Very good. We'll go see how hard he is this afternoon." At this time, Yu and Do, who heard the news, ran out. Chun Fan held the two girls, had lunch with the tribesmen, and then returned to his cave. These days, Bing and Shui have been resting outside the bedroom. Chun Fan enlarged the stone table left by the old shaman and transformed it into a Kong. It's quite warm. After resting for a while, Chun Fan came out and took Puda to Langshan. This time Chun Fan didn't disturb Huma. He changed his footwork and tried to walk directly on the snow surface. His body was crooked, leaving 2 footprints of varying depths on the snow, but he did not fall. Damn, this basic step is pretty good. Chun Fan, who had experienced the Qigong skill, was in a good mood. He turned around to look at Puda, only to see that he could hardly move and was busy increasing his strength. "Haha, I'm leaving first. Puda, follow me by yourself." Chun Fan continued to move forward. He walked more and more steadily and couldn't help but wonder. It turns out that learning the skills given by the system is just learning. I'm not proficient at all. I still need to practice. No wonder he felt that basic breathing techniques were useless. Thinking of this, he immediately began to try breathing using the breathing techniques. Puffs of white mist came out of his nose, and he felt his body become lighter. The footprints on the snow became shallower and shallower, and before reaching Wolf Mountain, they had already reached the state of leaving no traces on the snow. Under the bad weather, Langshan looked quite embarrassed. 1 or 2 houses were collapsed by the heavy snow. At this time, several tribesmen were clearing the snow from their own houses to avoid being destroyed. "Look, what is that?" A tribesman who was not working seriously saw Chun Fan and thought he was seeing things, so he shouted in surprise. Someone nearby heard the sound and turned around to see Chun Fan running fast on the thick snow, leaving no trace wherever he passed. "That's Master Wuju, right? Master Wuju can run on the snow." The tribesman shouted. The strong wind drowned out his voice, but could not drown out his shock. At this time, Chun Fan had already come close. He was really cold, so he didn't say anything polite and asked directly, "Where is the captured orange-striped warrior?" He shouted extremely loudly. Upon hearing this, the 2 tribesmen pointed in a direction and said at the same time, "Over there." Forehead, caught 2. Chun Fan was confused. He didn't know that the 2 tribesmen looked at each other and pointed in the direction the other had just pointed. "There, Chun Fan. I overestimated you. In my heart, you are smarter than the people of Chi tribe. Now it seems that I was wrong." But, judging from their expressions, the orange-striped warrior was actually buried in the snow by them. This kind of extremely bad weather buried people in the snow. This is so. It's too simple. It's so warm in the snow. No wonder people don't say anything. So he sensed it, determined the location, and dug through the snow. A pale face was revealed. His eyebrows and beard were covered with ice, and he looked quite miserable. Chun Fan smiled kindly and warmly. Sorry, we are late. Chapter 79. You are a kind boy. Dong Si is one of the only 2 orange-striped warriors in the Ironthorn tribe. Among the 6 tribes that Yin Zi won over, the TG tribe was the weakest. After the 3 red-marked warriors sent by Yin Zi successively disappeared, no one was willing to explore the way again. So the weakest Ironthorn tribe was pushed out. In desperation, Dong Si volunteered to fight. There was nothing he could do as he was too old and no longer had the chance to be promoted to the yellow mark. And to Si, another orange-striped warrior in the tribe, is still young and his value to the tribe is greater than his own. Moreover, his ability is jumping, which makes it more convenient for him to move in the snow. But I never expected this. The damn Chi tribe has set traps all over the jungle. I fell into the pit first, and my calf was scratched by the bamboo thorns. Fortunately, the snow cushioned the injury, and I was not seriously injured. After finally climbing out of the pit, he was hit head-on by a thick tree trunk. His hearing was limited in the wind and snow, and he dodged a step too late, injuring his left arm. I thought that was the end, but a few wobbly chickens suddenly flew over from the sky. There are actually people on the big chicken. Those people are so wicked. They shoot themselves with a strange weapon without saying a word. It's a pity that a dignified orange-striped warrior like me was captured by a few ordinary warriors. Shame. What a huge shame. However, even after experiencing such hardships, Dong Si did not despair. In order to maintain his last glory and the supreme dignity of the Ironthorn tribe, he decided to fight to the end. So no matter what the enemy asked him, he kept silent. No matter how brutal the enemy's methods were, even if they buried him in the snow, he remained silent. He just hated the Chi tribe, hated that there was no kind-hearted person here, and just buried him here alive and didn't care about him. Therefore, at this moment, when Chun Fan appeared in front of him and smiled at him, his nose felt sore. There's still many good people in the world. Even in a den of bad guys like the Chi tribe, isn't there a young man as warm as spring in front of him? Sorry we're late. What sincere words, so touching. So he tried to open his mouth and squeezed out a few words. It's not too late. It's good that you're here. Forehead? What's going on? Seeing him like this, Chun Fan was a little confused. This old man doesn't really think I'm here to save him. You've suffered so much. It's cold in the snow. Come out now. Chun Fan continued to dig the snow, then reached out and pulled him out. Caring about the environment, he filled the snow pit where the person was buried. The tribesmen are ignorant and have caused the warriors to suffer. Chun Fan looked at the naked, almost frozen old orange-striped warrior in front of him, with regret in his eyes. I see the pain with my eyes and feel the touch in my heart. But he felt even colder after leaving the snow. The biting cold wind corroded his body, and even the ice-covered hair on his body was blown away by the strong wind. He wanted the boy to take him back to the house to keep warm, but the ferocious-looking adults in the distance surrounded them. When Chun Fan saw the tribesmen coming, he immediately ordered, "Go and boil some hot water. I want to warm up this warrior." The tribesmen in the front were stunned. "Go quickly," Chun Fan urged. "Yes." The tribe turned and left. Dong Si felt excited and almost tearful. This young man was so considerate. After destroying the Chi tribe, he must do his best to protect him and keep him alive. It was said that Pudo was stuck in the snow and could hardly move. He was not a warrior, and his legs were not strong enough to force his way forward in such deep snow. Fortunately, he was able to give himself some status, so he moved step by step to Wolf Mountain, and then saw the scene in front of him. The witch was pouring water on the invader, and steam was rising. Why is Master Wuju still helping him? Puda was so shocked that he could not help but move forward with all his might, using up all his strength. Before he got close, he was surprised to find that the intruder began to tremble. Pouring boiling hot water on him does bring a moment of comfort, but then comes doubly coldness, endless coldness. In the blizzard, a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of his body. Ah! Dong Si groaned weakly. He needed the boy in front of him to realize the situation now, immediately, and take him to a warm place. Instead of watering yourself all the time, Chun Fan looked at the pirated being Dwayne in front of him, with just the right amount of panic in his eyes. What's wrong with you? Why are you getting colder and colder? Hurry, keep getting more water. Dong Si sighed deeply in his heart. I feel like this boy is a silly. He struggled to free the ice from his lips and said, "Just bury me in the snow." Okay. Chun Fan was very decisive. He helped him to move to the side, and he fell into the snow again. It was indeed much warmer in the snow. He tried to move so that the snowflakes could cover as much of his body as possible. But the next moment, something happened that made him collapse. Chun Fan took the hot water brought by his tribesmen and continued to pour it on him. Damn it! Are you stupid? If you pour water like this, the snowflakes will freeze. How can I survive? So he shouted as loud as he could, Stop! You are a kind-hearted boy, but please don't help me. It's so cold outside. You should go inside and warm yourself by the fire. That's fine too. Chun Fan nodded. He was in a hurry to go back and study the writing, so he couldn't play anymore. Torture arrangements are in place. When it comes to torture, there are many types and many tricks, but the most famous are the top 10 tortures of XX. These 10 tortures are the main manifestations of cruel criminal law under the feudal system. It was a product produced under the guidance of the principle of using law as a deterrent to maintain rule in that era. The main contents include skinning, beheading, quartering, the 5 punishments, lynching, hanging, and boiling. Each one is inhumane. In the wild world where the strong prey on the weak, this can be useful. Since you have come to spy on the territory of my tribe, of course I will not talk to you about human nature. Anyone who offends me will die without a complete body. Among them, beheading, 5 punishments, and hanging would kill people directly and were not suitable for use now. After thinking about it, Chun Fan decided to use cooking. Chapter 080 Block It. In a house in Langshan, Chun Fan, Puda, Wuda, Zhan Xiong, and others were all there, as well as the owner of the house and some tribesmen who were watching. The small house was packed with people. There was a fire pit in the middle with a large stone pot on top. Dong Ci was sitting in the stone pot at this time. He was tied up, but his face was filled with a happy smile. It's warm. As the water temperature gradually rose, his ice-injured skin and muscles felt tingling and sour, and he felt even more grateful to the young man in front of him. How is it? Is it okay? Chun Fan smiled. Yes, it's very warm. Then tell me, who are you? What are you doing here? Dong Ci was a little hesitant when he heard this. He couldn't betray the tribe, but the young man in front of him was trying to keep him warm, so he could be considered his lifesaver. My name is Dong Ci. Movement times? Do it? Do it. Are you playing music with me from behind? You primitive man, you play it wildly. Chun Fan tilted his head and blurted out. Do you have a brother named Desai? Dong Ci felt a little hot and was shocked when he heard Chun Fan's question. This young man knows Desai. That's right, but Desai is not my brother. He is a junior of mine. He just looks a little older. Dong Ci said this and raised his buttocks slightly, which felt a little hot. Chun Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't care. He continued to ask, Then why are you here? Are you fighting? I came here to explore the way and follow the chief. The movement suddenly stopped. He looked up at Chun Fan, his eyes already showing wariness. Chun Fan simply stopped pretending and came clean, saying, You don't have to look at me like that. I'm a witch from the Chi tribe. It doesn't matter whether you say it or not. I'm just giving you a chance. Chun Fan did some divination in his mind and immediately understood what was going on. He continued, Now I'll give you 2 choices. First, tell me the truth, and I'll give you a quick death, letting you die with dignity. Second, don't say anything. I will slowly cook you. After he said that, he picked up a piece of wood and stuck it in the fire. There was already a faint aroma of meat wafting through the room, and everyone in the room looked at their own witch doctor in shock. It feels a bit scary. At this moment, he could feel his lower body was burning hot, especially his legs and buttocks that were touching the bottom of the stone pot. The burning pain and Chun Fan's words reminded him of cooked beast meat, which was full of fat and melted in his mouth. In primitive society, cannibalism was not a rare thing. Although the Ironthorn tribe was not a cannibal, they had cooked and eaten humans when they were extremely short of food. Now he understood that Chun Fan was not trying to save him, but to cook him. An endless fear immediately rose in his heart. Thinking of Chun Fan's smile that made people feel like spring breeze. Thinking of Chun Fan pouring hot water on himself in a naive manner. Horrible. This young man is more terrifying than Yen Zi. He began to struggle. The orange-striped warrior's strength could easily break free from an ordinary rope, let alone a rope that had been loosened by boiling water. He jumped up and pinched Chun Fan's neck. You dare. War Bear and Black Wolf attacked at the same time. War Bear's stone hammer hit him directly in the chest, while Black Wolf's sharp claws tore off a large piece of flesh from his blistered leg. Dong Ci screamed as he was hit to the ground by the stone hammer. He smashed the stone pot and sat down in the fire. The screams continued. Chun Fan's face darkened. Bring another stone pot. I say. The mentally broken thorn was handed over to Zhan Xiong. Chun Fan asked everyone to disperse, then called Wulong and Qing and asked them if there was anyone with good brains in the Songlong tribe. Upon asking, there really was one, and he was Qing's senior brother. At that time, the Songlong tribe was in a critical period of transition from a matriarchal society to a patriarchal society, and the witch priest took in 2 apprentices, 1 boy and 1 girl. This was actually a double-handed preparation. As a result, at the last moment of the shaman's life, the Songlong tribe had not been able to completely transform into a patriarchal society, the position of which was given to Qing. Qing and Yin lived together every day, grew up together, and fell in love with each other. In order to get the position of witch, Qing did not hesitate to use mating to win over the totem warriors in the tribe. Yin was hit hard by his failures in both love and official life. He became increasingly depressed and no longer cared about anything in the tribe. Even after coming to the Qi tribe and settling in Langshan, he just hid in the room every day and didn't want to see anyone. In fact, Qing felt quite guilty towards Yin, which was an important reason why she advocated the patriarchal tribe. That is, she wanted to return the position of witch to her senior brother. Unfortunately, she met Chen Fan later. When she went to the market, her close contact with Chen Fan made her forget her childhood sweetheart and senior brother. Oh, there actually is such a person. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and thought, could this guy be suffering from depression? Come on, take me to see him. He decided to go and see. Characters are written symbols that record language. The emergence of writing has enabled mankind to escape from barbarism and ignorance and step into the threshold of civilization. It is one of the most important milestones in human civilization. He wanted to create writing, but relying on himself was not enough. The more smart people, the better. Yin's house is in the corner behind Wolf Mountain. It was snowing and windy outside, and even though the tribesmen were clearing the snow on Wolf Mountain, the road was still very difficult to walk on. Seeing that Qing and the others were having difficulty walking, Chen Fan simply climbed up a tree, broke off a few branches, and asked someone to bring ropes to tie the branches into a mini bamboo raft. Then tie a small bamboo raft under your feet and use it as a simple sled, making it much easier to walk on the snow. Everyone followed suit and was pleasantly surprised. After a while, everyone arrived at Yin's residence. The entrance to the cabin was very clean and the snow was very thin. Obviously, it had just been cleared. There is a circle of animal bones nearby, surrounding the courtyard. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. This guy clearly had an idea for a courtyard. It seemed like he was indeed a talented person. Brother, are you there? Qing, this woman who was smart as a slut, went to knock on the door. She was so cold, and her trembling voice seemed to be mixed with a little embarrassment. What are you doing here? A deep male voice came from the room, but the door was not opened. Qing's eyes were filled with guilt, and she whispered softly, It's Master Wuzhu who wants to see you. Squeak. The wooden door opened, and a man about 2 meters, 67 feet tall walked out. What surprised Chen Fan was that he actually looked like a genuine primitive man with a hunchback and a long mouth. He was naked like Qing, and his body was covered with more hair than any other person Chen Fan had ever seen. But his eyes were dark and bright, flashing with wisdom. Master Wuzhu. Chen Fan responded and took out a small piece of animal skin and threw it over. Come on, block your big brother for a bit. Chapter 081, Transparent Monster. In the room, Qing sat alone by the fire in the corner. Chen Fan and Yin sat face to face, Puda and Wuda sat face to face, and the 4 of them sat in a square. Puda had met Yin before, although they were not familiar with each other, but he was his people after all, so he took the initiative to greet him. Sometimes I ask people if they have enough food, sometimes I ask people if it is convenient to get water. When asked whether a woman was needed, Yin and Qing were obviously nervous. No need, I'm fine. Yin's eyes were dejected, as if he had guessed what Puda meant. This is exactly the effect that Puda wants. The tribe doesn't keep idle people. I don't care what your status in the Songlong tribe is. This is the world of my Qi tribe. So he said directly, since you can't contribute to the reproduction of the tribe, then take on other tasks. This time, Master Wuzhu came here to find you for something. Hey Puda, don't be like this. Chen Fan spoke up at the right time and began to play the good guy. Yin is the high priest's senior brother. You should be more polite to him. Need not. Yin looked unhappy. He didn't want to take advantage of Qing. Master Wuzhu, chieftain, if you have anything to say, please tell me. I'm under the protection of the tribe, so I should help. Okay, then I'll just say it straight. Chen Fan stood up and put his hands behind his back. I'm going to create words. Word? Yin and others were confused. Yes, it is a tool that uses specific symbols to express and convey information. Look, Chen Fan picked up a half-burned wooden stick and wrote the character person on the ground. Take a good look at this symbol. What does it look like? Several people gathered around. When the black wolf saw it, he realized that it was just a tree branch. Puda seemed thoughtful. Qing narrowed her eyes and said, it looks like a person walking. But he didn't speak. Yes, it's a person walking, and this symbol is a word. Chen Fan looked at Qing approvingly. But what good is that? Qing couldn't figure it out. At this time, Yin spoke. Humph. Master Wuzhu has already said that this kind of symbol can convey and express information. Qing was a little dissatisfied with being criticized and whispered, "Of course I heard what Master Wuzhu said, but what's the point?" "Don't worry yet." Chun Fan interrupted the two and wrote the word female on the ground. What he wrote were not simplified Chinese characters, nor traditional Chinese characters, but pictographic characters in oracle bone inscriptions. Although it is not much different from the current character for woman, it is more vivid. "Look, what does this symbol look like?" "Like a man sitting on the ground." Qing blurted out. "That's right. Think about it again. Who often sits on the ground?" "Woman." Qing answered immediately. In addition to gathering, women usually weave things and spend most of their time sitting on the ground. She seemed to suddenly understand something, but it was very vague, and she couldn't help but become interested. "Very good. So this is the character for a woman. When combined with the character for a person, it means woman." "That's not right, Master Wuzhu. Doesn't the character here, female, itself mean a woman sitting down? Why do you need to add the character in person at the end?" "Well, each word has its own meaning. Don't confuse them." Chun Fan suddenly found it a bit difficult. Logically speaking, primitive people had learned to use knotted ropes to record events, but the current situation was that no one knew how to use knotted ropes to record events. If I were to explain the words to them bit by bit like this, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. After all, I certainly know about things like writing, process, and history, but it seems unrealistic to create writing and teach it to these primitive people. Just as he was worrying, Yin suddenly said, "I understand what Master Wuzhu means. Although I don't know how to write, I know how to write witch patterns. I think they mean the same thing." "Oh, which pattern?" When Chun Fan heard this, he immediately searched for the relevant memories. The witch pattern is the pattern drawn by the witch on the body. The old shaman of Qi tribe has witch tattoos all over his body. However, Chun Fan was very resistant to this and had never taken it seriously. Now that he thought about it, the witch pattern was indeed a kind of writing. A kind of writing for communicating with the gods of heaven and earth. In this case, as long as we make some changes based on the witch pattern, it can become a new type of writing, the writing of the Qi tribe. During this process, you can also participate in the creation and incorporate the essence of Chinese characters into it. As his thoughts flowed, he was in a good mood and said to Ian with a smile on his face, "Then I'll leave the writing to you. It doesn't need to be too complicated, just simple, easy to understand, and practical." "Good. Huda, come over here more often. We can discuss things with more people." "Yes." After solving this problem, Chun Fan left the cabin alone. As night fell, the wind and snow became a little lighter. Chun Fan returned to the cave. Do, you and Bing were chatting about something. When they saw Chun Fan coming back, their faces turned red, and they quickly dispersed. "What's going on? Are you guys saying bad things about me?" Chun Fan smiled. Judging from their expressions, even though he was straight, he knew what they were doing. "No, husband, we are asking Sister Bing for help." Her eyes flickered and she hugged Chun Fan's arm and started to act coquettishly. After a while of sex, Chun Fan defeated the two women and made them flee in panic, so there's no need to say more. The next day, Li Lang reported that according to the Chicken Cavalry's investigation, Yin Zi and others had never set foot into the oasis. Chun Fan burst out laughing. He thought that he was afraid of freezing to death in the snow. "Don't worry about them for now. Let's see how much food they can bring. The weather outside is so bad. Can the red-bellied pheasant still fly?" "We can't fly anymore. We dug a hole in the ground." Li Lang looked very proud. "This is what I came up with based on the sandworms. Sandworms can move in the sand, so we can also move in the snow." "Oh my god, what talent." Chun Fan's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. Now no one can go out, except for the adults who just stay in the cave all day and reproduce. But the water and the group of children were almost sick from holding it in. After sending the wolf away, he immediately found water. Now that this little guy has a few friends, he has become much braver and runs around in the cave all day long. I heard that he followed a few older kids to peek at the adults reproducing and was severely beaten up by Bing. "Master Wuzhu, where are we going?" Shui was a little scared. He and his friends had just stuffed 2 snowballs on the bed of the adult who had reported him last time. At this point, I thought I had been discovered. "Take you guys to have fun." Chun Fan tightened their fur coats and asked mysteriously, "Do you know where snow comes from?" "Have no idea." The children shook their heads vigorously. "Then let me tell you, the snow was brought by monsters. They're hiding in the snow. Let's go find it, okay?" Okay, let's fight the monsters." Children don't know what is dangerous or not. They only know that as long as the witch is there, it will be safe. So Chun Fan led them to open the stone door of the cave. The thick snow was enough to cover the children's heads. Chun Fan bent down and started digging a hole, muttering, "Come and dig. Don't dig it down, or the monster will run away." Noon. A long tunnel has appeared in the valley, and at the entrance of the valley stands a huge snow tiger about 4 or 5 meters tall. This is what Chun Fan took great pains to build for the children. The belly of the giant tiger is hollow, connecting the tunnel in the valley and the tiger's mouth. Shui and his friends were now sitting in the tiger's mouth. Their faces were frozen stiff and red, but full of excitement. What? Shui rubbed his eyes and looked into the distance. Master Wuzhu, there's also a transparent monster. Where? Chun Fan rubbed his hands and crawled into the giant tiger's belly, looking in the direction the water was pointing. There's nothing. Chapter 82, Caesarean Section. Chun Fan really didn't see anything, and he didn't sense anything either. Master Wuzhu, it's gone. The water opened its mouth wide, as if it was serious. This kid is teasing me. Chun Fan shook his head, but suddenly found that a pattern appeared at the location of the water finger. Go back to the cave. He used his footwork to run over, and the pattern in front of him shocked him greatly. That is the pattern of a unicorn. It was made of drops of blood, which seeped into the snow, and soon its original shape could no longer be seen. It was then covered by the falling snow. Divination. Chun Fan sat on the ground, felt a headache, and immediately exited the divination state. He saw a Qilin and a Lin floating in the raging sea of fire. Qilin continued to absorb flames, while Lin continued to spit out water. Qilin is in low spirits, and Lin is covered with wounds. The doomsday scene is breathtaking. This is the Qilin calling for help. 5 years. They can last at most 5 years. Ice. Chun Fan ran towards the cave like crazy. The blood in the snow just now was the blood of Qilin's heart. Now only ice can collect it. 3 days later, Chun Fan stayed in his cave for 3 days, thinking about ways to strengthen the tribe. 5 years. Even if the tribesmen reproduced nonstop, they could not have many children. What was even more terrifying was that the Lin tribe could not increase its population. The water is too small. Therefore, the only way is to strengthen the connection between the tribe and the outside world, and to attract more subordinate tribes by relying on advanced civilization and powerful strength. Like the people of the Songlong tribe, they can also provide the power of faith to the Qi tribe, so that the Qi in the volcano can replenish its strength. So we can't just wait for the winter to pass. We must race against time to build the tribe. My husband, this is bad. I can't have a baby. I'm bleeding so much. You rushed into the room, looking nervous. She and Do slept outside for the past 2 days and did not dare to go in and disturb Chun Fan. But the situation is urgent now. Chun Fan. Did this happen after all? The delivery cycle of primitive people was earlier than that of modern people, and was basically stable at 28 to 35 weeks. It was extremely rare for them to last more than 35 weeks. Difficult births are even more common. There are 5 or 6 pregnant women in the tribe who are about to give birth. It seems that we need to train a midwife. Otherwise, every time I go to deliver a baby myself, the scene was so beautiful that it was simply unimaginable. Let's go take a look. Boil some hot water and bring it over. Good. Because there are relatively few people in the tribe, Chun Fan can still remember clearly where everyone lives. Chun Fan walked to the branch's cave and found many people gathered there. The man was looking out of the cave, while Puda was giving Ji some status inside. Good job. Chun Fan was shocked. It was the first time he saw a pregnant woman giving birth and adding buff. As far as Chun Fan knew, medical conditions were poor in ancient times, and once a pregnant woman had a difficult delivery, only one baby could be saved. If one wanted to save the older child, the child would have to be crushed and taken out, which was an extremely bloody and cruel practice. In addition, women had a low status in ancient times, so this situation rarely happened. In most cases, people will choose to keep the smaller one. It is much easier to save the baby. You just need to take the baby out forcibly. At this time, the mother will usually bleed to death. This was still the situation in feudal society. Not to mention that we are now living in an even more backward primitive society. Master Wuzhu. When Ji's man saw Chun Fan, he knelt down and kowtowed, praying for the safety of Ji and the child. It will be fine. Chun Fan patted his shoulder and wanted to cast a healing spell as soon as he entered, but fortunately he held back. The pregnant woman finally got a few fingers dilated. It would be really unethical to close her cervix now. Master Wuzhu, I have no strength left. Now I can only leave the child behind. Puda was a little frustrated that he was late. The strength of his ability depends on the condition of the recipient. For example, if a person has a strength of 100 kilograms, he can give others the strength of 300 kilograms. But if this person only has 1 kilogram of strength, he can only give the other person 3 kilograms. When he came, Ji was already very weak, so his ability doesn't play a big role. As long as I'm here, you all have to stay. Chun Fan gently stroked Ji's forehead, nourishing her spirit and keeping her awake, and then said to Puda, "Go and get Zhanya's knife." Yes. After a while, you came over with hot water, and Puda came with a knife. Master Wuju, what should we do now? Puda held the knife, looking anxious. Chun Fan looked at Puda, then at the man at the entrance of the cave, and finally decided to let the man do it himself. That's right, he needs a cesarean section. With his current magical powers, performing a cesarean section is a piece of cake. As long as the person doesn't die immediately, he can save him with healing magic. He first put the knife on the torch to roast it for a while, then rinsed it with hot water, and then Chun Fan handed the knife to the man. Cut her belly, and do it gently, so as not to hurt the baby. The man looked stunned and didn't dare to take the knife. Master Wuju, Ji, is only 19 years old. Puda and you were also shocked and couldn't understand what Chun Fan was trying to do. Could it be that Master Wuju has locked himself in a room for the past 3 days and has gone crazy? Or is it that my old stupidity has come back again? What do you mean by If you do as I say, would I harm my own people? Chun Fan frowned. If you hesitate any longer, it will be really dangerous. The witch's words were not to be refuted. The man stopped wasting time, picked up the knife, and cut. Although the man was an ordinary soldier, he was quite accurate in cutting. Wow! The baby's cry was loud and clear. The next thing was simple. Chun Fan taught the man to cut the umbilical cord, and then quickly cast a healing spell on Ji. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. The primitive people watching outside the cave didn't dare to breathe. Although they had long known that Master Wuju was very powerful, the scene before them still shocked them beyond words. Is it possible to give birth to a child like this? How did Master Wuju come up with this idea? Ask me. If I knew, wouldn't I be a witch? Don't make a fuss. My little girl will be giving birth soon. With Master Wuju here, I don't have to worry. Yeah, no need to worry anymore. The tribesmen watching cheered. Having a child has always been a risky affair. Every year, women die because they cannot give birth to children, and every year, children die before they even have a chance to see this beautiful cave. But now, things have become so simple. How can they not be happy? Just when the tribesmen were happy, Li Lang found Chun Fan and said, Master Wuju, Yin Zi and his men have made a move. Chapter 83, if you have the ability, you can eat the ancestors again. In the snow, a group of people were groping forward. The snow was so deep that most people had to make their way through the trees. They're strong and flexible, and they can move through the jungle like monkeys. Occasionally, when a branch breaks, the soldiers who fall into the snow will not be injured. Yanzi walked on the ground with a small group of people. Wherever he passed, the snow melted instantly, and the frozen soil was burned black. Yanzi, I've counted them. There are still 14 yellow-striped warriors, 41 orange-striped warriors, and 83 red-striped warriors. That's enough. Yanzi clenched his fists and said hatefully, tell them to be smarter and not step on those traps again. Yes. Just as the warrior of Rai tribe was about to pass on the message, he heard screams from a soldier not far away. Another person fell into a trap. Waste. Yanzi swung his arms and quickened his pace. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. Chun Fan now only wants to develop the tribe, but someone just wants to die. The tribe's current combat forces include the totem team, hunting team, logistics team, wolf cavalry, youth archery team, and chicken cavalry. Among them, the totem team has 27 people, basically the totem warriors of the Sanglong tribe, plus Zhan Xiong, Zhanya, and Zhanan. Most of them were unable to fight normally in the snow, such as Zhanya. His speed was severely restricted by the snow, and he could not exert his strength at all. The hunting team and logistics team each have more than 100 people, and their combat effectiveness is limited. There were more than 80 wolf cavalrymen, but they were unable to fight in the snow. The young archers consisted of nearly 40 people, but due to the heavy snow and wind, they were unable to fight. Not to mention the chicken cavalry. As for the barking beast and Huma, no one knew where they had hidden to spend the winter. So after much thought, he decided to bring only ice to fight. In the icy and snowy environment, the fighting power of ice would be extremely strong. Add myself, that should be enough. When Bing was found, she was very happy. The Chilan's heart blood that she drew from the snow was stronger than the heart blood given by the fire beast, and it is more suitable for water, making it a powerful warrior almost as strong as its ancestors. Master Wuju, how about I go by myself? Bing wanted to test his devouring ability. She felt that this ability would be ugly when used and didn't want Chun Fan to see it. Chun Fan thought it was possible, but he needed to divine the opponent's strength to prevent Bing from suffering any loss. Boom! Dense forest, ash, and damp. This is the place where the Battle of Yinmu tribe's territory took place that day. The young man knelt on the ground, grabbed the ashes of the flame tree, and swallowed them mouthful by mouthful. With the first bite, the small tree between his eyebrows glowed and heated up. The second time, his hair started to burn. After the third bite, his whole body began to crack, and the cracks flashed red light like blood and flames. As the ashes of the flame would continue to flow in, clear flame-wood patterns began to appear on his body, decorating him like the most gorgeous tattoo. Chun Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Can this actually be enhanced? If that's the case, there's still a corpse at the Sanlong tribe site. He gathered his spirits and looked at Bing, who was eager to try. Let's go together. The other party is quite capable. Oh, okay. Bing felt warm in her heart, knowing that he was worried about her. So the two of them went out of the cave together. In the valley, there were still a few children playing in the tunnel. The huge snow tiger had lost its front teeth. The wind and snow are pouring down. It's a good time to kill someone. The two of them walked out of the valley along the tunnel. The snow outside was thick enough to cover Chun Fan's chin. The chicken cavalry's tunnel was nowhere to be found. Ice made water and spilled on the snow. The extreme cold quickly froze the surface of the snow. This way you can walk on it. Not long after, Chun Fan sensed someone in the woods ahead. He was a red-striped spy, hiding in the snow under a tree to keep warm. His face was covered with frostbite, and he looked a little pitiful. Seeing Chun Fan and Bing Taxi coming, he hurriedly climbed up the tree and started yelling, "There's someone! I found someone!" Chun Fan rolled his eyes. "You were too arrogant. When you saw me coming, you didn't run away immediately. Instead, you were thinking of taking credit for it? Master Wuju, do you want to knock him down? No. Let him call them over so that we don't have to look for them one by one." So the two of them just watched him roar in silence. The wind and snow were raging, and he almost shouted until his voice was broken. Finally, someone came over, and then more people started roaring. The scene was like a few rookies found a wild boss, and then called on the big guys in the World Channel to help take care of it. You know what? Primitive people are simple and honest. Soon, a paying player with a glowing body appeared. Wherever he went, the snow disappeared. It's Yanzi. There were more than 20 people following him, and there were even more people rushing towards this side from the trees in the distance. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. But at this moment, Yanzi and Chun Fan were both very calm. The difference is that Yanzi has seen Chun Fan before. That day in the cave, Chun Fan used the water escape technique to kill someone, and he had passed by him. Although Chun Fan didn't know Yanzi, he could feel that the Yinmu seedling in the space was throbbing, as if it was longing for something. The two of them looked at each other, both with a hint of smile in their eyes. I actually encountered a lone witch from the Chilan tribe. Ancestor, it must be your blessing. Don't worry, I will kill this man. To avenge you, your grandfather, and the more than 2,000 people of the Yinmu tribe. Yinzi's eyes gradually became fiery, and the golden flames melted more snow around him. Where are you two going? He looked at Chun Fan and decided to ridicule him with words first. It would be too easy for him to just kill him. Could it be that he knew we were coming and wanted to sacrifice this woman to save his life? His words were frivolous and his eyes were wanton. Upon hearing this, the lackeys around immediately joined in the laughter. Haha, this woman is so excellent, yet you are willing to offer her up. It's really top-notch. I suggest leaving his body intact. It's really not the best, you have to try it. A warrior with an exaggerated expression and wild words had not finished speaking when his head flew out. It fell to the ground with a thud and rolled to Yan Zi's feet. Quiet. Silence. The howling wind sets off the extreme silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yan Zi's pupils shrank, and the frivolous look on his face disappeared. The middle-aged woman hiding in the dark took a few steps back silently. No one saw clearly how Chun Fan made his move. They only saw the bone knife in his hand still dripping with blood. Only Bing knew that it was the warmth brought by Yan Zi that helped Chun Fan. The high temperature melted the snow into water, and the water under Yan Zi's feet burned away. But there was water where the warrior was, so Chun Fan escaped through the water, cut off his head, and then escaped back to his original place. Chun Fan's expression was gloomy, and his dark eyes were cold and without any warmth. If you dare to blaspheme ice, you will die. When he went over just now, he found that the closer he was to Yan Zi, the louder the movement of the Yinmu seedlings. So he took out the seedlings and stuck them in the snow behind him. You must be Yan Zi. This is your ancestor. If you have the ability, come and eat it. Chapter 84. Murder in the Snow. The wind was strong and the snow was heavy. The young seedlings of the fire tree burned with faint flames, and the snow under Chun Fan and Bing's feet began to melt. On a tree not far away, nearly 100 totem warriors kept changing their positions, forming a circle with Chun Fan as the center. Some held javelins, some held stone spears covered with thorns, and some were rubbing their hands together because of the cold. Yanzi crushed the head at his feet with one foot, his expression becoming ferocious. He knew that Chun Fan was capable of prediction, so it was not surprising that he was discovered to have eaten the ashes of his ancestors. The strange thing was that he felt that the fire tree seedling wanted to absorb him. How is this possible? Master Wuju, should we kill them all? Bing saw that the atmosphere had cooled down and felt that there was no need to delay any further. Kill him. Chun Fan nodded. When the 6 major tribes saw how arrogant the two were, the fear they had just felt suddenly dissipated and turned into anger. How dare you, just 2 kids like you do this? A burly man next to Yanzi roared. He supported himself with his hands, lay on the ground like a dog, showing his sharp teeth, and pounced towards Bing. When he moved, everyone else moved too. Some people caught fire, some had their skin turned to stone in an instant, some grew rapidly in height, and some even had green powdery substances appearing all over their bodies. For a moment, yellow, orange, red, and other chaotic lights intertwined together, dispersing the heavy snow in the sky. You liar, you still remember me. The chieftain of the Ironthorn tribe, who roared and added various states to his people. Remember, if you leave now, I will spare your life. Chun Fan knew he was in the wrong. Really? I'm afraid I don't want to spare your life. Who waved his arm and gave the order to attack. Forget it then. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. As soon as Chun Fan finished speaking, Bing had already made her move. She opened her small mouth and absorbed and swallowed endless water vapor from the snow. Then a water snake suddenly appeared and swallowed the yellow-striped warrior who was rushing in the front. The next moment, the water snake was frozen by heaven and earth. A strange ice sculpture appeared in front of everyone. The yellow-striped warrior in the ice snake's belly had not died yet. His eyes were blinking in extreme pain. Before anyone could react, a dense swarm of water snakes emerged from the snow and confronted the soldiers. This scene is quite mythical, with murderous intent hidden in its magnificence. Yanzi narrowed his eyes. He had been keeping his eyes on Chun Fan, but now he discovered that this beautiful woman was also very tricky. Seeing more than 30 people being frozen in ice one after another, he could no longer remain silent. He raised his head and roared, and the flame-wood pattern completely appeared on his body. It looked red, but it was not a scarlet pattern. The incomparable temperature spread, destroying all the ice sculptures in an instant. When the frozen warriors fell out, people from the Medicine Bird tribe immediately went up to treat them, which was quite methodical. At this time, Yanzi was still changing. His body was cracked, and the cracks were bloody and mangled. Bony branches stretched out. Those bones were burned hot, stretched and swayed, not stiff at all. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of them stretched out densely. Most of them rushed towards Bing, and only a few surrounded Chun Fan. Fuck, you're disgusting. Chun Fan stretched out his bone knife, cut off 2 bone branches, and stood in front of Bing. The temperature of these bone branches is extremely high, and icy water will evaporate if it cannot get close to them. His bone knife flew around, cutting off the approaching bone branches one by one, but the bone branches in Yanzi's body seemed endless, stretching more and more. He's a bit overwhelmed. You go kill the others, and I'll deal with this disgusting thing. Bing nodded when she heard this. She dodged several javelins and killed the ordinary soldiers in the distance. At this time, the middle-aged woman who had been using the cloaking technique to hide herself was slowly approaching the Yenmu seedling. Yanzi roared towards the sky, and waves of heat spread out. With him as the center, there was no snow within a radius of thousands of meters. Not even water vapor. Catch that woman. His voice became low and disembodied. The people from the 6 major tribes also saw that Bing's ability was to control water, and they all rushed towards Bing. Chun Fan cursed inwardly and used gravity magic directly. Suddenly, everyone except himself lost weight and fell to the ground, and Yanzi's bones also fell to the ground, leaving charred streaks. Now the power of Chun Fan's gravity magic is not particularly outstanding, but it is enough to deal with these low-level fighters. He cast another gravity spell on Yanzi, then used his footwork to kill several conspicuous yellow-striped warriors. Wherever he goes, he will cast a gravity spell. Whether forward, reverse, left, or right, the enemy has no idea what is going on and has no way to avoid it. So, wherever Chun Fan went, people there would lose their heads. However, at this moment, Chun Fan suddenly felt that something was wrong with the Yenmu seedlings. When I turned around, I saw a middle-aged woman swallowing a seedling leaf while enduring severe pain. Her right arm, which was used to pick leaves, had been burned to ashes. Her mouth, which was used to swallow the leaves, was burned until only bones were left. But she didn't die. She was trying to swallow, and her tongue, throat, and esophagus were all burned. It's a long story, but it's all done in a breath. The bones in her body were exposed, and everyone could see the fiery red leaf resting on her abdomen. Then, her body began to grow wood-textured flesh. Ha ha ha! E-succeed. The woman laughed crazily. Then her head fell to the ground, and the laughter stopped abruptly. There's a saying you may not have heard. Don't be happy too soon. Chun Fan flicked the wood chips off the bone knife and continued to kill the soldiers. Yin Zi's bone branches chased after him frantically, but due to the influence of gravity, they could not catch up. I could only scream in anger. In this way, Chun Fan ran around, and the soldiers on the tree were brought down by him using gravity magic and cut into 2 pieces with one knife. Even the warriors of the Stone Tribe are no exception. Bing could only stand aside leisurely, feeling that he, a green-striped fighter, was not as strong as Wu. Chun Fan was so bloodthirsty that in the end, only a few scattered people were left in front of him, including Hu. They were already beginning to run away. Leave the escape to you. I'll deal with that monster. Bing happily responded and chased after him. When Chun Fan returned, he was stunned for a moment. The Yin Zi in front of him was barely recognizable as a human. The bone branches continued to grow and the temperature became higher and higher. Yin Zi could not accept the vulnerability of the 6 major tribes. He tried his best to mobilize the power of his ancestors and vowed to kill Chun Fan. The woman whose head had just been chopped off was already entangled by bone branches. The seedling leaves and bone branches inside her touched. Boom! Fire exploded all over the sky, and the wind and snow stopped for a moment. There are many tricks, but you should die. Chun Fan used his jumping skills to rush forward. He shuttled between the burning bone branches, his body as fast as a swallow. The densely packed bone branches could not touch him at all. 100 steps. 10 steps. He was getting closer and closer, and Yin Zi let out a terrified cry. The high-temperature flames burned Chun Fan so much that he felt pain. He raised his knife and slashed. Chapter 085 Retreat. Retreat. Click. The inhuman Yin Zi was chopped off by Chun Fan with one knife. Yin Zi screamed, and the dense bone branches began to shrink and drill back into his body from where it was broken. The bones and branches swayed, allowing his body to return to its original state in a strange posture. Hateful. Yin Zi, who had calmed down a little, glared at Chun Fan. Chun Fan was burned by the flames, and the defense provided by the basic physical strengthening technique was not enough to withstand Yin Zi's flames. Most of his hide had been burned off, and his skin was riddled with holes. However, he immediately gave himself a healing spell and was instantly healed under Yin Zi's stunned gaze. There's something. Seeing that he was still alive like this, Chun Fan praised him sincerely. When their eyes met, they both saw the murderous intent in each other's hearts, and they attacked almost at the same time and fought again. Yin Zi's body has grown to more than 4 meters tall, and the fiery red flames emit golden light. The crystal-like branches stretch and sway in the wind, sometimes swishing, sometimes stabbing, sometimes entwining, sometimes sweeping. Chun Fan shuttled through them, and each of his swords could cut off dozens of them. Click! Finally, Yin Zi was chopped into 2 pieces again. With a scream and roar, he retracted the bone branch. One cast a healing spell to heal the wound. The same scene happened again, only Yin Zi's position changed. He is quietly approaching the Yinmu seedling. Chun Fan's eyes turned cold, and he went straight up and stabbed him again while his body had not yet fully recovered. The bone knife emitted a faint glow, and Yin Zi, who was about to recover, was chopped off again. She tried. I curse you, you will be engulfed in fire. Yin Zi roared in pain. He knew that he was finished. Chun Fan responded with one blow after another. Ancestor. Yin Zi had been chopped into pieces, and countless bones fell to the ground. But he was not dead yet, and there seemed to be no sign of him dying. The broken bone branches were even crawling towards the flame tree seedlings. Okay, I'll help you. Chun Fan turned and ran towards the seedling, put it into the space, and then returned. Your ancestors are here. He released the seedling, placing it right in the middle of Yin Zi's broken body. Ancestor. Yin Zi was very surprised. However, the next moment, the seedlings burst into flames and enveloped him. Chun Fan knew that the seedling was absorbing the energy from Yin Zi's body, and that original energy made it extremely eager. It was because he felt the desire for it growing stronger that Chun Fan took it. At this time, Yin Zi was silent. He died here quietly, and the ancestor he missed so much killed him mercilessly. The branches and leaves of the seedling pierced into his body, and streams of fiery red energy were absorbed. The seedling slowly began to become transparent and started to grow tall and strong. Its roots, branches, and leaves are growing wildly. 1 zhang, 2 feet, close to 3 meters. Its branches twisted in the wind, revealing great joy. And Yanzi has completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Although the 10-meter-tall Yinmu no longer grows higher, its branches, leaves, and roots are still extending. The huge flames illuminated the entire oasis. The snow in the distance has begun to melt, and the temperature is rising. What? When Chun Fan discovered this, his body trembled. The roots of the flame tree moved underground, extending wildly in all directions. Wherever these roots passed, the snow on the ground melted quickly. The branches and leaves of the Yinmu tree grew in the air, extending wildly in all directions. Wherever these branches and leaves went, the wind and snow in the sky retreated. Wolf Mountain. Several tribesmen were clearing snow from their houses. Suddenly, a bright red light appeared in the distance. The snow on the ground and on the houses began to melt, and the wind and snow in the sky subsided a lot. What's going on? What happened? Could it be that our ancestors appeared to help us survive the cold winter? They were surprised and delighted. More and more tribesmen came out of their houses. They watched the snow on the ground become thinner and thinner, and then turned into a trickle of water. In a valley, children playing near the snow tiger suddenly found that the snow tiger's limbs began to melt, then the body, and then the tiger's head fell off. The snow in the valley also melted quickly, and the small river near the cliff began to flow, gurgling and touching, refreshing the heart. This means the tribe no longer has to hide in caves during the winter. As long as you place the Yinmu in the valley, the area within a few miles will be as warm as spring. Moreover, the Yinmu tree is spiritual and will neither damage trees nor harm small animals, so it is very suitable to be placed in the valley. Chen Fan was overjoyed. In this way, the tribe can continue to build and even start to cultivate farmland. Master Wuzhu, this is... Bing came back and looked at this earth-shaking scene with a look of amazement on his face. This is Yinmu. It absorbed the original energy in Yinzi's body and grew a little bigger. Chun Fan grabbed a branch and rubbed it gently. Yinmu had already been his pet and could not cause any harm to him. Wow! Bing was ecstatic. The life and death feud between the Yinmu tribe and the Lin tribe had finally come to an end. Let's go! With Yinmu here, you and Shui can continue to build your house. Chun Fan put away the Yinmu. Suddenly the snow and wind came again. Short oil? Chun Fan frowned and had to take out the Yinmu again. In this way, he took out the flame wood to ward off the cold every few steps. The snowflakes in the sky seemed to have turned into mosquitoes, and the flaming trees turned into torches. Wherever the torches went, mosquitoes retreated. The torches disappeared, and mosquitoes swarmed in again. Retreat! 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 Chun Fan once again took out the Yinmu, and on a whim, he performed some classic stunt from his previous life. When the children playing in the valley saw this, they thought he had great powers and couldn't help but imitate him. Later, this custom spread among the children of the Qi tribe. When Chun Fan learned about it, he smiled. This was indeed a game for children, but he forbade adults to play this. The later book, The Biography of King Wu in the Wilderness, recorded this. The Emperor Fan once used divine fire to drive away the wind and snow and called out to the heavens, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" The heavens responded with their imperial majesty, and the wind and snow stopped. The children rushed to imitate him, which was quite fascinating. One day, the king of Wu was fighting the enemy with the words, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" The emperor was furious and said, "The child is naughty. Are you naughty too?" The king of Wu was ashamed, and no one imitated him afterwards. Chun Fan planted the Yinmu tree next to the well in the valley. At this point, winter seems to be non-existent, and the oasis has shed its white clothes. Kuma flapped his wings and flew back, perching on the top of the yin tree, becoming more and more handsome day by day. Chapter 86, Sacred Tree Festival. The whole valley was bathed in golden light. The people of Qi tribe ran out of the cave and surrounded Yinmu to celebrate. Zhang Xiong and Zhanan recognized that this was Yinmu and were greatly surprised. They each gathered a group of people and began to describe the scene of the battle of the Yinmu tribe. Everyone held their breath, were worried, and cheered in unison. The scene was lively and warm. Chun Fan originally wanted to ask his tribesmen to start working immediately, but after seeing the situation, he gave up the idea. It's getting late today, so it's not too late to start tomorrow. So he found Do and Yu, and they lit a bonfire and started cooking, then sat on the ground around the bonfire and had fun. Husband, the water on the ground dried up so quickly. Is it also due to this tree? Will the well water be affected as well? Do leaned over to Chun Fan's ear, feeling a little worried. Now the people of Chili tribe rely on this well for water, which saved Chun Fan a lot of trouble. He doesn't want Chun Fan to spend time every day draining water from the reservoir. No, you see, Chun Fan pointed to the small river beside the cliff, where the water was flowing gently. Don't worry, the Yinmu tree is spiritual. It knows what can be burned and what cannot be burned. Chun Fan helped Do adjust her hairpin and spoke softly. So amazing. Do was very surprised. She looked at the huge, fiery red and golden fire tree and couldn't help but stand up and touch the trunk of the fire tree. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Do's hand turned red and hot when it touched Yinmu. She stepped back hastily, but a faint mark of wood grain was still left on the palm of her hand. What happens? Oh my god, it's Do, go and take a look. The tribesman exclaimed. Chun Fan sat on the stone slab, deep in thought. Although Yinmu is spiritual, he still cannot communicate with him normally, so he doesn't know what is going on, but he knows that Yinmu will never hurt Do, which should be a blessing. Really? In the crowd, the wood grain on Bean's palm changed and finally fixed into a branch, which was delicate, cute, and lifelike. It's so beautiful. What is this? Bean, how do you feel? Everyone stay away from that tree. The tribesmen talked at once, saying all kinds of things. Do sensed it and found nothing unusual, except that his body seemed to be warmer. However, Chun Fan felt that the totem pole of the Yinmu tribe in the space had added a little more power of faith. Yinmu is spreading his bloodline. Chun Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance. If this was true, then the Yinmu could continue to grow instead of being limited to this. Come back, he shouted to his tribesmen. Since Yinmu needs descendants, get to it. He knew very well that Do was still a member of the Chi tribe and had not lost the blood of his ancestor Chi. He just had an additional blood of Yinmu in his body, so it doesn't affect anything. However, this matter still requires a ceremony. It cannot simply be that everyone goes over and touches it. You helped Do back, and everyone else sat down again, waiting for Chun Fan to speak. You have seen what happened to Do just now. Yinmu gave Do a blessing. This blessing is a warm gift, and each of you will have the opportunity to receive Yinmu's blessing. Chun Fan didn't mention the matter of bloodline. No matter what time, pure bloodline is extremely important. Although Yinmu did not destroy Do's Qilin bloodline, it would be easier to just not say it, so as to avoid wasting time explaining. There is such a thing. Pu was overjoyed. He looked at Chun Fan, his eyes full of anticipation. Master Wuju, can we just touch it as well? Of course not. Chun Fan shook his head. Then he said solemnly, today is a good day. We have wiped out all the invaders, dispelled the wind and snow, and now we have the blessing of Yinmu. So this day is worth commemorating. So this day is called the Festival of the Sacred Tree. From now on, you will only be blessed if you touch the flame tree on this day. Chun Fan thought about it and decided to add some more elements. After all, it was related to bloodline, so he still had to say hello to Chi. So he took out the totem pole of the Chi tribe and placed it next to the campfire. Call. Qilin belongs to fire, and the bonfire exploded out of nowhere. The outstretched branches of the Yinmu tree suddenly drooped down, and thousands of branches hung low and swayed gently, as if saluting the totem pole of the Chi tribe. Now, those who wish to receive the blessing of the flame tree can first kneel down to worship the ancestors, and then go over and touch the flame tree. After Chun Fan finished speaking, he took out a few bags of corn and asked Do and you to lead the women to pull out the corn silk from them. He would use corn silk to make tea as a special food for the Shunshu festival. The tribesmen lined up under Pu Da's command. As the great chief, Pu Da certainly has priority privileges. He knelt down in front of the totem pole of the Chi tribe, worshipped devoutly, and muttered something as if he was praying. After a long time, he stood up and walked towards Yinmu. Everyone looked at him with envy and expectation in their eyes. He touched the place where Do had just touched, feeling it quietly, but Yinmu did not react. Pu Da was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? I am the chieftain of the tribe, and you won't bless me? But this is the situation. Yinmu never reacted. The stubborn Pu Da refused to believe it and just kept touching it. Finally, the tribesmen discovered something was wrong. It seems that Pu Da took a bit too long. But Pu Da is very determined. Look at him. He never gives up until he reaches his goal. Otherwise, he would be a great chief. He's really amazing. Chun Fan couldn't help but smile. He knew that this was Yinmu's concern. It would not bless anyone with strong bloodline power, so as not to anger Qilin. As Pu Da is the chief of Chi tribe, Yinmu certainly doesn't dare to do that. Pu Da finally gave up in dejection. There was no other way. Zhan Xiong had already kowtowed to the totem pole 3 times. If it didn't go down, Zhan Xiong would rebel. Besides, his arms were sore from lifting them. He actually wanted to recover and then continue fighting, but after hearing the discussion of his tribesmen, he chose to give up gracefully. So he pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Haha, this blessing is actually not very useful." The tribesmen looked at him with strange eyes. "Aha, Puchian, come and have some tea." Chun Fan broke his embarrassment at the right time. "Tea." Puda hurried over and rubbed his hands vigorously to hide his embarrassment. Like Zhang Xiong and Puda, Zhan and Zhanya who followed him did not receive the blessing. Time passes by little. Although there was no wind or snow in the valley, there were no stars or moon in the sky. One tribe member after another failed. Just when everyone thought that the sacred tree could only bless one person, a warrior with a broken arm suddenly cried out, "Yes, I have it." A small leaf quietly emerged from the palm of his only remaining right hand. Chun Fan knew this warrior. When burying the old shaman, he fought bravely with a high-ridged porcupine and lost his left arm. Then another woman was blessed. At this point, everyone in the tribe has completed the tree-touching ceremony. Puda called people from the Sanglong tribe to participate, and they were busy until the early morning before the first sacred tree festival ended. Later, the Daki Liji recorded, "The God Tree Festival, also known as the Ancestor Worship Festival and the Blessing Festival, is one of the earliest official festivals of Daki, derived from a story of Do Fei touching the tree. It is rumored that Emperor Fan has a sacred tree that can drive away wind and snow and ward off evil spirits. Concubine Do was surprised and touched it, and was blessed by the sacred tree. Emperor Fan doted on Concubine Do and established a festival in her honor. Festival activities: kneel down to worship ancestors and touch the sacred tree. Holiday food: dragon's beard tea. Festival time: the 22nd day of winter. Festival meaning: praying for blessings. Chapter 87: Preparation before farming. The wood is burning brightly. The Chi tribe has returned to its former bustle. Halfway up the mountain, there are still some snowflakes floating around, but these snowflakes will melt and evaporate before they fall to the ground, forming a spectacular sight. The tribesmen were either cutting wood or piling stones, and hundreds of them were busy having a lot of fun. Chun Fan told Bing some of the rules and asked her to stay here while he rode Huma around. He wants to find a piece of wasteland suitable for reclamation. Mammoths are big consumers of food. Before, due to the ice and snow, Chin could only go to you frequently to ask for food to feed them. This resulted in the tribe being unable to store food. Therefore, Chun Fan's first step is to teach the tribesmen how to farm. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Only when the tribesmen learn to farm can the Chilan tribe ensure truly sustainable and stable development. In the past, he wanted to reclaim wasteland in the mountains because there was residual volcanic ash there and the soil was fertile. But then he thought the mountain was densely covered with plants, the mountain road was difficult to walk on, and it would be inconvenient to apply fertilizer later. Moreover, the mountain needs to be terraced, which is too much work and not suitable for teaching. It would be better to find a flat place to cultivate first. Anyway, the oasis has dense vegetation, and years of decayed leaves have made the soil very fertile. Not much worse than that in the mountains. After a round, Chun Fan selected a few places. One is behind Wolf Mountain, where there's a large piece of land that is open and flat and close to the tribe's living area, making it very suitable for farmland. However, the trees here are too lush, and some of them are huge and towering. It would be troublesome to clean them up. There is another place on the other side of the volcano, which is more open and the trees here grow more scattered, so there is no need to clear them at all. The disadvantages are that the distance is far, the soil is poor, and there is a lot of gravel on the ground. The most important thing is that there is still a little bit of snow here. The last place is on the west side of the valley. It is a small basin, not as large as the previous two, with some fruit trees growing in it. Chun Fan is very satisfied with this place. These fruit trees grow very tall, and every year some of the fruits fall to the ground and rot, making the soil here fertile enough. It is also convenient to dig wells in this basin, so it will be easier for the tribesmen to irrigate their farmland. The small hills around the basin can also be equipped with fences to effectively prevent attacks by wild animals. It is also convenient for Mammoth to transport fertilizer from Wolf Mountain. With a smile on his face, Chun Fan seemed to have seen the tribesmen working here. When they were tired, they sat under the fruit trees, eating wild fruits and drinking well water. Do when you think of it. He found the captain of the logistics team, Chi, a simple and honest soldier with a muscular body and a strong and powerful look. Master Wuju. Chi fell to his knees. He seldom communicated with Chun Fan and seemed very excited at this moment. Well, Chief Chi, I asked you to come here because I have something to hand over to the logistics team. Master Wuju, please speak. Do you see this place? I want you to organize people to burn the weeds on the ground as quickly as possible, but don't damage these trees. Can you do it? Able. Very good. After the weeds are burned, dig a well in the shade near the hillside. At the same time, make this large area flat. Also, there must be no stones or large clods of earth on the ground. Do you understand? She shook his head, confusion revealed in his eyes. Then he nodded again heavily. To be honest, he didn't understand, but he understood what the master witch asked him to do, and he believed that he could do it well. Okay, from now on, all non-pregnant women in the tribe will be under your command. Complete this task as soon as possible. Yes, she responded and immediately went back to gather people. After arranging him, Chun Fan thought about whether there were any omissions. Farm tools. If you want to farm, you need farm tools. The most basic farm tool is the hoe, also called a tiger shovel. It can be used for harvesting, digging holes, making ridges, cultivating land, covering soil, weeding, breaking up soil, tilling, and cultivating soil. It is an all-purpose farm tool. It is one of the most commonly used tools by farmers. When using it, hold the handle with both hands and make rotary impact movements. According to historical records, the earliest bronze hoe appeared in the Western Zhou dynasty. But in fact, hoes, stone hoes, already existed in the Stone Age. This type of stone hoe was used until the Han dynasty when it was truly eliminated. Now the tribe has no metal, and all Chun Fan can make is a stone hoe. He finds his husband and decides to let this clever young leader be responsible for making farm tools. Hoes are used frequently, so material selection becomes extremely critical. It is best to choose stones with high hardness and good toughness. This way it won't break easily. The first thing Chun Fan thought of was quartzite. This thing is not as useful as flint, but it is easy to find. The hoe can't be too big or too small, otherwise it will be too laborious and the efficiency will be low. Chun Fan was polishing the stone in his hand, which was about 30 centimeters wide and 40 centimeters long. The husband was listening at the side. Although he didn't understand some of the words, he roughly understood what Chun Fan meant, so he nodded repeatedly. It can't be too thin, otherwise it will break easily. Chun Fan picked up the polished stone and looked at it. He felt it was just right, so he handed it to his husband and said, "I need 200 stones like this. How long will it take to make them?" "Master Wuju, it will be fine in 1 day." The husband roughly calculated that he could polish 5 of them in a day. The youth archery team had exactly 40 people. Very good. Chun Fan is still relatively confident in his husband's work, so he left straight away and found Janya. A hoe also needs a handle, which should be slightly thinner than the arm. The length varies from person to person, but it is generally believed to be as high as the user's shoulder. Janya had a sharp long knife in his hand and could cut down trees faster, so the knife was handed over to him at this time, and some warriors from the Songlong tribe were assigned to him. At this point, some basic preparations had been arranged. He was a little worried about Shi, so he rode Huma over to take a look and found that they were doing very well. So he flew towards the middle of the mountain. Shui was playing with mud on the side, while Bing was meticulously staring at the big villa in front of her. This was the territory of the Lin tribe, and she attached great importance to it. Seeing Chun Fan flying over, she smiled and went to greet him. "Master Wuju." Her face is full of youthful vigor. Chun Fan was slightly stunned and couldn't help comparing her with Do in his mind. Bing's facial features are better, but Do's legs are prettier. Bing is full of holiness, while Do contains a hint of wildness. Bing is more quiet, but Do is more considerate. Both girls are youthful and full of life, and Chun Fan has no idea who is better. "Master Wuju?" Bing called out softly again. Chun Fan was always distracted. She had noticed it a long time ago, so she didn't think much about it. "Well, how is it? Are you satisfied?" "Very satisfied." "That's great. We'll plant some vegetables outside the fence, raise some fish in the pond, and build a small bamboo forest in the yard." Bing heard this. His eyes became strange, and his expression was a little confused. Chapter 88. What my husband gave me is the best. The next day, Chun Fan took Do and Yu and began to wander around the territory. In the valley, several warriors and a group of women were building a pavilion. This was a task assigned by Chun Fan. There are 3 pavilions in total, one at the entrance of the valley, one under the Yinmu tree, and one on the platform on the cliff. The pavilion at the entrance of the valley is for the tribesmen on guard to rest. The pavilion under the Yinmu tree is used for the tribesmen to fetch water and rest. The pavilion on the cliff is the viewing platform. Because of the Yinmu tree, the valley was as warm as spring, and some tender grass had already poked its head out on the cliff. Sitting here, you can enjoy the scenery of the valley. Yinmu, stone well, pavilion, small river, neat stone slabs, desolate cliffs, and the faint wind and snow in the distance outside the valley. Together, they form a breathtaking beauty. Chun Fan also put a lot of fish into the river below. The water was clear, and the fish swam back and forth suddenly, sometimes motionless and sometimes suddenly swimming away. Doe looked at the earth-shaking changes in the valley and couldn't help but think of the first time he met Chun Fan. Memories flooded into her mind, and her eyes looking at Chun Fan became even softer and more affectionate. While he was watching the tribesmen working on the platform, he also thought of the scene of sitting on the ground with Chun Fan. Then he thought of the embarrassing incident of stepping in shit, and suddenly he lost all other thoughts. Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction. The changes in the valley were better than he expected. The main reason is that the Yinmu tree is too big. Its branches and leaves are like a canopy, and its color is festive. The stream reflects its color, which is also reflected on the cliff. The colors are colorful and complement each other. Great, let's go and see what Langshan is doing. Chun Fan put his arm around Doe's waist, pulled you up with his left hand, and headed towards Langshan. 3 or 4 tribesmen were laying stone slabs on the road. They were paving from Sanlong Square and would soon reach the valley. This stone path is lined with tall trees on both sides. Walking in it is quiet and profound, which is a unique experience. That's great. After paving the road, put up a bamboo fence as high as your calf on the side of the road to prevent small animals from running around and relieving themselves. Yes, the tribesmen who received praise worked even harder. The 3 of them walked all the way to Sanlong Square, which had changed drastically. In the center of the square, a 2-meter-high stone platform was built. On it was a large stone pot. The bonfire in the pot was rekindled and the fire was fierce. The square is surrounded by lush trees and hung with colorful straw ropes and various animal bones. The unique style is eye-catching. Wow, husband, these auspicious objects are so beautiful. We can hang some on the cliffs in the valley when we get back. Doe likes this style very much. Yeah, I think it would look nice hanging all over the cave entrance. You also expressed his opinion. Okay, then you two can do this when you get back. Chun Fan made the final decision. After saying that, he walked towards Wolf Mountain. At this time, Wolf Mountain was covered with paths, and the houses that had been collapsed by the heavy snow had been repaired. The vegetation on the mountain has also been trimmed, and occasionally the howling of wolves can be heard. It doesn't look like something Wuda would do. Chun Fan was quite surprised. The first person he thought of was Een, who might be the one behind this. It should be the high priest who did it. Doe pouted her lips. She suddenly felt that Wolf Mountain was bright and beautiful, much better than living in a cave. It seems that I haven't seen the high priest in the past 2 days. He didn't even attend the Sacred Tree Festival. You suddenly said. This reminded Chun Fan that Een and Qing did not participate in the Sacred Tree Festival, and they should be concentrating on studying texts. Let's go and see her. Chun Fan walked towards Yin's residence. The scenery along the way was beautiful. The tribesmen were working here and there, and some children were in groups, chasing the giant wolves everywhere and playing. When they arrived at Yin's residence, the 3 of them looked embarrassed, because the sounds of mating and Qing's loud cries could be heard from there. Good job. I thought you were studying words, but it turns out you were studying kisses. Everyone is busy, but you're having a good time here. However, Chun Fan thought about it and left with the 2 girls. A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold, and not disturbing it is the best respect. Speaking of interruptions, Chun Fan couldn't help but think of a piece of news he had read in his previous life. A couple didn't want to disturb their children at home, so they were having fun in the car, but they were discovered by a passing older woman. The older sister became more and more angry, so she went home to get a shovel, came back and beat the man to death. Afterwards, the 3 of them inspected the farmlands in the basin, the villas on the mountainside, and the work of the tribesmen. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. In the evening, Chun Fan sent the 2 girls back and entered the space directly on the spot. Today is another month. Since the last time I signed in a month ago, the space has not given any rewards for continuous sign-in. This made Chun Fan very unhappy. However, the last time the ranch was opened, the first animal given was the red-bellied pheasant, and all the animals given afterwards were ordinary animals. The growth period of ordinary animals is also 10 days, which is outrageous. So now he only had the 10 cows that he had harvested before, and as for the ducklings, they were still in the pasture pond and had not been harvested yet. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host. Dense metal warning sounds rang out, and Chun Fan got another shovel. He reclaimed the 6th field, planted some tomatoes, and walked towards the pasture. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward. 10 chicks and a bag of feed. Short oil? Chun Fan was stunned and gave it to the chick again. Now the chicken cavalry could expand its team. He harvested the cattle in the ranch and raised chickens. That way he had 20 cows. It's enough for farming. Only then did he realize that a plow is needed to plow the land. I actually forgot about this. He hurried back to the real space and prepared to make a plow overnight. The history of the plow can be traced back to primitive society. The primitive inhabitants of Himudu began to use a wood and stone plow, which was called a lay-si at that time, and was used to plow the fields. During the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, iron plows appeared, called chufan. In the Han Dynasty, there was an agricultural tool called a plow, and the fields were plowed using 2 oxen. As for the Sui and Tang dynasties, curved plows began to appear. Now that the conditions are limited, Chun Fan thought for a long time and finally decided to use the 2 oxen lifting a bar method. The Book of Han, records of food and goods, records a scene of 2 oxen carrying a load in Yunnan during the Tang dynasty. When plowing the field, a 3-foot plow is used with a grid length of more than 10 feet. 2 oxen are 7 or 8 feet apart. One tenant leads the oxen, another holds the plow handle, and another holds a hoe. According to research, gu is a horizontal beam placed between the necks of 2 oxen. The history of Tibetan kings also has detailed records on this, so I will not go into details here. This kind of knowledge was covered in the textbooks for junior high school students in his previous life, so Chun Fan became even more proficient in it. He still chose quartzite as the plow, dug holes in the wood, inserted the finished plow into the holes, stuffed it with small pieces of wood and broken animal skins to fix it, and tied it tightly with ropes. After a sleepless night, I finally finished the first plow in the early morning. He took out 2 oxen, fixed the plow behind the oxen's necks, and then inserted the plow into the soil. With just a command, the 2 oxen slowly moved forward. The soil was turned over and the fresh smell of earth filled my nose. Chun Fan smiled. It works. This is a groundbreaking technology, although people in the wilderness had already discovered copper and could use it simply. This shows that it is very likely that some tribes have also learned to farm. But Chun Fan believes that using a plow to till the land is definitely the most advanced technology. What's more, the Chi tribe can now farm in all seasons, which is a natural advantage. In just 2 or 3 years, the tribe's granary can be filled. Excited, he found his husband and first checked the hoes made by his husband and his men. There were 200 hoes, and each one was made very solidly. So he gave the plow-making technology to the husband and asked him to speed up the production and make 9 sets in one day. Then he found Tooth and gave all the cattle to him. After finishing all this, it was already noon. He was hungry, so he rushed back to the cave, gnawed a piece of corn to fill his stomach, and suddenly felt a little greedy. Maybe it was because food issues finally got off to a good start, so he felt relaxed and wanted to eat something good. So he called Yu and Do, and also called Bing and Shui back. He decided to eat hot pot. During this period, he would occasionally grow some vegetables and condiments in the space, so making tomato and spicy hot pot bases was no problem. It's a pity that there is no shabu-shabu pot. It didn't matter. He just took 2 pots, and after some busy work, the pot base was ready. Do stood beside him and concentrated on learning how to prepare the base of the pot. He was responsible for washing and cutting vegetables, while Bing and Shui were responsible for making fire and adding fuel. It wasn't long before the aroma filled the bonfire hall. Chun Fan cut the meat slices and put them in, only to realize that he had forgotten to get chopsticks. He hurriedly made the chopsticks, and everyone could finally start eating. It's a pity that except Chun Fan, no one else can use chopsticks. They clumsily picked up the meat slices and vegetables with chopsticks, and after some attempts, they finally tasted the delicious food. Wow! You stuffed his mouth with cabbage, and little stars appeared in his eyes. So delicious! In the past, she ate just to fill her stomach, but today, she realized that eating is actually a kind of enjoyment. Sister, this is delicious! Shui grabbed the food on the chopsticks with one hand and put it into his mouth. He was a poor child, and his current life made him feel extremely happy. Then eat quickly, or Master Wuju will finish it. Bing gave Chun Fan a blank look, and quickly picked out some more vegetables for Shui. And what about Chun Fan? He reached into the pot with his chopsticks one by one, picking up a large piece of vegetable each time, but he put most of it in front of the beans, not caring about others at all. Beans, are they delicious? It's delicious. The ones my husband gave me are the best. Do's face was full of happiness. Her tone was so soft and gentle that it was hard to control. Chapter 89. The Fully Armored Horrifying Beast. When Chun Fan woke up, it was already dark. After signing in, he went to a small pavilion on the cliff in the valley and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and practiced basic breathing techniques until dawn, then opened his eyes, rode on Huma, and flew directly to the farmland in the basin. The farmland has been neatly cultivated and the land is flat and open. According to conservative estimates, the area here is about 1,000 acres. According to the experience of the ancients, 5 acres of land were needed to provide food for an adult man for 1 year. In other words, this large piece of land can feed about 200 people a year. Although the fields here are more fertile, primitive people eat more, so overall they are about the same. This means that more farmland will need to be reclaimed in the future. She was very hardworking. When Chun Fan arrived, she was already working with a number of people. 20 green cows were tied up by them on the edge of the hillside. The plows that the husbands had made were piled nearby, and they didn't know how to use them. So Chun Fan explained it to them carefully and demonstrated it himself. After everyone learned it, he started to turn the soil again. The ground turned over by the hoe is too shallow. It would be better to turn it over with a plow. Then it was time to plant potatoes. Chun Fan decided to only plant this kind of crop for the time being. Only after everyone has become familiar with farm work and has mastered the basic knowledge of doing farm work will he consider letting everyone plant crops such as wheat. As for the sprouted potatoes, Chun Fan had already prepared them. Growing potatoes is very simple. Chun Fan asked everyone to gather around and began to explain. This is called sprouting. If you put potatoes in a warm place, they will automatically grow. Only with this kind of sprout can potatoes grow. Look carefully, a potato like this needs to be cut into small pieces, and the small pieces must have sprouts on them. Then dig holes in the ground and put the cut potatoes in, 3 in each hole. Finally, bury it with soil. Chun Fan used a hoe to flatten the soil next to the small pit, covering the buried potatoes, and straightened up and asked, "Do you understand everything?" "Understand. But Master Wuju, can we really grow food like this?" One of the tribesmen found it hard to believe. "Of course, look at this fruit tree. It grows like this." Chun Fan explained casually, his expression changing slightly. "When digging holes, remember to keep one step apart. Don't dig too close together." "Okay, Teeth, I'll leave these to you." Chun Fan gave them some final instructions and left in a hurry. Oasis North. The fierce wolf patrols the sky with chicken cavalry. Suddenly, a wooden spear shot from afar, and the huge force it carried directly pierced through a red-bellied pheasant and the cavalry on its back. Cool. Li Lang was shocked. With his eyesight, he couldn't even see where the enemy was. After patrolling for so many days, this was the first time they were attacked. And seeing the power of the wooden spear, he knew that this was not an enemy they could handle. So he shouted, "Go back and report." Immediately, 2 cavalrymen split into 2 groups and rushed towards the valley. The remaining 7 riders also separated in an instant to avoid being caught in one fell swoop when they were too concentrated. This is all from regular training. Although Qing, as the high priestess, led a somewhat dissolute life, she never failed to do what she was supposed to do. "Chief, what is this?" One of the cavalrymen landed to check on his companion's body and found that the wooden spear was melting. This is not a wooden spear at all. Chun Fan was riding on Huma and happened to meet 2 chicken cavalrymen who had come back to report the news. "Master Wuju, I know everything. You guys go back and rest first." Chun Fan interrupted them and headed directly north. After the snow melted, Huma and Barking Beast found many corpses of warriors from the 6 major tribes in the jungle. As a result, they drank a lot of blood and their strength increased. Huma was as fast as the wind and soon saw Li Lang and others. Just now, another cavalryman was killed. There were 2 bodies lying in the forest, which was shocking. Chun Fan was furious. "You all go back," he roared and rushed into the desert. According to his perception, there was a giant beast hidden under the yellow sand. This could be said to be his own negligence because the valley faces the south and the Tsanglong tribe is also south of the oasis. So most of the time, the tribesmen pay more attention to patrolling the south. This question sounds outrageous. If they are clearly aware of the situation in the south, why do they still have to patrol every day? In fact, it is because people's subconscious mind resists the unknown. They don't go to unknown places and only move around in familiar places. Another reason is that everyone instinctively believes that there are living things only in the south. As a modern man and a shaman of the tribe, Chun Fan did not notice this problem, which would be said to be an oversight. At this moment, he sensed the location of the giant beast and used a gravity spell to eject it from the yellow sand. It was a strange-looking beast. It is a bit like a buffalo, but bigger, more than 4 meters tall and more than 8 meters long. It is generally black, with only scaly skin and no hair. It has 3 yellow hooves on each foot, a thick, short tail, low-set eyes, and a brown-black horn that curves upward on top of its nose. The horn was more than 1 meter long and looked very exaggerated and uncoordinated. What surprised Chun Fan was that there was a person sitting on the back of this strange beast, strong and sturdy, not inferior to a war bear. Behind him, there was a bunch of messy things tied up with ropes. The man seemed to have not expected to be discovered so immediately and roared in surprise. "You who kill me will die here today." Chun Fan's tone was cold. "Who are you?" Yellow stripes appeared on the man's body, and he was a sandworm. I saw him untie the rope behind him, reach out, and pull out a helmet. That's right. Although it looked ugly, Chun Fan was sure that it was a helmet, probably made of scales of some animal. But the helmet was not for himself. but for the head of the strange beast. Then he pulled out strips of scaly things and draped them neatly on the body of the strange beast. That's not all. He took out 2 long animal fangs and inserted them into the long strip in front of the monster's shoulders. Attack and defense, fully armed. Chun Fan just looked at him quietly without going forward to disturb him. This was the first time he saw someone equip him out. At the same time, I was searching in my mind what this strange beast was. He once read a book called Miracles of Creation in a library, which recorded a strange beast that seemed similar to this one. That is the Desert King beast, meaning the King of Desert, also known as Pierre Cardin. It is an evil giant beast. It is said that its favorite food is young cubs, and it is not picky about what kind of cubs. And its most terrifying ability is the horn on top of its nose. Chun Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at the horn for a while longer. It looked a bit like a giant chicken. Are you ready? Please start your performance. Chapter 90 Underground Space. Please start your performance. Chun Fan was at his leisure. He wasn't even afraid of the green-striped fighter, let alone a mere yellow-striped warrior. You haven't answered me yet. Who are you? The man was holding a bone stick and looked up and shouted at Chun Fan. There's no need for the dead to know so much, but if you're willing to tell me who you are, I can make your death more comfortable. Ah! The man roared, and the long horns of the Desert King beast emitted a faint luster, and actually left the head and shot towards Chun Fan. Fuck, are you polite? Chun Fan felt a chill. Huma is not a clumsy bird like the red-bellied pheasant. It dodged with just a slight movement. Then Chun Fan discovered that a horn had suddenly grown on the head of the Desert King beast. Unlimited ammo? Quite interesting. At this time, dogs were barking and wolves were howling, and Puda and Wuda came with their people. What is that? Wuda and others had never seen the Desert King beast and were amazed. Whatever it is, if it kills our people, it will become a corpse in no time. The war bear rode on a big wolf and was ready to fight with his hammer in hand. Unexpectedly, when the other party saw so many people coming, they turned the beast around and tried to escape. Can we leave? Chun Fan directly used gravity magic to restrain him. Puda and others rushed forward immediately when they saw this. With the barking beast there, they were very confident. Leave him alive, Chun Fan shouted. Then the barking of a barking beast was heard, and the yellow-striped warrior's mind went blank, and he fell to the sand. But the Desert King beast is not affected at all. Moo! It let out a long, loud roar towards the sky. Zhanya, who was rushing in the front, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in the sand. The people behind were not much better off. They all vomited blood and fell off their mounts. Some smaller wolves died suddenly. Even the barking beasts were crawling on the ground, with their heads swaying from side to side, looking very uneasy. Retreat. Wuda tried his best to get up, shouting to everyone while crawling forward, trying to drag Zhanya back. But the tribesmen couldn't get up at all. Although Huma was in the sky, it was also greatly affected, and Chun Fan could only let it land. He shook his head. It seemed that he would have to wait a little longer before he could become a hands-off boss. However, this Desert King beast could actually launch mental attacks, and was much stronger than the barking beast. This made Chun Fan very happy. After all, you are in my territory, so the things are mine. Chun Fan already considered the Desert King beast as a sure thing, so his target was the yellow-striped warrior. Everyone move back and keep a distance. Chun Fan cast a healing spell and stepped forward with a knife. Master Wuju, be careful. Putin is extremely weak. Chun Fan nodded. His mental power far exceeded that of the Desert King beast. What he needed to be wary of was its horn. It turns out they're just a bunch of trash. The yellow-striped warrior regained consciousness, turned over, and climbed onto the back of the Desert King beast, shouting, "You people have destroyed our homeland. I am here to punish you on behalf of God." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Fan arrived. The Desert King orc stood up, its 2 front legs and 6 hooves flew up and down, kicking towards Chun Fan. Damn it! Foshan's shadowless kick. Chun Fan directly threw a gravity spell in the opposite direction. The creature only had 2 hind legs to support its huge body, and it could not stand steadily for a moment and fell heavily to the ground. The yellow-striped warrior was startled and dived into the sand. Phew! The bone knife stabbed into the sand, splashing a flower of blood. The Desert King beast got up and was furious. He raised his head and roared again. Moo! But Chun Fan was not affected at all. He used gravity spells one after another to trap it firmly in place. Then he quickly divined based on the blood on the bone knife. Golden River Alliance? There was a strange light in Chun Fan's eyes. It turns out that there are many tribes living in the north of the oasis. They have learned to survive by forming alliances. The largest alliance among them is the Golden River Alliance. And this yellow-striped warrior is a warrior from the Jinsha tribe. The Jinsha tribe is good at taming animals, and the Desert King beast is just one of the many animals they have tamed. But it wasn't these that surprised Chen Fan. Instead, there was actually a huge space under the oasis, but the entrance to this space was in the desert far to the north. The Jinsha tribe lives in it. It turns out that the roots of the flame tree have extended into the territory of their tribe. That's quite interesting. Chen Fan muttered and walked towards the Desert King beast. Chapter 91 Egg. It was not until this moment that Chen Fan truly understood why there was no surface water in the oasis. Even a few days ago, when the 2-meter-high snow melted, there was not much water left on the oasis. Although a large part of Yinmu evaporated, this matter still caught his attention. It turns out that it all flowed into the underground space. A large amount of snow suddenly melted, causing the underground space to be flooded. It was for this reason that the yellow-striped warrior said that Chen Fan and others had destroyed their homes. In addition, the roots of the firewood tree continued to grow, penetrating dozens of meters underground and directly reaching people's homes. The Jinsha tribe then sent people out to investigate the situation. After figuring out all this, Chen Fan knew that someone would find this place soon. But the most important task now is to control the Desert King beast. He used a bone knife to slash the 4 legs of the Desert King beast several times, destroying its ability to move. Master Wuju. At this time, Wulong and others had also recovered and gathered around. What the hell is this thing? It's even more powerful than Puta's barking beast. Yes, it's very powerful, and it looks very strange. No matter how powerful he is, he can still be easily controlled by Master Wuju. Witchcraft. Witchcraft. A solid sense of security and a strong sense of pride made the soldiers cheer. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. I told you to go a little further away. I haven't completely controlled the Desert King beast yet. If it roars now, won't you be in trouble? But seeing how excited they were, and it was too late to retreat now, he could only use his powerful magic power to sense the state of the Desert King beast. Once it shows signs of attacking, the only option is to kill it. Fortunately, this Desert King beast was very smart and did not act rashly. So Chen Fan asked the chicken cavalry to go back and find Bing. According to legend, unicorns will succumb to the body scent of a young girl. This kind of weird saying was very popular in the past. Chen Fan personally has doubts about it, but it is played like this in the movies. Give it a try. The Desert King beast is obviously a type of unicorn. Let Bing come over and give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can think of other ways. Huda Wuda, take your people back. I am enough for you here. The tribe is now under construction in full swing, and it is a time when people are needed. It is a bit of a waste of resources for them to be here. Huda and Wuda blushed, knowing that they were being disliked. Yes, the two of them responded in unison and left with their people. Not long after, Bing came riding a water huma and was surprised to see the Desert King beast lying on the ground. Master Wuju, this disaster beast? She thought Chen Fan asked her to come over to fight, but now the disaster beast was obviously unable to move. In that case, why did you call me here? This is called the Desert King beast. I heard that this beast will surrender when it smells the body fragrance of a young girl, so I asked you to come and try it out. Bing's face turned red. There was a hint of sympathy in his eyes as he looked at Chen Fan. It was no secret that Chen Fan had been hit by a stone and turned into a fool. She had also heard about it. It's true. Seeing her like this, Chen Fan couldn't help but become stubborn. Bing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought to myself, you are such a good storyteller. How could there be such an animal? If there is such an animal, it can only be a man. Chen Fan sensed her thoughts and was speechless. She made a lot of sense. I couldn't argue with her. Fortunately, he was a witch after all, and Bing couldn't refuse his request. She could only blush and ask, then what should I do? Just sit there. I'll heal its legs first. If it doesn't surrender, we'll kill it. Chen Fan said as he cast a healing spell. The wound on the Desert King's leg healed instantly, and it suddenly stood up, looking towards Bing, but did not launch an attack. There's hope. Chen Fan was happy and continued to feel it with his heart. The horns on the Desert King's head began to shrink until they were only as long as a finger. Then it lowered its head, bent its front legs, and knelt in front of the ice. It turns out what Master Wuju said was actually true. Bing was overjoyed, but she was also very confused. Could it be that this Desert King beast had never met a young girl before? Touch the top of its head, so we'll think you accepted submission. Chen Fan reminded from the side. Bing did as she was told. Sure enough, the moment her hand touched the top of the Desert King beast's head, the beast's horn emitted a faint yellow light, completing the contract ceremony. Wow! Bing exclaimed, this feeling was so wonderful. Can you believe it? I tamed a disaster beast as a pet based on its body odor. In excitement, she jumped directly onto the back of the Desert King beast and began to gallop through the jungle. Several black lines appeared on Chun Fan's forehead. This girl, she didn't even bother to take me with her. After returning to the cave, Chun Fan lay directly in the bathtub. He needs to think carefully about how to face the Jinsha tribe. The two tribes have lived side by side for who knows how many years. They are neighbors, but also mortal enemies. Just imagine, who can tolerate someone else living above their head? Who can tolerate other people's feces being washed down by rain and becoming their drinking water? No one can stand it. The Jinsha tribe must not do that either. They will find this place sooner or later, and then there will be a big war. And the Jinsha tribe is too strong. They have a legion of war beasts, among which there are nearly 100 light disaster beasts. There are countless ferocious beasts, and the Chilean tribe is unable to compete with such a tribe. Therefore, it's time to put defensive facilities on the agenda. The first thing Chun Fan thought of was the city wall. Facing the war beasts, the tall and thick city walls can block their charge. Even if they open a gap, the Chilean tribe can concentrate its strength to defend. The second thing he thought of was dinosaurs. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. If there is a large dinosaur with extremely strong lethality, it can cause a devastating blow to the war beasts of the Jinsha tribe. But he doesn't have a beast taming ring now, so even if he finds a suitable dinosaur, he won't be able to subdue it. So he immediately thought of the eggs that the space had rewarded him with. Chapter 92, Preparing to Repair the City Wall. He still threw the egg in the space hut. At that time, he felt that hatching it was time-consuming and laborious, and it would take time to cultivate it after hatching, so he did not take it seriously. Now that I think about it, if it had hatched at that time, it would have probably hatched by now. There was no point in regretting it, so he took out the egg. I don't know if it's because I haven't seen it for a long time, but Chun Fan always feels that it is a little different from before, but he can't tell exactly where the difference is. Is it possible that this is just food? Chun Fan was suddenly startled. He quickly raised it and looked at the torch. This is subject to certain rules. Eggs are divided into seed eggs and white eggs. Seed eggs mean eggs containing fertilized eggs. Only such eggs can be hatched. White eggs, on the contrary, cannot be hatched. The easiest way to judge is to observe it under strong light. The eggs with black shadows are the breeding eggs. Fine. There is a distinct dark shadow in this egg. Chun Fan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stood up to prepare for hatching. To hatch an egg, temperature and humidity are the most important. He first made a large insulated box out of wood with a wall 7 centimeters thick. He placed a large stone bowl inside the box, which was half the height of an egg. 3 layers of wooden grids were also made inside the box, and the eggs were placed in stone bowls to keep them tilted at 40 degrees. Then add water to the bowl. The tops of the eggs and other spaces in the box were filled with animal hair and hay. He made a door on the front of the box for ventilation. He dug a small hole in the top of the box and stuffed the branches of the yinmu tree into it to maintain the temperature inside the box. Of course, he didn't have to worry about the eggs being burnt because yinmu could control his own temperature. As for humidity, it is even simpler. There is a well next to it, and yinmu can evaporate some water at any time to maintain the humidity in the box. After doing this, he called Janin and Janya and asked them to take turns guarding the wooden box and not allow anyone to approach. Then he could just wait slowly. I don't know what kind of egg this is. Chun Fan really hopes it is a dragon egg, not a dinosaur, but a dragon. Even if it was a giant dragon like the one in the West, he could barely accept it. But considering how stingy the space system is, he will never forget the straw sandals, underwear, animal skins, hairpins that he received as rewards from space. That was the most painful memory of his youth. It is also the most shameful memory as a time traveler. As far as Chun Fan knows, the incubation period of dinosaur eggs is 3 to 6 months. This is the longest known incubation time for an egg on Earth. In the 21st century, the eggs with the longest incubation time are those of Xinianyu, which only take about 70 days. Therefore, Chun Fan estimated that it would take at least 2 or 3 months for this egg to hatch successfully. Before that, let's focus on building the city wall. So the next morning, except for children, pregnant women, and tribesmen who were building villas, he gathered everyone else in the valley. He stood in a pavilion on a cliff platform. Doe and you stood behind him, one on each side. The tribesmen were very quiet, staring at him intently. Family members, since the snow has receded, we have been working every day. Thank you for your hard work. It's a pity, War Bear yelled. Everything he has was given by the witch, so how could he feel fortunate? Yes, we are not hardworking. It is Master Wuju who works the hardest. Without Master Wuju, we would have died this winter. The tribesmen shook their heads. Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction, and then asked with concern, so how do you feel about your life now? That's great, of course. That's right, I've never eaten so many delicious foods before. Corn, potatoes, pork rib soup. They're all so delicious. Haha, you're still thinking about eating. If it weren't for Master Wuju, the leaf snake would have killed us all. That's right. Look at it now. It's been a long time since we were attacked by ferocious beasts. I feel like throwing up when I think about eating sandworm meat every day. The tribesmen have satisfied looks on their faces and are extremely happy with their current lives. The look he gave Chun Fan became increasingly fiery. We must always follow the footsteps of Master Wuju. Very good. Chun Fan's eyes swept across everyone's face and continued to ask, in this case, if someone wants to seize our territory, what should be done? His voice suddenly rose. I kill. Whoever dares to destroy our wolf mountain will die. I just planted the potatoes, and I'm still waiting for them to grow. My baby is about to be born, and no one can leave my baby without a place to live. Kill, kill, kill. Roars echoed in the valley. The tribesmen's eyes were red and filled with madness. Because of the accumulation of murderous intent, some people have even taken out their weapons and are holding them tightly. At this moment, Chun Fan believed that even if 10 leaf snakes attacked at the same time, these angry tribesmen could tear them to pieces alive. This is the power of mobilization. If he orders everyone to do things in his capacity as a wizard, everyone will certainly do it seriously, but there will be a lack of passion. Only by mobilizing with heart can everyone be as excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Okay, from today on, I will build a wall to protect our territory. This is a very difficult task. Are you willing to do it? Willing. Willing. The tribesmen didn't know what a city wall was, but in this state of fighting spirit, they were willing to do whatever the witch asked them to do. Then, the construction of the first city wall of Chi tribe began. The first task Chun Fan assigned to his tribesmen was to mine huge rocks, which was not an easy task. Because the oasis is so small, there are only so many exposed boulders. The city wall that Chun Fan wants to build will cover the entire oasis. In this case, the boulders on the surface will definitely not be enough, and they must be mined in the mountains, so the workload will be huge. And even then, it is not certain that enough boulders can be obtained. The second task was to cut down trees. A large amount of wood would be needed to build the city wall, and Chun Fan also needed to make some simple carts to help the tribesmen transport the boulders. Relying solely on Mammoth for transportation would still be a bit time-consuming. The third task was to clear the land at the border between the oasis and the desert and dig a trench deep enough for the foundation. These 3 tasks have been assigned for the time being, and he himself wants to study copper. There's a lot of copper ore on the mountain, and the tribesmen can collect the copper or when they mine the boulders. This is the wilderness, a wilderness with dinosaurs and all kinds of strange abilities. Ordinary city walls might be able to block disaster beasts of relatively modest size, such as the barking beast and the desert king beast. But it definitely can't stop the huge wild beast. For example, the mammoth, although it became a dung carrier in the Chi tribe. But in fact, attacking cities and plundering strongholds is its strong point. It's just that because there are no cities now, its role cannot be reflected. So if we want to build a city wall, we must do our best to prevent the greatest risks. The first thing Chun Fan thought of was to pour copper juice. Copper itself is not hard, but when building a city wall, if the gaps are filled with copper liquid, the wall can be made stronger. Moreover, by inserting sharp objects such as wooden spikes or bone spikes into the uncooled copper liquid and then repeatedly hammering the solidified copper, it can become extremely hard. This can firmly fix wooden spikes and other objects, giving the city wall an extra attack capability without drilling holes. Of course, he has another mission, which is also the most important mission: burning bricks. Chapter 93: Clay and Kiln Repair. Brick making is a technical job. Chun Fan had to do it himself, and the first step to making bricks was to find clay. Clay is a sticky soil with little sand. Water cannot pass through it easily, and it has good plasticity. This soil is an important mineral raw material, widely distributed in rocks and soils around the world. But the easiest place to find clay is by the river. There's more or less sand by the river, and the dark yellow soil under the sand is clay. But the problem is, there is no river in the oasis. We can only conduct a carpet search. This will lead to a greater demand for manpower. A house full of children and grandchildren, a glorious tribe. The ancients were not lying to me. Having a child is a big deal. Chun Fan lamented that the population was too small, so he could only find Tooth to teach him how to identify clay. The 2 men carried their hoes and left the valley. Chun Fan specifically looked for low-lying areas. Although there were no rivers in the oasis, there would always be places where water flowed due to the rain and snow over the years. Master Wuju, where are we going? She didn't quite understand, but in fact he was anxious to make a contribution. Puda and the chief of internal affairs issued an order that the team that collected the most boulders would get more food and equipment. Although the logistics team is the weakest, they have a lot of people. Digging stones is not a war. The totem team and the hunting team have 2 arms and 1 head. Who is afraid of whom? Facts have proved that having more people is indeed useful. The warriors under his command were the first to find a large stone mine. Just as they were about to mine, he was called by Chun Fan. Chun Fan picked up his hoe and dug the ground every few steps, saying as he dug, "We need to find a kind of soil that is more important than stone." More important than stone. Chi immediately became alert. "Yes, that's it." Chun Fan's voice was full of surprise. Where his hoe dug, dark yellow clay was exposed. He quickly dug to the side and found that the ground was all clay. Unexpectedly, it was so easy to find. Chun Fan threw the hoe on the ground and said solemnly, "Chi, remember what this kind of soil looks like. Then go back and call for help. Have them dig out all the soil and pile it next to the tree. Remember, dig as much as you can." After saying that, he was still worried and added, "Call the women over too. Hurry up. I will come over to cook for you in the evening." "Yes." Chi immediately became serious, grabbed a handful of soil and tasted it, then nodded heavily. "Remember." After saying that, he ran away happily. Are you kidding? Who would want to dig stones when there's a witch cooking for them? Just some food and equipment trash. After solving the clay problem, Chun Fan did not dare to relax. There were still many things to do, such as the simple cart and kiln. Now that the tribesmen have started working, the matter of the cart cannot be delayed. A kiln is needed to burn bricks. Only a kiln can produce enough temperature to bake the bricks solidly. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Chun Fan decided to build the kiln first. Stone can be dug and transported later, but clay cannot be left alone for long. So he walked a little further away and chose a flat and open place to build kiln. At this time, a group of strong girls who were delivering water happened to pass by. Chun Fan had no choice but to capture them as soldiers. "You guys come here." He waved his hands, trying to look kind. The girls were very surprised. They didn't expect to meet the witch here. They twisted their thick waists and ran towards Chun Fan. That posture, that walk. It's the devil's pace. Rub, rub, rub on the smooth ground. Sorry for getting distracted. Chun Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and once again felt fortunate that there were women like Do in this primitive society. Otherwise, he would definitely have a hard life. "Master Wuju, you called us?" "What is it, Master Wuju? Just tell us. We can do anything." "Are you thirsty?" The girls were chattering, and one of them was holding a stone jar and was about to feed Chun Fan. Her long mouth was pouted, as if she was afraid that the water would spill out, and caution and excitement coexisted on her dark face. Who can withstand this? "No, I'm not thirsty." Chun Fan kept smiling. This is what a person in a high position should be like, to remain calm even when faced with a huge crisis, and to keep smiling no matter what the circumstances. Because someone once said, "A primitive boy who loves to laugh will not have bad luck." I called you here because I need your help. Please help me find some stones around here. They should be about the size of a fist. Chun Fan quickly got down to business. Good. The girls were obedient. They immediately put down the stone jars in their hands and ran into the jungle. Seeing this, Chun Fan also swung his hoe. You can't just use stones to build a kiln. The gaps between the stones are too large to retain heat, so you have to cover it with mud. In this way, every once in a while, a girl would run back with stones in her hands. A lot of stones soon piled up behind Chun Fan. He called a younger girl and asked her to sit next to him and watch him operate, so that she could teach others how to build the remaining kilns. It would have been better to find an adult male, but he really didn't want to exploit the rock-digging team anymore. He piled the excavated soil together into a pancake shape, then took out some water and poured it over. "May I have your name?" he asked the girl while stirring the soil with a hoe. "My name is Sue." The girl was rather quiet, and Chun Fan had not seen her very often. She should be a member of the Songlong tribe. Her long face was dirty and her hair was scattered all over the place, making her look like a beggar in a martial arts drama in her previous life. "Okay, Sue, watch my movements carefully and see how much you can remember." Chun Fan gave her an encouraging look and started to mix the mud. This is very simple, and any human with normal IQ can learn it. Sue has obviously reached this low-level requirement. She watched it very seriously. It was actually still snowing high in the sky, and time is slowly passing. Chun Fan has built the stone kiln. It is very large, with a length and width of 10 meters and a height of nearly 5 meters. Because the bricks he wants to burn are also huge bricks. If the girls hadn't had to run farther and farther to find the stones, he would have wanted to make it bigger. He laid a layer of stone slabs 1 meter above the ground in the kiln. The area under the stone slab is used for making fire, and the area above the stone slab is used for placing bricks. The bricks can be baked by burning them for a whole day. Sue was watching from the side the whole time, and she remembered every step. The next step is to apply the soil. The soil must be applied evenly so that the temperature difference in each place is not too big. Well, I remember it. It was getting dark when Chan Fan finally finished repairing the first kiln. It looked a bit ugly, but it could definitely be used normally. The kiln he built did not have a cap on the roof because there was no need to. As long as he wanted, no snowflakes or raindrops would ever fall. Chun Fan rubbed his hands with satisfaction, then picked up the hoe and walked towards the direction where Chi and the others were digging. Come on, I'll take you to dinner. Chapter 94 Underground River. Torches have been lit in the woods. Fortunately, the air was humid enough to prevent a fire. The Chi family is still working. They are digging with full enthusiasm and have no intention of taking a rest. Chun Fan brought Sue with him and did not disturb them, but started cooking directly. The girls who were picking up stones also followed one after another, but were sent back by Chun Fan to get the stone pots. In fact, there was a stone pot in his space, but it was too small to cook for so many people. Only the big stone pot in the bonfire hall will do. While the girls were still here, he quickly dug a hole and made a fire. There was firewood everywhere, so it was very convenient. Then it's time to clean the fish. What he wanted to make was steamed fish, and there were already hundreds of bass in the space pond. This fish has a long body, flattened sides, a slightly raised back, and blunt and rounded dorsal and ventral surfaces. The head is medium-sized and slightly pointed. The body length can reach 10 to 20 centimeters, and the general weight is 2 to 4 kilograms. The largest individual can reach more than 15 kilograms. The sea bass in the space are all large fish over 30 centimeters long, and each weighs about 15 kilograms. Steaming 12 or 13 strips is enough for a big group. He temporarily found a piece of stone, broke it into pieces, and simply polished it into a stone knife and began to clean the internal organs. Sue studied hard on the side, and although he was a little clumsy at the beginning, he gradually became proficient. The excavated organs must be buried in the soil, otherwise they will attract some animals. Chun Fan is very patient, and such quiet time makes him feel very comfortable. Yes, but Master Wuju, I heard that all the animals in the territory are hiding now, and they can't be lured out no matter what we do. Then you have to bury it too. Good habits must be cultivated from childhood. Habit? Sue was a little confused. Master Wuju, what is a habit? Habits are. The two worked as they talked, and by the time the girls arrived carrying the large stone pot with difficulty, all 12 fish had been cleaned. The flames are strong. Chun Fan set up the big stone pot, put in water, and began to marinate the sea base. The fish meat is tender, but it still needs some cutting work on the fish body. In this way, stuff the green onion and ginger into the gap between the fish chest and the cutter. Then evenly apply a layer of salt and marinate for about 10 minutes. It doesn't have to be alcoholic, otherwise it can remove the fishy smell. However, for these primitive people who are used to eating raw meat, a little fishy smell is nothing. During the pickling period, Chun Fan quickly made a steamer, a layer with holes inside the steamer, out of bamboo. After a period of roasting, the water in the big stone pot began to bubble. Chun Fan broke off some potatoes, tomatoes, and corn and put them in, which not only added some sweetness, but also allowed everyone to eat more. The marinated sea base were neatly placed on the bamboo tray, just the right size. The fresh and delicious fish aroma soon wafted through the jungle. The girls stared at the stone pot and ignored Chun Fan. Only Sue swallowed his saliva and asked, Master Wuju, what is stuffed in the fish's belly? That's called seasoning. It makes the fish more fragrant. Chun Fan clapped his hands and stood up. Fish meat cooks easily. It's time to call the warriors from the logistics team over. Wow, it smells so good. She brought people over and smelled the fragrance from afar. So more than 100 people gathered around the stone pot, drooling. The flames crackled and hot steam came out from the gaps between the 3 stone slabs covering the stone pot. The glow of the flaming trees in the distance is like the sunset glow, and occasionally there are birds singing in the forest. In the dense forest, people wearing animal skins and holding hoes were sitting, standing, stretching their necks to look at the pot, pursing their lips to swallow their saliva. A vivid oil painting of primitive society gradually intoxicated Chun Fan. Sometimes beauty is that simple. Tranquility, relaxation, expectation, satisfaction. Isn't this the life that each of us wants? Master Wuju, haha. Can I eat it now? I really can't swallow my saliva. Chun Fan smiled, and then looked at the others, who were all in the same situation as Chi, with their saliva flowing everywhere. It's ready to eat. Chun Fan simply removed the stone slab, and the heat dissipated, with a stronger aroma entering everyone's nose, stimulating their most primitive eating instinct. But you have to be careful. There are tiny bones in this fish, which can easily pierce the throat. Chen Fan said this, and picked up a sea bass, then blew the horn to start the meal. Suddenly, people rushed forward. Wow, a young girl was closer. She grabbed a handful of fish and stuffed it in her mouth. It tasted so delicious that she had never tasted before. Her eyes widened. The happiness of eating made her nose sore, and she wanted to grab another handful, but found that she couldn't squeeze in. How could the logistics team, led by Chi, know how to be gentle with women? They rushed to grab the fish in the pot and stuff them into their mouths. The delicious taste they had never tasted before brought them ultimate happiness. My admiration for Chun Fan rose to a new level. Master Wuzhu equals happiness. This is probably everyone's common feeling at this moment. At this time, Chun Fan had already left with the fish. He still has to go back to be with Do and the others, and he believes that they will also like the steamed fish dish. 5 days later, the oasis is full of busy men and women. Even the wolves were not idle. They cooperated with each other, biting small pieces of wood with their mouths, running around, and having a lot of fun. 2 idle mammoths have begun to transport stones, and Qing ordered people to make 2 huge wooden frames. The stone was placed in a wooden frame, and the mammoth pulled it to the edge of the oasis. Although the efficiency was not particularly high, it also reflected the wisdom of primitive people. Primitive people are also human beings, intelligent creatures. Bing rode on the Desert King Beast to help the tribesmen cut down trees. When the Desert King Beast's horns shot out, even the golden Namu trees could be knocked down. A large open space appeared on the mountain, filled with stones mined in the past few days. From a distance, it looked like a small white hill. But this is far from enough. To enclose the entire oasis, the amount of materials needed is simply unimaginable. Chun Fan takes Su and the others to build kills every day. In the past few days, he has already built 8 kills. These girls have also mastered the method of repairing kills, and Chun Fan plans to repair 100 kills. There was no other way. The stones in the oasis were not enough, so he had to burn more bricks. And after the city wall was built, these kills could continue to burn bricks to build houses. In order to speed up the process, he had to call his husband over as well. Boys are stronger and more efficient at finding small stones. The key is that the husband has better skills, so Chun Fan feels more at ease. The only problem was that Chun Fan had to see how thick the ground was under his feet and how much of it overlapped with the underground space. He roughly knew that the underground holes were mostly in the desert, with only a small number under the oasis. But I'm afraid of this small part. If I dig through the clay while digging, it will be quite embarrassing, and the city wall will be built in vain. Divination. It's too deep to see clearly. Chun Fan vaguely felt that the thickness of the space from the ground to the underground was at least hundreds of meters. But if that's the case, how can the surface water go down unless there is an underground river? An underground river that leads directly to the underground space. Chapter 95 Makeup. Chun Fan's mind suddenly became active. If there really is such an underground river, then he might be able to get a glimpse of how the Jinsha tribe tames their war beasts. Do it when you think of it. He called Huma and began to search for traces of the underground river. Divination. Divination again. Every time he moved a certain distance, he would divine. Finally, at the foot of a small hill in the north, he found traces of an underground river. It was a large piece of limestone, so exquisitely crafted, like a huge natural relief with no hole on it. But Chun Fan clearly sensed that there was a river under the stone. The river is not big, and the trickle is still flowing. I don't know where the source of this underground river is. The bone knife was inserted directly into the crevice of the stone. Chun Fan exerted force with his wrist, and a large piece of stone fell down. He kept moving, stabbing at the stone with his knife. Seeing this, Huma on the side also used a sharp beak to help, but unfortunately his efficiency was too slow and was far inferior to Chun Fan. Okay, go play, I can do it myself. Chun Fan touched the feathers on its back. Huma closed his eyes and lowered his head. After enjoying his master's caress for a while, he let out a long cry and flapped his wings away. Throat. Crash. With another cut, a small hole appeared in the stone in front of him, and an underground river appeared in front of Chun Fan. The river water is as high as the calf and clear and transparent. There are no fish in the water, no dead branches or leaves, nothing at all. Chun Fan was delighted and used the water escape technique directly. He moved forward in the water, and everything in front of him was dark, but he could sense the surrounding environment. The river cave had a steep slope and continued to extend downward. The river cave is covered with stalactites, some of which even connect to the riverbed, forming an hourglass shape. As he continued to go down, the river cave became wider and wider, some small ponds began to appear, and then there were continuous, huge drops. Down, down, down. Then the river began to narrow again. Chun Fan felt that he had descended nearly 100 meters. He even sensed the underground space. Then a light appeared in front of his eyes. It was a light source the size of a fingernail. The faint blue light made Chun Fan quite curious. When I got closer, I found that the exit of this underground river was only as big as a fist. He was now in a very narrow, deep pool, and the exit was slightly higher than the water level. After ending the water escape state, Chun Fan looked towards the exit. There is a small space outside. The square space is at most 5 or 6 square meters. The walls are inlaid with many blue stones, as crystal clear as jade. Chun Fan's eyes moved and his face suddenly turned gloomy. Because there are not only stones on the wall, but also many parts. Women's body parts. Arms, legs, head, hair. These parts were hung neatly on the wall and divided into areas, like neatly displayed merchandise in a supermarket, which made Chun Fan feel both disgusted and angry. Could it be that the Jinsha tribe is a tribe of cannibals? But what are those eyeballs, noses, ears, and even teeth on the ground used for? You can't eat your teeth, right? He adjusted his position and continued to look down. There was a naked woman sitting on the ground in the middle of the small space. How is this possible? Chun Fan's face changed drastically. There was someone inside, but he didn't sense it at all. This woman can block perception. Did she discover herself? Probably not. At this moment, the woman was still sitting quietly and didn't notice anything unusual. Chun Fan could only see her back and thought she was very white. Not the normal white skin color. It's pale, like a corpse that has been soaked in water for a long time. But she was not bloated at all and was even very slim. The blue light from the wall flickered on her pale skin, revealing a mysterious and strange aura. Chun Fan was full of doubts and shrank his head slightly. Because the woman moved, she slowly turned around and Chun Fan saw her profile with a high nose and small ears. The weird thing was that sand kept coming out her ears. What was even more bizarre was her action. She twisted off the thumb of her left hand and gently placed it on the ground. No blood was shed, just an endless supply of sand. Then she picked out a satisfactory one from the many thumbs placed on the ground and put it in her hand. She raised her left hand and tried to bend her fingers, but she seemed dissatisfied. You're trash. The things you send are getting worse and worse. The woman complained coldly, her voice sharp and trembling. Then, under Chun Fan's shocked gaze, she ate the dissatisfied thumb. Crack! It was the sound of bones being crushed. Then came a sound of smacking lips. Good man. He even eats himself when he gets angry? Chun Fan really felt like fucked. Why did he have to be so cheap as to come and see this? Before he could finish being shocked, the woman pulled down his left arm again. Which one looks good? She looked at the arms hanging on the wall, like a bride happily choosing her favorite wedding dress. This is it. She took off one of the jade-like arms and put it directly on her shoulder. Then the right arm, left leg, right leg, Zuoxio. Chun Fan was numb. He lived 2 lives. This is the first time I've seen something so perverted. This is the first time I've seen such disgusting makeup. But it didn't end there. The woman dug out her eyeballs again. I really want to stab her. Chun Fan felt that he was a little out of control, and the bone knife appeared in his hand in an instant. But at this time, there was a knock on the door in the space below. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was dull and didn't sound like a direct knock on the door. The woman had just had a tooth fixed and seemed very displeased when she heard the sound, and shook her hair violently. Great witch, I'll be right out. Her voice suddenly became sweet and sexy. Then Chun Fan saw her pick up a piece of animal skin, open a seamless stone door, and walk into the room outside. Bang! The moment the stone door closed, Chun Fan clearly saw that there was also a small enclosed space outside. So this is this woman's secret room. But there is no flood here at all. Could it be that the accumulated water has been cleared? Who is this woman? He tried divination, but still saw nothing. This feeling is not good. Chapter 096 again. Chun Fan decided to go back first. There were no roots of the firewood tree here, which meant that he had not found the right place, but had discovered a hidden place by accident. And the woman with sand coming out of her body was too weird. There's no point in alerting the enemy. He returned by the same route using water escape, and found a large stone to cover the entrance of the underground river to prevent small animals from falling in and causing unnecessary trouble. The Jinsha tribe is so disgusting. They actually hide a stitched monster. He shook his head and put the matter out of his mind for the time being. This wilderness is full of strange things. Now that we have confirmed that there is no need to worry about digging through the underground space, the most important thing is to build the city wall first. He returned to the cave first. There were no animal skins left in the space, so he needed to go back and replenish a few more as they would be used to make mold for baking bricks. At this time, Do was helping to weave straw mats in the bonfire hall. This is what Chun Fan requested. When building the city wall, straw mats were placed between the boulders and covered with soil. This not only reduced the wear between the stones, but also increased friction, making the wall stronger. Husband, why are you back? Do was very happy to see Chin Fan. They had been apart for most of the past few days, and she hadn't received any public rain, so she couldn't help but feel a little greedy. Come back to get some animal skins. Where's you? The upright Chun Fan had something on his mind and failed to notice Do's little thoughts. Sister, you should be in the warehouse. I heard from her that there's a snake dragon with only a few eggs left in its body. It is likely to give birth in a short time. Oh, Chun Fan didn't worry about this matter. Once a female snake dragon has given birth, not only will her ability to move be restored, but her strength will also skyrocket, which is very dangerous. The serpent dragon is also a dragon. It is a wild beast with a certain degree of intelligence, not as stupid as the mammoth. During this period, its children were taken away and eaten one by one, and it must have been holding a grudge against it. I'll go and take a look. Chun Fan walked directly towards the cave where supplies were stored. He doesn't look very good. You stupid woman, what's the point of you just standing there guarding? What if all the snake dragons are born at once? Won't you become their food? Thinking of this, he quickly quickened his pace. His nose was filled with a pungent smell of burning torches, and he couldn't help but think of the gems in the woman's secret room underground. Why does an oasis have gems like night pearls? He thought to himself and decided to go underground and steal one at another time. Anyway, no one could have imagined that a person could enter through that fist-sized hole. Walking into the warehouse, Chun Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Yujin was holding a stone bowl to collect the snake dragon's heart blood. Oh, my husband. You heard the footsteps and pulled out the long knife that was stuck in the snake dragon's body with a swish. Husband, why are you here? Fine beads of sweat appeared on Yu's temples, but there was a look of surprise on his face. You have become smarter now, and you even know to borrow a knife from Zhanya. Chun Fan helped her wipe the sweat off her face and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Now Yu is just an ordinary woman, but she has to watch over the snake dragon that is about to give birth alone, and she has to suppress her fear to extract the snake dragon's blood. I am smart. My husband, don't forget that I used to be a great chief. Yu was praised. Her mature and plump body shook, and she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Okay, you're smart. Chun Fan smiled and pulled over her little hand holding the knife. His hands were covered with the blood of the snake dragon. He took out some water and helped her wash while asking, "What are you taking this blood for?" I was afraid it would suddenly attack, so I thought of letting it bleed. This should make it a little weaker. Yu was delighted. You did a great job. A man is more impressive after 3 days of absence. Yu has indeed changed a bit. It seems that as their lives improve, the IQ of the tribesmen is increasing. Chun Fan was almost certain of this. The chicken cavalry leader Lilong, the logistics team leader Chi, the young archers leader Fu, the little girl Su, and now Yu. These people are gradually becoming smarter. This is a sign of revival. The word "een" had not been created yet, but the tribesmen had already undergone such obvious changes. The gloom in Chun Fan's heart immediately dissipated a lot. The Qilin struggling in the volcano and the disgusting woman in the underground space both made Chun Fan feel a sense of urgency. Qilin can only hold out for 5 years, but it is hard to say when the Jinsha tribe will attack. Husband, seeing that he was holding her hand tightly and not saying anything, you thought he had some ideas. Her face turned red and she slowly squatted down. Chun Fan was shocked. I'm not very angry now. Refreshed, Chun Fan killed the snake dragon directly, then took the animal skin and rushed to the kiln factory. The clay dug by the logistics team piled up several meters high. Chun Fan took a look and found that the quality was not very good, but it did not affect it. He asked his husband to cut some strong and thick branches so that he could make some mold for baking bricks. This thing is very easy to make. Just fix the wooden board and then wrap it with a smooth animal hide. The purpose of the animal hide is to make demolding easier. The difficulty lies in the fact that the mold he wants to make is too big. There is no way. In such a wild environment, it was impossible for him to make small bricks. The larger the mold, the stronger it has to be. Otherwise, it will be easily damaged when demolding. The method he used was still mortise and tenon. It took him nearly an hour to make the first mold, which was 1 meter long, 60 centimeters wide, and 50 centimeters high. Master Wuzhu, what is this? Fu Hushu watched the whole process, and only when he saw that Chun Fan had finally finished it, he asked the questions in his mind. You'll know in a moment, just watch carefully. Chun Fan used a hoe to dig up some clay, poured water on it, and began to stir it. The steps of firing bricks are very simple. Step 1, mix the mud. That is what Chun Fan is doing now. Step 2, pour the mixed mud into the mold to fix the shape. This is why Chun Fan made the mold first. Step 3, demolding. The resulting bricks are then left to dry. Step 4. Place in the kiln and continue to bake at high temperature for a whole day. This will give you red bricks, but they are not hard enough. Step 5. Extinguish the fire. It means to put out the fire under the kiln. The bricks cannot be taken out at this time. Instead, leave it there until it oxidizes to blue. Such blue bricks are very hard, even harder than most stones. In Qian Xing Wang Qianli Got Wang Daling's Nanny brick carving for a long poem, it was recorded. The precious ink was found under Huanglugang, and the ancients fired bricks that were harder than stones. Step 6. Soak in water. Soaking in water is to prevent water absorption. Bricks will have certain pores to a certain extent. Soaking in water is to allow the pores to fully absorb water. After the bricks are soaked in water, their density is higher and the porosity is much smaller, which makes the water absorption rate very low. It takes less than 2 days to complete these 6 steps. Chun Fan did it step by step, and Fu and Su learned step by step. There was constant laughter and joy in the forest, and the occasional smell of food made the atmosphere even more lively. Time flies like water. Hills in the dense forest popped up like mushrooms after a rain, and more bricks were produced, neatly stacked under the trees. Chun Fan inspected everywhere from time to time, and felt proud when he saw that everything was in order. In primitive society, I built a city, but he was not satisfied with this. On this day, he came to the entrance of the underground river again. Chapter 97. Disgusting. Sans Tribe. A relatively large cave hall is dotted with circular pools of water. The water in the pool is milky white, and the bottom of the pool is covered with densely packed blue gems. The milky white water was not very light transmissive, and the entire cave was a little dim. Beside each small pool sat a young girl with a pretty face.